An ordinary and beleaguered university student, unexpectedly reborn, utilizes the memories of his past life to transform himself into a billionaire. Chapter 1. Rebirth 8 years ago. On November 30th, 2013, a significant global event occurred. A mysterious man liquidates his Bitcoin holdings, causing the price of Bitcoin to plummet once more. On December 24th, 2013, at Jingzhou University of Finance, Dormitory 302, Chun Yu stared at the 100 billion that had just arrived in his account. A sense of relief washed over him, alleviating the anxiety that had long plagued him. Chun Yu, a 20-year-old male, is an ordinary sophomore at Jingzhou University of Finance, devoid of any illustrious background. His father is merely a grassroots clerk in a small county, while his mother works at a local supermarket. Such a humble family background and identity, juxtaposed with an unimaginable fortune, is indeed difficult to fathom. Yet, Chun Yu dares to dream, for he hails from the future. To understand this, we must delve back 8 years pre-Orno. It should be 8 years from his previous life. In that year, he was 29 years old, employed at an investment firm, where he held a respectable position, albeit with a modest salary. On Christmas Eve, he made the decision to purchase the newly released iPhone 11 Pro Max, brimming with anticipation as he set out to surprise his girlfriend at her workplace. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the shocking sight of her in the embrace of her manager. Why did this happen? With tears in his eyes, he had once asked her, and her response was painfully simple. She desired wealth, and since he was not financially affluent, she had considered their relationship expendable. The only reason she had not left him was that she had yet to find a man she deemed superior. If he could not accept her flirtations and infidelities, then they might as well part ways. The words of his girlfriend pierced Chun Yu's heart like a sharp blade, causing him profound anguish. After 3 years of careful nurturing of their relationship, he had strived to fulfill her every desire, tirelessly working to provide her with the life she wished for. Yet, what was the outcome? He was not one to cling to the past. He understood the philosophy of parting amicably. However, he could not endure the betrayal of his girlfriend, who had treated his affection as if he were a fool. In that moment, Chun Yu was consumed by rage, his reason eclipsed by fury, as he drew a small knife from his pocket. What was intended for slicing apples for his girlfriend that night transformed into a weapon, claiming the lives of both his girlfriend and her manager. He, too, did not escape unscathed, facing severe legal retribution, as he awaited execution. Chun Yu contemplated that if fate were to grant him another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from such an act. It was not worth it. Perhaps his heartfelt repentance moved the heavens, or perhaps it was merely a stroke of fortune, or perhaps he had merely dreamed. When he awoke, time had reverted to 2007. That year, he was still in middle school, enjoying winter break. Due to financial constraints, he could not indulge in the same pleasures as his peers at the internet CAF. Instead, he took up a part-time job selling scratch cards on the street. Chun Yu distinctly remembered that from the stack of 50 scratch cards he sold, one revealed a grand prize of 100,000. But would this life unfold similarly again? Chun Yu was unaware, yet he recognized this as an opportunity to alter the course of his destiny. Should he fail to seize it, given his familial circumstances and his age at the time, even if he were to be reborn, he would still be unable to grasp the myriad chances that slipped through his fingers, merely witnessing others feasting while he remained untouched by fortune. I will give it my all. With determination, Chun Yu emptied his savings, gathering resources from various places, and ultimately purchased this scratch-off ticket. In his previous life, he shed no tears when betrayed by his girlfriend. But in this life, the moment he won, tears streamed down his face like rain. Winning 100,000, with taxes deducted, he received 80,000, which became his seed capital. In 2007, the stock market soared, with the Shanghai Composite Index reaching an unprecedented peak of 6,124 points, nearly an 8-fold increase. Leveraging his memories, he decisively opened a trading account and entered the market, reaping profits of 600,000. Without spending a penny, he invested all in Bitcoin, which was then priced at merely 0.0025 by 2011. Bitcoin caught the attention of investors, marking the onset of its first bull market, peaking in June at 31.6, an astonishing increase of 16,000 times. Subsequently, Bitcoin plummeted, hitting a low of 2. However, not long after, Bitcoin experienced a second wave of bullish momentum, surging past 1163 on November 30th, 2013, with gains in the hundreds of times. As a result, Chenyu profited 1.25 billion, which converted to 100 billion yuan. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, a call from the bank. Chenyu took a deep breath and answered the call. A sweet voice emerged. May I speak with Mr. Chenyu? Yes, this is he. How may I assist you? It is our pleasure to inform you that, according to our bank's regulations, any client who maintains a deposit exceeding 1 billion yuan is entitled to an exclusive black gold card, which grants access to premium VIP services, facilitating transactions and expenditures. Mr. Chun, your account has reached this threshold, hence we wanted to notify you. Should you wish to proceed, you may visit any of our branches at your convenience. All right, I understand. I will take care of it, he replied. After hanging up, Chunyu was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing the significance of the black gold card as symbol of status and prestige. In both the investment realm and beyond, many take pride in possessing a black gold card, and countless individuals yearn for one to signify their unique standing. Yet for him, he had done nothing, and the bank had reached out to invite him to obtain it. The allure of wealth was vividly illuminated in that moment, inflating Chun's ambitions. He was no longer content with merely accumulating 100 billion. He aspired for more, striving for greater affluence. The timing was fortuitous. On December 4th, 2013, the 4G licenses were officially issued, and the three major telecommunications operators commenced the deployment of 4G networks, heralding the imminent arrival of the 4G era sumptuous banquet of wealth. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. However, there is no rush in this matter. Chenyu is not anxious. He decides to upgrade his bank card first, and then there is Christmas to consider. Although he does not particularly care for this foreign holiday, he is aware that women appreciate it, and he is, after all, in a relationship. Zhao Sitian cannot be described as particularly beautiful. She possesses an average appearance, standing at around 160 centimeters, quite the contrast to Chenyu's impressive height of 185 centimeters. Her oval face bears a hint of baby fat, and when she smiles, she showcases two delicate dimples. Their relationship blossomed purely by chance. One day, while he was practicing martial arts on the playground, he happened upon Zhao Sitian being bullied by a few senior boys, who were coercing her into becoming one of their girlfriends. It was he who intervened, driving away the bullies, which left Zhao Sitian with a favorable impression of him, prompting her to pursue him actively. For over a month, every morning while he trained, Zhao Sitian would wait for him on the playground, thoughtfully preparing breakfast, water, and a towel for him to wipe away his sweat. Human emotions are tender. Her gentle attentiveness and sincerity touched him, healing the wounds in his heart and rekindling his belief in love. Thus, they found their way to each other. Today marks their first Christmas Eve together. He is not a miser, rather, he has invested all his funds in Bitcoin, living modestly on a monthly allowance of 500 yuan from his parents. Consequently, he lacks the financial means to purchase extravagant gifts for Zhao Sitian. However, now that he has acquired wealth, he naturally will not be stingy. Chapter 2. Christmas Eve gifts. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chenyu returned to school and arrived at the base of Zhao Sitian's dormitory building, where he encountered a familiar face. Cui Bin, a junior a year his senior, was the very person who once cornered Zhao Sitian on the playground with two classmates, pressuring her to become his girlfriend, only to be sent away by Chenyu. Today, Cui Bin was exceptionally dapper, clad in a pristine blue down jacket, stylish jeans, and immaculate white sneakers. His hair was meticulously styled, and he held a large bouquet of roses shaped into a heart, drawing the attention of passing students, some of whom cast envious glances. Chenyu glanced at him without paying much heed, patiently awaiting Zhao Sitian's emergence. Cui Bin approached him, adopting a tone tinged with mockery. Chenyu, I've heard from Sitten that you're quite stingy. Seeing you today, it's evident how miserly you truly are, unable to even buy an apple for your girlfriend on Christmas Eve. And then, Chenyu regarded Cui Bin with a sidelong glance, his heart betraying no emotion. Nearly 40 years of combined experience in 2 lifetimes had endowed Chenyu with a maturity far exceeding his years. Then you shall remain single for eternity, understand? Cui Bin said with a gleeful malice, his eyes brimming with derision. Without money, how can you even think of pursuing romance? Zhao Sitian, he mused, was merely naive when she first entered university, drawn to Chenyu's tall stature and the kindness he had shown her, leading her to develop feelings and pursue him. But now, as they approached the end of the first semester of her sophomore year, Zhao Sitian had transformed from the innocent girl she once was. She had learned the art of adornment and the pleasures of life. These are not gifts that Chunyu can bestow upon her. A change of heart is inevitable. Chunyu furrowed his brow. There was a hidden meaning in Cui Bin's words. Could it be that Zhao Situan had indeed shifted her affections? Just as Chunyu pondered the likelihood of this possibility, Zhao Situan emerged from the girls' dormitory. She wore a brand new, matching pink down jacket identical to Cui Bin's, her hair styled in a bun, adorned with a hint of makeup, and her lips painted a vivid red, rendering her much more exquisite and beautiful than before. This revelation conveyed to Chunyu that he had once again been betrayed by a woman. Was he angry? A little. However, he was no longer the reckless youth who would brandish a knife upon discovering his girlfriend's infidelity. Now, he was a billionaire with a promising future, cherishing his life more than ever. Otherwise, he would not have prioritized his fitness throughout these 8 years of rebirth. Cui Bin chuckled. This was indeed a success. Otherwise, why would Zhao Situan don the couple's outfit he had gifted her? He hurriedly approached, presenting her with heart-shaped roses, and, with an overly sentimental tone, declared, Cece, I love you. Merry Christmas. Zhao Situan hesitated to accept immediately, her gaze fixed on Chunyu, her emotions tumultuous. This was the man she loved, yet he possessed nothing, unable to satisfy her vanity, and subjected her to ridicule. Thus, she resolved to part ways. Chunyu, I'm sorry, we are not suited for each other. Let's break up. Please do not seek me out again. I have found a man who loves me more and can bring me happiness. Under Chunyu's watchful gaze, Zhao Situan accepted Cui Bin's roses, bringing them to her delicate nose to inhale their fragrance. The fragrance enveloped her, intoxicating her senses. This was what she desired at present. Love devoid of material offerings was of no interest to her. Numerous passing female classmates gazed enviously at the scene, imagining a day when someone would present them with vibrant roses, while some playfully chanted, Kiss her, kiss her. In that moment, to the majority, Cui Bin and Zhao Sitian appeared to be the couple deserving of blessings. Yet a few classmates, having overheard Zhao Sitian's recent remarks, whispered judgments of her character, branding her as a superficial gold digger. They spoke out in defense of Chunyu, unveiling the truth to the oblivious onlookers. The murmurs grew louder. Zhao Sitian felt unjustly aggrieved. Was it a fault to pursue happiness? Why was she the target of such criticism? If anything, it should be Chunyu who faced scrutiny. After nearly a year together, she had yet to receive a single decent gift. Their meals were often confined to the cafeteria, with infrequent visits to restaurants. Was it common to have a boyfriend like this? In front of her classmates and close friends, she felt utterly diminished, being mocked as a burden, a mere servant, exploited without recompense. Why should it be so? As a woman, why did others' boyfriends lavish gifts and adventures upon them, while she received nothing? With tears in her eyes, Zhao Sitian lamented, You call me superficial and materialistic. Yet have you ever considered why I act this way? Nearly a year has passed, and I have not received a single worthy gift for any occasion. While other girls venture out with their boyfriends during weekends and holidays, what of my situation? I observed him practicing boxing on the playground, while simultaneously expressing concern for his thirst and hunger. I have grown weary of such days. I yearn to pursue the happiness I desire. What fault lies in that? Some female classmates fell into silence. Indeed, they would not wish for such a boyfriend either. After a moment of contemplation, Chunyu inquired, Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was hesitating. It was only until just now, when I saw you come empty-handed on Christmas Eve, not even bringing me an apple, that I resolved to be with Senior Cui Bin, donning the Christmas gift he bestowed upon me. Chunyu remained silent. He retrieved a phone box from his pocket, uttering not a single word. Yet, those witnessing this scene understood instantly that it was a Christmas gift Chunyu had prepared for Zhao Sitian. It, too, was an apple, albeit one far more precious than any edible fruit. It was the most coveted electronic device among university students, renowned far and wide, with some even selling a kidney to acquire it. Zhao Sitian was left dumbfounded. An iPhone 4S, a Christmas gift from Chunyu? How could that be? Cui Bin, too, was incredulous, doubting Chunyu's financial capability. After a moment of reflection, he grasped the situation and mockingly declared, Chunyu, spare me your theatrics. I know precisely what you are. Don't waste your efforts. You may deceive others, but not me. That box contains no phone. It is empty. Zhao Sitian firmly believed that Cui Bin's deduction was indeed correct. As for why Chunyu carried an empty box with her, she had pondered over it, suspecting that Chunyu intended to play a prank tonight, leaving her joyfully deceived. Fortunately, She had ended her relationship with Chunyu in advance. Otherwise, she would have been driven to exasperation. The onlooking classmates gazed at Chunyu with eager anticipation. The truth speaks for itself. Upon opening the box, everything became crystal clear. Yet, would Chunyu dare to unveil its contents? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chunyu opened the phone box, revealing a brand new iPhone 4S that captivated everyone's attention. The spectators erupted in excitement. It was indeed genuine. How could one find fault with Chunyu's sincerity? Some individuals regarded Zhao Sitten with a look of theatrical sincerity. Having lost a watermelon to gain a sesame seed, at this moment, Zhao Sitten must have been filled with regret. A deep yearning flickered in Zhao Sitten's eyes. Chapter 3. The embarrassing display. This was the object of her deepest desires, destined to belong to her. Yet a single misguided decision had caused it to slip through her fingers. Could she ever be forgiven? Zhao Sitten gazed pleadingly at Chunyu. Cui Bin's expression darkened. He felt an urge to remark, "It's merely an iPhone. Look how Chunyu is flaunting it." Perhaps he sold a kidney to afford it. If he sold his kidney, he could equally purchase it. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, swallowing his words. There was no way he would part with his own kidney to buy Zhao Sitten an iPhone, especially when he intended to wield his influence over her. If he sold it, what was the purpose of his elaborate schemes to undermine Chunyu? He certainly did not harbor such affection for Zhao Sitten. Chunyu retrieved the iPhone 4S from its box. Its exquisite design was undeniably captivating. Alas, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. "It's yours." He casually bestowed it upon a nearby enchanting girl who was utterly entranced by the unfolding drama. Song Jiao was taken aback. She had merely wished to observe the spectacle, and now she found herself entangled in it. Well, who could blame her for her beauty? Wherever she went, she became the center of attention, and Chunyu's gaze seemed solely fixated on her, oblivious to the presence of other girls. Yet, was this not a tad frivolous? In a moment of impulsiveness, he had gifted her a phone valued at 4,999 yuan, with no apparent benefit to himself. She feared that Chunyu might later regret his decision and demand it back. If he did, would she comply? Refusing would tarnish her character, but acquiescing would leave her feeling like a mere pawn in his game. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek clarity first. "Are you certain you will not regret this in the future? You will not come back to reclaim it?" "No, rest assured, take it and use it." Chunyu stepped forward, grasping Song Jia's delicate hand, placing the phone along with its box into her palm. The onlooking classmates were taken aback. He truly gave it? Zhao Sihuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Having followed Chunyu for nearly a year, she had not only complied with his every whim, but had also shared her most precious first experience with him, only to find herself with nothing in the end, overshadowed by a woman who had never met Chunyu. "Chunyu, you have gone too far. I must have been blind to have chosen a man like you." Tears streamed down Zhao Sihuan's face as she reflected on the past year, feeling increasingly that it had been in vain. She took the initiative to grasp Cui Bin's hand and declared, "Senior, let us leave. From this moment on, I belong to you, and I shall have nothing further to do with Chunyu." "That is splendid." Cui Bin cast a triumphant glance at Chunyu before wrapping his arm around Zhao Sihuan's shoulder and departing. "Why bother?" Song Jia sighed. "You give an iPhone 4S to your girlfriend. Perhaps she will have a change of heart and return to you. Yet, giving it to me, you cannot even touch my hand. I can only express my gratitude, which is minimal, indeed." The classmates who were eavesdropping wholeheartedly agreed, unaware that if Chunyu wished, he could easily win Zhao Sihuan back at any moment. However, he questioned the necessity of doing so. Chunyu felt no such need. The one who would ultimately regret this would certainly not be him. With that thought, Chunyu turned to leave. Song Jiao muttered, "What an odd person, acting outside the bounds of conventionality. Yet, I am grateful for your Apple phone, which stands as the most gratifying gift I received this Christmas Eve. I shall cherish it dearly." Song Jia mused inwardly, her lips curving upward in a crescent smile, her spirits buoyed. Meanwhile, Chunyu arrived at a luxurious 5-star hotel adjacent to the university town, burdened by guilt for not providing Zhao Situan with a single day of happiness. He had made a special reservation at the EU Grand Hotel to celebrate Christmas Eve. Alas, the best-laid plans often go awry, and his intentions were rendered unnecessary. Nevertheless, a meal must still be enjoyed. Wealth should not be squandered, thus he ventured alone. "Apologies, but entry is not permitted without proper authorization." The doorman intercepted Chunyu, suspecting him of causing a disturbance or seeking someone, perhaps fearing that Chunyu's girlfriend was dining with a successful individual inside. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the university town, prompting certain upscale venues to prohibit entry to ordinary students to prevent such scenarios, allowing affluent patrons to engage in their pursuits unencumbered. At that moment, a man and a woman approached. The man, in his early 40s, donned a suit and tie, epitomizing the image of a successful professional. The woman, resembling Chun-Yu in age, was in her early 20s, though unfamiliar to him. He surmised she was a student from a nearby university, clad in a pale yellow off-white long woolen coat valued at over $20,000, holding a Chloe canvas clutch worth more than $10,000, and wearing Jimmy Choo heels worth several thousand, an ensemble of opulence. Perhaps she had previously endured the disruption of her plans by a thoughtless boyfriend. Upon witnessing the doorman obstruct Chun-Yu, he could not help but utter, "Fool. What difference does it make if you gain entry? Can you truly accompany him? It would only be a self-inflicted humiliation." After a brief pause, the man ostentatiously continued, "Darling, for you, I have meticulously arranged a romantic Christmas Eve package online. Are you satisfied?" The year 2013 marked a significant advancement in the realm of the internet. With a plethora of services at one's disposal, the food delivery industry began to flourish, and mobile payments became increasingly prevalent, albeit not as ubiquitous as in the years to come. Merchants, in their fervor for various holidays, devised ingenious methods to entice customers to part with their money. For instance, this Christmas, the EU Hotel introduced 3 tailored Christmas Eve packages, with the romantic option priced at a staggering $18,888. As he spoke, the man cast a deliberate glance at Chun-Yu, exuding an air of superiority. The woman, too, found her vanity greatly appeased. Chun-Yu retrieved her phone, a brand new Apple 4S, having purchased one for herself alongside the one intended for Zhao Xiyu. The man and woman were momentarily taken aback, as this was unexpected. Perhaps the pricing of Apple products was too accessible, allowing anyone, be it human or specter, to acquire one merely to feign sophistication. They could hardly believe that Chun-Yu could afford such a device. The doorman, too, produced his own installment-purchased Apple 4S, mockingly stating, "Classmate, it is merely an Apple 4S. This proves nothing. We still cannot allow you entry. Does a reservation not suffice?" Chun-Yu presented his online meal reservation information to the doorman while deliberately proclaiming, "I have ordered the supreme romantic package online. If you insist on barring my entry, I shall have no choice but to lodge a complaint against you." This extravagant package, aptly named the Supreme Wasteful Package for Christmas Eve, was introduced this year by EU Hotel, priced at an astonishing 88,888 yuan, a sum that only the affluent could afford. However, Chun-Yu, undeterred by the cost, casually ordered one. Impossible. The doorman was incredulous, unable to fathom that someone like Chun-Yu could afford such a lavish package. Yet, upon glimpsing the information displayed on Chun-Yu's phone, his mind went blank, a buzzing sensation engulfing him. The disparaging remarks that had previously lingered on his lips vanished, as if something had silenced him entirely in that moment. Chapter 4. The Mess with Flushed Cheeks and a Look of Panic. The doorman's demeanor did not escape the notice of the man and the woman, who felt an ominous premonition creeping into their hearts. Could it be true? The doorman, fearing that Chun-Yu might lodge a complaint against them, summoned all his enthusiasm and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Sir, please come in. We warmly welcome your presence and wish you an enjoyable dining experience." Indeed, witnessing this scene, the last vestiges of hope evaporated from the man and the woman. The man felt utterly embarrassed. Had he known better than to flaunt his wealth, he might have avoided this humiliation. Now he found himself outshone. The woman regarded Chun-Yu with a newfound admiration, reflecting on a classic saying, "In this world, as long as one possesses wealth and is generous, it matters not if one is dressed in rags. An irresistible charm emanates from within." As Chun-Yu strolled towards the dining hall, he casually remarked to the man as he passed, "Next time you wish to show off, remember to present only the finest. If it isn't up to par, it's best left hidden to spare yourself further embarrassment." The meal was tasteless for the man, and the woman felt the same. The extravagant feast priced at 18,888 suddenly lost its allure. She yearned to visit Chun-Yu's private room to savor the exquisite 88,888 meal, imagining how delightful it must be. After relishing his sumptuous meal in solitude, Chun-Yu returned to his dormitory, where only 2 of his roommates remained. The third, as expected, would likely not return tonight. The hotel outside was bustling with business. On this particular evening, Chun-Yu had no intention of returning. However, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. Leading him back to the dormitory, his roommates were taken aback and inquired, "Chinyu, what brings you back?" "I suppose a breakup is the reason," he replied candidly. They paused momentarily, taken aback by the revelation of his heartache. To be frank, within their shared living space, there were two couples whose romantic entanglements had sparked envy towards Chinyu. Zhao Sitian seemed to orbit around him, mimicking his every action, unlike another roommate who, like a devoted follower, mirrored his girlfriend's every whim, lacking any semblance of personal space. Such a subservient form of affection was something they wished to avoid. After all, wasn't playing video games in the dormitory far more appealing? Ironically, the type of girlfriend they yearned for ended up parting ways with Chinyu. "Could you share what transpired?" they asked. "It's all in the past. There's nothing more to discuss," he responded, unwilling to elaborate. They shook their heads in dismay, lamenting, "What a shame. Such a wonderful girl." Chinyu remained silent. Perhaps in the past, he might have felt differently. He had not dismissed Zhao Sitian due to her average appearance. Instead, he embraced her affection and was willing to share both fortunes and misfortunes. Alas, human emotions are fickle, leaving little room for further discourse. The night passed without incident. The following day, after attending his classes, Chinyu made his way to the bank once more. His exclusive black gold card had been expedited from the headquarters overnight, and today he was to complete the final formalities. Once accomplished, he would possess the coveted black gold card, joining the ranks of a select few and enjoying unparalleled privileges. Upon entering the bank's VIP lounge, scarcely a minute had passed before three elegantly attired female staff members approached, extending cordial inquiries regarding any assistance Chinyu might require. They assured him that any request would be met with eagerness, urging him not to hesitate or feel bashful. After all, they were all adults. Yet Chinyu found little intrigue in their presence. Had they been more alluring, he might have succumbed entirely to their charm. Within mere moments, the final formalities were completed, and the beautiful manager, Zhou Meng, personally delivered the black gold card to Chinyu. "Thank you." Just as Chinyu prepared to depart with the card in hand, Zhou Meng unexpectedly interjected, "Mr. Chun, may I trouble you for a few moments of your time? Is there a matter? I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. It would be more suitable to converse in my office rather than here." "Very well," Chinyu replied, graciously accommodating her request. "Please, lead the way." Zhou Meng guided him ahead, her movements captivatingly graceful, accentuated by her uniform, revealing a bewitching allure that piqued Chinyu's interest. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Zhou Meng's office, where she invited him to take a seat and brewed a cup of tea for him before speaking. "Mr. Chun, I apologize for the abrupt invitation, but this matter is quite urgent. With the Spring Festival approaching, if not handled properly, it could lead to significant repercussions and adverse consequences. I find myself in a rather difficult position." Chinyu nodded in comprehension, patiently awaiting further details, astute enough not to commit prematurely. Zhou Meng proceeded. "The situation is as follows. 2 months prior, the CEO of Hongdao Real Estate absconded, leaving behind a plethora of unresolved issues, including several months of unpaid wages to our fellow migrant workers, a situation that has had a considerably adverse impact. We aspire to expedite bankruptcy liquidation, prioritizing the resolution of issues concerning migrant workers, employees, and suppliers. However, we are reluctant to take this course of action, as it would entail substantial losses. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether Mr. Chun would be interested in taking over Hongdao Real Estate. Should you be inclined, the bank could furnish you with a preferential loan and pledge not to recall the funds already lent to Hongdao Real Estate for 1 year. This matter bears significant implications for her, as it falls under her purview. Should the lent funds prove irretrievable or only partially recoverable, it would essentially preclude her chances of promotion. At the tender age of 25, she finds this prospect unacceptable and will exhaust every avenue of possibility. Consequently, she has exerted considerable effort and engaged with several affluent individuals beyond Mr. Chun. Prior to approaching Mr. Chun, she had conferred with numerous influential magnates. But some individuals made exorbitant demands, refusing to contribute any capital and seeking to finance the entire venture through bank loans, while also proposing meager offers, rendering it unfeasible for her to proceed. Others simply lacked interest. As of late 2013, the real estate market was characterized by a dichotomy of surging prices in first-tier cities and declining prices in second- and third-tier cities. Pundits, academics, and prominent influencers were uniformly pessimistic about the prospects of second- and third-tier real estate markets. Jingzhou, a second-tier city, had experienced a year-on-year decline of over 10 percentage points in housing prices. In a climate of rising prices, the willingness of individuals to assume risks diminishes significantly, making the search for a suitable investor exceedingly challenging. Zhou Ming harbors great expectations for Chen Yu, who possesses immense wealth, boasting a staggering 100 billion in cash. With merely a few billion at his disposal, he could easily resolve the matter at hand. Financial institutions are eager to extend loans to someone of Chen Yu's substantial financial capacity, rendering the process quite manageable, contingent solely upon his willingness to engage. Zhou Ming, aware of this, is prepared to incur certain costs. She has unobtrusively positioned herself beside Chen Yu, leaning against him. The alluring fragrance envelopes the air, her softness almost irresistible. In a gentle whisper, Zhou Ming implores, "Mr. Chen, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I find myself utterly bereft of options. Could you extend your assistance? Should you choose to help me, I shall never forget this kindness and will remain eternally grateful. In the future, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly do what I can." Chen Yu's heart jolted, and within him, two conflicting voices began to emerge. Chapter 5. Sincerity, a voice echoed within him. Chen Yu, this woman is not to be underestimated. Today, she may align with you for personal gain, yet tomorrow, she may just as easily betray you for the same reason. Do not be foolish, control yourself. Another voice countered, Chen Yu, do not be naive. The world thrives on self-interest. In 2 lifetimes, have you yet to grasp this truth? The sweetness of love is but fleeting, only profit endures. Without wealth, no matter how deeply that woman professes her love for you, betrayal is inevitable. Given this reality, might it not be wiser to engage in a discourse of mutual benefit from the outset? How exquisite this woman is. In days gone by, she would scarcely have glanced in your direction, yet now she presents herself eagerly. What hesitation remains? Seize the moment. Relentlessly pursue her. Do not squander this delectable opportunity. The latter voice held considerable sway over him. Chen Yu felt the stirrings of temptation, yet at the critical juncture, he regained his composure. It was not a lingering fantasy of pure love that restrained him, but rather an understanding of necessity. As an investor, he must remain rational. Succumbing to fleeting impulses could lead to hasty decisions, jeopardizing the fortune he had painstakingly amassed through rebirth. He could easily fall into the plight of those second-generation heirs who, having inherited vast wealth, bask in glory for a few years only to find themselves in dire straits. After a moment of reflection, Chen Yu declared, Manager Zhou, in business, one must consider profit. I shall not engage in ventures devoid of benefit. Therefore, there is no need for such pleasantries. Please provide me with a thorough introduction to Hongda real estate. Who knows, I may find it of interest. You need not sacrifice anything. I can assist you readily. If his memory serves him correctly, in 2019, Hongda Real Estate was among the top 10 real estate enterprises in Handong Province. Although it could not be compared to the nationally renowned real estate giants, its market value still reached several hundred billion. This alone suffices to demonstrate that even if he were to decline this opportunity, Hongda Real Estate would not face bankruptcy, but instead undergo a rebirth. How would it fare if he were to seize this opportunity? Could history repeat itself as in his previous life? Chen Yu was uncertain. Yet one thing he was sure of was that even if he aimed to incur losses, he would not be able to. In 2014, as the real estate market began to recover, entering a new period of explosive growth, he ventured into real estate. While he may not become immensely wealthy, he would certainly reap substantial profits. True, it wouldn't match the returns from investing in the internet or the cryptocurrency boom that would follow in a few years. However, as Zhou Ming had just mentioned, the bank was willing to provide him with a loan, requiring minimal cash from him. Using the bank's funds to generate profit, if he earned even a modest sum, it would be akin to a windfall. Only a fool would turn down such a golden opportunity. And Chen Yu was no fool. He found it quite intriguing. Zhou Ming felt somewhat disheartened. It is natural for anyone to feel this way when faced with rejection. Was it her charm that fell short? Absolutely not. Zhou Ming was confident in her allure. Otherwise, wealthy individuals would not be willing to pay handsomely for her companionship. Yet, she had declined their offers. After all, a lover is ultimately just a decorative vase. Youth and beauty may grant one the privilege of being a vase. But as time erodes beauty, one risks being discarded like an old shoe, which is a thought that evokes profound sadness. In other words, she is an ambitious woman who is willing to engage in some quid pro quo for her career, yet she would never compromise her integrity simply for monetary gain. Chen Yu, however, is not swayed by such tactics. She maintains a professional demeanor. Though she may feel anger, she still acknowledges merit where it is due. She is indeed a remarkable individual. She rose and said, "Mr. Chun, please hold on. I will fetch the detailed information regarding Hongda real estate right away." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ming returned with a substantial stack of documents. Chen Yu received them and examined them attentively, while Zhou Ming provided an introduction. In less than half an hour, Chen Yu had acquired a comprehensive understanding of Hongda real estate. The industry faces common challenges, notably high debt levels, owing to banks, workers, employees, and various material suppliers. The total debt reaches a staggering $1.5 billion. Should the housing market cool and sales plummet, the financial chain would inevitably fracture, plunging the company into an unsustainable predicament. Without the infusion of new capital, bankruptcy would be an unavoidable fate. It is hard to fathom how such a company could have soared to great heights in a previous life, ultimately achieving a market value in the hundreds of billions. Yet, Chen Yu discerned the reasons for Hongda Real Estate's miraculous resurgence and subsequent ascendance. In around mid-2014, Handong Province's top institution, Handa, announced its decision to relocate and establish a new campus. Coincidentally, this new site was adjacent to the mixed-use residential developments that Hongda Real Estate was then developing. Instantly, the prices of these buildings surged, coinciding with the real estate market's recovery in 2014, thus entering a phase of explosive growth. This marked the revival of Hongda Real Estate, propelling it to become one of the premier real estate development firms in Handong, with a market value reaching hundreds of billions. Half a year remains until Han University announces this news, yet Chen Yu is confident that it will soon circulate. At that time, there will be no need for Zhou Ming to exert herself in promotion, nor will there be any cost involved. There are plenty willing to take over Hongda. Fate played a small jest on Zhou Ming, but fortunately, she encountered him. Otherwise, she would surely regret it to the point of tears in the future. Now, let us discuss the matter of loans. If I were to take over Hongda, how much assistance could you procure for me in terms of financing? And what would the interest rate be? Zhou Ming was taken aback. She had assumed that upon learning the specifics of Hongda's situation, Chen Yu would unhesitatingly choose to decline. To her surprise, not only did he not refuse, but he also inquired about the loan. It seems there might be a possibility, though she could not be certain. What she could do was as she had just mentioned, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, she would not relent. Zhou Ming extended her utmost sincerity, stating, "I can assist Mr. Chun in securing a loan of $500 million over 3 years at an annual interest rate of 5%. This is quite low, without connections. One cannot even dream of such favorable terms. A loan of several $100,000 for a year could easily incur an interest rate of 10%, mercilessly draining the lender." Fortunately for Chen Yu, his financial standing is robust, and the likelihood of defaulting on the loan is non-existent. Moreover, his takeover of Hongda would ensure that the $10 billion previously lent to Hongda can be recouped, safeguarding the bank's interests. Otherwise, Zhou Ming would never have dared to make such assertions. This implies that Chen Yu would only need to invest $2 billion to revitalize Hongda's operations. Not a bad deal. This investment would soon yield returns, potentially multiplying several times over, with the subsequent gains being pure profit. When can we sign the contract? Chen Yu inquired directly, not one to dilly-dally, but rather to avert unforeseen circumstances and safeguard against those with unscrupulous connections who might prematurely learn of Hongda's relocation and snatch away the lucrative opportunity that was rightfully his. Really? Zhou Ming exclaimed in excitement, nearly crying out. It was utterly unexpected, truly astonishing. She had never anticipated that this matter could be resolved so effortlessly without her having to pay any price. She felt a surge of emotion, almost wanting to weep. Had she known earlier, she would not have so readily offered her affections, thereby incurring Chen Yu's disdain. After regaining her composure, Zhou Ming stated, "I have prepared the contract concerning Hongda Real Estate. Mr. Chun, please feel free to review it. I will also discuss the loan with my superiors. There should be no issue. We can sign the contract right now." "Very well," Chen Yu replied as Zhou Ming left to retrieve the pertinent documents. Chen Yu began to examine them with great care. Chapter 6. Confession. There were no significant issues. The documentation was complete. The only exception was that the fleeing CEO of Hongda Real Estate had his wife sign on his behalf. All other shareholders signed personally, willingly transferring their shares to the bank for management. As for the handling of these shares, it was no longer their concern. They had severed ties with Hongda entirely. Those unwilling to relinquish their shares could simply pay off their respective debts, yet it was not implied that Chunyu would provide the funds to settle their obligations. They sought to retain their stakes without any investment of their own, which was fundamentally unjust. There were no complications with the loans either. Chunyu's acquisition was meant to prevent the bank from incurring substantial losses, yet they deemed his modest request excessive. An hour later, Chunyu officially signed the contract with the bank's executives. The news spread rapidly, creating quite a stir within the bank as many speculated about Chunyu's seemingly foolish decision, raising serious doubts about whether Zhou Meng had employed her charm to influence him. This reminded them of the previous day when Chunyu had come to apply for a black gold card. Young, immensely wealthy, and irresistibly charming. Numerous female employees sought his contact information, some even audaciously approaching him, as if desperate to become one with him. Afterward, Zhou Meng had reprimanded those individuals, which explained their restraint today. However, in light of the current situation, they dared to criticize others while their own conduct was hardly virtuous. They were all too eager to compromise their integrity to safeguard their futures. After the signing, Zhou Meng sincerely expressed, "Mr. Chun, I am truly grateful for your assistance. May I have the honor of treating you to lunch? It's my invitation." Regardless of the reasons, Zhou Meng had indirectly helped him earn several hundred million. And he was not a miser. He was more than willing to treat him to a meal. It felt rather awkward for Zhou Meng to continue taking advantage of Chunyu. Chunyu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a meal. What do you feel like eating?" In her heart, Zhou Meng thought, "I want to devour you." No matter how she looked at Chunyu, he was undoubtedly a worthy catch, and she would not let the opportunity slip away. She could even pursue him, but she feared that he might not find her appealing, leading to a humiliating experience. Ultimately, Zhou Meng decided to feign indifference, saying, "Mr. Chun, you decide. I'm fine with anything." After a moment's contemplation, Chunyu suggested, "How about we go for Western cuisine? Today is an international holiday. Let's join in the festivities." "Sounds good." It was midday, and Cui Bin and Zhao Sitten were searching for a dining venue on the street when Zhao Sitten paused in front of an upscale Western restaurant. This was the place she longed to visit. Whenever she saw or heard of other girls being taken here by their boyfriends, she couldn't help but feel envious, yearning to experience this restaurant herself. Unfortunately, Chunyu lacked the financial means to bring her here, so she decisively left him for the more extravagant Cui Bin. Yet, it still felt unattainable, ultimately a mere fantasy. At that moment, a familiar face caught her eye, rendering her momentarily speechless. Chunyu? What is he doing here? His impecuniosity was purportedly absolute, exacerbated by yesterday's acquisition of an Apple mobile phone, suggesting a period of austerity in his dormitory. How then could he afford to dine here? A daring conjecture arose in Zhao Sitian's mind. Was Chunyu engaging in a clandestine act of dining without intent to pay, or perhaps contemplating an imminent departure without settling the bill? Such audacity, Zhao Sitian remarked with disdain, and such deplorable character to even contemplate such an act. This incited curiosity in Cui Bin, who, upon learning the details, revealed a mischievous grin. "Sitian," he proposed with sly intent, "shall we venture inside and observe? We mustn't allow Chunyu to abscond in such a manner." Indeed, Zhao Sitian agreed readily, now consumed by animosity towards Chunyu, eager to witness his embarrassment. The pair entered, proceeding directly to Chunyu's dining area. Zhou Meng was momentarily absent, having excused herself to the restroom. But the arrangement of the table and the selection of dishes clearly indicated that Chunyu was not dining alone. Perhaps his companion has already departed surreptitiously, Cui Bin mused. "Birds of a feather flock together," he continued, "and those who associate with Chunyu are undoubtedly of similar impoverished circumstances. To expect them to afford Chunyu an extravagant Western meal is an absurdity of international proportions." Emboldened by confidence, the duo approached Chunyu's table. Cui Bin feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Good heavens, if it isn't Chunyu! What an extraordinary coincidence to encounter you here. Are you not astonished?" Indeed, Chunyu was taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with Cui Bin and Zhao Sitian in this establishment. Moreover, he harbored doubts regarding Cui Bin's capacity to bring Zhao Sitian to such a high-end venue. "Kindly take your leave and cease disrupting my meal," Chunyu retorted. "That simply won't do. I have firmly decided that you will treat me to this meal today. Do not even think about escaping the bill," Cui Bin declared emphatically. "Escape the bill?" Chunyu chuckled in disbelief. "Am I that kind of person?" Cui Bin scornfully replied. "Chunyu, stop embellishing your own image. You know exactly what kind of person you are. Don't put on an act. Hurry up and confess." Kneel down and seek forgiveness from others. Do not bring disgrace upon our university. Who is bringing disgrace upon the university? At that moment, Zhou Ming returned from the restroom, glanced at Cui Bin, and feigned ignorance. Is it you? How could that be possible? It's this fellow. Cui Bin pointed at Chunyu, never considering that the beautiful woman standing before him was the one dining with Chunyu. He continued, beautiful lady, you have no idea. This guy is nothing but a pauper, unable to afford even a decent gift while pursuing romance at school, let alone taking his girlfriend out for meals or entertainment. Due to his poverty, he was scorned by his girlfriend, who ultimately left him, yet here he is, indulging himself. Do you really believe he can afford such extravagance? The truth, however, is that Chunyu is wealthy, possessing resources beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. This fortune had only just been approved and transferred to his domestic account yesterday. Chunyu chose not to seek immediate gratification by liquidating his assets, but instead exhibited a long-term vision and steadfast commitment. This investment acumen left Zhou Ming in awe and made her feel pity for the woman who had spurned him. However, she would not disclose this to others. It was unnecessary. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? She deliberately remarked, that must be beyond my means, but then deftly shifted her tone. Yet, I can afford it. I can treat him. What? Cui Bin and Zhao Sitten were utterly bewildered. Are you joking with me, beautiful? Why would you invite him to dinner out of the blue? Who said it was out of the blue? Don't you find him incredibly handsome and charming? It is my privilege to treat such a striking and charismatic man to a meal, Zhou Ming proclaimed, her adoration evident, showering him with flattery. Chunyu understood the futility of belief, yet he was merely a mortal, and the praise from such a beauty filled him with pride. Cui Bin and Zhao Sitten exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished that such ridiculous words could be uttered. Chapter 7. Compensation. It must be acknowledged that such words would undoubtedly bring comfort to those involved. Cui Bin could not help but wish that Zhou Ming was speaking about him, feeling envious of Chunyu. Conversely, Zhao Sitten found it unacceptable, interpreting it as a reflection of her own misjudgment. She shook her head and declared, you lie. You do not genuinely believe that treating him to a meal is an honor. You are merely pitying him. Zhao Siyu, with an air of vulnerability, implored, sister, I understand you possess wealth and do not mind this trifling amount, but I beg you not to feel sympathy for him. He is not worthy of your compassion, nor your pity. He is the most despicable man in existence, and I shall loathe him for a lifetime. Why? Zhou Ming inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Sitten, with a tone of grievance, recounted, I was with him for a year, accommodating his every whim and even relinquishing my precious first time to him. Yet what did he offer me in return? Nothing but vague promises, and his kindness towards me paled in comparison to that shown by a stranger. He would rather gift an iPhone to an unfamiliar girl than acknowledge the sacrifices I made for him over that year. Is that truly the case? Zhou Ming was taken aback, her perception of Chunyu shifting unfavorably. Zhao Sitten nodded vigorously, asserting, I experienced it firsthand yesterday. It is undeniably true. In that moment, Zhou Ming felt a profound sympathy for Zhao Sitten, her impression of Chunyu diminishing significantly. It was utterly excessive, at the very least. He could have purchased her an iPhone, a trivial expense for him, yet he chose to treat her with such disdain. Chunyu smiled wryly, recognizing how adept Zhao Sitten was at deflecting blame. Upon hearing Zhao's remarks, anyone unaware of the circumstances would undoubtedly perceive him as the most despicable man in existence. If this matter were to spread, how could he ever pursue romance again? In a solemn tone, Chunyu stated, the Apple phone from yesterday was a gift intended for my girlfriend for Christmas Eve. Since you have chosen to abandon me for another man, you forfeit your right to receive that phone. How I choose to handle it is my concern and none of your business. Zhou Ming nearly fell into the trap set by Chunyu's ex-girlfriend, feeling a surge of anger. She shot a disapproving glare at Zhao Sitten and remarked, classmate, this is where you have erred. How can one abandon another and still expect to receive their Christmas Eve gifts? Once you have forsaken someone, you relinquish the right to accept such tokens of affection. Do you understand? Zhao Sitten nodded, admitting, I realize I have no right to receive it. And I never insisted he must give it to me. I merely feel disheartened and believe I am unworthy, having given my all yet gained nothing in return. Zhou Ming was taken aback. Can you truly blame Chunyu for this? The fault lies with Zhao Sitten for her impatience, as she has not only lost an Apple phone, but also a splendid opportunity for a remarkable turnaround. How beneficial it could have been for her. With a sense of envy, Zhou Ming felt no sympathy for Zhao Sitten, recognizing it as self-inflicted. She shook her head in refusal and declared, "I'm sorry, but your reasoning does not persuade me. I am determined to finalize this purchase." Without hesitation, Zhou Ming proceeded to the cash register to settle the bill. The situation left Cui Bin and Zhao Sitian utterly disheartened, their spirits plummeting to depths worse than consuming excrement. With a heart full of frustration, they departed, knowing that this Christmas would be anything but joyous for them. Zhou Ming returned and hesitated before speaking. "In truth, we cannot place the entire blame on the young lady. You share some fault as well. Had you expressed even a fraction of your feelings, she would not have left you and would have continued to stand by your side." Chen Yu remained silent, yet he understood that Zhou Ming's words rang true. If he were willing to divulge his secrets, Zhao Sitian would unwaveringly commit to him. His silence bore a certain responsibility and served as a test for Zhao Sitian's devotion. After all, if she could not endure a mere year, how could he expect her to share in his future prosperity? There was no justification for such expectations. He could easily find a beauty far more exquisite than Zhao Sitian for the same expenditure. With his resources, it seemed irrational to pursue someone of average appearance when he could seek out ethereal goddesses. Zhou Ming sighed, recognizing the underlying nature of Chun Yu's trial for Zhao Sitian. It was evident that she had faltered in this challenge, and in the future, she would undoubtedly regret her shortcomings. She envisioned a bleak future for Zhao Sitian, one filled with tears and despair, and after a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "Regardless of the circumstances, she has stood by you for a year and entrusted you with her most precious gift. Considering your current financial situation, I believe you could offer her some form of compensation, a gesture of solace, as if purchasing a good reputation. This would also provide reassurance for your future partners. What do you think?" With that, Zhou Ming looked at Chun Yu with hopeful anticipation. Chun Yu furrowed his brows, contemplating the matter at hand, uncertain of his stance. Emotionally, he questioned the premise. Why should there be a notion of compensation? Gender equality dictates that there should be no such concept, especially considering that it was Zhao Sitian who wronged him, not the other way around. However, reason whispered that compensation could indeed be warranted, acknowledging his own faults. Currently, no one would bring this issue to light, as his reputation remained obscure. Yet, should he rise to prominence, adversaries would undoubtedly seize upon this matter to attack him, hurling all manner of derogatory remarks. Once compensation was rendered, the narrative would shift. Detractors would find it difficult to accuse him of any shortcomings, for he would not be perceived as taking advantage of Zhao Sitian, but rather, it would be her own failure to seize an excellent opportunity. Resolving himself to this line of thought, Chun Yu nodded and declared, "I shall provide her with some compensation." Zhou Ming refrained from inquiring about the specifics of this compensation. It was neither her concern nor her place. She understood that Chun Yu had accepted her suggestion, which deepened her understanding of his character. He was a responsible man, willing to atone for his missteps. Ah, how her heart fluttered. Why did fortune not smile upon her in such a manner? Chun Yu, meanwhile, pondered how best to compensate Zhao Sitian. Too lavish an offering would render him foolish, while too meager a gesture would be embarrassing, tarnishing his image as a billionaire. After much deliberation, he resolved to present her with luxury items. On one hand, these were things Zhao Sitian currently cherished. On the other, it would serve to irk Cui Bin. The only obstacle lay in his lack of understanding of such possessions. "I wish to purchase some luxury items as a means of compensating Zhao Sitian. I am not particularly knowledgeable about this matter. Could you assist me?" "Certainly." At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them successfully resolved this issue, coinciding with the time when Zhou Ming began her shift. Chen Yu could have continued to trouble Zhou Ming, yet she graciously remarked that it was no bother. Once she delivered the items, she would return to work. Chen Yu chose not to elaborate, granting Zhou Ming the opportunity to further ingratiate herself with him. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the girls' dormitory, room 408, Zhou Ming entered with a cardboard box in her arms. "Sister, who are you looking for?" she inquired. "I am looking for Zhao Sitian." Zhou Ming approached Zhao Sitian, who was seated at her desk. Upon hearing someone call her name in a voice she found oddly familiar, Zhao Sitian instinctively turned her head and recognized the woman who had assisted Chun Yu through his difficulties, a woman she found quite detestable. "What brings you here?" Zhao Sitian asked, her expression stern, offering Zhou Ming no warmth. "Still upset with me?" Zhou Ming replied with a smile. "Zhao, let's not hold grudges. That was all in the past. I came to show you what I have here." Zhou Ming opened the cardboard box and presented it to Zhao Sitian. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Sitian glanced inside, momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. Consent Chanel, the essence of divine beauty, Dior, the elegance of luxury, and the allure of an Apple phone, along with a few items whose names eluded her but exuded unmistakable opulence. What do you mean? Zhao Situ stammered, a potent premonition stirring within her. These must be gifts intended for her, yet she struggled to believe that Zhou Meng would bestow such exquisite treasures upon her. Zhou Meng teased, "Do you like them?" Zhao Situ nodded, unabashedly revealing her admiration for the items, which in turn enhanced her perception of Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng continued, "If you adore these, they can be yours, but only on one condition." "What condition?" "From this moment forth, regardless of what transpires, you must refrain from seeking Chunyu, nor shall you speak ill of him. You must entirely forget his existence, as though he were never a part of your life. Can you comply?" Zhao Situ chuckled. How could she possibly refuse? Most of the stipulations aligned with her own desires. The only point of contention was the insistence on not disparaging Chunyu. She yearned for every girl in the school to be aware of his contemptible nature, ensuring that he would struggle to find a girlfriend for the remaining years of his studies. However, at that moment, Zhou Ming floated the revelation, "By the way, I haven't mentioned that these items were purchased by Chunyu." How could that be possible? Zhao Sidu found it hard to accept. Zhou Ming responded with a light laugh. "If they weren't bought by Chunyu, who else would have done so? Your current boyfriend? Can he afford such luxuries? Or perhaps me? Would I be so generous? Some items within this collection, I myself find hard to part with for personal use. Do you possess the charm that would compel me to acquire them for you?" Ultimately, Zhou Ming's tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Certain individuals often indulge in self-importance, looking down upon others, oblivious to the relentless efforts and discerning vision that lie behind the scenes. Time changes all. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles. Zhao City remained silent, though reluctant to concede. The reality was undeniable, and she could not dismiss it. Her roommate was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Has the stingy iron rooster finally loosened its grip?" A girl with a round face jested. "Chen compensating City with a gift is akin to the sun rising in the west. I am curious to see what extravagant present has transformed City in this manner." Internally, she doubted the quality of the offering, suspecting it to be something distasteful meant to vex Zhao City, and had already formulated a plan to chide Chinyu. However, upon approaching and witnessing the gift Chinyu had presented to Zhao City, her mind was left in a daze, speechless for a considerable time, filled only with envy. This scene successfully ignited the curiosity of the other girls in the dormitory, who flocked forward to observe, wide-eyed and astonished. Their admiration reached an explosive crescendo. Their perception of Chunyu underwent a dramatic transformation, replacing the previous image of a financially constrained individual with that of a wealthy heir, whose earlier reticence was merely a pursuit of genuine love. In contemporary society, the affluent tend to engage in a rather peculiar manner. They first seek companionship with someone of average appearance, who is willing to be with them regardless of their financial status. Subsequently, they pursue beautiful gold diggers as lovers, or even simultaneously maintain a mistress while feigning poverty in search of true love. Fearing the potential disapproval of their future partners regarding their financial circumstances, they remain silent. For in this world, disdain for the impoverished coexists with a preference for the wealthy. Women may harbor concerns about their husbands' financial shortcomings, yet they certainly do not mind if their husbands are affluent. Regrettably, Zhao Sitian failed to seize this splendid opportunity, squandering it instead. The others share some responsibility. They should not have ridiculed Zhao Sitian in the past. However, Zhao Sitian did not emerge empty-handed, having received a trove of luxury goods, which must surely be worth at least several $100,000. With such lavish gifts, she could not only accompany Chinyu for a year, but could instead remain by his side for 4, indulging in whatever whims Chinyu desired. At this moment, no one voices any criticism towards Chinyu, believing he has shown Zhao Sitian ample kindness. As for Zhao Sitian's feelings, they are of little concern to them. They have begun to contemplate whether they might exploit this opportunity to their advantage, even if they cannot secure Chinyu's affection. Acquiring a treasure trove of priceless luxury items would leave them thoroughly satisfied. Zhao Sitian is left in tears of remorse, lamenting her decision to forsake her genuine affection for Chinyu in favor of a fleeting advantage with Cui Bin. She is filled with grievances, questioning why she had to endure such treatment. Could they not have revealed the truth to her sooner? Zhou Meng sighs and says, "Zhao, I understand that you are brimming with resentment and discontent at this moment, but some matters simply cannot be forced. Accept your fate. You have been fortunate, at least having had the opportunity and now you possess this box of luxury goods worth over 100,000. It is not as if you have gained nothing. Indeed. City, refrain from speaking ill of Chunyu. He has treated you well. If only I could have such a boyfriend. City is indeed lucky. Effortlessly encountering a man who is a scion of wealth, while we can hardly find one even with a lantern. Zhao Siyu. How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? She gazed pitifully at Zhou Meng and said, Sister, I realize my mistakes. Could you possibly speak on my behalf and help me return to Qinyu? Zhou Meng smiled wryly. Who would speak for her if she advocated for Zhao City? Let it be a dream. You and he inhabit different worlds. I refuse to accept this. That is your concern. Qinyu has already moved on. There will be no further possibilities for you two. Your obstinacy will only lead to your own heartache, Zhou Meng earnestly expressed. A roommate advised. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. City, why persist? Let it go? It is all in the past. Zhao City. She cannot let go. Zhou Meng. Does she truly believe that Qinyu needs Zhao City's consent? No. It is entirely unnecessary. After Qinyu acted in such a manner, he achieved his goal of purchasing a reputation. It was she who forced the narrative, intending it for Zhao City's benefit, hoping to encourage her to move forward swiftly. Alas, it did not succeed. She had done her best and no longer wished to say anything further, choosing to leave the matter behind. When Qinyu received Zhou Meng's call, he had already arrived at the headquarters of Hongda Real Estate. Without inquiry, Qinyu had no desire to learn what Zhao City had uttered. Everything was in the past. After expressing gratitude once more, he sat in the office, awaiting the arrival of several executives from Hongda who had yet to resign. What manner of new boss awaited them? The executives pondered. Surely, it cannot be too dreadful. Indeed, it could not be too dire. They had already braced themselves for the prospect of unemployment. The worst-case scenario would merely entail job loss, and as for changing jobs, if opportunities had arisen, they would not have lingered until now. But they could only take one step at a time. Filled with anticipation, the remaining 3 executives entered the chairman's office, where a rather ordinary-looking, excessively youthful man sat within. Who are you? Qinyu. What? Prior to their entrance, they had envisioned the new boss's appearance, but without exception, all imagined figures aged 40 or above. Chapter 9. Investment reality starkly reveals the grave misconception held by many. Their new employer is merely in his early 20s. At such a tender age, he possesses the audacity to allocate hundreds of millions, if not more, to acquire Hongda and bear its staggering debt of 15 billion. This boldness, this substantial backing. Surely it is formidable. The trio, rather than underestimating Qinyu for his youth, found themselves increasingly respectful towards him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, they swiftly proceeded to the matter at hand. Qinyu regarded them and stated, I am indifferent to your reasons for remaining, but since you have chosen to stay, we shall commence work. Starting tomorrow, we shall resume normal operations. As for the wages during the 2-month cessation. At this juncture, the executives' reactions were unanimous. Their eyes fixated on Qinyu. Work is fundamentally about earning income. If profit is to be made, the identity of the employer is of little consequence. Conversely, if there are no earnings, even serving the most exalted of figures becomes untenable. Qinyu, having been a cog in the corporate machine in his previous life, resonated deeply with this sentiment. Although he would not endure such an experience again, it did not imply that he would forget. Let us disperse full wages to those willing to return to work, Qinyu remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the sum as trivial, merely a fraction of the future profits that Hongda Real Estate would yield for him. He was willing to invest a modest amount to win hearts. Yet, this declaration sent ripples through the 3 executives. It was an astonishing display of generosity. Without so much as a blink, he granted them a substantial sum. In essence, they had enjoyed a paid sabbatical of over 2 months. What a remarkable sense of integrity. Having changed jobs countless times and encountered numerous bosses, they had never met a more conscientious leader than Qinyu. A soldier would lay down his life for one who truly understands him. Although they had not yet reached such a profound connection, Chunyu's demeanor garnered their hearts and instilled a sense of security within them. They respectfully stated, on behalf of all employees at Hongda, we extend our gratitude to General Manager Chun. It is my duty, no need for thanks. Just focus on your work moving forward. He replied. The 3 of them unanimously pledged, we will work diligently and ensure we do not disappoint General Manager Chun. Indeed, Qinyu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as he preferred to observe the results. He continued, I understand that salary is the lifeblood of employees. Without income, many struggle to make ends meet. It is imperative that we disperse wages promptly. However, for the sake of Honda's reputation and long-term development, we must temporarily prioritize our own. Once operations resume, the finance department will prioritize payments to construction workers and suppliers, aiming to swiftly restore work on site. After this matter is settled, we will ensure employees receive their due wages. In 2014, as housing prices surged anew, the costs of building materials skyrocketed as well. The sooner a project was completed, the less money spent and the greater the potential profits. This straightforward calculation was not lost on Chunyu. The three executives nodded in understanding, confident that the employees would comprehend the situation. After all, a slight delay was infinitely better than receiving nothing at all. Subsequently, the four engaged in discussions regarding the future work and development direction of Honda real estate. It is imperative to acquire properties, yet one must be discerning, avoiding unnecessary investments in non-first-tier cities. While construction is essential, it should not be excessive. Chunyu's perspective is straightforward. Maintain the current scale, engage in meaningful endeavors. And there is no need for relentless expansion or an emphasis on rapid turnover. The focus should be on ensuring quality and safety, transitioning from a developer to a service provider. The rental market still holds significant potential. After the final frenzy in real estate, signs of fatigue are evident. Early positioning in the rental market will facilitate greater advancement. In essence, Chunyu aspires to be a landlord, preferring to collect rent passively rather than exhausting himself in the arduous task of selling properties, which is far more laborious yet lucrative, leading to substantial asset appreciation, an enticing prospect. These remarks undoubtedly carry tremendous weight for the three executives. At the end of 2013, few paid attention to the rental market, which seemed trivial. However, Chunyu foresaw that within a few years, numerous large real estate companies would announce their entry into the rental sector, alongside a plethora of rental companies emerging to consolidate idle properties in the market. Would anyone undertake such ventures without the prospect of profit? By acting preemptively, the potential for greater earnings is undeniable. In the future, they will recognize the extent of his foresight. An hour later, the inaugural meeting concluded, and the executives returned to their respective duties, immersing themselves in their new roles. As for the specifics of execution and arrangements, Chunyu would not concern himself. It is not the role of a leader to delve into minutiae, but rather to grasp the overarching direction. He began to strategize within the internet sector, recognizing the necessity of establishing an investment company. Without one, he would have to invest solely in his personal capacity. The distinctions between the two individuals are quite pronounced, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. When a company invests, the benefits manifest in dividends that are exempt from income tax, although the funds do not directly accrue to Chunyu. As an owner, he possesses the liberty to allocate these resources at his discretion. Conversely, personal investment dividends are subject to a 20% income tax. The drawbacks of corporate investment emerge when equity is sold, which incurs a cumulative tax burden of up to 40% on the legal entity, whereas individuals are only liable for 20%. Should Chunyu intend to make a quick profit and exit, personal investment would be preferable. However, the companies he selects are invariably the future darlings of the internet, boasting vast traffic and exceptional monetization capabilities, making them unlikely to be disposed of easily. In this context, utilizing an investment company for such ventures is undoubtedly the most advantageous route. While the financially challenged may foolishly wait, the affluent actively engage in purchasing, often at a premium. Brandishing his wealth, Chunyu made a substantial acquisition of a dormant shell company with zero reported activity, rebranding it as Jingzhou Feiyu Investment Management Company, Limited. He also enlisted the help of headhunters to recruit several senior talents to facilitate connections with promising internet enterprises. As for him, he naturally continues his studies. Society is exceedingly complex. Once one steps into the real world, it becomes rife with deception and intrigue. In contrast, the academic environment is markedly more favorable. Unless absolutely compelled, Chunyu has no intention of withdrawing from school. He wishes to remain and savor this rare period of leisure. The battle rages on. Assistance is sought. Ultimately, victory is attained. Fortunately, Chunyu proved to be a formidable ally. Otherwise, this endeavor would have been lost. A few roommates expressed their astonishment, initially intending to introduce Chunyu to the game, only to find themselves under his guidance instead. Their faces were devoid of luster, and they were left wondering how Chunyu, who rarely played games, possessed such remarkable skills. Naturally, Yu refrained from divulging that he had spent countless years playing a game called Heroes Alliance in his previous life, and even contemplated acquiring the rights to League of Legends in this life. Ultimately, he abandoned that notion due to a lack of capability at the time. However, circumstances have since changed. Now, he holds the necessary prowess and is determined not to miss out on another globally popular FPS game. He has already dispatched individuals to Korea with the intent to acquire it. If acquisition proves impossible, they will recruit talent and embark on independent development, aiming to launch survival in the abyss ahead of the competition. Yu exuded an air of confidence, believing that some individuals possess an innate talent for gaming, and it was only natural for him to excel beyond his peers. Upon hearing this, the other three in the dormitory scoffed in unison, doubting that his talent could surpass theirs, and suggested they play another round. Chapter 10. Clarified intentions. While you indulge in merriment, I must step out for a moment, he declared. This evening, the captivating CEO of Shanshui Group, Yuan Lanshi, had invited him to dinner, stating that there was a business matter of importance to discuss, and insisted on his attendance. It was a courtesy he could not refuse. After all, Shanshui Group is a prominent conglomerate in Handong with an impressive background. Unless absolutely necessary, it was unwise to provoke such a significant corporation. The meeting was arranged at Shanshui Manor, owned by the group. After Yu departed, the remaining members of the dormitory began to speculate. Yu has been acting rather unusually in recent days. Not only has he been frequently going out, but his tastes in food, clothing, and other possessions have also escalated to a more luxurious level. One wonders what this young man is up to outside. Yuan Wei, with an air of mystery, remarked, I've heard whispers that Yu is a second-generation wealthy heir. Previously, he kept a low profile, perhaps in pursuit of genuine love during his university years. Now that he has parted ways with Zhao Situan and his romantic ideals have crumbled, he seems to have shed his pretense and is living openly. Moreover, he continued, I have also heard that after their breakup, Yu gifted Zhao Situan with luxury cosmetics worth over 100,000, leaving countless girls envious. Hua Bin, seemingly enlightened, responded, that explains it. I've noticed an influx of female students loitering outside our classroom lately, and several have even approached Yu for his WeChat. It turns out he is indeed from a wealthy background. In this world, secrets rarely remain concealed, especially when many witnesses were present that day. Consequently, Yu found himself the object of admiration from female classmates, with several boldly pursuing him. After all, they were all classmates. It was only natural for Yu to oblige requests for his WeChat contact. However, merely providing WeChat does not imply that Yu will engage with them. He has completely ignored these individuals. This includes Zhao Situan, who sends him daily messages admitting her mistakes and claiming that she has broken up with Cui Bin and wishes to return to his side. Such wishful thinking is utterly implausible. Had it not been for lingering sentiments, Yu would have blocked Zhao Situan without hesitation. His restraint stems from a sense of loyalty. But the possibility of rekindling their relationship is out of the question. He will not grant Zhao Situan another opportunity to betray him. Adults must take responsibility for their actions, and opportunities for a fresh start are rare. Tonight is an exception. Although Yuan Lanshi did not explicitly state it, Yu sensed that the dinner gathering tonight was extraordinary, possibly centered around his company, Hongda Real Estate. Whether this is the case remains uncertain, as there have been no reports online regarding the relocation of Han University. But that does not mean others are unaware. Relocation is a significant affair that requires extensive approvals and involves numerous steps and informed individuals. If even one person has ulterior motives, news of Han University's relocation will inevitably surface, and such a lucrative opportunity will not be overlooked. As the primary beneficiary of this relocation, Hongda Real Estate is naturally under scrutiny. Thus, Yu resolved to bring a female companion with him this evening, not with the expectation of assistance, but rather to provide an excuse for his departure, avoiding a complete severance of ties and leaving room for potential reconciliation. But who should he choose? It seemed quite fitting to invite Zhou Meng, as they had been in frequent contact recently. With a simple invitation, Zhou Meng would undoubtedly be thrilled to accompany him to the mountain manor for the rendezvous. However, just as he was about to call Zhou Meng, a message arrived. It was a simple greeting, one of many he had received over the past few days. He had not responded to any of them, and they had remained unanswered. However, this particular girl, named Yao Yao, was unusually persistent. Despite his lack of response, she sent messages every morning, noon, and evening, each one unique and thoughtful. Her profile picture was also quite captivating, rivaling Zhou Meng's beauty. While wary of deceptive photos, Qinyu wasn't naive enough to blindly trust it. Upon reflection, he recalled a strikingly beautiful girl asking for his WeChat contact a few days prior, bearing a resemblance to the profile picture. However, he couldn't recall her WeChat name, nor had he made an effort to remember it. Could it be her? Possibly. Regardless, he decided to go with her. As a university student, Qinyu felt it was more appropriate to bring a fellow female student who had not yet entered society. This would better suit his status. Whereas inviting Zhou Meng might make him appear too mature and potentially disrupt her work. Having made up his mind, Qinyu replied to the message, "Are you available for dinner tonight?" In dormitory room 213, Suyao habitually waited a few seconds after sending her greeting. She knew it was futile, that Qinyu wouldn't reply, but she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Anticipating the day, Qinyu would finally respond to her message. Ding! A message appeared, without warning, arriving so suddenly. "Ah!" Suyao exclaimed with excitement. Her dormitory friend, Song Jia, inquired with concern, "Yao Yao, what is the matter?" Suyao forced herself to compose her thoughts and replied, "Qinyu has invited me out for dinner. I must leave immediately." After sending a message to Qinyu, Suyao opened her wardrobe and hastily pulled out all her clothes, selecting the most exquisite ones among them. "Are you truly certain about this?" Song Jia questioned. "I am certain," Suyao affirmed earnestly with a nod. Unlike Song Jia, who had been born into privilege, Suyao was aware of Chunyu's affluent background and felt only a slight surprise, without taking any action. She hailed from a remote village, where her family included a younger sister and brother. If not for her desperate pleas, she would not even have had the opportunity to attend university. Consequently, she had accumulated considerable debt and loans, with an overwhelming pressure that left her breathless. The thought of enjoying the splendid life of university seemed a distant dream. She yearned to alter her circumstances, and for a woman, the swiftest way to achieve this was to find a good man. Qinyu, willing to lavish tens of thousands on luxury items for Zhao Sitten even after a breakup, embodied the ideal partner she longed for. Alas, Song Jia sighed. Choosing not to say more, it was futile. Suyao had made up her mind, and all she could do was offer her blessings, hoping Suyao would attain the happiness she desired. Unlike Zhao Sitten, the mere thought of Zhao Siyu caused her to sigh deeply once more, her heart aching for her friend, who, despite the wealth of expensive cosmetics, remained in a state of despair. She fervently wished that her dear friend Su Yao would not suffer the same fate. Half an hour later, Qinyu encountered a girl at the school gate whose WeChat nickname was Yao Yao. She was quite attractive, tall with an estimated height of at least 1.65 meters, slender, and possessed refined features accented by a subtle touch of makeup. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were framed by a cascade of lustrous black hair that flowed gracefully down her back. However, her attire was rather ordinary. She wore only a wool sweater on top and a pair of tight-fitting jeans below, revealing her straight and delicate legs, complemented by a pair of simple white sneakers. It is understandable, for a well-dressed girl would hardly exhibit such initiative. It is often those from less affluent backgrounds who yearn to find a wealthy partner, hoping to not only alter their fate, but at the very least escape their current dire circumstances and lead a life as refined as that of their peers. Chapter 11. Reluctance. It is entirely understandable that everyone seeks a beautiful life. However, the power to grant opportunities lies not within their hands, but in those of Qinyu. Su Yao, indeed, finds herself at the mercy of his whims when he graciously opens the car door and says, "Please, step in. You are dressed so lightly. Do take care not to catch a chill." Hesitantly, Su Yao enters Chunyu's luxurious vehicle, a rather understated model that he had not even personally chosen, delegating the task to his secretary. Typically, he refrains from bringing it to school when in need of transportation. He informs the driver in advance to collect him at the school gate. Today is no exception. Naturally, with a dedicated chauffeur at his disposal, Qinyu occupies the rear seat. After Su Yao settles beside him, she dares not breathe too heavily, her small hands, reddened from the cold, awkwardly unsure of where to rest. This sensation is one Qinyu had experienced in a previous life. He would not belittle Su Li for her discomfort. Glancing at the time, he notes that there is still ample opportunity ahead and instructs the driver, "First, let us head to the Guamao shopping mall." The Guamao Mall stands as the largest shopping complex in Jingzhou, a veritable haven for luxury brands. The last time, Zhou Meng had escorted him here to select extravagant gifts for Zhao Sitten, and now, Qinyu navigates this familiar territory with ease. as the luxury vehicle glides forth. Smooth and untroubled, Su Yao's heart races with excitement. Her breaths come in quick succession. Could it be that Chen Yu intends to purchase a gift for her? They have only just met, and he has yet to take her hand, yet here she is, on the cusp of receiving a present, a happiness so swift in its arrival that it feels dreamlike. She recalls having dreamt such a dream on the night she added Chen Yu on WeChat, a dream where she was no longer the pitiable figure relegated to envying others, but rather the one who commanded envy from all. In this moment, dreams have come to fruition, filling Su Yao with the conviction that her days of anticipation were not in vain. This is the life she has longed for, and she has no desire to return to her previous existence. Summoning her courage, she leaned against Chen Yu's shoulder, much like that day with Zhou Meng, yet this time, Chen Yu's response was entirely different as he wrapped his arms around Su Yao's slender waist. Is there really a need to elaborate on the reasons? In the realm of commerce, where no business is at stake, Chen Yu felt no compulsion to restrain himself, nor did he need to adopt the stoic demeanor of a sage beneath the willow. Su Yao was willing, and he was content. It was a natural progression. This also provided Su Yao with a sense of security, as she obediently allowed Chen Yu to embrace her, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Before long, they arrived at the International Trade Mall, where Chen Yu guided Su Yao directly to a boutique specializing in luxury apparel. The sound of a ringing phone interrupted them, Chen Yu's mobile phone. As he answered, he said, "Yao Yao, you go ahead and pick out whatever you like. I'll take this call and join you shortly." "All right, brother Yu," Su Yao replied obediently, stepping inside as Chen Yu connected the call. It was his mother on the line, inquiring whether he would return for the new year. After a moment as contemplation, Chen Yu decided he would go back, not only to visit his parents, but also to see his master and bring along a few fellow disciples. In the world of martial arts, bonds forged with brothers in arms are often stronger than those with outsiders. He preferred to entrust his safety to them. As for himself, after years of practice, his skills were formidable. His master had praised his exceptional talent, placing him among the distinguished within his cohort of brothers. However, swords are merciless, and bullets show no mercy. Flesh and blood, regardless of strength, cannot contest with blades and bullets. He cannot engage in a direct confrontation with them, for his martial training is not intended for combat, but rather for the enhancement of his physical well-being, ensuring that in critical moments, he retains the ability to defend himself. Typically, he relies on others to safeguard him, and possesses the financial means to employ a cadre of bodyguards to ensure his safety. In essence, Chen Yu is fearful of death, valuing his life above all else. Matters that can be resolved with money are straightforward. He would rather not foolishly place himself in peril. After ending the call, Chen Yu entered this globally renowned luxury clothing store. Inside, the merchandise dazzled in abundance. Su Yao perused a few items, instinctively checking the prices first, which soared into the thousands. In the past, she would not have dared to even glance at such clothing, let alone purchase it. Yet today, Chen Yu encouraged her to choose freely, to select whatever she desired. Once, she would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. Today, it unfolded so suddenly that she felt unprepared, overwhelmed by the beauty of each piece, each a manifestation of her former aspirations. Su Yao found herself bewildered by the choices, unable to make a selection until Chen Yu arrived, still undecided. "Do you not find anything appealing?" he inquired. "No, everything seems wonderful. I simply cannot discern which piece would look best." "You go. Could you lend me your judgment?" "Chen Yu now?" There is no time for Su Yao to leisurely select her items, nor does he possess the inclination to accompany her in such trivial pursuits. He detests the notion of shopping with women, trying on this and that, as it is anything but decisive. There are occasions when an entire day is squandered, yielding absolutely nothing, an epitome of inefficiency. In his previous life, constrained by financial limitations, he had no choice but to comply. However, in this lifetime, with wealth at his disposal, Chen Yu has no intention of torturing himself. He generously states, "Buy whatever you like, take your time to try it on later. I'll step outside for a smoke." 10 minutes later, Chen Yu re-enters to find Su Yao with an armful of clothing. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" he inquires. Su Yao's cheeks flush with embarrassment, acknowledging her own greed for spending such a large sum of Chen Yu's money at once. Yet, she adores each piece and cannot bear to leave any behind. "Never mind." Chen Yu dismisses the matter, instructing the attendant to settle the bill. Showing no concern for such trifling expenses, select an outfit to wear first. This ensemble is not suitable for the banquet. "All right," Su Yao nods. wishing to spare Chinyu any embarrassment. She picks her favorite set and retreats to the fitting room. Upon emerging, she is transformed, adorned in exquisite attire. Su Yao appears as enchanting as a celestial being. Excellent. Upon hearing Chinyu's praise, Su Yao's anxieties dissipate and her confidence blossoms. Money, indeed, is not only a source of courage for men, but also for women. Without it, no matter how resolute one may be, one cannot stand tall, let alone thrive. One can only live in humility. The store staff displayed expressions of envy, as if soaring to new heights, yet it was a transformation that belonged to others, not themselves. Throughout the encounter, Chinyu did not spare them a glance. Shortly thereafter, the attendant carefully wrapped the garments, presenting a staggering bill totaling 278,000. Su Yao gasped, taken aback by such an amount. In her lifetime, she had never even seen such a sum, let alone spent it. Chinyu remained unfazed, paying the bill with ease, embodying the essence of extravagance. This act left Su Yao utterly devoted to Chinyu, convinced that there was no man in the world as generous as he. Soon after, however, Su Yao found herself troubled. How could she possibly carry so many clothes? She suggested having them delivered to the school the following day. But would there be complications? What if they got lost? Surely not. Rest assured, they wouldn't go missing. Even if they did, they would simply replace them with something new. Just ensure you check upon receipt. Now, let us proceed to purchase some shoes, as yours do not fit properly. Oh, Chapter 12. Astonishment. After leaving the delivery address and contact information, the two set out to purchase shoes. Chinyu completely transformed Su Yao from head to toe before they proceeded to the Shanshui Manor for the banquet. As for the amount spent, was it even worthy of mention? In comparison to Chinyu's wealth, it was but a trifling sum. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chinyu and Su Yao departed from Shanshui Manor, and their meeting with Yuan Lanqi could only be described as an unceremonious parting. Chinyu inwardly scoffed. Having correctly surmised that the meeting was merely a ploy aimed at his property, Hongda Real Estate, they naively believed he was unaware of their intentions, attempting to deceive him out of 400 million, claiming that they would profit immensely without any effort. Unfortunately for them, he was not so easily fooled. He had firmly set his sights on Hongda Real Estate. Su Yao felt dizzy, grappling with the staggering notion of a 200 million profit. What an astronomical figure. In that moment, she realized how little she truly understood Chinyu. Or perhaps it was that the entire cohort from the finance university had misjudged him, perceiving him merely as a wealthy second-generation heir, oblivious to the fact that he was already engaged in lucrative business ventures generating profits of up to 200 million. Were she to disclose this, others might find it unbelievable. Chinyu had not even consented to their plans and had instead found an excuse to depart. How infuriating. Whether others were angered was beyond her concern. She felt somewhat overwhelmed, completely captivated by Chinyu's immense wealth, rendered speechless by any notion of refusal. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Chinyu brought Su Yao to the hotel, and amidst her apprehension, Su Yao underwent a transformation, heralding a significant change in her life. In the picturesque Shanshui Manor, an opulent suite gleams with resplendence, reminiscent of a royal palace. The cost of its lavish decor is undeniably exorbitant. The renovation expenses for this single suite have reached an astounding 20 million, while the total expenditure for the entire estate has soared to an astonishing 300 million. In terms of luxury, it stands unrivaled in Handong, with no contender in sight. Within this splendid suite, the enchanting CEO of Shanshui Group, Yuan Lanqi, respectfully stands beside a gentleman. It may seem implausible, yet the reality is stark. In the presence of this man, the esteemed CEO Yuan Lanqi does not even possess the privilege to sit. Do you not agree? The man inquires, swirling his wine glass. A hint of surprise evident on his face, as he struggles to fathom Chinyu's refusal. If he were in Chinyu's position, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Surely, Chinyu could not have anticipated the relocation of Handong's site in advance. Such a notion seems implausible. He had thoroughly investigated Chinyu's background and found it lacking in influential connections despite his wealth, making it unlikely for him to be privy to such confidential matters. So, why does Chinyu decline? Is he unbothered by this trifling sum? It is conceivable that, while Chinyu is not in want of money, he would not turn down an opportunity for easy gain. Observing the perplexity etched on the man's face, Yuan Lanqi offers a suggestion. Third brother. Could it be that Chinyu's refusal is related to the current strategy of Hongda, which is transitioning from sales to leasing, transforming sales into rentals? providing the finest housing options for workers in Jingzhou, whether for long-term or short-term leases, with the convenience of moving in with just a suitcase, has indeed set a precedent. While it has not stirred significant waves nationwide, it has certainly caused quite a commotion in Jingzhou. Consequently, Yuan Lanqi has heard whispers of this development. Sangu, however, remains oblivious. He has no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Shanshui group. He is even less involved than Qinyu, who at least occasionally makes appearances at the company or construction sites to affirm his presence. In stark contrast, Sangu is entirely disengaged. Few within the Shanshui group are even aware of his existence, and he maintains a facade of complete detachment from the organization, concealing himself deeply. Upon learning that Qinyu is engaging in such activities, he is taken aback. Is this truly happening? Why would one forego selling perfectly good houses and the prospect of quick profits to venture into the rental market? How many years of collecting rent would it take to recoup the costs of construction? What amount of effort would be required? Would it even suffice to cover the interest on bank loans? It seems unlikely. Even if it were manageable, the rental income would merely suffice to pay the bank's interest, rendering expansion virtually impossible. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Qinyu is withholding properties for sale, seizing the opportunity to speculate on real estate, a domain in which he excels. Speculating in cryptocurrencies and real estate, one virtual and the other tangible, yet both converge in essence. Intriguing. In light of the prevailing skepticism surrounding the real estate markets in second- and third-tier cities, what emboldens him to engage in such large-scale speculation? This piques his curiosity. Sangu rises and declares, "Enough of this matter. Do not concern yourself further. Rest early. I shall personally meet with Qinyu." The following morning, Qinyu and Su Yao awoke, with Su Yao curled up like a little kitten in Qinyu's embrace, reluctant to rise. Qinyu lit a cigarette, taking a drag as he inquired, "Are you hungry?" Su Yao nodded in affirmation. After attending the banquet the previous night, she had been so taken aback by the events that she hardly consumed any food, and following that, she and Qinyu had engaged in playful antics at the hotel for quite some time. Now, her stomach was growling in protest. "Let us get up and tidy ourselves," Qinyu suggested. "After breakfast, I'll take you to purchase some skincare and makeup products. As a woman, no matter how beautiful you are, it is essential to pay attention to maintenance and to learn the art of makeup. Ultimately, it is the man who benefits." Qinyu harbored no intentions of discarding Su Yao, as she was willing, and they could maintain this relationship in the long run. Transitioning from a life of luxury to frugality is relatively easy, but the reverse is a challenge. Having embraced a life of affluence, Su Yao would hardly yearn for impoverished days. Qinyu was confident that Su Yao would not leave him. He encouraged her to indulge in self-care and adorn herself beautifully, knowing that he would ultimately reap the rewards. Obediently, Su Yao got up to prepare herself, just as Lin Tian finished his cigarette and was about to rise. His phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, yet the caller ID indicated a local line, suggesting it was not a telemarketing call. By the end of 2013, such promotional calls had become rampant, a nuisance that one could do little about but endure. Upon answering, a gruff voice stated, "Mr. Chun, Third Master instructed me to inform you that he will personally come to collect you in half an hour. Do not linger in the embrace of comfort and delay your rise." Upon uttering these words, the other party abruptly hung up, revealing neither the identity of the esteemed Master Qinyu nor the reason for the meeting. There was no concern for whether Qinyu would acquiesce. They simply departed. Qinyu found himself at a loss. The message was unmistakably clear. Every move he made was meticulously observed by the master. One could escape the monk, but not the temple. Today, their paths would inevitably cross. The visitor bore ill intentions. Those with goodwill do not arrive unannounced. Presently, he found himself without a superior alternative, compelled to face the inevitable with unwavering resolve. If circumstances proved dire, he would have to relinquish his solitary ambitions and share the burden. Discontent was certain, yet history attests that solitary indulgence seldom yields favorable outcomes. Nevertheless, it must be he who reaps the greater rewards. He would not accept a mere bone devoid of meat, served with a pretense of generosity akin to that of Yuan Lanqi. The stakes were high. Should matters escalate, it would serve no one well. Resolute in his determination, Qinyu finally rose from his slumber. Chapter 13 Determination. Upon witnessing Qinyu entering the restroom, Su Yao hastily tidied up and offered her place to him. In a matter of moments, Qinyu was ready and emerged to find Su Yao captivated by the crimson stains on the bedsheet. "Regretful? No, I do not regret it. Then do hurry and get dressed. Do not linger there. Summoning her courage, Su Yao inquired, Brother Yu, may I take this bedsheet with me? Of course. Chen Yu replied readily, considering it a trivial matter. If Su Yao wished to keep it as a memento, she could do so, for happiness was paramount. However, there was no need to take the entire sheet, as it would be too cumbersome. Chen Yu simply tore off the stained portion and handed it to Su Yao. She carefully folded it before donning her clothes. After Chen Yu had dressed, he presented Su Yao with a check for 500,000, saying, Yao Yao, I have matters to attend to shortly, so I cannot accompany you shopping. Here, take this money, buy whatever you desire, and I will arrange for the driver to transport you. Oh, Su Yao felt a twinge of disappointment, unwilling to part ways with Chen Yu, wishing for his company to truly feel his regard for her. A temporary sentiment. However, upon receiving the check and seeing the figure inscribed upon it, her excitement surged once more. 500,000, an entire sum belonging to her. She could spend it as she pleased, and it filled her with joy. Thank you, Brother Yu. Su Yao leaped into Chen Yu's embrace, presenting her crimson lips to him. After a tender moment, the two finally ventured out to dine. By the time breakfast concluded, approximately half an hour had passed. After delegating the subsequent checkout matters to Su Yao, Chen Yu sent a message to the driver before departing from the hotel. At the entrance, an Audi A8 was parked, seemingly unassuming yet far from it. It was an armored vehicle worth over 10 million, requiring advance reservations for purchase. Chen Yu had arranged for 3 identical vehicles through his secretary, randomly selecting one for travel while the other 2 followed, their order unpredictable. Without any insider knowledge, no one would discern which car he occupied, and in the event of an emergency, the 3 vehicles would disperse in different directions, significantly increasing the chances of escape. Beside the A8 stood a burly man clad in a suit and sunglasses, unmistakably a bodyguard. As the rear window descended, a man in his early 30s beckoned Chen Yu with a gesture. This must be the esteemed third master. Chen Yu approached swiftly, and upon seeing the bodyguard open the door, he did not hesitate to enter. As the luxury vehicle roared to life and the doors locked, the prospect of exiting seemed a distant luxury. The man jested, You just got into my car without fear of any ill intent? I assure you, I can make you perish before I do. Chen Yu mused inwardly. Having trained extensively in martial arts, he possessed a measure of confidence. However, he refrained from voicing this, as there was no reason to reveal his trump card. Fear will not resolve any issues. There is no problem in this world that wealth cannot address. As long as Third Master is sincere, everything is negotiable. Such boldness. Indeed, if Chen Yu were merely an ordinary university student, it would be inconceivable for him to create such a tempest in the cryptocurrency sphere, ultimately amassing a fortune of 100 billion. Some individuals, despite humble beginnings, are inherently destined for greatness. They possess an adventurous spirit and do not find solace in complacency like the average person. I am curious to hear your thoughts on the real estate market and your motivations for venturing into the rental sector. I firmly believe that property prices are bound to rise. Currently, selling a property is not financially prudent. It is wiser to earn rental income and cover bank interest, waiting for prices to ascend before selling. The profits may well rival those from land acquisition and development, and I wish to explore this avenue. Chen Yu does not hoard his assets. Otherwise, it would be challenging to justify his reluctance to sell his properties for quick gains. What leads you to be so confident that the real estate market will inevitably rise? There are numerous reasons, the foremost being the necessity of economic development. Without the real estate sector's support, rapid economic growth would be unattainable. Additionally, localities heavily rely on the real estate market. Without it, land loses its value, and without capital, other pursuits become moot. The populace also requires higher quality housing to enhance their living standards. The existing investment channels are quite foreign to the older generation, who find comfort in channeling their funds into real estate, as it seems more secure than venturing into unfamiliar financial products. All these factors combined provide ample justification for my optimism regarding the future of the real estate market. Surely, you share a similar perspective, otherwise. It is perplexing why you would acquire my properties at such a premium. Ultimately, Chen Yu feigns ignorance of the entire situation. The third brother nodded, choosing not to disclose any insider information to Chen Yu. He then inquired, Since you hold such a favorable view of the real estate market and possess ample funds, why not make a substantial foray into it instead of engaging in minor skirmishes? He added, One must not place all their eggs in one basket. Those who drown are often the ones who can swim. It is wiser to earn a little less while exercising caution. What do you think, Brother San? That is indeed a prudent approach, he agreed, recalling his own experiences. He had seen others profiting handsomely from film investments and had ventured into a few projects himself, only to suffer devastating losses. It seemed far more secure to invest in real estate, acquire the land, construct the buildings, and patiently await the returns. Regrettably, those were the days of yore. This year has proven challenging, which is why, upon learning of Honda's relocation, he felt an urgent desire to seize quick profits. Otherwise, given his status, he would have preferred to avoid such attention. Just as he resolved to act, he was confronted by Chunyu, who was unwilling to part with even a modest profit, complicating matters further. The thought flickered through the third brother's mind. With a potential profit of at least 1 billion at stake, he had already envisioned it as his own. Now, with someone attempting to intercept that prize, he could not simply acquiesce. Resorting to coercive tactics would be a last resort. After a moment of silence, he declared, I must secure Hongdao real estate. It is integral to the future plans of the Shanshui Group. Name your price. Chunyu furrowed his brow, aware that determining a price was no easy task. An excessively high figure would lack justification, while a low one would merely benefit others at his expense. No one would willingly let go of a juicy opportunity, and he was no exception. After a moment of careful consideration, Chunyu finally spoke. Third brother, this seems a bit unreasonable. How could Hongdao real estate not be intertwined with my future plans? Otherwise, why would I risk a complete loss by taking over Hongdao real estate? Third brother, clearly displeased, replied, So, does this mean you are unwilling to sell? Chunyu smiled and responded, There is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. It merely depends on the price. Everything is negotiable, but I fear that third brother may find my demands excessive and accuse me of greed. With a sigh, third brother countered, In truth, it is not greed, but rather your evident impatience that concerns me. In business, since I possess something third brother desires so fervently, I must leverage this situation. I trust you can appreciate my position. Third brother scoffed. In Jingzhou, no one dares to challenge my authority. Chunyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. That is precisely why I am reluctant to sell. I do not dare to challenge you, third brother. But to refuse to sell would offend you, while selling at a fair price leaves me unable to reconcile with myself. This puts me in a difficult position. Therefore, I have devised a plan. If third brother can facilitate this, I am willing to relinquish half of my shares in Hongdao real estate. What plan? Third brother inquired. Is there a way for you to acquire that piece of land on Guangming Peak? Chapter 14. Relishing the envious glances of others in his previous life. The opulent villa district of Bright Peak had garnered considerable attention. In this life, Chunyu envisioned establishing his own realm there. Once accomplished, he believed that not just 500 million or 1 billion, but even 20 billion could be within his grasp. Furthermore, he could construct a villa for himself. The quality of a villa built by his own company would undoubtedly be impeccable. He could even have the designer create a blueprint according to his own vision. Truly a perfect scenario. Third brother pondered deeply. The land in Bright Peak had caught the interest of many. Acquiring it necessitated not only robust financial resources, but also formidable connections. He indeed had the opportunity, and Chunyu's sincerity was evident, as he was willing to part with half of the shares. It was worth exploring, rather than completely severing ties with Chunyu. After all, Chunyu was no pushover. He was a bona fide billionaire. Wealth cannot grant one the liberty to act without restraint, yet it undoubtedly shields one from being mistreated. With sufficient funds, one could instigate a media storm at any moment. This, in fact, was what third brother feared. Very well. Third brother agreed, and Chunyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, this matter was resolved satisfactorily. While it might not guarantee a worry-free future, it would at least provide a period of tranquility, allowing him the opportunity to transform his wealth into influence. Once he attained that influence, it would no longer be easy for anyone to bully him. Before long, the luxurious car came to a halt, and Chunyu once again arrived at the picturesque Shanshui Manor. His elder brother, Sang, remarked, Dear Brother Chun, you left in quite a rush last night, and did not have the opportunity to truly appreciate the magnificence of the Shanshui Group's lavishly constructed estate. Today, since you have the time, let us take a leisurely stroll. Do not be in haste. Join me for a couple of drinks at noon. Very well, Chunyu replied, acquiescing to Seng's wishes. Meanwhile, Su Yao ventured into the shopping mall for a significant purchase, spending over 200,000. Upon receiving a call notifying her of the delivery's arrival, she decided to return to school. Just place it here, Su Yao instructed as she entered her dormitory. Several workers carried in large boxes and placed them in the designated area. Her roommates stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the transformation. Had it not been for the familiar face, they might not have recognized her as their roommate, Su Yao. They were well aware that Su Yao had ultimately compromised herself for financial gain. Sighing, Song Jia lamented, already mentally prepared for this moment, yet still feeling a mix of emotions as she witnessed it unfold before her. She couldn't help but ponder the state of contemporary women, questioning the absence of principles and integrity. For money, they seemed willing to do anything. The other two girls looked on with envy, their eyes glistening. When Su Yao opened the boxes to inspect the goods, she could not suppress her exclamations of astonishment. Is this not an excessive amount? Each piece is of the latest fashion. To possess even one would be a dream come true. Yet Su Yao now has an entire box. Their envy was palpable, almost causing them to drool. Song Jia was taken aback, pondering whether Chen Yu's generosity was somewhat excessive, gifting Su Yao so many presents at once. How much did all this cost? She inquired. Su Yao reflected for a moment and responded, altogether, it should amount to around 500,000 to 600,000. I haven't calculated the exact total, but by the way, I also bought gifts for you all. Opening the box she had procured that day revealed an abundance of items, ranging from lipsticks priced in the hundreds to sets of cosmetics worth thousands. Jejia, this is for you. Wenwen, this is yours. Lulu, here's yours. Every girl in the class received something, with Su Yao ensuring no one was overlooked. Yet, the gifts varied in value. For her closest friend, Song Jia, she presented a set of cosmetics exceeding 10,000, while those with whom she shared a more tenuous relationship, who had previously mocked her for her financial struggles, received merely a single lipstick worth a few hundred. In their hearts, the others likely felt discontented with Su Yao's unequal treatment, yearning for a lavish set of cosmetics as well, yet they dared not voice their grievances, instead flattering Su Yao with insincere praise. Why on earth? Song Jia sighed, recognizing that Su Yao's ostentation could provoke jealousy, prompting others to gossip behind her back despite the gifts being offered. I am aware. I never intended to silence them, Su Yao retorted, displaying a keen intellect and wisdom that belied her age. It was this very acumen that had enabled her to persuade her parents to support her university education despite their financial hardships, thereby altering the course of her destiny. She possessed a remarkable tenacity, unwavering in her pursuit of her goals, resolute in her decisions, and unwilling to concede easily. She possesses a cunning nature, meticulously striving to capture Chen Yu's attention. Do you still bestow gifts upon them? Song Jia inquired with curiosity. Su Yao replied with a smile. If I do not offer them gifts, how will they realize just how generous Yu Gu is towards me? If they remain oblivious, it would be a disservice to all the money he has spent on me. People, regardless of gender, cherish their pride and harbor a sense of vanity. She is no exception. She relishes the envious gazes of others. Thus, what harm is there in expending a little money? Chen Yu is not lacking in wealth and can earn a commendable reputation. In prosperity, do not forget your roots. She has not forgotten. Gifts abound, but some are plagued by excessive jealousy, unable to bear her good fortune, while others are insatiable in their greed. In the bustling forum of Financial University, an anonymous post titled "The Shame of Financial University, Such Students Do Not Deserve to Study Here" has quietly gained notoriety. The original poster detailed the affair between Su Yao and Chen Yu, alleging that Su Yao has forsaken all sense of honor for monetary gain, shamelessly boasting her exploits, thus tarnishing the reputation of female university students. The post culminated in a plethora of photographs, images from Su Yao's past, her current glamorous self, and numerous snapshots showcasing her lavish gifts and boxes of luxury items in her dormitory. Once this post surfaced, it ignited a fervor within the forum, garnering an overwhelming response of hundreds of comments in mere moments. The original poster expressed their envy, concluding that such wealth must entail substantial expenditure, estimating it to be at least in the hundreds of thousands. It is surprising to discover that there are such affluent scions at the university. I humbly beseech the wealthy to consider befriending me. I can be both assertive and demure, charming yet aloof. However, I find myself questioning the morality of female students who prioritize monetary gain over dignity. While I may not know the value of appearance, I am certain that integrity is compromised. I implore the affluent to be gentle, as the goddess is tender-hearted, tearful. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. Such beautiful women proactively seek affection. When shall I attain such wealth that the goddess would gravitate towards me, yearning? I must express my disdain. This woman exhibits a lack of shame, hoarding the affluent's attention all to herself. It is imperative to share the contact information of these wealthy individuals, allowing all students the opportunity to forge friendships with them. Mischievous grin. It is no longer shocking. We laugh at poverty, but not at vice. Although the original poster attempts to steer the narrative against Su Yao, branding her as a disgrace to the university, it fails to pique the interest of the onlookers. Perhaps, such occurrences have long ceased to be sensational news since late 2013, with an abundance of reports on campus beauties entangled with the wealthy and their privileged offspring. During holidays, luxurious cars line the entrance of the university. What is the purpose? A car exhibition? They are merely there to pick someone up, and those boarding are stylishly dressed, alluring young women. Chapter 15. Discontent. Only a fool would believe that these female students hail from affluent families. After all, the wealthy are but a minority. It is all too clear to everyone that money is the primary concern of onlookers. The lack of wealth is a fundamental sin, rendering even the act of breathing a transgression. In the student union's discipline department, several young men were engaged in conversation, led by the deputy director, Zheng Jiaowei. Jiaowei, this Chinyu fellow appears quite affluent. Do you know anything about his background? One of the men inquired. Others hesitated to ask Zheng, as his reputation was considerable. He was well acquainted with the prominent figures of Jingzhou, or at least had heard of them. Zheng shook his head, perplexed. He pondered where this Chinyu had emerged from, as he had never encountered anyone by that name before. Another individual interjected. I delved into Chunyu's school records and uncovered some intriguing details. What intriguing details? Someone urged, eager for the revelation. The man recounted his findings, revealing various aspects of Chunyu's background. He ultimately concluded, based on this information, it appears that Chinyu comes from an ordinary upbringing and likely could not amass such wealth. Then, where did Chinyu acquire his money? That is the intriguing part. Jiaowei, why not investigate the source of Chinyu's funds? The others looked at Zheng with anticipation. Chinyu, hailing from a small county, indulged in a life of extravagant luxury, while they, at the very least, were from larger cities. Zheng, being a native of Jingzhou, had significant standing and found it hard to believe he was living in a manner inferior to that of Chinyu. Zheng Jiaowei nodded, intrigued by the matter at hand. However, rather than initially investigating the source of Chinyu's wealth, he chose to delve into Chinyu's background first. Only after confirming the authenticity of the information in the records did he proceed to uncover the origins of Chinyu's funds. The investigation was straightforward, with his capabilities. Tracing Chinyu's financial transactions at the bank would yield clear insights. Fortunately, he had connections, as a family member held a significant position at the bank. After some pleading and assurances of discretion, driven by mere curiosity regarding his fellow alumnus's financial prowess, he acquired the details. Chinyu had amassed a fortune of 100 million through cryptocurrency trading. Upon receiving this revelation, Zheng Jiaowei was left utterly stunned. 100 million, what an astronomical sum. How could one possibly spend it all, considering his own monthly expenditure of 3,000 to 4,000? It was evident that not only the principal but even the interest would be insurmountable, let alone 100 times that amount. In other words, the amount Chinyu spent on Su Yao was but a fraction of the interest he earned in a single day. He would gladly part with it without a second thought. What stroke of fortune allowed Chinyu such luck? In that moment, Zheng Jiaowei acknowledged a tinge of envy, as a daring idea began to flourish wildly in his mind. The Shanshui Manor, with its picturesque landscapes, lush greenery, and intricately carved railings, felt like a realm of immortals. The passing waitstaff, all youthful and strikingly beautiful, were a feast for the eyes. What a delightful resort, what a veritable paradise. Moreover, within it lies a plethora of entertaining activities, such as shooting, swimming, bowling, billiards, golf, as well as sauna, massage, bathing, and acupuncture. Here, as long as one possesses wealth, they can indulge in a royal experience. However, Chinyu is an exception. As a distinguished guest today, everything is complimentary for him. Several enchanting attendants accompany him, ready to fulfill any request he may have. There is no denial unless they wish to forfeit their lucrative employment. They are eager to accommodate him, hoping he will present extravagant demands that showcase their skills. Ensuring his satisfaction will undoubtedly bring them rewards. Chinyu, however, lacks enthusiasm. After a brief exploration, he requests to be taken to the shooting range. The allure of wielding a firearm captivates him far more than merely riding a horse. Such a rare opportunity must be savored. The sound of gunfire reverberates. Bang, bang, bang. though his aim leaves much to be desired, resulting in dismal scores. Chinyu remains composed. It is entirely normal to miss the mark on one's first attempt. With practice, success will come, as talent can be compensated for with financial resources. At noon, Chinyu meets with Sang-gu in the opulent restaurant of the Shanshui Manor, accompanied by the charming CEO, Yuan Lanqi. Their conversation flows joyfully, devoid of any mention of the unpleasant events from the previous night. Just as they are poised to relish a sumptuous lunch, a call interrupts Chinyu's moment. Someone wishes to treat me to a meal. Who could it be? Everyone seems eager to invite me to dine, as if I would cherish such an invitation. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu declined. I'm sorry, I don't have the time. Such audacity. Zheng Zhaowei was incensed. He had introduced himself. Yet Chinyu offered him no regard, which was utterly outrageous. He immediately retorted, Chinyu, do not take my kindness for weakness. I am well aware of your background. Offending me will lead to your downfall. He added, I do not care who you are. If you have nothing of substance to discuss, kindly refrain from your trivialities. Chinyu, suppressing his anger, responded with politeness. What arrogance! Do not presume that a little wealth makes you significant. Do not think for a moment that your ill-gotten gains are unknown. Chinyu warned, I have afforded you a chance. This time, you will regret it. Zheng Zhaowei's grip on the apple was so tight that veins bulged on the back of his hand. Cough. Third brother glanced at Chinyu, slightly displeased, and cleared his throat softly. Third brother, please try this. It is freshly prepared two-headed tender abalone. Yuan Lanqi, having noticed third brother's dissatisfaction, attentively attended to him. Women like Yuan Lanqi were exceptionally astute, adept at discerning the desires of others and promptly catering to them. It was precisely for this reason that third brother had chosen to nurture her. As he picked up the knife and fork, his irritation seemed to dissipate. I do not wish to prolong this conversation. I have guests here. Chinyu intended to conclude the tedious exchange. Damn it, third brother. Do you think that by associating with some powerful figure you can flaunt your authority? When I decide to act, it will be too late for you to call for help. Zheng Zhaowei faintly discerned the mention of third brother, leading him to believe that Chinyu, capitalizing on his wealth, had sought the favor of some societal bigwig, deliberately raising his voice to cast aspersions upon both Chinyu and his companion, the third brother. The previously relaxed demeanor of the third brother instantly transformed into a pallid countenance, as he forcefully set down his knife and fork upon the pristine porcelain plate. What manner of preparation is this abalone? Remove it at once and bring forth the Tianjiu shark fin. Barely had the third brother's utensils clattered down when Yuan Lanqi rose to reprimand the waiter, as though the third brother's ire stemmed solely from the inadequacies of the abalone, thereby diffusing the tension in the atmosphere. My apologies, third brother. The caller, I do not recognize. He is likely just a rogue scoundrel. I hope I have not caused you any embarrassment. No need for apologies. I merely hope that Young Chun does not lack the ability to handle such ruffians. The meeting, marred by Zheng Zhaowei's provocation and derision, concluded on an unsatisfactory note. After the third brother's departure, Chinyu fell into contemplation. It was not Zheng Zhaowei's call that preoccupied his thoughts, but rather the last remark from the third brother, delivered with a hint of disdain and contempt. The sudden influx of wealth is not necessarily a boon. Chinyu had previously led a rather unremarkable life, and this abrupt fortune would undoubtedly attract the envy of many who harbor animosity towards the affluent. Everyone seemed intent on exploiting him, and the fact that Chunyu's sudden wealth stemmed from the liquidation of Bitcoin only served to intensify the envy and discontent surrounding him. Chapter 16. Deception. Despite possessing vast fortunes, a corporate executive and a lottery winner are perceived starkly differently by others. The executive garners a greater share of sycophancy and adulation, with few daring to provoke him, let alone extort him. In contrast, the newly affluent lottery winner is met with envious glares, often accompanied by the bitter refrain of those around him. He is merely lucky. What is so remarkable about that? This sentiment stems from a fundamental truth. Wealth acquired too effortlessly often leaves one with a tenuous foundation. The corporate leader ascends to success through a gradual accumulation of not only riches, but also a robust network of connections. Chinyu, however, finds himself lacking this foundational strength. Despite his wealth, he commands little respect. His interactions with Sang-gu are frequently marked by the latter's condescending demeanor, a reflection of this disparity. Unbeknownst to Chinyu, as he begins to recognize the concealed dangers surrounding him, calamity has already befallen him. Upon returning to school, he receives an inexplicable text message. followed by the appointment of an emissary from the dean's office. As he steps into the administrative building, an unsettling intuition takes hold. Years of experience alert him that the situation is far from straightforward. You are Chinyu. A stout, slightly balding man rises from his executive chair, gesturing dismissively as the students trailing Chinyu respectfully withdraw. This balding figure is Wang Chong, the dean of the Financial Academy, an individual both despised and feared by the students. Wang Chong, wielding his authority as dean, exploits his position to impose his will. Any female student he takes a fancy to inevitably finds herself scrutinized for faults, leading to punitive measures, which he then manipulates to coerce them into compromising situations under the threat of graduation. He conspired with the student council president, Zheng Jiahui, exploiting the vulnerabilities of students while issuing threats of disciplinary action. It is rumored that even the intern female teachers are not spared from their clutches. I am Chinyu. What do you want from me? What could it be? Do I need to spell out your misdeeds? The face of the headmaster turned ashen, his stout finger drumming on the desk, adopting an interrogative demeanor. His lofty posture radiated an oppressive authority that compelled Chinyu to submit. Under such pressure, an ordinary student would tremble, confessing all their wrongdoings. However, Chinyu was no ordinary student. Having lived 2 lives, he could not be easily intimidated. Who permitted you to sit? Wang Chong bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Undeterred, Chinyu approached the headmaster, pulling out a chair to sit. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the headmaster. The more oppressive the atmosphere, the more composed he felt. There is no rule stating I must stand, Chinyu replied calmly. You get up. How dare you be so audacious after cheating on an exam, showing such disrespect? Wang Chong seized Chinyu by the collar, attempting to drag him from the chair, only to be thwarted as Chinyu countered, his wrist exerting enough force to immobilize the headmaster's hand. Cheating on an exam? Preposterous. The CET, for is a national examination. How could one cheat? Chinyu released his grip, a smirk gracing his lips. You know better. I advise you to be compliant. The disciplinary office has already commenced an investigation. It is far better to speak now than to wait for the findings. The director of education, nursing his aching wrist after recently suffering an unexpected setback, found himself unable to unleash his frustration. He had not anticipated that this student named Chinyu would exhibit such resilience, seemingly aware of his ulterior motives. Zheng Jiahui had described Chinyu as merely an ordinary student, suggesting that he could easily fabricate a charge and impose a sanction. Yet, the student before him was anything but ordinary. He stood undaunted in the face of intimidation, even daring to assert his own authority. You accuse me of cheating. Do you possess any evidence? Chinyu challenged. Oh, you seek proof? Allow me to inform you that the student who reported you has already submitted all evidence to the school. You think I would bring you here without cause? Evidence can be easily fabricated, especially when it is so readily available. Wang Chong, the director, gazed at Chinyu with a sense of triumph, as if the student were already a mere plaything in his hands. If the teachers are convinced that I cheated, they can simply report me to the authorities for a thorough investigation. Furthermore, I have already contacted my lawyer. All matters can be discussed through him. Wang Chong's tactics were nothing more than intimidation, relying on the inexperience of students. However, Chinyu chose not to engage further and instead invoked legal recourse, causing the director to falter momentarily. Nevertheless, the seasoned bureaucrat quickly regained his composure, dismissing Chinyu as merely a stubborn, impoverished student. A lawyer, you say? Huh. Don't make me laugh. Do you even understand what a lawyer is? Given your demeanor, are you even aware of the role a lawyer plays? And yet you dare to engage in conversation with your attorney. Wang Chong's gaping mouth was so wide with laughter that he nearly choked, realizing he had almost been deceived. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Oh, the principal. Yes, understood. Upon answering, Wang Chong's expression shifted dramatically. His previously menacing demeanor transformed into one akin to a quail, his bloated face turning a shade of deep purple reminiscent of liver. After hanging up, he remained silent, his countenance dark and foreboding, his eyes darting suspiciously over Chinyu, as if searching for some hidden treasure within him, causing Chinyu to feel an unsettling chill. What is it, teacher? Have you ceased your interrogation? Chinyu remarked with a semblance of a smirk. You truly have a lawyer? Wang Chong finally managed to stammer out. Is that so surprising? Did you not instruct us to wield the law as a shield for our own defense? Naturally, I sought the counsel of a professional. Chinyu's words dripped with disdain, prompting Wang Chong to wish he could silence him permanently. However, This time, Wang Chong was cowed. The call had indeed been from the principal. He had never anticipated the principal's involvement, nor that the principal had already received a letter from Chun Yu's attorney. Most concerning was the fact that Chun Yu's legal representative was none other than the renowned lawyer, Huang, a prominent figure in Jingzhou. Huang had gained notoriety in Jingzhou for his exceptional skills in a particularly challenging property dispute, where his client was clearly at a disadvantage. He astutely identified a critical flaw in the opposing case, turning the tide in a dramatic victory. Following that triumph, Huang's reputation soared, and his services became a coveted asset that few could afford. Chun Yu was merely a destitute student. How could lawyer Huang possibly defend him? It was nothing short of fantastical. Come with me to the principal's office, Wang Chong instructed, leading Chun Yu, whose heart was filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, convinced he had Chun Yu at his mercy. Now, he regretted having heeded Zheng Jiaohui's nonsensical words. Although he held the position of director of education and wielded considerable influence within the school, once legal matters were involved, he was just an ordinary citizen, equally subject to lawsuits and the possibility of incarceration. Principal, I have brought Chun Yu, Wang Chong announced, timidly knocking on the door of the principal's office, his demeanor akin to that of a remorseful student. Good day, Principal. Thank you for your hard work, lawyer Huang, Chun Yu naturally greeted as he entered the office. The principal was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gestured for Chun Yu to take a seat. Chapter 17. A sudden dismay. Principal Fan had been the head of the financial university for a decade, yet he had never encountered a student who could remain so composed in the face of adversity. Chun Yu's composure was far beyond that of an ordinary student. At such a young age, his calm demeanor suggested he possessed substantial backing. Moreover, the fact that even lawyer Huang had personally come to visit indicated that this young man might very well be a scion sent forth from a prominent family to gain experience. The principal's insight was far sharper than that of the director of education, and his demeanor towards Chun Yu was so amiable that one might assume he had summoned him merely for a casual tea. Meanwhile, the once imperious director found himself in the most awkward position. Everyone else was seated, leaving him standing as if he were the errant student. Now that my client has arrived, let us discuss whether your institution has reached a conclusion regarding the allegations of examination misconduct, lawyer Huang stated with an air of professionalism. Examination misconduct? How could student Chen possibly engage in such actions? Especially in a national-level English examination. This must be a misunderstanding, Principal Fan hastily asserted. A misunderstanding, you say? Wang Chong did not present it that way when he brought Chun Yu over. If it weren't for lawyer Huang's intervention, would you still claim this was a misunderstanding? Principal, Director Wang did not suggest it was a misunderstanding just now. He has already prompted me to admit to this cheating incident, Chun Yu interjected, showing no intention of acquiescing. This student Chun, I did not accuse you of cheating. I merely received reports from fellow students and called you in to inquire about the situation. The director's tone was now so pitiful it nearly brought him to tears. Oh, so this is merely an inquiry, is it? Does this matter involving lawyer Huang constitute defamation? Chun Yu does not intend to engage in a dispute with Director Wang, as he feels unworthy of such a confrontation. Indeed, the definition of defamation is quite flexible. It primarily hinges on whether the incident has caused detrimental effects on the individual involved and whether inappropriate statements have been made publicly regarding that individual. Since Director Wang has already determined that Chun Yu cheated and has adversely affected Chun Yu's reputation within the school, any disciplinary action taken against Chun Yu as a result of this incident would indeed amount to defamation. In cases where defamation is deemed severe, one may face imprisonment for up to 3 years. The mere thought of a potential 3-year prison sentence caused Wang Chong's legs to weaken. Even if his case is not considered severe, the presence of lawyer Huang means that should a lawsuit ensue, he would likely face dire consequences. Even if, by some chance, he avoids a prison sentence, engaging in a lawsuit would effectively spell the end of his position as head of discipline. Principal, I absolutely did not mean that. I was merely seeking to understand the situation, Wang Chong quickly pleaded, clinging to the principal's leg. Ahem, lawyer Huang's remarks seem rather grave, he continued. Director Wang certainly did not imply anything of the sort. The principal glared at Wang Chong. Should Director Wang face repercussions, the reputation of their school would inevitably suffer. Especially with the prestigious university evaluations underway, any legal troubles at this juncture could jeopardize their standing entirely. Whether Director Wang had such intentions requires further investigation. However, upon my arrival, I overheard rumors circulating about Chun Yu cheating on his English exam. It seems this was disseminated by your student council, with claims that Director Wang had already issued disciplinary measures. Lawyer Huang wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Once such information spreads, it can only be attributed to Zheng Jiaowei. Principal, I never uttered such words. I merely received a report and summoned Qinyu to inquire about the situation. As for those matters, I have never spoken of them. Even if a decision regarding punishment were to be made, it would require a meeting of the Academic Affairs Office. You must trust me, Attorney Huang. I truly did not. I regret summoning Qinyu just now. Wang Chong, utterly intimidated, felt a deep resentment towards Zheng Jiaowei. He would not heed the deceptive claim that Qinyu was merely an ordinary student, an easy target. What a mischaracterization. This was not a mere sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, a lion. This misstep had struck hard. And what was even more despicable was that Zheng Jiaowei dared to spread rumors in his name. Attorney Huang, Qinyu, we will address this matter with the utmost seriousness and ensure your innocence is restored, the principal vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Indeed, Qinyu, rest assured. I will conduct a thorough investigation, Wang Chong immediately affirmed. Yes, Qinyu, this is truly just a misunderstanding. Let us put an end to this. Our school will certainly restore your reputation, and there is no need to trouble Attorney Huang further. The principal proactively poured tea for Qinyu. The teachers at the school were similarly cowardly, bullying the weak, yet trembling at the prospect of legal consequences. This is unacceptable, Qinyu stated coldly. What? Is it still unacceptable? Wang Chang questioned, bewildered. The principal had personally poured tea, demonstrating such a lowly posture. Qinyu clung tenaciously to his stance, displaying a remarkable lack of decorum. If a legal dispute were to ensue, it wasn't that he feared Qinyu. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate the situation. Yet, Qinyu's lack of tact was quite evident, eliciting displeasure from Principal Fan. Director Wang inquired about my understanding of the matter, which I could appreciate. After all, with someone having reported the issue, Director Wang was obliged to conduct a thorough investigation. This was beyond reproach. However, I could not help but wonder if Director Wang would apply the same diligence in questioning those classmates who had defamed me. Qinyu had long perceived the principal's favoritism towards Wang Chong, and it was unrealistic to expect to topple Wang Chong over this incident. While he might spare Wang Chong, he would certainly not extend the same courtesy to Zheng Jiaowei. Naturally, this matter would be handled appropriately. The stern expression on Principal Fan's face transformed into a radiant smile. He began to appreciate Qinyu, recognizing that the young man had offered a graceful way out for Wang Chong. It is commendable that you, Qinyu, understand the teacher's intentions. The teacher truly meant no offense, he remarked. Wang Chong's face also brightened. Previously, it had resembled a withered eggplant since entering the office. Since the teacher has expressed this, might I inquire which student council member has defamed me? Wang Chong's once bright smile suddenly faltered. No, this matter. I have yet to conduct a thorough investigation, he hastily clarified. Yet, you have already declared with conviction that you received a report, and now you require further investigation? Principal Fan interjected. Director Wang just mentioned receiving a report, but now he claims he must investigate the student in question. Could it be that the student Director Wang referred to does not exist at all? A single rhetorical question from Chun Yu left Wang Chong, the cunning old fox, utterly flustered. Should he feign ignorance, it would indubitably implicate him as the orchestrator of the scheme. If he were indeed the mastermind, the charge of defamation would naturally fall upon his shoulders. Chun Yu's strategy was ruthlessly astute. It appeared innocuous, yet each word pierced the heart with precision. Lawyer Huang couldn't help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Chun Yu, while Principal Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Recognizing the remarkable acumen of the young man before him, his ability to seize every opportunity with such accuracy only reinforced Principal Fan's belief that Chun Yu's identity was anything but ordinary. Director Wang, my client is entitled to know the truth. I am uncertain whether the allegations you mentioned truly exist. Chapter 18. Sweetness. Mr. Huang, though humble, possesses a certain renown in the industry. Should an investigation be necessary, he can indeed make inquiries, for a national examination scandal is no trifling matter. The pressure exerted by Lawyer Huang has rendered Wang Chong utterly uncomfortable. As for Zheng Jiaowei, Wang Chong cannot speak of him, aside from their clandestine dealings. Zheng Jiaowei's connections are formidable. Moreover, even if Wang Chong were to divulge information about Zheng Jiaowei, the principal would undoubtedly protect him, leaving Wang Chong himself in a precarious position. However, It would be imprudent to casually mention anyone, as Chunyu seems already aware of the reality. From the outset of the interrogation, Chunyu recognized the involvement of the student council. Given the circumstances, there appears to be no alternative. No. I could never commit such an act. It was the vice president of the student council, Jiang Dai, and the council member, Yin Tianlong, who approached me and assured me of the veracity of the matter. I did not fully trust them, which is why I sought out classmate Chunyu for clarification. Wang Chong wiped the sweat from his brow. Protecting Zheng Jiaowei does not imply that all members of the student council will be shielded. Unfortunately for Zheng Jiaowei's loyal aides, they may have to be sacrificed, for when the situation becomes untenable, one must abandon the lesser to safeguard the greater. Jiang Dai and Yin Tianlong are Zheng Jiaowei's capable assistants, and they too bear responsibility in this affair. Yet, what Chunyu most desires to learn is still about Zheng Jiaowei. At this juncture, Wang Chong is also intent on safeguarding Zheng Jiaowei, indicating that the latter is indeed a formidable character. Having lived 2 lives, Chunyu can discern the truth with but a single gesture, and he would never recklessly expose Zheng Jiaowei. If concealment is required, then concealment it shall be. However, he will not hesitate to deal harshly with these 2 dogs. Observe Chunyu. Even Director Wang has been deceived. Our school will certainly address the matter with these 2 students with the utmost seriousness, and we shall promptly restore Chunyu's reputation. Principal Fan breathed a sigh of relief, having thought that Wang Chong's prolonged silence hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Since it was merely the mischief of 2 troublemakers, they could be easily dealt with. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Director. Chunyu respectfully bowed to them. Modesty. You have endured much, young Chunyu, the principal said, joyfully patting Chunyu on the shoulder. Lawyer Huang, could you kindly draft a letter on behalf of those 2 students? What? Another lawyer's letter? Hasn't this matter already passed? Principal Fan, Wang Chong, and Lawyer Huang exchanged glances. No, surely it cannot be so, Principal Fan replied with a wry smile. Chunyu is indeed a formidable character. Although the situation could have been resolved, he still chose to strike hard. Wang Chong felt increasingly uncomfortable, just as he had relaxed. He found himself once again in a precarious position. Chunyu's actions served as a warning, demonstrating that should he choose to pursue any difficulties for Chunyu, a lawsuit was inevitable. He did not summon Lawyer Huang merely for protection. He genuinely intended to pursue legal action. Very well, I shall draft it immediately. Lawyer Huang adjusted his glasses. Even if I cannot topple you now, do not be too arrogant. It would be prudent to tread lightly, should the facade shatter. None of us would emerge unscathed. The implication conveyed by Chunyu sent chills down the spines of the 2 seasoned men, both over 50 years old. This youth was truly formidable. Wang Chong had indeed encountered an iron wall. Lawyer Huang is not merely his supporter, but rather his genuine legal representative. One must ponder the caliber of individuals capable of having someone like Lawyer Huang as their advocate. If there is nothing further, may I take my leave, Principal Director? Chunyu assumed a demeanor of utmost respect. Ha. Dear student Chunyu, your efforts are appreciated. I hope you do not take this too much to heart. The principal courteously escorted both Chunyu and Lawyer Huang out of the office building. I am grateful for your assistance, Lawyer Huang. Chunyu sincerely bowed to him. Oh, Mr. Chun, you are too kind. Lawyer Huang quickly helped Chunyu to his feet. As the legal advisor for Honda Company, it was only natural that Lawyer Huang became Chunyu's legal representative upon his assumption of the company. This encounter marked the first meeting between Lawyer Huang and Chunyu. Previously, Lawyer Huang had heard that the president of Hongdao was merely a young lad in his 20s and had not given it much thought. However, this meeting profoundly altered his perception of Chunyu. After receiving a phone call from Chunyu explaining the situation, he initially presumed Chunyu to be a privileged heir, utilizing a lawyer to resolve some issues at school. His presence was largely influenced by the collaboration with Hongda, yet upon meeting Chunyu, he immediately dismissed his prior assumptions. Chunyu's eloquence and methodical approach were far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. Particularly noteworthy was Chunyu's timing. He was not easily outdone by even the most seasoned veterans. Even more admirable was Chunyu's ability to exercise restraint, demonstrating an understanding of when to advance and when to retreat, while also being decisive when necessary. Those 2 letters from the lawyer were indeed a concern for you. But we mustn't be overly aggressive. However, pursuing legal action is essential, Chunyu stated calmly. Enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, knowing when to advance and retreat, seizing opportunities to strike proactively, and making decisive actions. This is Lawyer Huang's newfound understanding of Chunyu. Are you all right? Just after bidding farewell to Lawyer Huang, a sweet voice suddenly greeted Chunyu from behind. The voice, as gentle as spring rain, fell upon his heart. You are. The one who called out to Chunyu was none other than Song Jia. They had only met on Christmas Eve, and since then, Chunyu had not seen her again. That night, he had not taken the time to appreciate Song Jia's beauty. Merely recognizing that this girl was not only lovely, but also exuded an aura of purity. Upon seeing Song Jiao again, Chunyu's heart fluttered. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her white dress paired effortlessly with a pair of white sneakers. The pristine color not only avoided a pallid appearance, but rather accentuated a sense of nobility, as if she had risen untainted from the mud. Did you call me for something? Chunyu replied with a sweet smile. Song Jia held him in high regard as well, feeling somewhat guilty for having borrowed his iPhone. Yet Chunyu's generosity had left no room for lingering resentment. Here, this is your milk tea. It's still warm. Song Jia handed Chunyu the milk tea. The warmth of the drink suggested it had been prepared especially for him. How did she know he was in the teaching building? And she seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. You waited specifically for me. Chunyu held onto the milk tea, not in a hurry to retract his hand. No, I just happened to run into you. Song Jia's delicate face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a cat stepped on its tail. Her already exquisite visage, now adorned with the youthful blush unique to young girls, evoked a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Any man would be unable to resist drawing her into his embrace, shielding her with the warmest of arms. It was you who sent the anonymous message accusing me of cheating in English, wasn't it? Ah, what? No, I don't know anything. Chunyu's keen perception left Song Jia flustered, as he had directly inferred that the message warning him of Wang Chang's scheme was sent by her. Let me make a call and see if your phone will ring, Chunyu said, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at the blushing Song Jia. Chapter 19. Boxing all right, it was I who sent it. I inadvertently overheard Zheng Jiaowei and his cohort's conspiracy while I went to the student union to collect some materials. Regardless, you did gift me a phone, so consider this a token of my gratitude. Song Jia averted her gaze from Chunyu, her small face resembling that of a wronged wife. Thank you. I truly owe you one. Chunyu expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Had it not been for Song Jia's timely information, he would still be entangled in a battle of wits with Wang Chang in the office. Oh, who is this? Isn't that the scoundrel who cheated on the exam? Chunyu turned around, and a group of people quickly surrounded him, led by none other than Zheng Jiaowei, flanked by his two hefty lackeys, Jiang David and Yen Tianlong. What cheating on the exam? Ah, that wealthy Chunyu actually resorted to cheating. Wealthy? He.S. merely a bumbling fool. I heard he merely got lucky with a lottery win, snagging $1 million, and now he.S. acting all high and mighty. He.S. even been keeping a woman, apparently named Su Yao. It said he squandered 400,000 or 500,000 on her. Wow, can you believe there's such a dimwit? Clearly, he.S. not all there. No wonder he resorted to cheating. Indeed, now that he has been caught, expulsion is surely on the horizon. The crowd unleashed a torrent of venomous remarks upon Chunyu. His previous displays of wealth had already incited their animosity, and now, with Zheng Jiaowei leading the charge, they eagerly joined in the mockery. In no time, various tales about Chunyu began to circulate. He had become a pariah, and everyone felt that being associated with him was a disgrace, instinctively retreating a step back. Zheng Jiaowei looked at Chunyu with a gleeful expression, relishing in the chaos he had orchestrated. Chunyu is utterly pitiful. He is already in a state of disarray without having made any genuine effort. You may revel in your arrogance, but your time is yet to come. Song Jia, do come here. Do not stand beside such a disgraceful individual. Zheng Jiaowei, with a pained expression, pulled Song Jia closer, as if her proximity to Chunyu would bring her harm. Indeed, Senior Song Jia, such a person is not worthy of sympathy. For heaven's sake, Chunyu, keep your distance from our goddess, Song Jia. Exactly. Have you even considered your own conduct while wishing to stand beside her? It would be intolerable for our goddess to be bullied by such a cheating scoundrel. The crowd erupted in uproar, with all the gallant protectors rushing to position themselves between Chunyu and Song Jia, their fearless demeanor seemingly conveying to the goddess that they would physically shield her from this malignant entity. No, Chunyu is not as you depict him. He did not cheat. Song Jia's petite form was insufficient to withstand the throng, and her desperate cries were quickly drowned out. Song Jia, are you all right? There is no need to feel sympathy for such a disgrace to our institution. Zheng Jiaowei, parting the crowd to shelter Song Jia, wore a countenance full of concern. Song Jia is the foremost goddess of our esteemed university, and she is an integral member of the student council. Zheng Jiahui, the president of the council, has pursued her on numerous occasions, all of which she has rebuffed. Now, her defense of this scoundrel evidently displeased Zheng Jiahui even further. Have you all had your fill of this ruckus? If you have, then be gone. Throughout the barrage of attacks and insults, Qinyu remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze at Zheng Jiahui. I cannot believe this fool still dares to speak, utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. A person on the brink of expulsion remains so brazen. Qinyu's defiance once again incites displeasure among the crowd, in their eyes. Such a scoundrel deserves their scorn and bullying, as they consider themselves the embodiment of justice. This utmost disgrace must be obliterated at the slightest hint of rebellion. Zheng Jiahui, release me. Song Jia struggled to break free from Zheng Jiahui's grasp. Zheng Jiahui, let go of Song Jia. I shall say this only once. The icy voice sliced through the crowd, targeting Zheng Jiahui directly. He trembled, instinctively loosening his grip. How could he be startled by this fool? Zheng Jiahui himself was perplexed, feeling a tremor within, nearly losing his composure. He quickly tightened his hold again. Kneel and apologize to the president immediately. Yin Tianlong had also arrived. Not surprising. Zheng Jiahui's lapdog was quick to act even before his master had spoken. Qinyu shook his head in amusement. It was truly laughable that these two fools remained unaware of their own betrayal. What are you laughing at? Zhang Daowei seized Qinyu by the collar. I laugh at you. You fool, blissfully ignorant of your own exploitation. What do you mean by that? Zhang Daowei scoffed, his fists clenched. You speak madness. You are facing your demise, and yet spout nonsense. With a mocking smile, Zhang Daowei declared, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. For a scoundrel like you, punishing you is merely ridding society of a menace. Yin Tianlong stirred the crowd, seizing the moral high ground. Indeed, individuals of such character deserve every consequence that befalls them. Their shamelessness knows no bounds. I have never encountered anyone so utterly devoid of dignity. At this juncture, rather than reflecting on their misdeeds, they choose to sow discord. Qinyu, do not claim that I am persecuting you. I have extended opportunities to you. Yet in the past, you were so arrogant that you even dared to hang up on my call. Now, I present you with another chance. If you crawl over here on your knees, I shall grant you mercy. Zheng Jiahui revels in his triumph. This is truly excessive. The president holds a position of significance, and yet you have the audacity to cut off his call. Indeed, you carry yourself with an air of arrogance that is utterly unwarranted. There are always a few fools in this world who mistakenly believe victory is assured, only to find themselves lost and bewildered. I shall not bow. Instead, let your minion kneel before you. Qinyu forcefully swatted away Zhang Daowei's grip on his collar, displaying unexpected defiance. Rather than bowing in apology, he retaliated, sealing his own fate. The onlookers, ever eager for drama, were quick to condemn Qinyu's actions, their expressions a mixture of outrage and glee as they anticipated his downfall. How entertaining it was to observe Qinyu's impending disgrace. Provoking Zheng Jiahui while still maintaining his bravado, he truly is a remarkable character. You better kneel before me. Zhang Daowei and Yin Tianlong flanked Qinyu, insisting he submit. Zheng Jiahui, do not overstep your boundaries. Let Qinyu go. Song Jia glared at Zheng Jiahui. Among the crowd, only Song Jia defended Qinyu. Yet her efforts only fueled the animosity directed towards him. And with that final admonition, Zheng Jiahui, release Song Jia. Qinyu issued yet another warning. It is utterly amusing how Qinyu dares to issue commands to himself. Zheng Jiahui's laughter contorted his face, for Qinyu truly seemed foolish, attempting to play the hero and rescue a damsel while oblivious to his own predicament. Are they heroes? Must you too expend such effort to manage yourselves? Zheng Jiahui snorted disdainfully. The two formidable enforcers sprang into action at Zheng Jiahui's command, exhibiting no restraint whatsoever. Their large, powerful hands bore down on Qinyu with all their might, forcing his knees to the ground in a humiliating submission. Crash! The sound reverberated like two mountains collapsing. Indeed, they were mountains, two mountains of flesh. Good heavens, how could it be? How could Qinyu possibly escape the clutches of Zhang Daowei and Yin Tianlong, let alone turn the tables on them? It seemed inconceivable. Zhang Daowei and Yin Tianlong were clearly heavyweight contenders, both trained in boxing. How could Qinyu have overpowered them? As if employing merely a single move? Chapter 20. Investigation of examination cheating. The crowd fell silent, previously meek and easily bullied like sheep. They transformed in an instant into roaring lions. "Damn it! Chinyu, how dare you ambush me?" roared Jiang David as he charged at Chinyu. "Don't go. He has something in his hand," Yin Tianlong shouted, halting Jiang David in his tracks. No wonder. It turned out that Chinyu had not only launched a sneak attack, but also concealed a hidden weapon. How utterly shameless could one be? Indeed, if you can fight, then fight. If not, resorting to tricks? Are you even a man? They looked down upon him greatly. The student council would teach him a lesson. Chunyu's shameless actions once again incited the ire of the crowd, and the previously passive female onlookers could no longer contain their disdain, voicing their criticisms against Chinyu. The cheers for the duo of warriors surged like waves. Chinyu shook his head, realizing that in this day and age, one cannot afford to be too kind-hearted. Initially, he had wished to show some leniency towards these two curs, but they proved to be insufferably dense. "Oh, you claim I have something in my hand and that I ambushed you? Fine, then come at me with your weapons." Chinyu spread his arms wide, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Zhang, how arrogant. Damn it, go!" Bang. With a single move, Jiang David's massive frame collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Is he even human? Jiang David must have weighed at least 200 pounds, yet Chinyu had knocked him out with a single punch. "You, don't come any closer." Yin Tianlong assumed a defensive stance, though internally, he was trembling. In truth, Chinyu had already neutralized their assault with a single elbow strike, following it up with a well-placed kick that brought both of them to their knees. Two hearts harbored resentment. Yet the undeniable defeat inflicted by Chinyu was a stark reality. In a desperate bid to salvage their pride, they resorted to falsely accusing Chinyu of deceit. However, the humiliation descended upon them with alarming swiftness, as Chinyu's formidable prowess was laid bare. Yin Tianlong, having merely taken a step back, bore witness to the dire plight of Jiang David. How could he not feel apprehensive now? "What are you waiting for? Charge at him!" Zheng Jiaowei bellowed at his followers behind him. The disgrace was unbearable. His own two trusted aides had fallen without even a confrontation, leaving him questioning his authority as their leader. With such ferocity displayed, who would dare to advance? Were they all made of iron? With a single strike, Chinyu sent the assailants reeling, rendering all moral high grounds mere illusions in the face of absolute strength. The onlookers, emboldened only to jeer at the weak, withered away when confronted by the formidable. After all, no one wished to play the role of an iron-headed child. Zheng Jiaowei, release Song Jia and kneel to apologize. The turn of events was too swift. Just moments ago, Zheng Jiaowei had radiated dominance, but now he stood as a mere figurehead, encircled by onlookers who dared not advance, allowing Chinyu to close in relentlessly. "Why you shall not?" Zheng Jiaowei retreated a few steps. A piercing scream echoed as excruciating pain forced Zheng Jiaowei to relinquish his grip. Wow, even a pebble can be thrown with such precision. He can't possibly be like Little Leaf Flying Dagger. A stone struck Zheng Jiaowei's wrist, causing him to wince and clutch at the injury, while Chinyu pulled Song Jia to his side. This scene mirrored the archetypal hero rescuing a damsel, captivating the surrounding women, who found themselves infatuated, as if Chinyu were saving not Song Jia, but themselves. "Chinyu, just you wait. I want you dead." Pu Jiaowei clenched his teeth. He had never been so humiliated. He had etched Chinyu's enmity into his memory. "Chinyu, prepare for expulsion." Yin Tianlong, cowardly, chose to circumvent the confrontation, but that did not render his words any less audacious. Previously, they had all been aloof, imperious, but now they were reduced to the status of stray dogs, utterly shamed. "Director Wang has arrived. Director Wang has arrived." The news of Director Wang's presence invigorated Zheng Jiaowei, who had been on the verge of a hasty retreat. With Director Wang present, all problems would be resolved. "Chinyu, no matter how defiant you are, can you surpass the authority of the school?" "Chinyu, with Director Wang's arrival, your doom is nigh." Zheng Jiaowei smirked, relishing the impending judgment. "Are you certain?" Chinyu's calm demeanor was unsettling. "Director Wang, Chinyu incited a brawl, and when I attempted to intervene, he assaulted me." Yin Tianlong, the shameless villain, attempted to deflect blame, feigning innocence. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, Jiang Dewang, Yin Tianlong, brace yourselves for punishment. Slap. Director Wang's words were akin to a resounding slap across Yin Tianlong's face, equally striking Zheng Jiaowei. What just transpired? Surely my ears did not deceive me. Wasn't Director Wang supposed to address Chinyu's misconduct? Why then did he directly reprimand Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dewang? "Director Wang, This is about Chen Yu's disturbance. It has nothing to do with Jiang Dawang or Yin Tianlong. Zheng Jiaowei stammered, attempting to clarify. Do you think I am blind? From a distance, I witnessed your relentless assault on Chen Yu, who remained silent and allowed you to bully him. Director Wang's furious glare rendered all the students speechless with fear. The shift in atmosphere was abrupt. Had not Director Wang always sided with Zheng Jiaowei? What had transpired today to provoke such a change? Director Wang, we are not attacking Chen Yu. We, the student council, are investigating allegations of his cheating in the English examination. Zheng Jiaowei stepped forward to clarify. However, his explanation only fueled Director Wang's ire further. It is your foolish words that nearly landed me in legal trouble, and I endured the principal's scolding for hours. Humph. Cheating on the exam? Who can prove it? Did you witness it yourself? Wang Chong glared at Zheng Jiaowei, his menacing tone causing him to recoil in trepidation. This is impossible. Wasn't Director Wang here to announce the disciplinary action and expel Chen Yu? Director Wang, Chen Yu truly cheated on his English exam. Yin Tianlong chimed in to support the accusation. Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei, you are both guilty of falsely accusing Chen Yu of cheating. The school has conducted an investigation and has now decided to place Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei on probation, with a formal reprimand. Director Wang's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Jiang Dawei and Yin Tianlong stunned on the ground. No, Director Wang. Zheng Jiaowei began to speak, but was cut off. Pu Jiaowei, as the president of the student council, do you not bear any responsibility for this incident? Reflect on your actions thoroughly. It was over. All hope was lost. Director Wang had resolutely chosen to support Chen Yu, and all of Zheng Jiaowei's plans had been irrevocably dashed. Director Wang, we are not making false accusations. We have never claimed that Chen Yu cheated on the exam. Jiang Dawei, with a face full of sorrow, clutched at Director Wang's trousers. Director Wang, we haven't said anything at all. We know nothing. Please investigate. Yin Tianlong knelt before Director Wang, tears and snot streaming down his face. Just moments ago, they had been as arrogant as iron fortresses. And now these two were more disheveled than someone who had lost their beloved. Onlookers were equally bewildered, uncertain how the reality deviated from the script. Did Chen Yu truly cheat? And who, in fact, is the real villain? Furthermore, from this moment onward, the spread of misinformation is strictly prohibited. Should you insist on fabricating tales, so be it. Chen Yu has already sent a lawyer's letter to Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei, and the school fully supports Chen Yu. If you believe you can withstand the law, we eagerly await your performance. Chapter 21. Zheng Jiaowei's significant influence. The lawyer's letter has arrived. Indeed, Chen Yu is serious about the matter. The onlookers quietly withdrew, for no matter how resilient one may be, they cannot withstand the might of the law. With the issuance of the lawyer's letter, it appears that a lawsuit is imminent. Being students, they were rendered speechless at the mere mention of such legal correspondence. Zheng Jiaowei had not anticipated Chen Yu's formidable nature. He initially believed victory was assured, only to realize he had narrowly escaped disaster. Director Wang had shielded Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei, which explains Chen Yu's calm demeanor in the face of his provocation. When he informed Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei that they had been betrayed, it was for this very reason. Director Wang, we truly did not say anything, they pleaded. Chen Yu, brother Chen Yu, we shall never dare again. We were careless with our words. I apologize, and I implore you, please do not send a lawyer's letter. Brother Chen Yu, it was all at Zheng Jiaowei's behest. We never accused you of cheating. We were wrong. Please spare us. Yin Tianlong and Jiang Dawei, paralyzed by fear, knelt before Chen Yu, begging for mercy and offering self-inflicted reprimands, even revealing Zheng Jiaowei's involvement. You lie? When did I ever instruct you? Zheng Jiaowei exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. It turned out that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Zheng Jiaowei, the very president of the student council. How could he engage in such shameless actions? Enough of this matter. It ends here. Everyone disperse, Director Wang commanded, and the discussion ceased as the crowd scattered. Thank you, Director Wang. I am grateful for your keen insight, Chen Yu expressed as he stepped forward to convey his appreciation. Do not take offense, Chen Yu, the director said, noticing the broad smile adorning Chen Yu's face. Director Wang, did you receive any information from the Industrial and Commercial Bank just now? Chen Yu inquired with a grin. What? That message was genuine? Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just received a notification from the bank indicating a transfer of 100,000 yuan to his account, and he was about to call to verify. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the old fox instantly understood. Not only Director Wang, but the principal had also received the same notification. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu, look at the commotion this has caused. Rest assured, I guarantee that such an incident will never happen again. Director Wang chuckled, his smile stretching from ear to ear. After Director Wang departed, all the students dispersed, leaving behind only Jiang David and Yin Tianlong, who were lamenting their misfortunes. They finally grasped the meaning of being like a lost dog. Anyone associated with petty troubles would inevitably be ruthlessly cast aside, sacrificed for the greater good. They were mere pawns discarded without a second thought. However, these two were not entirely pitiable. During their times of power, they had tormented countless students. In a previous life, Chen Yu had suffered at their hands in university, and now he would settle the score without fail. Humph, Chen Yu, you are quite ruthless. Do you think that wealth grants you the liberty to act as you please? Do you believe that by bribing Wang Chong, you can bring about my downfall? Let me tell you, it is not so simple. Our battle has only just commenced. You think that accumulating 1 billion is effortless. Do not presume that I am unaware of your schemes. Just because you have established a company does not mean you are free from repercussions. Zheng Zhaohui departed after making a resolute statement, having suffered a complete and utter defeat, leaving without a shred of dignity. You possess 10 billion, he remarked. It took Song Jiao a while to regain her composure. Huh, you actually believe that? She retorted. I may not have an abundance of wealth, but it is sufficient for my needs. If you assist me, how can I ever repay you? Chen Yu gazed at Song Jia with a cheerful smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I seek no repayment from you. Your well-being is enough for me. I must return now. With her cheeks flushed, Song Jia buried her face in her hair and hurried towards the girls' dormitory. Oh, by the way, please treat Yao Yao kindly. She is truly pitiable. She genuinely harbors feelings for you. As Song Jia glanced back, her long hair obscured half of her delicate profile. Chen Yu found himself captivated. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied by the enchanting girl before him. Once she had gone, Chen Yu returned to his usual self. This girl was extraordinary, so remarkable that he felt at a loss regarding how to pursue her. She had aided him selflessly and even spoke on behalf of her dear friend, Su Yao. Chen Yu silently vowed to win Song Jia's heart, but not through the banal methods of courtship that she would undoubtedly reject. As he collected his thoughts, Zheng Zhaohui's words resurfaced in his mind. How did Zheng Zhaohui know about his 10 billion? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he was fully aware of his financial maneuvers. This was perplexing. His financial transactions were confidential information, safeguarded by the bank. Could it be that Zheng Zhaohui had connections within the bank, investigating him? This Zheng Zhaohui was no ordinary individual, as evidenced by Wang Chong's attitude towards him. In the previous life, I had little interaction with Zheng Zhaohui, as he was rather unremarkable, barely conversing with the prominent figures at school. However, I was aware that Zheng Zhaohui held considerable influence within the student council, maintaining close connections with many of the faculty members. It was imperative for me to commence an investigation into Zheng Zhaohui. Only by familiarizing myself with my adversary could I devise an appropriate strategy. The flow of my funds to the bank had undoubtedly been compromised, yet I remained oblivious to the means by which Zheng Zhaohui had managed to corrupt the bank personnel. Chen Yu, you've arrived. Chen Yu, you are truly remarkable. Look at the school website. It's all about you. You've become the leading figure on the financial elite list. Upon returning to the dormitory, I was met with the excited chatter of Yuan Wei and Hua Bin. I glanced at the school website, and indeed, it was rife with gossip surrounding me. Some claimed I was a martial arts master. Others boasted about my affluent family background and its formidable influence, while some passionately defended me against the false allegations of examination cheating. Wealth, power, and extraordinary skills. I embodied every fantasy the young women harbored, and my dignified demeanor amidst wrongful accusations only heightened their admiration. With both exceptional qualities and the ability to evoke boundless sympathy, the school's confession wall erupted with fervor. Astonishingly, around 80% of the messages on the wall were declarations of affection directed at me. Zhao Sitian found herself at the center of scrutiny, as all the girls mocked her, considering her a cautionary tale for squandering a golden opportunity for trivial gains and forsaking a perfect benefactor. Su Yao ascended to prominence. Although I had not publicly acknowledged my relationship with her, it did not hinder the gossip from circulating. Now, whenever men see Su Yao, they affectionately call her sister-in-law, while women cast envious and resentful glances her way. Chen Yu, you truly are from a wealthy family. What is your background? Huabin exclaimed excitedly. After all, they are among the closest to the prominent figures of the moment. Numerous girls wishing to confess their feelings to Chunyu have been resorting to indirect means to win their favor. They have never before experienced such attention. In truth, I am just as ordinary as all of you. It is merely that my acumen for making money surpasses yours. This is all a result of my hard work. I understand that you may not believe me right now, but if you choose to follow my lead, I assure you that I will provide you with everything you desire. However, you must trust me unconditionally. Chapter 22. Zhou Ming's major client after graduation, Biao Wei and Hua Bin were merely small salesmen. However, in their previous life, they had treated Xinyu quite well and were genuinely honest individuals. Now that Xinyu had achieved success, he wished to bring Yuan Wei and Hua Bin along with him. Regardless of the circumstances, you are now a prominent figure, and I, Ai Wei, will follow you. So will I, Hua Bin. Excellent, my good brothers. I currently place my utmost trust in you. Despite my seemingly boundless glory, I genuinely require your assistance. Xinyu had already observed that all discussions revolved around him, yet all topics conveniently sidestepped the subject of Zhang Xiaohui. While others hesitated to take action, he dared to do so. Moreover, he intended to wield public opinion as a means to undermine Zhang Xiaohui. Perhaps within the confines of the school, he could be subdued, but how could one suppress it once it reached Baidu Tieba and large forums? In 2011, the domestic internet was just beginning to flourish. The potential of human flesh searches had yet to be fully realized. Many individuals were merely dabbling in forums, lacking the organized operations characteristic of professional online armies. It is crucial to recognize that in 3 to 5 years, with the proliferation of smartphones, human flesh searches and online public opinion would become formidable forces, capable of toppling even the most esteemed figures. From this moment forth, your mission is to gather all information regarding Zhang Xiaohui, but this must be conducted in secrecy, ensuring that no one becomes aware. It would be preferable to collect details about Zhang Xiaohui's family. For each piece of information, I will offer a 3-digit reward. And for particularly valuable insights, a 4-digit sum will be provided. All payments will be made immediately. There is but one stipulation. Confidentiality is paramount. As soon as Chunyu finished speaking, both Hua Bin and Yuan Wei were left utterly speechless. Is it possible? Chunyu has gone mad. The mere mention of Zhang Xiaohui's news can fetch a 3-digit sum. How outrageous. Surely, Chunyu hasn't lost his senses. Chunyu, is what you say true or false? I am aware. Zhang Xiaohui's father holds a prominent official position in our city, though the specifics elude me. Hua Bin immediately chimed in. Well, I shall give you 500 for a piece of information. Without hesitation, Chunyu handed over a crisp red Mao Zedong note to Hua Bin. Are you truly giving this to me? Hua Bin accepted the bill, his hands trembling. Chunyu, I also know that Zhang Xiaohui seems to have a younger sister-in-law working at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. The last time my father and I were there for business, I witnessed Zhang Xiaohui calling a young woman. She appeared to hold some managerial position. Yuan Wei recounted everything in one breath, his tongue steady. Indeed, Yuan Wei, your information is remarkably valuable. Here, take 1,000. Chunyu handed Yuan Wei another 1,000. I have some too. Chunyu added, I know of another piece. Yuan Wei and Hua Bin racked their brains, recalling anything related to Zhang Xiaohui. Faced with such immense temptation, who wouldn't go mad? A single piece of news can be sold for 100. Good news can yield 1,000. It's no joke. Back in 2011, they might not even earn 100 in a day from their part-time jobs. Even those girls engaged in such activities could hardly make 1,000 in a single night. Enough. You both need to think more creatively. How much do you really know about Zhang Xiaohui? What I require is for you to assist me in gathering information. For any valuable leads, I shall settle with you at this rate. How you procure the information is your concern, but I shall advance you 100,000 as operational capital. Chunyu's words awakened them. They still lacked a commercial acumen, oblivious to the means of earning wealth. Money cannot be amassed by an individual alone. It primarily relies on the uneven distribution of information and the mobilization of subordinates to generate profit. The eyes of Hua Bin and Yuan Wei sparkled with a lustrous ambition. The realm of the affluent was utterly astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, the forthcoming instances of online searches would be far more frenzied. Chunyu had already resolved to establish a dedicated team of online commentators, beginning with the incident involving Zhang Xiaohui. However, he first intended to meet Zhang Xiaohui's aunt to ascertain the nature of this woman's character. Good day, Mr. Chun. I am your dedicated customer service representative. What? You wish to withdraw 10 billion from our institution? A customer service manager rushed through the corridor of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, colliding at full speed with a sales representative. Without a hint of remorse for her recklessness, she picked herself up and continued her sprint toward the end of the hallway. Wang Jin, have you lost your senses? You bumped into someone and didn't even utter an apology. The sales representative exclaimed in dissatisfaction. What? Such a thing occurred? Who was responsible? As Wang Jin entered the president's office, a thunderous roar echoed from within. The president's wrath rendered the entire floor's employees quaking in their boots. Even the cleaning staff exerted themselves to ensure the floors gleamed brighter than mirrors. Hey, have you heard? The president seems to be furious because a major client is leaving. Is that so? What kind of client could provoke such a fierce reaction from the president? I don't know, but they must have considerable influence. It is rumored that the president hurriedly changed his attire and went to the headquarters after listening to Wang Jin's report, leaving Wang Jin without even a sip of water. No wonder he appeared to be in a daze just moments ago. Furthermore, it seems that this client was a significant one for Zhou Meng, allegedly a billionaire. If such a lucrative catch has indeed come our way, our future may become quite arduous. The president might very well make our lives miserable. The Industrial and Commercial Bank has already stirred up a tremendous storm, while the instigator of this matter is still leisurely dining on takeout in the dormitory of the finance department. Chinyu, take a look. This is the information I have gathered. Yuan Wei managed to uncover all the details regarding Zheng Jiahui from the entire dormitory building in just half a day, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Indeed, however, much of the information is redundant. You must learn to filter it. Moreover, delve deeper into the information about Zheng Jiahui's family. Consider this. Gathering 10 trivial pieces of information is less valuable than acquiring one high-quality insight that can yield returns. Prioritize quality over quantity. Take your time. Chinyu glanced over the notes briefly. All right, Chinyu, I shall remember that. Just wait a moment. Yuan Wei's determination was reignited. Oh, wait. Let us not rush into gathering information just yet. Sometimes, inquiring too frequently about someone can raise suspicions. Let us leave it at that for today. Organize the information, and we will discuss it further tomorrow. Chinyu restrained Yuan Wei, who was ready to head out. Indeed, for individuals like them, it is nearly impossible to maintain secrecy amidst such fervent inquiries. Rest assured, they will not divulge anything. I, along with them, have purchased the information. Should this matter be disclosed, they shall be unable to receive the remaining funds. Yuan Wei assured them, thumping his chest with resolute confidence. Very well. This is for the best. Let us impose a constraint upon them. Chinyu nodded in agreement. By the way, I am contemplating establishing a food delivery business, and I would like to entrust its management to you and Hua Bin. Consider this a technological stake, with a profit-sharing arrangement of 10 for you both. Chinyu presented his business proposal to Yuan Wei. The idea had struck him while ordering takeout. The current food delivery system lacks a dedicated app platform, relying instead on small advertisements from the restaurants for orders. This method is not only slow, but also devoid of reviews and tangible products, resulting in frequently unsatisfactory meals. With Meituan and ELE, me yet to flourish, the timing to venture into the food delivery industry is undoubtedly fortuitous. Chapter 23. Posture. It is essential to recognize that the future of the food delivery market will be predominantly led by the likes of elderly individuals who have begun to embrace online ordering, while the younger generation finds themselves reliant on takeout for every meal. Chinyu, your idea is truly remarkable. The consolidation of all food delivery information is indeed necessary. Typically, our choices are limited to familiar establishments, and when we desire something different, we often struggle to find alternative options. Moreover, we lack insight into the quality of service and the variety of cuisines offered by different vendors. Yuan Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he perused Chinyu's proposal. He envisioned a promising future. Although he found the app concepts within the proposal somewhat perplexing, the document itself thoroughly captivated him, leading him to resolve to wholeheartedly support Chinyu. As Chinyu was elucidating the app's functions to Yuan Wei, his phone rang once more. Having already received 3 unanswered calls, he felt it was unreasonable to ignore it any longer and picked up the device. Hello, Mr. Chun, this is Wang Jin, your account manager from Industrial and Commercial Bank. Wang Jin's dulcet tones conveyed no irritation over the 3 missed calls. Please proceed. What is the matter? Chinyu replied with calm composure. Mr. Chun, I have submitted your request to the head office. However, due to the substantial amount involved, we advise against proceeding with the transfer. Wang Jin endeavored to salvage the situation. I regret to inform you that your bank is not secure. My personal information has been compromised, causing me considerable distress. How can I place my trust in you? Chen Yu's voice was cold and resolute. Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize. Regarding the issues you've raised, our president has already addressed your concerns, and our bank will conduct a thorough investigation into the relevant personnel. We sincerely hope for your understanding, and we assure you that we will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I apologize, but I must proceed with the transfer. It is my capital, and I possess the right to determine its allocation. After Chen Yu's statement, she provided no opportunity for Wang Jin, directly ending the call. Beep, beep, beep. President, this still isn't working. Wang Jin gazed at the president with tearful eyes. Who has angered Mr. Chun? What is this matter regarding the alleged leak? Zhou Meng, you are specifically responsible for Mr. Chen's business. What is the situation with the leak of his account information? The president's thunderous roar sent shivers down the spines of the two young women. President, I have never disclosed any information regarding Mr. Chen's financial dealings. Moreover, the risk department and the project team also possess the authority to access Mr. Chen's account information. Zhou Meng's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately dissolving into sobs. Wang Jin, notify the vice president and instruct him to conduct a thorough investigation. From the risk department and project team to the sales department, I want a complete inquiry. We must identify the source of the leak, and once discovered, regardless of who it is, they must be dismissed immediately. If Mr. Chen's business is lost, none of you will enjoy a peaceful existence. Zhou Meng, you will accompany me immediately to find Mr. Chun. The president assigned the task with a near shout. This issue is far too grave. He had relied on Chen Yu's 10 billion to secure the top position in business. Furthermore, the head office has already discussed transferring him to the headquarters, a move that would signify his direct entry into the highest echelons of the industrial and commercial bank. However, at this moment, Chen Yu's actions undoubtedly shattered all his hopes and dreams, obliterating his prospects entirely. He might even find it difficult to secure his position as the bank president. Zhou Meng, what brings me to the school? The president mused, preoccupied with his thoughts throughout the journey, only to realize upon arrival that he was already within the campus of the financial university. President, Mr. Chun is a student here. Zhou Meng replied with a wry smile. What kind of student possesses 10 billion? It's utterly inconceivable. Their principal investor turned out to be a mere student, a fact that rendered the president somewhat powerless. He followed Zhou Meng directly to the campus CAF, where Chen Yu had been waiting for quite some time. Greetings, Mr. Chun. I am Zhang Yang, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Jingzhou, he said politely, extending his hand. Hello, President Zhang. Please, take a seat. Chen Yu gestured invitingly. The CAF at the financial university was not lavish, as it primarily catered to students. The modest environment left Zhang Yang somewhat at a loss. It was evident that Chen Yu had chosen this location to assert his dominance in their meeting. Although still a student, the young man exhibited remarkable control over the negotiations atmosphere. Zhang Yang keenly sensed that Chen Yu was not to be underestimated and dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Gentlemen, this is the school CAF. It is indeed rather simple. However, the coffee is quite decent. Chen Yu generously offered the menu to Zhang Yang and Zhou Meng. A menu? What menu? The CAF's offerings were far too rudimentary to capture their discerning tastes. None of the coffees or pastries could meet their standards. However, out of concern for appearances, they opted for a simpler approach. A mild coffee should not be particularly difficult to accept. Negotiation is not merely a contest of skills at the negotiation table. It is fundamentally a battle of psychology and momentum. Many negotiations commence long before the parties convene at the table. For instance, Japan's surrender was marked by America's insistence on a signed military agreement, aiming to completely overwhelm Japan in terms of spirit. Chen Yu's choice of an unconventional venue for the negotiations subtly imposed pressure on the counterpart, while his anger and nonchalant attitude towards the discussions created a formidable atmosphere that guided the direction of the negotiations. Given that President Zhang has personally come, I am truly taken aback. I am not one to dawdle. I shall refrain from elaborating on the circumstances. If your esteemed institution cannot guarantee security, I am entitled to select my own repository for funds. Chen Yu stated this matter-of-factly. Mr. Chun, this time it was indeed our oversight, but we are diligently investigating the matter. Currently, we have not discovered any instances of information leakage within our institution. You possess the right to make decisions regarding your funds. However, We sincerely hope you will consider this matter with caution. There are absolutely no issues concerning security on our part. Zhang Yang's discourse, however, skirted the core issues. Indeed, Mr. Chun, you see, our president personally oversees the investigation upon hearing of issues with your account. Our sincerity and proactive measures underscore our commitment to your case. Furthermore, our previous collaborations have been exceedingly pleasant. Zhou Ming adopted a seemingly vulnerable demeanor, yet as a professional woman, her intentions remained unwavering. Miss Zhou is correct. We have collaborated before, and you are well aware of my working style. In a project worth several hundred million, I nearly made an unequivocal decision. Will I fabricate something out of nothing or lament without cause this time? Since I have expressed my intention, I possess complete confidence. This negotiation represents my utmost sincerity towards your esteemed bank. Chun Yu raised his voice, drawing glances from others in the CAF. Mr. Chun, you have misunderstood. We have never doubted you. However, our investigation cannot yield conclusions in haste, and we hope you can exercise patience. We will certainly provide you with an explanation. Please trust us. Zhang Yang understood that Chun Yu had come prepared, and he no longer denied the possibility of a leak, instead beginning to seek excuses within the investigation. Chapter 24. The information of cooperation. There is no need for further investigation. It is your project manager, He-yun. Chun Yu directly revealed the name. What? It's He-yun. Could it be that Chun Yu was not merely bluffing? Did he truly know who had leaked the information? Zhang Yang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Prior to Chun Yu naming He-yun, he had already begun to harbor suspicions about him. With Chun Yu's declaration, Zhang Yang became increasingly convinced that Chun Yu indeed possessed evidence, leaving him momentarily flustered. Mr. Chun, rest assured, I will verify He-yun immediately. Once I have results, I will promptly respond to you. Zhang Yang wiped his sweat. Heh, and you believe this matter will yield results? I assume any bank could investigate such issues in a matter of minutes. I wonder why your institution's efficiency is so lamentably slow. Or perhaps your bank simply has no intention of conducting an investigation. If that is the case, how can you ensure the safety of my assets? Chun Yu scoffed. Did they truly underestimate him, thinking to deceive him as a child? If a resolution could not be reached immediately, the ensuing bureaucratic entanglements would be endless. Zhang Yang felt another wave of perspiration. Even his hand, which had just grasped a coffee cup, began to tremble. Chun Yu was exceedingly challenging to contend with. He was impervious to intimidation and remarkably astute, leaving no room for superficial responses. Zhang Yang, too, wished to conduct a thorough investigation into He-yun, but this individual possessed connections. Had it been anyone else, he would have swiftly dismissed them. Mr. Chun, you are putting us in a difficult position. After all, investigations are not quite so straightforward. However, I, Zhang Yang, assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Zhang Yang contemplated retreating from the situation. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not press you further. I shall leave a sum of 1 billion to assess the sincerity of your esteemed institution. Chun Yu spread his hands in exasperation. What? Leaving behind 1 billion? This is even more revolting than transferring it all away. Leaving 1 billion. It would be a miracle if Zhang Yang is not written off by the headquarters. Mr. Chun, please grant us this one opportunity. Since our director Zhang has stepped forward, we will assuredly provide you with an explanation. Kindly bear with us for a moment, and if our resolution does not meet your satisfaction, you may choose to relocate your funds at your discretion, said Zhou Ming, deliberately lowering her neckline, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin. Director Zhang, given that I possess substantial evidence that may substantiate your breach of confidentiality, I assume that my pursuit of legal recourse will receive your institution's full support? Chun Yu pressed on relentlessly, his unvoiced authority leaving Zhang Yang with no avenue for retreat. Chun Yu truly held irrefutable evidence. Should he initiate legal proceedings, the ramifications for the industrial and commercial bank would extend far beyond a mere 100 billion loss. Zhang Yang's career would be irrevocably shattered, making his continuation at the bank untenable. However, He-yun was the younger sister-in-law of Zheng Jingxing, the political and legal committee member of Jingzhou, and offending him would yield no favorable outcome either. Zhou Ming lightly nudged Zhang Yang, as Chun Yu's phone beside him displayed a clear notification of the construction bank seeking to discuss a collaboration. Zhang Yang slumped into his chair, realizing that this was the end, utterly finished. Very well, Mr. Chun, we shall provide you with an immediate response. The office building of the Industrial and Commercial Bank was still under investigation, with the vice president leading a group toward the project team's office. Chinda, What is the meaning of your inquiries? Are you intending to investigate me? Vice President Chun had just entered the project team's office when an extraordinarily flamboyant woman strutted in, her demeanor haughty, and directed a furious shout at him. I'm sorry, but you are precisely the person we need to investigate, Hee-yun. Chun swiftly brushed aside Hee-yun's accusatory finger that pointed at him. What? You dare to strike me? Do you even know who my brother-in-law is? Bring Zhang Yang here to speak with me. Hee-yun had never endured such indignity. In the industrial and commercial bank, no one dared to treat her with anything less than utmost respect, and even Zhang Yang had to grant her some deference. Today, however, her office was raided by a group of insolent youngsters, and on top of that, she had been struck by Chun. This was intolerable, utterly intolerable. You dare to hit me, Chun? I will make sure you regret this. Don't think that just because you are a vice president, you are invincible. I will have you ousted. I will ensure you are dismissed. Hee-yun, disregarding her image, screamed at him, her hands clawing towards Chun like talons. Chun seized both of her hands, forcibly subduing her unruly outburst. Once fearful of Hee-yun, he now stood resolute, as Zhang Yang had ordered a thorough investigation into her actions, stating that if she resisted, she could be summarily dismissed, and he would bear all consequences. Chun, you have truly crossed a line. Let me go? Hee-yun, taken aback, found herself in a physical struggle with Chun, with her hair disheveled and her composure lost. She bore no resemblance to a project manager, but rather that of a street brawler. Yet, it was worth noting that Hee-yun had ascended to the position of project manager solely through connections. Since her promotion, she had displayed nothing but arrogance and lacked even a modicum of managerial capability, her behavior in the company akin to that of a petulant shrew. Vice President Chun, I have uncovered the truth. He visited the internal network 3 days ago, specifically investigating Mr. Chen's information. Moreover, surveillance footage from the office reveals He engaged in a lengthy conversation with an unfamiliar man, during which she was seen carrying documents to meet him. Well done, Xiaolu. He, do you have any explanations to offer? Chunda's expression darkened. What of it? I merely investigated Chun Yu's information. What can you do about it? Chunda? I shall call the headquarters. You're finished. He found no advantage in her exchange with Chunda, her voice rising in a frantic outburst. What? The headquarters decision? Are you truly going to dismiss me? No. I demand to see Director Jiang. I am the sister-in-law of Zheng Zhengxing. You, beep, beep, beep. A series of busy signals was the headquarters response, and for the first time, disheveled He realized her dire situation. Her face drained of color. The phone slipped from her grasp onto the floor. Impossible, impossible. You wouldn't dare dismiss me. In a fit of madness, He charged toward the office. Stop her. With Chunda's command, several young men restrained He. Once feared, she now found herself powerless, her influence shattered. Who would show her any respect now? Previously arrogant, she had bullied the entire company, with everyone too afraid to voice their anger. Yet now, He had become the pariah. Hooray, wonderful. The entire nuisance has finally fallen. President Chun is so impressive. That detestable woman, was it not merely her connections? What arrogance is this? Among the crowd of onlookers, 9 out of 10 had suffered bullying at the hands of Hee-yun. With her downfall, the pent-up resentment within them surged forth, leaving some in a state of faintness. The removal of this malignant presence brought immense relief, and the atmosphere in the industrial and commercial bank was more vibrant than during festive celebrations. The discussions at the CAF of the Financial University also reached a conclusion, with Chinyu ultimately transferring 1 billion to the construction bank, while the remainder remained in the industrial and commercial bank. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had not achieved complete success, he had managed to retain Chinyu for the time being. Furthermore, the 1 billion that Chinyu transferred to the construction bank still resided in the industrial and commercial bank, presenting him with substantial opportunities for future endeavors. Chapter 25. Dominant topic in comparison to offending Zheng Zhengxing. His future held paramount importance. Should Chinyu resort to legal means to forcibly transfer funds, the industrial and commercial bank would find itself powerless, and Zhang Yang's position would be irrevocably compromised. Though he had incurred Zheng Zhengxing's displeasure, he managed to maintain his status as the top performer, thereby preserving his opportunity to ascend to the headquarters. Once there, he would have no reason to fear Zheng Zhengxing. Let this matter rest for now. I appreciate your assistance, President Zhang. I shall now discuss the transfer with Miss Zhou. Chinyu rose to express gratitude to Zhang Yang for his trust. Our resolution will be forthcoming. I will return to facilitate He Yun's departure. Zhang Yang smiled and extended his hand, shaking Qinyu's firmly. As Zhang Yang exited the financial university, he took a deep breath, relieved to be out. The negotiations at the CAF had left him drenched in cold sweat. Qinyu was indeed formidable. His acumen in analyzing interests was unparalleled. Nearly all of Zhang Yang's subtle calculations had been anticipated by Qinyu. Even the extent of Zhang Yang's concessions had been meticulously assessed by him. The transfer of 1 billion in funds was a masterstroke, applying pressure to the headquarters while ensuring their full support for Zhang Yang, all the while warning him against any reckless actions and simultaneously safeguarding his position as the top performer. Such astuteness left Zhang Yang in awe. He pondered the true depth of this young man's capabilities, and a sense of dread washed over him as he reflected on the encounter. "Miss Zhou, thank you for your cooperation this time," Qinyu expressed, nodding in satisfaction at Zhou Meng. "You're too kind, Mr. Chen. It is I who should be grateful to you," Zhou Meng replied, her sweetest smile illuminating her face as she unconsciously leaned closer to Qinyu. The ample softness pressed against Qinyu's arm, an incessant tease of gentleness and warmth that stirred his senses. No, he must resist. Qinyu continuously admonished himself. This life would not mirror his previous one. A moment's weakness could jeopardize grand ambitions. Once he asserted himself, what kind of woman could he not attract? "Miss Zhou, the project manager position is assured." Qinyu withdrew his hand and smiled at Zhou Meng. She stood momentarily stunned, realizing that Chen Yu's intention to keep her close was not merely due to her beauty. "Mr. Chen, you flatter me," Zhou Meng replied. "Miss Zhou, you are remarkably astute. I merely glanced at my phone, and you grasped the situation immediately. You understand my collaboration with the bank, regardless of the veracity of the information or its success. This is the final straw that may break Zhang Yang. I owe you my gratitude for this matter. Rest assured, I will support you in ascending to the position of project manager, but I hope our cooperation extends beyond this." Qinyu smiled, acknowledging, "Mr. Chen is indeed clever. Nothing escapes your notice." Zhou Meng responded, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen." With Qinyu's assurance, her smile blossomed even more, and she leaned her entire body against him. Their intimate demeanor suggested they were lovers, igniting envy in the eyes of many men drawn to Zhou Meng's allure. With her support, Qinyu's security at the bank was significantly bolstered. Their partnership, one acquiring banking insights and the other providing business, was indeed seamless. With such an alluring partner, one might speculate on the intriguing experiences that could transpire. However, Qinyu is not yet inclined to entertain such thoughts, as he has yet to fully comprehend Zhou Meng. The security guard at the financial university was leisurely sipping tea in the reception area when suddenly, a white BMW sped into view. The guard nearly choked on his tea, and before he could lower the barrier, the BMW had already collided with it, leaving it in two pieces. The white BMW raced past without a hint of hesitation, like a gust of wind heading towards the campus. "Hurry, stop that BMW!" The security guard shouted into the intercom. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the teaching building, completely disregarding the fact that it was the main entrance. Exuding an arrogance as if the entire school belonged to them, the ostentatious arrival of the BMW attracted a crowd as students paused in their tracks, eager to witness the presence of a notable figure. As the door of the white BMW swung open, a striking woman emerged, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Her figure was captivatingly voluptuous, with a deep neckline resembling a vast canyon. The bold crimson lipstick she wore was both flamboyant and audacious, making her presence in the academic setting all the more conspicuous. "Zhao Hui, come out here." If the woman had remained silent, she might have left a more favorable impression. However, her voice unleashed a tempestuous fury that echoed through the halls. Her mouth opened wide, the thunderous sound nearly reverberating throughout the entire building. The black stilettos struck the ground with such force, it seemed as though they might pierce through it. "Pu Zhaohui, get out here." Another thunderous roar followed, prompting students from every classroom to lean out, each eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As the president of the student council, Zheng Zhaohui naturally steered the direction of discussions. Now, a flamboyantly dressed woman in her 30s approached him, serving as an organic catalyst for public opinion. "You seek our leader," Jiang Daowei interjected, stepping forward. It was unclear whether it was the woman's formidable presence or Jiang Daowei's timidity that rendered him almost childlike in her company, his words stumbling forth with great difficulty. "Pu Zhaohui is your leader," the woman scoffed. It was evident that this was a matter of emotional entanglement. The notion that Zhaohui was involved with a woman of such allure was undeniable. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a figure? At their age, these boys were in the throes of adolescence, their hormones surging uncontrollably. The woman's ample bosom, accentuated by a plunging neckline, seemed almost perilous, while her long, shapely legs, ensconced in sheer stockings, exuded an irresistible allure. For these students, encounters with such women were rare. They had only ever glimpsed them in the realm of Japanese entertainment. And even then, they dared not observe so brazenly. The mature essence of a woman in her 30s was intoxicating, a siren's call to those newly awakening to their desires. This lethal temptation stirred their senses and hormones, with all the boys craning their necks in anticipation, the taller among them seizing vantage points to gaze downwards. Miss? What brings you to seek our leader? Jiang Dawei spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to that of a timid kitten, positioned closest to the woman. He felt the weight of his height advantage, yet his heart raced with an overwhelming heat, his senses heightened. Despite the tempest within, he dared not utter a sound. Look, isn't it beautiful? The woman glared at Jiang David. I didn't. Jiang David immediately lowered his head, retreating in fear. Slap. A resounding blow landed squarely on Jiang David's face, leaving everyone stunned, as if the slap had struck them all. Each one of them was a lecher, and she was not someone they deserved to gaze upon. With an air of arrogance, the woman delivered another sharp slap to Jiang David's face. He stood there dazed, the force of the blows weighing heavily upon him, but fortunately, his flesh was resilient. He looked at the woman with pitiful eyes, as if pleading for her to cease her assault. What are you standing there for? Fetch Zheng Jiawei for me. Chapter 26. Disheartened, a woman let out a fierce roar, and like a startled rabbit, Jiang Dawei vanished without a trace. How astonishing that the president would provoke such a woman. How ruthless she is, yet undeniably alluring. Just look at her figure, an undeniable 36D. To have an encounter with a woman like that, even at the cost of one's life, would be worth it. Zheng Jiawei is indeed fortunate to engage with such a mature woman. The woman lingered in the corridor, her sharp tongue silencing everyone, driving them into the classroom and leaving the hallway eerily empty. However, the absence of physical presence did not quell the fervent discussions among the boys, who whispered in hushed tones about the captivating woman. The school's online forum was ablaze with speculation and fantasies, each version of Zheng Jiawei's tale with the sultry woman being spun into countless narratives. Boss, we have a problem. A serious issue. Jiang Dawei burst into the student council office. What are you doing here? You're not even part of the council anymore. Didn't you learn to knock before entering? Zheng Jiawei erupted in anger. Since the last incident, Jiang Dawei had been expelled from the student council, and Zheng Jiawei had not been kind to either him or Yin Tianlong. Yet, despite this, Zheng Jiawei ultimately intervened to resolve certain matters for them. Thus, Jiang Dawei and Yin Tianlong found themselves once again as Zheng Jiawei's loyal subordinates. But this time, the dog had truly lost its sight. Boss, I'm so sorry. Jiang Dawei quickly shut the door behind him. What a day? I was just slapped twice, and my face still stings. Ultimately, the catalyst was not he. He was merely a messenger. Now, having conveyed the message, he finds himself in trouble. As Jiang Dawei opened the door, a figure swiftly darted beneath the table. Zheng Jiawei turned around, not even glancing at Jiang Dawei, and scolded him. Even a fool knows what just transpired. Now, you can only await my wrath. Damn it. Are you blind? You lack proper upbringing. Don't you know to knock? The moment Zheng Jiawei exited the office, he lashed out at Jiang Dawei. For heaven's sake, keep your eyes open next time. Zheng Jiawei adjusted his clothes. Boss, there's a woman looking for you downstairs. Jiang Dawei rubbed his head, lamenting. What? A woman seeks me? Good grief. You didn't let her come up, did you? Zheng Jiawei delivered another jab. Boss, please don't put me in a difficult position. I truly couldn't dare. Tears almost brimmed in Jiang Dawei's eyes. He would hardly have the audacity to command the woman downstairs, with a mere tenfold of courage. He would have crumbled like a quail. Hey, what happened to your face? Zheng Jiawei finally noticed the imprint of a slap on Jiang Dawei's cheek. I was struck by that woman, Jiang Dawei murmured. Goodness, can you be any more cowardly? Zheng Jiawei, exasperated by Jiang Dawei's timidity, could scarcely articulate his frustration. I am cowardly because of you. It was your antics that led to my beating. You chase after women like a reckless fool, and I am left to bear the consequences. After your escapades, you refuse to acknowledge anyone. Now that she has come looking for you, what do you intend to do? Jiang Dawei, feeling aggrieved, followed closely behind Zheng Jiawei, his mind incessantly murmuring grievances. At last, my esteemed leader has descended. How much longer must I await your arrival? As Zheng Jiahui just stepped downstairs, a woman clad in high heels sashayed towards him, her voluptuous figure accentuated by the undulating motion of her waist, embodying seduction to its fullest extent. Brothers, gather round quickly. A spectacle awaits us. Why you, auntie? What brings you here? Zheng Jiahui stammered, momentarily taken aback, his words faltering. What a twist. The woman before him was none other than his aunt. This was utterly unbelievable. The stunningly alluring woman was the president of the student council, and the revelation left him in shock. Could it be? His aunt, so captivating. One could easily imagine a film featuring the president and his aunt, their tumultuous relationship unfolding unexpectedly. Just for this, how fortunate her husband must be. The conversation ignited once more as students in the classroom leaned against the windows, eager to catch a glimpse. What brings me here? You are unaware of the chaos you have caused, He exclaimed, seizing Zheng Jiahui and dragging him away as if he were a mere chick. Take care, leader, Jiang Dawei bid farewell, his expression tinged with melancholy. Who parked this car? Do they not realize this is a teaching building? Came the shout from the security team at the entrance. A few members, wearing armbands, began to inspect the premises. What's all this shouting about? What is wrong with my parking? He Yun retorted, her heels clicking defiantly as she confronted the security personnel. What? You parked this car? Your vehicle is parked directly in front of the teaching building, and you expect to be justified? A member of the security team confronted He Yun angrily, exclaiming, what is wrong with stopping for a moment? Zheng Jiahui, already irked by He Yun's earlier grip, found an outlet for his frustration upon encountering this provocation. He felt powerless to express his anger towards his aunt, but now these nuisances had crossed the line. As soon as the security team recognized Zheng Jiahui, their morale deflated. Your car is obstructing the entrance to the teaching building, the security team leader asserted. This parking situation severely disrupts student access and violates school regulations. The leader, a man with a crew cut, approached with authority. The security team was originally a group of guards. Zheng Jiahui, bolstered by the support of the principal and the academic dean, dismissed the guards with disdain. While other members of the security team shrank back in the presence of Zheng Jiahui, their leader felt compelled to uphold order, lest they lose face as a team. What is the big deal about a brief stop? Did you lose a chunk of flesh, or are students going to suffocate from not being able to enter? It's not as if I'm not leaving, Zheng Jiahui retorted dismissively, not even glancing at the leader, pointing a finger at him in accusation. Exactly. What is the fuss? You're merely a security team, He Yun added with a look of disdain. You are at fault for parking at the entrance, and yet you still insist on being right, the leader responded, visibly displeased. How ridiculous. Keep your people away from my car. I won't tolerate filthy hands touching it. If you damage it, can you afford the repairs? He Yun scolded, her hips swaying as she directed her ire at the nearest team member leaning against her BMW. What do you mean? We are law enforcement personnel. Kindly show some respect, he replied. The captain's temper flared. Not only did he refuse to listen to reason, but he also openly insulted his teammates. What are you so angry about? I have ceased my actions, what will you do? Why not summon the principal? Zheng Jiahui spat disdainfully on the ground. Forget it, just admit your mistake to the president. Indeed. Why are you being so stubborn as the captain of the school protection team? Yes, a simple apology might lead to the president's forgiveness. The crowd of onlookers could not help but murmur their astonishment at the captain's obstinacy. After all, Zheng Jiahui wielded considerable influence at the school, while the captain of the protection team was hardly in a position to challenge him. Chapter 27. Speechless to admit one's fault is too late. Unless you kneel and wipe away the spittle I've cast. Zheng Jiahui scoffed coldly. A soldier can be slain but cannot be insulted, though merely a security captain. One must retain dignity. Moreover, it was inherently Zheng Jiahui and He Yun's fault. What right did they have? I am not at fault. I shall never stoop so low. The captain glared furiously. How did a piece of paint chip off the car? It was your filthy hands that did it. You must compensate me. He Yun approached the vehicle and, upon discovering the damaged paint, scolded the nearby team member. I did not touch your car. I was standing so far away, my hands did not move at all. The team member was reduced to tears by He Yun's fierce demeanor. You parked illegally and violated school regulations. How can you still blame us? The captain pulled the team member behind him. What do you mean? You damaged the car and refused to pay. What is wrong with me stopping for a moment? The ground collapsed. I shall compensate for that. The car is damaged. You shall pay. Zheng Jiahui charged forward. Having been at the school for so long, He had never encountered a security officer speaking to him in such a manner. I have stated clearly that none of our personnel touched your vehicle. You parked illegally and must accept the consequences from our security team. The captain stood his ground. What are you posturing for? I will find your superior. I'll have you fired right now. Zheng Jiaowei pulled out his phone to make a call. Now it's over. What could have been a simple apology has escalated. The crowd murmured, sensing the tension. You were asked to admit your fault, but refused. Now look where we are. Indeed, Zheng Jiaowei is certainly not someone to provoke. This vehicle is a limited edition, likely worth over 2 million. Each paint job alone costs several thousand. Alas, what could have been resolved with a mere apology has escalated. Not only have you lost your job, but you are also liable for compensation. While some sympathize with the captain, others find amusement in the situation, yet the majority deemed the captain foolish. With no one willing to testify that the paint damage had nothing to do with that team member. Brother Zing, sister, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I kneel before you and apologize. You must believe me. I truly did not damage your paint. The team member, in a display of desperation, knelt before He Yun, repeatedly bowing their head, tears and snot flowing freely. The cost of a single paint job is several thousand. If it were truly determined that he caused the damage, he would owe an exorbitant sum. Where would he procure such funds? Now you realize your mistake. Weren't you quite arrogant before? He Yun kicked the team member. Sister, I was wrong. I have remained silent throughout. I never laid a hand on it. Please, spare me. The team member rose once more, only to be met with further ridicule. Very well, I may spare you. However, it is your captain who caused the paint damage. Did you not witness it? He Yun smirked at the captain. Yes, I saw it. It was the captain who caused the damage. Ah Chao stammered. You, this is the end. It appears the captain will be held accountable for the paint's cost. Captain, I am truly sorry, but I cannot afford to pay. Ah Chao cast his gaze downward. Ha, you are quite the arrogant one. Now there is evidence and witnesses. You have damaged my car, yet you still wish to deny it. He Yunin kicked aside a Chao and approached the captain of the security team. You despicable lot. I did not damage your vehicle at all. The captain's words fell flat, devoid of power. Let him speak. He is nothing but a fool. Indeed, what harm is there in admitting a mistake? Kneeling is far better than paying tens of thousands. After all, that amounts to an entire year's salary. Sigh, this person is utterly lacking in perception. A wave of murmurs spread, the world's indifference evident. Onlookers wore expressions of detached amusement. Everyone was aware of the captain's unjust plight, yet the actual culprit continued to bully others with impunity. Even when truth was distorted, no one seemed to care, as long as one holds power. Their words become the only truth. Captain Yuan, you finally arrived, said Zheng Jiaowei, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he addressed the man on the electric scooter. The man was a slightly pudgy middle-aged individual, who, upon disembarking, greeted Zheng Jiaowei warmly and even offered him a cigarette. You see, you summoned me. How could I not come? Captain Yuan replied with a cheerful grin. Captain, they stopped me. I merely approached to speak a few words, and they accused me of damaging their vehicle. The captain of the security team attempted to explain further, whether he was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. It was clear that Captain Yuan had already allied himself with Zheng Jiaowei. His explanations were falling on deaf ears. Oh, and who might this beautiful lady be? Captain Yuan inquired, leaning towards He Yunin with an outstretched hand. Just you. He let out a cold snort. How could she possibly shake hands with such a head of security? My aunt, Zheng Jiaowei, stood protectively in front of Captain Yuan. Ha, no wonder. Your aunt is truly beautiful, Captain Yuan remarked, unfazed and chuckling. The head of the security team was about to speak again, but this time was cut short. Yu Yong, how could you be on duty like this? They parked their vehicle here, and not only did you fail to keep watch, but you also allowed the car to be damaged. Do you even wish to keep your job? Captain Yuan's gaze was fixed sternly on Yu Yong. But they were parked illegally. Yu Yong stammered, unable to defend himself. Alas, what a fool. What could Captain Yuan do? Who would dare to offend Zheng Jiaowei? This naive and foolish young man was now in peril regarding his job. Truly a stubborn child, how pitiful. A wave of sympathy swept through the onlookers, who could no longer bear to watch, though they felt powerless to intervene. To repair the damage will cost 50,000. You must pay. He was intent on driving Yu Yong to despair. As a school security captain, Yu Yong earned merely 500 a month. He would have to go 2 years without food or drink to amass 30,000. To suddenly owe 50,000 was akin to rendering 2 years of his labor utterly futile. Yu Yong, A significant incident occurred during your duty hours. I must now consider your position as captain, Captain Yuan declared, imposing immediate disciplinary action. What sort of people are these? A bunch of blind fools. Clearly, these two scoundrels are extorting. A sudden voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the shadow beneath the trees, which gradually emerged. It was Chinyu, surprisingly. Goodness, what is this wealthy individual Chinyu up to? The grand spectacle is truly about to unfold, a clash between a newly risen magnate and a seasoned tycoon. Chinyu, I caution you, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, shouted Zheng Zhaohui towards Chinyu. What? So you are Chinyu? Upon hearing Chinyu's name, He-Yun was instantly incensed. She had approached Zheng Zhaohui to settle scores, as he had previously implored her to obtain Chinyu's financial information. Now, due to this incident, she had lost her job, being unceremoniously dismissed from the industrial and commercial bank, leaving her utterly humiliated. Zheng Zhaohui, it was you who compelled me to retrieve his financial details. Now, because of you, I have lost my employment, He-Yun exclaimed towards Zheng Zhaohui. What? My aunt lost her job because of this. No wonder she came to the school to confront him. It is all Chinyu's doing. Let us postpone this matter for now. I have other pressing issues to address. Chinyu waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 28. The culprit Chinyu picked up 2 bricks and approached Yu Yong, who, upon witnessing the student advancing with the bricks, began to understand the situation. Brother, when have I ever offended you? Yu Yong glared at Chinyu. What on earth is happening with this Yu Yong? The onlookers were bewildered as 2 prominent figures seemed to hold him accountable. Chinyu's boldness in approaching with bricks left the crowd in stunned silence. The limited edition BMW sports car, with its paint damage estimated to cost around $50,000, though excessive, would still require $2,000 to $3,000 for repairs. However, the damage was evidently caused by a collision, not mere negligence. Regardless, it seemed inconsequential now. This vehicle was valued at approximately $2 million. If I offer you $3 million to join me in smashing this car, would you dare? Chinyu extended a brick to Yu Yong. As Yu Yong accepted the brick, Chinyu swiftly raised his arm and struck down. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the luxurious BMW was instantly transformed into a shattered spectacle. The entire scene unfolded so rapidly that the spectators were momentarily speechless. Good heavens, what audacity! A $2 million car. And it was obliterated with a single blow to the windshield. My car. He dashed toward the BMW in a frenzy, the gaping void in the windshield confirming her worst fears. You. Zheng Zhaohui was rendered speechless with rage. This card holds $3 million. I will compensate you. This car is now mine. Chinyu coolly tossed his bank card onto the ground. Ah, clang. Another resounding crash echoed as a brick flew from the driver's seat. Beautiful, isn't it? Just a mere $2 million vehicle, yet it boasts such arrogance. After scraping off the paint, it still dares to protest. Remove the door. In a fit of rage, Chen Yuhao retrieved a fire extinguisher from the trunk and ruthlessly smashed the door into oblivion. At this moment, Yu Yong's eyes also blazed with fury. He seized the fire extinguisher from Chen Yu's hands and unleashed his pent-up anger upon the BMW, venting his frustrations with each forceful blow. The once pristine vehicle now bore countless dents, the cacophony of metal striking metal reverberating through the air, silencing the onlookers. Not only did the spectators hold their breath in shock, but even Zheng Zhaohui and He-Yun stood in stunned silence. Is it satisfying? Chinyu inquired of Yu Yong. Very, Yu Yong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Good. Abandon your role as the captain of the school team and join me. I promise to gift you a sports car identical to this one. Chinyu chuckled. All right, I'll follow your lead, Yu Yong declared, discarding the fire extinguisher. Before the murmurs of the onlookers could fully dissipate, Chinyu and Yu Yong vanished into the night. All eyes were upon them, yet no one truly saw them depart, as if the previous scene had been but a figment of the imagination. However, the battered BMW stood as a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Chinyu, you are ruthless. I shall hold a grudge against you, someone muttered. And just like that, they left. Incredible, truly impressive. The crowd remained in a daze, unable to fathom the sheer brutality of Chen Yu's actions. A vehicle worth over $2 million, shattered so carelessly, it was utterly extravagant. Indeed, tossing away $3 million like that is simply audacious. If only I could be so carefree, I'd gladly risk it all, someone lamented. Enough of that. Who do you think you are? Just kidding. Chinyu is too cool. Oh dear, I adore you. Huh, with your physique, Chinyu wouldn't even spare you a glance. What are you shouting about? Silence. Zheng Jiaowei bellowed at the crowd. It was an affront, a brazen humiliation. Yu was not merely damaging a vehicle. He was grinding Zheng Jiaowei's dignity into the ground, even spitting in disdain. Zheng Jiaowei, you have cost me my job and left my car in this state. You must deal with the consequences. When had Yun ever endured such indignity? Initially, none of this was her concern. Yet now she found herself the most unfortunate of all. If it weren't for Zheng Jiaowei's need to provoke such a character, she would still hold the position of project manager, enjoying the benefits that came with it. Instead, she was being driven out like a stray dog, and it was rumored that the ostentatious Zhou Meng was to take her place. It was enough to infuriate her. The position in the project team was a coveted one. A veritable gold mine, with its unspoken perks. Enough of the noise. I will surely avenge this. Zheng Jiaowei gritted his teeth. Found it. This vehicle is the one that broke the entrance's barrier. What happened to this car? The security guard, along with several security personnel, had scoured the area and finally discovered the culprit, yet the state of the vehicle was dismal. Old Wang, why are you meddling? Captain Yuan shouted to the guard. No, it is indeed this vehicle that broke our barrier. Just look at its front. There are marks from the collision, and the yellow paint from the barrier is still visible. The guard pointed out the chipped paint on the car's front. The paint that had chipped away served as evidence of the collision that damaged the school's lift pole. Yet they audaciously accused the security team. It is truly shameless for such affluent individuals to deflect blame for their own transgressions onto others. As the classmates began to murmur, the actions of the pair, a man and a woman, seemed utterly outrageous. Had it not been for Chun Yu's timely intervention, Yu Yong would have been subjected to greater torment. In stark contrast to Zheng Jiaohui, who abused his newfound power to intimidate others, Chun Yu emerged as the embodiment of justice. Striving to rectify the injustices of the world, what truly stood out was Chun Yu's formidable presence as he smashed the luxury car. His display of strength was nothing short of magnificent, a true paragon among men. A throng of infatuated admirers succumbed to their fantasies, envisioning themselves in intimate scenarios with Chun Yu. The confrontation escalated, with the audacious declaration, "So what if I crashed it? I will compensate you." Under the scrutiny of many, Yun could no longer endure the humiliation. She emptied her purse on the ground, scattering a substantial amount of cash, likely exceeding 10,000. Is this sufficient? This watch alone is worth 50,000. I shall give it to you. Yun cast both her purse and the watch onto the ground, declaring that she could no longer remain in such a place. This evening was destined to be extraordinary, as the school's online forum erupted once again. The news spread like wildfire. The student council president had exploited their position, only to be met with the formidable presence of the wealthy Chun Yu. The affluent Chun Yu's fury was palpable as he smashed a luxury car, inciting Yun to throw her watch and purse in frustration. The opulent vehicle of the glamorous beauty was rendered to scrap, revealing that the student council president was, in fact, her nephew. The hero, Chun Yu, had fiercely demolished the luxury car and was now facing a compensation of 3 million. How impressive! Oh, dear, yield to me, my hero. Indeed, public opinion is an invincible force. As long as the topic is sufficiently sensational, there is nothing that the onlookers will shy away from discussing. Today, as public opinion has thrust Zheng Jiaowei into the spotlight, with a unanimous wave of criticism directed towards him, while Chun Yu has naturally emerged as a hero. Originally, Chun Yu's story was already shrouded in mystery, and now it has been further enveloped in an enigmatic veil. The female students of the financial university have gone into a frenzy, openly declaring their affection for Chun Yu. Su Yao decisively showcased her happiness on the forum, posting pictures of herself with Chun Yu, along with gifts he had given her. Although Chun Yu has not acknowledged a romantic relationship with Su Yao, merely having shared a meal together, this has nonetheless made Su Yao the envy of all other girls, leading a group of envious individuals to swiftly unleash their jealousy beneath her posts. Chapter 29: Admiration to ensure reading safety. This chapter is currently under editorial review. Please try again later. Chapter 30. Delivering takeout tonight. You shall rest well, reaching out to your friends each day. I welcome anyone willing to join us. The base salary is set at 2,500, with a commission of 30 for every order delivered, Chun Yu declared without hesitation. What? A base salary of 2,500? Are you joking? The incredulity was palpable. In today's market, finding a monthly salary of 2,000 is a rarity. Yet here was Chun Yu, offering 2,500 plus commission. It is worth noting that Yu Yong, already the captain of the nursing school team, only earned 500, while his subordinates made no more than 2,000, and interns received a mere 1,500. Qinyu's offer was undoubtedly generous. Qinyu, we haven't even launched yet, and we're not making a profit. Is it truly wise to set such a high salary? Yu Yong hesitated to voice his concerns, but recalled Qinyu's previous display of wealth when he smashed a BMW. Ultimately, he decided to hold his tongue. After all, a person of such affluence would likely not be overly concerned with trivial expenses. I know what you were thinking. I firmly believe our company will thrive, and rest assured, anyone who follows me shall not be treated unjustly, Qinyu proclaimed with unwavering conviction, instilling tremendous confidence in them. Where could one find such a benevolent employer? Without further ado, Yu Yong sought out the captain of the table tennis team to resign and moved into Qinyu's dormitory that very night. Yuan Wei and Hua Bin inundated their phones, reaching out to their acquaintances. Upon hearing the promise of 2,500, many friends expressed disbelief. Moreover, Qinyu mentioned that health insurance and housing funds would commence after just 1 month of employment, a notion they deemed utterly fantastical. Numerous friends speculated that Yuan Wei and Hua Bin had fallen into some sort of pyramid scheme, urging them to extricate themselves promptly. When did the delivery workers ever receive such generous treatment? They had never even heard of dedicated delivery companies. Qinyu was busier than ever. As the grand opening was just around the corner, he took a moment to inspect the office selected for Mayweather. Everything appeared to be in order. His secretary had already secured the business license, and the office was impeccably decorated. However, the employees at Hongdao were baffled as to why their boss, the esteemed head of Hongdao Real Estate, would abandon his successful position to become a mere delivery worker. His assistant, Xiao Ying, was equally perplexed. She had just facilitated the business license for Mayweather and was left questioning if she had misheard. Qinyu surveyed the space and deemed it slightly insufficient. Once operations commenced, he would need to immediately expand his territory. With the school as a focal point, he planned to establish a branch within a 5-kilometer radius, ensuring that within 6 months, Mayweather would cover the entirety of Jingzhou. He was confident that his venture would rise swiftly. The most critical element at present was the development of the app. Without it, Mayweather would be rendered ineffectual. For now, he could rely on QQ groups, but once the coverage expanded, it was evident that such a system would collapse under pressure. Qinyu had already prioritized the app's development. He had acquired a software company in Modu and was in the process of hiring headhunters to locate skilled software developers. The app's creation would not be as straightforward as establishing Mayweather, yet with the company's stellar reputation, the software's adoption would be a mere formality. When the time came, imitation by others would prove futile, and everything would unfold naturally. The following morning, Qinyu eagerly awaited the arrival of his colleagues at the headquarters of Meisherde. Hua Bin and Yuan Wei gradually arrived with a group of individuals. Perhaps due to the enticing conditions proposed by Qinyu, many were initially skeptical. It took considerable persuasion from Hua Bin and Yuan Wei before around 20 individuals expressed a willingness to give it a try. The contemporary populace remains exceedingly cautious, often hesitant to pursue lucrative opportunities. Nevertheless, the presence of attendees signified a measure of success. Qinyu was indifferent to the number of participants. He believed that once the venture commenced, the allure of the conditions would captivate even the most discerning candidates. Is it truly so remarkable? Some murmured. It appears to be merely a small enterprise. Indeed, it seemed not yet operational. Yuan Wei had mentioned that their employer was an exceptionally wealthy individual. Yet, upon observing his attire, one could easily mistake him for an ordinary student. Doubts lingered in the air, prompting some to suggest they should simply give it a shot. As murmurs of uncertainty filled the crowd, both Yuan Wei and Chun Bin appeared troubled. Yu Yong's expression was particularly grim. Having just been expelled from the school's security team, he now claimed to have connections with a prominent figure in the industry, seeking to engage in food delivery. Upon hearing the proposed conditions, many deemed Yu Yong to be delusional, advising him to focus on his own affairs. Ultimately, he managed to recruit only 3 steadfast friends. I understand that you harbor doubts regarding our company, Qinyu addressed the gathering. That is entirely normal, considering our company is newly established. Even our clients harbor skepticism. However, I assure you that our organization will not neglect any employee. The benefits we offer are entirely genuine. Equally, we require the trust of each employee. Those who are willing to stay may do so, while those who are unwilling may depart at this moment. Qinyu stood on the stage, commanding the atmosphere. As soon as Qinyu finished speaking, several individuals contemplated leaving. Oh, it's just delivering takeout. Why make such a fuss? One remarked. Indeed. What profit is there in delivering takeout? I used to do it myself, another added. It's unreliable, let's forget it. The departure of a few caused a ripple of unrest within the crowd. At that time, delivering food had not garnered respect, and it was primarily the store's assistants who undertook such tasks, often deemed the least capable. Furthermore, the job was arduous and financially inadequate. They felt resistant. Why take such a role when there were better options? All right, those of you who remain will be our employees. We shall now distribute equipment and contracts. Please examine them carefully, Jinyu declared, lifting the red cloth from the table. My goodness, is this an iPhone, the 4S model? Exclaimed one in disbelief. No way, the equipment is an Apple product. This is outrageous. I have never witnessed anything so extravagant. Receiving an iPhone right upon joining? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are not mistaken. From today onward, the iPhone 4S will be your equipment, an essential tool for Maishida. Now, those commencing employment can collect their iPhones and complete the employment application and labor contract. While filling out the contract, please read it thoroughly. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire directly. As Jinyu concluded, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. It's true, it's really an iPhone 4S. Such extravagance is truly astounding. My goodness, a 5,000 yuan Apple phone is being given away so casually. What kind of company is this? They are distributing iPhones without reservation. The benefits and perks must undoubtedly be genuine. Just look, the employment contract clearly delineates everything. Indeed, they even provide a signed employment contract. In all my time working, I have never encountered a place that directly signed a contract with me. The crowd erupted in fervor. Their cheers and screams drowned out the honking of cars on the street. Yu Yong, Yuan Wei, and Hua Bin were equally astonished by Chunyu's lavishness. With the Apple phone being a standard offering, their hands trembled with excitement. This leader is committed to us, and we are eager to join. Chapter 31. Allocation completed. The few individuals who had just departed had not ventured far when they caught sight of the newly issued Apple phones and hastily approached. You chose to leave, why are you back? They exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, what audacity you possess. Not long ago, you scoffed at the notion of delivering takeout, dismissing it as trivial. Why return now? Just moments ago, they had looked down upon the delivery workers, questioning the company's treatment and benefits. Yet, upon witnessing the Apple phones, they realized the truth and shamelessly sought to rejoin. Naturally, the others were unwilling to acquiesce. Those who feast do not share their bounty freely. This is no ordinary opportunity. Exactly. Wei Hu, I regarded you as a brother and urged you to join with good intentions, yet you have been nothing but discontented along the way. You have departed. What is your purpose in returning? Yuan Wei's expression soured as well. Wei Hu was his recruit, yet he had wavered and instigated others to leave alongside him. By all means, leave. The group collectively urged the few stragglers to depart. Dejected, they bore the weight of their own arrogance. Realizing that had they stayed a few minutes longer, they might have secured their positions and received those coveted Apple phones. Especially Wei Hu. He was the one who had incited the others to leave, and now his companions harbored resentment towards him for squandering such a promising opportunity. Silence. I have made it clear that the Apple phone is our company standard. What does standard imply? It signifies that every employee upon joining receives an Apple phone as their work device. If they wish to join, why should they not? I am the owner of a company, and I wonder why new employees are not welcomed. Chunyu's words caused Wei Hu and others, who were about to leave, to pause. Boss, but they are disloyal and do not trust us. Indeed, Chunyu replied. This is my fault, but regarding Wei Hu. Yuan Wei was about to speak when Chunyu interrupted him. What do you mean by disloyalty? They have not yet joined. Betrayal signifies disloyalty. Should I refuse everyone simply because of a standard issue iPhone? My company consists solely of you few. If it were a school or an educational park in Jingzhou, would you be willing to send them off? Once they sign the contract, they become our colleagues, our brothers. Supporting one another is our fundamental principle. Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness that rendered even the fall of a pin audible. Indeed, the company has just been established, and each individual harbors their own perspective. Those who remain are not necessarily loyal. Perhaps they simply hesitated a moment longer before departing. Those who have left are not disloyal. Rather, their doubts were overwhelming, compounded by the lack of reassurance provided by Chunyu himself. The reluctance to allow new hires is rooted in the desire that those who stay should also possess an iPhone. Without such a device, the loyalty of those who remain cannot be guaranteed. Boss, You are the finest leader I have ever encountered. I, Wei Hu, will follow you unwaveringly. I shall forego my phone and dedicate myself to your cause, Wei Hu declared, tears streaming down his face before Chen Yu. Stand up. The people I employ are all strong individuals, not pretenders. The mobile phone is a standard necessity. It is not a matter of choice. Chen Yu thrust the contract and the phone into Wei Hu's hands. Boss, we are committed to following you. Wherever you lead us, we shall follow without question. Indeed, we are utterly loyal to the boss. There was no need for rehearsal or organization. Their unified voices attracted the attention of passing vehicles. Such formidable cohesion left no room for doubt about their potential for success. They were, after all, laborers from the lower echelons of society, having endured oppression and exploitation until they crossed paths with Chen Yu. Not only did Chen Yu offer them generous remuneration, but he also restored their dignity and granted them equality. Their hearts were so simple, a slight kindness from others would compel them to repay with utmost dedication. Chen Yu's eyes glistened with tears. Had he encountered such a boss in his previous life, perhaps his fate would have been different. Their innocence had been corrupted only after countless betrayals by various employers. Thank you all for your trust. I will now announce the positions. For now, only 3 roles are established. As the company grows, I assure you that you will not be neglected. We trust the boss. We seek nothing but to follow his lead. The crowd erupted in cheers before Chen Yu could finish speaking. Now, I appoint 15 individuals to form the delivery team, led by Yu Yong, who will be responsible for the operations. 5 individuals will manage the order reception and task distribution via QQ Group, overseen by Hua Bin. 5 individuals are tasked with our promotion and marketing, diligently expanding our reach while integrating delivery information from the vicinity of our educational complex, under the guidance of Yuan Wei. The allocation of roles for all 25 participants has been completed, and Chen Yu allowed them the autonomy to form their own groups without interference. Chen, we deliver food. But we lack electric bikes, one remarked. Indeed, my own vehicle is rather outdated, another replied. To deliver food, one certainly requires an electric bike or motorcycle. Many employees do not own vehicles, and those who do often possess second-hand models with limited battery life. An iPhone is standard equipment. Do you truly believe we would lack electric bikes? Chen Yu said with a sly smile. What? Electric bikes are standard equipment? Surely, that cannot be true. Can such a fortunate circumstance exist? Chen Yu led them to the backyard, and all jaws dropped in disbelief. This is outrageous. There, lined up in perfect rows, were a fleet of green electric bikes, each a top-tier model boasting 6 batteries, with a price tag of approximately 5,000 each. The real astonishment, however, lay not merely in the bikes, but in the fact that every member of the delivery team was equipped with 2 electric bicycles, each emblazoned with the bold yellow letters of delicious delivery. My goodness, what an affluent company. Just the standard equipment for new hires exceeds 10,000. I have never encountered such extravagance before. Moreover, it was not solely the electric bikes that impressed. Every piece of protective gear was of the highest quality. Uniforms, helmets, raincoats, gloves, and insulated delivery boxes, exceedingly professional. Although the market development and customer service teams did not possess 2 electric bikes each, they were each provided with a laptop. This was truly opulent. All 25 individuals, along with their 3 leaders, were utterly overwhelmed with excitement. Rest assured, General Chun, we shall not return home without achieving results. Voices were raised to the heavens, and tears brimmed in their eyes. Their unwavering attitude provided immense encouragement to Chen Yu, marking his inaugural venture since his rebirth. With this team, he harbored complete confidence in achieving results akin to those of Mate 1, potentially nurturing Mate 1 in its infancy. Very well. Let us commence. Noon represents the peak period for takeout, and prior to the launch, Chen Yu had already enlisted all possible friends into the group with the assistance of Hua Bin and Yuan Wei. He ingeniously utilized the group album as a substitute for the menu, with each category representing a distinct establishment, and the complete menu from each restaurant meticulously organized within the album, accompanied by insightful reviews. Chapter 32. Chen Yu finds himself in a predicament upon the grand opening. Chen Yu, in a display of unrestrained generosity, offered a remarkable discount of 15 yuan off the first order for every new user. This audacious move sent shockwaves through the group chat, as the number of takeout orders surged dramatically, with new participants flooding in. In mere moments, the QQ group reached its capacity, prompting Hua Bin to swiftly establish another group. Fortunately, Yu had the foresight to prepare several groups in advance. At that moment, both Hua Bin and Yuan Wei had deemed it excessive, but now it was evident that Yu's foresight was commendable. Hua Bin's customer service team was overwhelmed, grappling with the sheer volume of inquiries. Their iPhones were practically scorching from constant use. The incessant notifications from the computers never ceased. Meanwhile, Yu Yang's delivery team was tirelessly running between the restaurant and the school, completely unfamiliar with the concept of rest, their uniforms drenched in sweat. Each vehicle in Yu Yang's delivery fleet was equipped with a locator, allowing the customer service team to select the most efficient order routes for them. They could deliver multiple orders at once, yet despite the optimized processes, the sheer number of requests caused a bottleneck. Cognizant of the potential collapse, Yu promised that if an order was not delivered within an hour, customers would receive a 15 yuan discount voucher as compensation. This assurance alleviated the anxiety surrounding delayed deliveries. Rather, many eagerly anticipated the possibility of an extension, relishing the thought of enjoying another meal for free. The members of the group were compelled to admire Yu's prescient awareness. He had foreseen every potential issue and crafted contingency plans accordingly. Have you ordered from Meiwada? Of course. It's an incredible deal. It's practically free. Indeed, the delivery speed is commendable as well. It typically arrives within an hour. Moreover, everything was piping hot. And they all had guarantees. Indeed, just an hour after my order, their customer service reached out to me, offering a discount coupon of 15 yuan. Truly remarkable. After a minute had passed, I would have let it slide. It was incredibly considerate, almost invincible. Throughout lunchtime, all the teaching buildings and dormitories were abuzz with discussions about Meiwada. It seemed that anyone not yet part of the Meiwada ordering group was simply foolish. Having fallen behind the times, Yu's Meiwada, having just opened, ignited a fervor for food delivery within the university, creating a whirlwind at our institution and prompting other schools in the educational park to join the Meiwada QQ group as well. Although the day was free, the enormous volume of orders left everyone utterly exhausted, with the systems teetering on the brink of collapse. We were all too weary, sprawled on the office floor, sharing amusing anecdotes from the day. My fellow comrades worked hard. For supper, we indulged in an all-you-can-eat feast from KFC. Yu brought an entire truckload of KFC. Had he raided the establishment? Incredible, to say the least. Boss, I adore you. General Manager Chun, you are the most dashing. General Manager Chun, you are extravagantly generous. Following General Manager Chun means feasting on meat. Initially, we were lethargic and lifeless, but upon seeing the KFC, our eyes sparkled with excitement. It was no wonder. After a day of delivering meals, we hardly had a chance to eat properly ourselves, leaving us famished and drained. The mere sight of meat was exhilarating. Although today was a day of promotional benefits, we also reaped substantial rewards. Yu was exceedingly pleased with the day's results. In truth, today yielded no profits. Rather, it resulted in considerable losses. However, his popularity surged remarkably, overwhelming several QQ groups with traffic. It appears that the development of the app is at a critical juncture, necessitating its release. In a few days, he plans to visit a software development company in Shanghai to observe their approach, as their nascent engagement in app creation likely reveals some shortcomings. Yu is determined to ensure that his app emerges as the pinnacle of the industry, directly surpassing the likes of Matewan and ELE. Me Post, 2018. But Yu, we haven't made any profit today. It's all been losses, Yuan Wei remarked. That's inconsequential. Just look at how many new members our group has gained. And haven't your partner stores increased significantly? Yu reassured him. Nevertheless, the conditions set by the stores remain unchanged. They insist on upfront payments and only agree to provide discounts for orders exceeding 20. With each order reduced by a mere 3 yuan, Yuan Wei expressed his frustration. Despite the bustling atmosphere attracting numerous stores willing to experiment, their terms remain stringent. Yu's delicious delivery requires prepayment of delivery costs to the stores, which he subsequently collects from users. No store trusts Yu without demanding advance funding, but fortunately, Yu is financially secure. Yet, having ample funds does not guarantee success. What if he fails to recoup his investment? Nevertheless, Yu appears unfazed, focusing solely on the number of participating stores and the influx of new customers, disregarding all else. They remain oblivious to the immense potential of the traffic, fixated instead on Yu's mounting losses. Yu prioritizes traffic, believing that in the future, the economy will be driven by it. Once substantial traffic is secured, everything else becomes negotiable. Although the demands of the merchants are stringent at present, as long as Chunyu's clientele continues to expand, he will wield significant influence over his extensive customer base. It is the possession of a large clientele that confers the power of discourse with a substantial customer group. He can readily identify which merchants require financial support. It is quite simple. If you receive hundreds of delivery orders daily on this platform while your own volume remains scant, the choice is evident. The trivial delivery business pales in comparison to the vast reach of Matewan. Even a fool would recognize the advantage of joining Matewan. At that point, it will not be the merchants dictating terms, but rather Chunyu who will have the final say. As long as he caters to the users, the merchants will eagerly comply. In those times, registration with Matewan required a deposit, and the subsequent operational model is beyond the imagination of Yuan Wei and his peers. Has it not been stated? Absolute trust in me. Well then, go and enjoy your meal. After eating, be sure to rest. For there are still challenging battles ahead each day, Chunyu reassured him. With a belly full of questions, Yuan Wei savored his KFC. And Chunyu felt a sense of satisfaction at this action. Rather than dwelling on others who merely follow orders without thought, he sees potential in nurturing Yuan Wei, whose future appears boundless. This at least indicates that Yuan Wei is somewhat conflicted, as the operational model is in motion. Yet the financial management is proving to be quite a headache. Currently, he oversees the accounts, but it is clear that he cannot continue to do so indefinitely. There is an urgent need to find someone to handle the finances. Otherwise, it would be a Herculean task for him. Alas, seeking an accountant in society is an option. Yet most of these employees are students with simplistic minds and insufficient social experience. If accountants resort to cunning, they become mere lambs destined for slaughter, utterly incapable of safeguarding their own profession. Seeking assistance from academic institutions seems futile, as one cannot ascertain who possesses superior professional skills. Chunyu found himself in a predicament. After much contemplation, he resolved to conduct an interview. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, he called out without glancing towards the door. To his surprise, it was indeed Chun, who entered with a bright smile. Ah, it's you, General Manager Chun. Still busy with the accounts at this late hour? Song Jia approached Chun Yu's desk with a beaming expression. Song Jia, you have arrived. Upon recognizing her, Chun Yu sprang from his executive chair in astonishment. Surely, his eyes were not deceiving him. Song Jia had truly come. Chapter 33. Salary. Ever since he was falsely accused of cheating on an exam, he had not seen Song Jia again. On one hand, he did not wish to desperately seek her out, and on the other, the opening of Maiwita kept him preoccupied with a multitude of responsibilities. Please, take a seat. What brings you here? Chunyu promptly invited Song Jia to sit, personally preparing her a cup of coffee. Wow, you can make coffee? And this coffee machine is magnificent, Song Jia exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she caught sight of the water bar in the corner of Chunyu's office. Indeed, the wealthy know how to indulge. Having such a setup in an office was impressive, and Chunyu's adeptness in operating it left Song Jia utterly amazed. Thank you. This swan is so adorable, Song Jia remarked, gazing at her cappuccino as if it were a work of art. Do give it a taste, Chunyu suggested, his heart swelling with joy at her delight. Wow, it tastes incredible, no less than Starbucks. Song Jia's face lit up with a radiant smile. Her head tilted as she gazed at Chunyu, as if trying to see into his very soul. Unlike Su Yao or Zhou Ming, Song Jia bore no ulterior motives. Her innocence left Chunyu at a loss. He was uncertain how to impress her or pursue her affections. Each encounter with her stirred a mix of excitement and trepidation within him. Su Yu and Zhou Ming could be satisfied with money, requiring only a modicum of emotional investment. But Song Jia was different. Her innate pride deterred Chunyu from trying to pave the way with wealth. What made you think of looking for me? Chunyu asked eagerly as he settled beside Song Jia. Song Jia had just stepped out of the shower, her long hair still damp, and the delicate fragrance unique to youthful femininity lingered subtly in the air. Her fair legs, reminiscent of exquisite jade carvings, were naturally exposed beneath her nightgown, evoking an alluring charm that simultaneously instilled a sense of reverence. Congratulations on your recent opening. I came to extend my best wishes, she remarked. You truly are remarkable for venturing into the realm of food delivery. Today, you've monopolized the entire school's lunch. The snack shops outside the school have become so overwhelmed that they refuse to serve dine-in customers, with some even closing their doors to focus solely on takeout. Song Jia took a gentle sip of coffee and engaged in a lively conversation with Chunyu. He had anticipated this outcome and was not particularly surprised. However, Song Jia was taken aback by Chunyu's calm demeanor. "Oh, I'm also quite troubled. These financial accounts are driving me to despair," she lamented. Chunyu shrugged. "Let me take a look at the accounts." A spark of excitement flashed in Song Jia's eyes. She approached the computer and effortlessly began organizing the financial records. Chunyu watched her with bated breath, captivated by her focused expression. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, and before long, the accounts were laid out with clarity. After reviewing several calculations, Song Jia grasped the situation entirely. "Goodness, I've struggled with these accounts for 3 hours, yet you've resolved them in no time." Chunyu exclaimed, astonished. "Well, you should consider my expertise. I am a student of accounting, and this task is exceedingly simple. I could accomplish it with my eyes closed." Song Jia declared proudly, pouting slightly. "Look at you, full of yourself. I could manage it too," Chunyu retorted defiantly. "Oh, please, only you could," she teased. "Your financial design directory is flawed, and your system is equally inadequate. It is certainly impractical to record all accounts in a mere chronological order. The time spent merely organizing the data would be extensive. You ought to devise corresponding tables that align with the relevant accounting directories, as this would provide much greater clarity." Whenever professional matters are broached, Song Jia chatters incessantly. One cannot help but admire her. She is indeed impressive. Chunyu listens in astonishment. He had contemplated these issues before. But being from the business department, he is only somewhat familiar with financial matters, having never had the opportunity to be a boss in his past life. He had minimal exposure to financial knowledge, which remains a weakness for him. "Song Jia, might we engage you as our chief financial officer?" Chunyu exclaimed with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. It seems that what one desires truly comes to fruition. He was just fretting over how to manage finances. And now fate has delivered Song Jia. "Are you joking? Is this for real?" Song Jia looked at Chunyu in astonishment, unable to suppress a laugh. "I am entirely serious." "Look into my earnest eyes," Chunyu insisted, widening his gaze to convey sincerity. "Ha ha ha, you're too amusing. Usually, you appear so cold." "I didn't expect you to be this funny," Song Jia chuckled, clearly entertained. Since his rebirth, Chunyu has shed his youthful naivety, often presenting a demeanor of composed maturity and confidence. This was the first time Song Jia witnessed a playful side of Chunyu that befits his age, realizing that he too can be quite humorous. "You smiled, and a smile is an affirmation. I am indifferent to the consequences." Chunyu surprisingly began to act coy. "What? Good heavens, that domineering tycoon who smashed cars is actually behaving sweetly towards a female college student? How utterly disgraceful. If other girls were to witness this scene, countless hearts would undoubtedly shatter, and they would surely regard Song Jia as their foremost rival. Moreover, if other young men were to discover that the most beautiful girl in the finance department is working as an accountant for a delivery company, many wealthy heirs would surely be driven to madness. I will agree to your request, but I can only work part-time. Full-time may not be feasible due to time constraints. Furthermore, I am merely an agent, Song Jia stated, raising 2 fingers to enumerate her conditions. "Not a problem, given your capabilities. Dedicating just over an hour each day will suffice to manage the accounts completely," Chunyu readily assented. "Very well, I accept." Song Jia posed triumphantly, hands on her hips, exuding an irresistible charm. "Congratulations to our goddess, Song Jia, for becoming our financial director. How does a monthly salary of 5,000 sound?" Chunyu proposed. Upon hearing the salary, Song Jia spewed her coffee in disbelief, leaving Chunyu somewhat flustered. "Then, how about 8,000? Chunyu cautiously inquired. It was not that Chunyu was miserly. Rather, he understood that Song Jia would never accept an excessively high offer, which is why he initially proposed 5,000. "Are you joking? Even if I were to work full-time as an accountant, my salary would not exceed 3,000. An 8,000 salary is unrealistic. Even for a financial supervisor at a large company, let alone for a mere part-time position here. Wealth is not acquired in such a manner." Song Jia remarked earnestly to Chunyu. "No, I hold your capabilities in high regard," Chunyu replied. "Then let it be 5,000, she suggested, waving her hand dismissively. 5,000 is absolutely unacceptable. If that is the case, I would prefer not to come," Song Jia asserted with conviction. "Then what do you propose?" Chunyu inquired, somewhat at a loss. "How much do you pay them?" "A monthly salary of 2,500, along with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund." Commissions are disbursed at 30% of the delivery fee, but this is solely for food delivery. For market development, commissions are assessed based on the value of customer orders. With a rate of 10, the customer service department receives commissions based on the number of orders processed, also at a rate of 10. Chinyu elaborated on the entire salary structure. Chapter 34. The spokesperson. Upon a moment of reflection, Song Jia found herself momentarily astounded. Chinyu's salary was exceedingly generous. In the context of Jingzhou, within this particular tier, the remuneration offered by Chinyu was undoubtedly exorbitant. Considering the income from food delivery services, they could easily earn 80 in commissions per day, culminating in a monthly income surpassing 4,000, rivaling that of white-collar workers. Song Jia could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Chinyu's approach was quite audacious. Offering such a high salary may not necessarily be advantageous. Perhaps you possess the financial resources to indulge now, but your income and expenditure are grossly disproportionate. Just today, your business has already incurred a loss nearing 100,000. While it may be a case of losing money to gain visibility, such a deficit is considerable for your company. Song Jia expressed her concerns. Given this situation, your involvement is even more crucial. Only with your presence can my accounts be clarified, and I can ascertain the next steps for development. Chinyu's eloquent assertion left Song Jia momentarily speechless. Very well, I shall work part-time, accepting merely a little over half of their salary. I shall take 500 a month. Anything more is unnecessary, Song Jia stated with determination. That is unacceptable, it is far too little. A salary of 2,500 is mandatory, equal to theirs. You may only earn more, not less. As a knowledge worker, you are of a strategic caliber. While soldiers are plentiful, a commander is rare. Chinyu adopted a resolute managerial stance. Unable to resist, Song Jia acquiesced. However, she insisted on foregoing any bonuses or commissions, preferring a fixed salary. By the way, Su Yao is also from the accounting department, and her capabilities are commendable. Would you consider reaching out to her? Song Jia suddenly mentioned Su Yao, evidently wishing to facilitate greater interaction between Su Yao and Chinyu. If she is willing to come, I would gladly welcome her, under the same conditions as yours. However, she must accept your transfer, otherwise, she can leave. Chinyu's final remark was somewhat ruthless. She is currently uncertain about her own mindset. Initially, she merely intended to see how Chinyu was faring, but now she has become his financial director. She wishes to invite Su Yao to offer her more opportunities. Yet Chinyu's attitude makes it clear that Song Jia cannot extricate herself from this situation. Song Jia is unsure whether to feel disappointed or exhilarated by Chinyu's favoritism. But Su Yao is her dearest friend. When Song Jia shared the news with Su Yao, her interest was instantly piqued. Without needing to discuss salary or benefits, merely spending more time with Chinyu was appealing enough. Su Yao did not dwell on the complexities of Song Jia's relationship with Chinyu. She happily prepared her attire for the next day's work. Due to her classes, Song Jia did not visit Mayweather, while Su Yao was already eager and decided to skip her lessons. What purpose do classes serve? After graduation, the search for employment remains unchanged. In this era, there is no shortage of college graduates. If pursuing further studies seems hopeless, how different would she be from other professionals in society? Furthermore, in the accounting field, males are perpetually favored over females, as men do not bear children. Most enterprises, to mitigate the potential losses associated with female employees' maternity, have established an unwritten rule. During interviews, they invariably inquire whether female candidates are married and when they plan to have children. Upon learning that a candidate is unmarried and in a relationship, they are promptly dismissed, regardless of their qualifications. Su Yao was already keenly aware of these matters. Rather than squandering time on uncertain endeavors, she preferred to seize tangible benefits, especially given her family's impoverished circumstances, which precluded any possibility of their support. Greetings, may I inquire as to whom you seek? Su Yao, meticulously adorned in a provocative professional ensemble, effortlessly commanded attention. Upon her arrival at Mayweather, she immediately captivated onlookers. Their gazes fixated upon her as she sauntered gracefully toward the office. I am here to see Chinyu, your general manager Chun, Su Yao inquired with gentle poise. General Manager Chun is presently unavailable. He is attending a class. What? Chinyu is attending a class? Surely not. How can he still be pursuing studies despite his affluence? Indeed, you may direct your inquiries to our second-in-command, Hua Bin. The employee escorted Su Yao to Hua Bin's office. Huabin was engrossed in conducting interviews. As Chunyu had foretold, the sheer volume of applicants vying for positions at his soon-to-open establishment was overwhelming. Please queue and obtain a form. Huabin, immersed in his duties, did not initially acknowledge Su Yao's presence, merely registering the arrival of another individual. Huabin, am I also required to complete a form? Su Yao inquired, her tone tinged with irritation as she raised her voice. Ah, it is you, Miss Su Yao. Huabin promptly rose to greet her. Although Chunyu had not publicly acknowledged his relationship with Su Yao, she was nonetheless considered to be under his protection, and Huabin dared not offend her. My apologies. I am simply overwhelmed with work. Huabin offered a conciliatory smile. Indeed, a man of great affairs. Now, if you would be so kind as to direct me to my office? Su Yao jestingly remarked as she graciously settled into Huabin's position. Your office has just been tidied up, situated next to the general managers in the finance room. We have already equipped the office supplies for you and Songjia. Huabin courteously guided Su Yao to the office. The finance room was considerably more spacious, even larger than Huabin's customer service department, which accommodates a full staff of 10. In contrast, the finance department housed only 2 individuals, yet boasted a greater area than the office designated for 10. Su Yao gazed at the expansive office, utterly elated. She had never dared to dream of such a grand workspace. Notably, a customized Alienware laptop adorned her desk, a model that cost over 10,000. Huabin had been envious when he first acquired it, reluctant to part with it. Now, the glimmer of envy remained in his eyes. Huabin, you may leave. I wish to familiarize myself with the business, Su Yao said casually. As soon as he departed, she could no longer contain her excitement, reveling in the vast office all to herself. Such opulent arrangements were a rarity, even among the elite of large corporations. Eager to capture the moment, she snapped photos and flooded her QQ space with delightful selfies, earning a cascade of comments filled with envy and admiration. While others were still diligently studying and seeking employment, she had already claimed her independent office. How could one not be envious? Especially her recently graduated seniors, who must have felt a pang of jealousy. Look at that. Indeed, it seems that beauty can conquer all. With the right connections, everything falls into place. Indeed, while we are still attending classes, she has already begun to relish the privileges of a white-collar lifestyle. Goodness, that computer is an Alienware. I have long desired to acquire one. It must cost at least over 10,000, yet it merely serves as Su Yao's office computer. My word, this is utterly absurd. The girls are envious of the environment, while the boys covet the specifications. Apart from Songjia, everyone in Su Yao's class is filled with jealousy. As the lesson concluded, the teacher had just announced the end of class when a throng of students surged out. Songjia, having completed the final question, also intended to leave. Just as she stood, a boy seated in the corner startled her. Chinyu, what are you doing in our class? Songjia's jaw nearly dropped. Chinyu, now a business owner, was attending their class instead of being at the office. It is quite ironic that while Suyo skips class to work, her boss chooses to attend class instead of going to the office. Chapter 35. Dominating the Academic Realm. A prodigy indeed, you possess remarkable talent. I find myself grappling with numerous concepts. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Chinyu remarked with a smile. Songjia perused Chinyu's notes, and once again, she stuck out her tongue in astonishment. Chinyu was indeed attending the lecture to learn, not to flirt. His notes were more meticulous than those of most students in their class. You're genuinely here to learn? Songjia inquired, scrutinizing Chinyu. Indeed, Chinyu replied. As you mentioned yesterday, my financial acumen is lacking, hence my need for intensive study. Chinyu gently stroked Songjia's hair. Songjia was taken aback. She had only made a casual remark the previous day, yet Chinyu had taken it to heart and acted upon it diligently. A wave of emotion washed over her. Chinyu had taken her words with utmost seriousness and executed them faithfully. Shall we proceed to dine, O wise one? I am famished, Chinyu jested, feigning starvation. Hee. Let us go, then. My treat. Songjia responded magnanimously, leading Chinyu away. As Songjia and Chinyu strolled together, attracting attention proved unavoidable. Forsaking the school cafeteria, they opted for a modest meal off campus. Ah, yes. There is a matter for which I require your assistance, Chinyu declared after finishing his mouthful of meat. What is it? Songjia inquired, her limpid eyes fixed upon Chinyu, amused by his comical eating habits. I require a spokesperson, and I wish for you to assume that role. A spokesperson? Me? Songjia appeared somewhat perplexed. With her striking looks and figure, Song Jia rivaled even celebrities and models. Moreover, Song Jia's pure and innocent demeanor is unparalleled by the average model. Her status as the most beautiful woman at the university is well-deserved. However, she has taken on endorsements, while Su Yao remains in the shadows. I fear I may not be suitable for endorsements, she mused. Then why not consider Su Yao? Song Jia inquired softly. Su Yao is indeed in need, and I have already found someone, Qinyu nonchalantly replied. In truth, Qinyu had long contemplated this. Every time she broached ambiguous topics with Song Jia, the latter consistently returned to the subject of Su Yao. Qinyu felt a twinge of frustration. While Su Yao was not without merit, she did not take the matter too seriously. Song Jia's constant preoccupation with Su Yao was unsettling for Qinyu. Yet it was precisely this devotion that deepened her admiration for Song Jia. There is still another person, Song Jia said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. As if she had overthought the matter. Pouting adorably, she left Qinyu momentarily speechless. Together, they ventured to the headquarters of Meiwei, where Su Yao had already spent the morning boasting in the office. Upon seeing Qinyu, she hurried over, eagerly wrapping her arm around Qinyu's. Qinyu, you are finally back. There are so many things I do not understand. Could you teach me? Su Yao said, playfully tugging at Qinyu's arm. Song Jia, she is your superior, Qinyu remarked mildly, not displaying excessive enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Su Yao clinging to Qinyu's arm, Song Jia felt a pang in her heart, her brows furrowing slightly. Qinyu, the cunning fox, had already noticed and deliberately refrained from disentangling Su Yao's grasp, eager to observe Song Jia's jealous reaction. All right then. Jia, why don't you teach me? Su Yao smiled at Song Jia. Suddenly, two stunning women entered the store, drawing the attention of the other employees. Young and spirited, the boys couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing such beauty. This was precisely what Qinyu aimed for. He intended to harness the enthusiasm of the youth to encourage impulsive spending. Brothers, are the two girls beside me beautiful? Qinyu called out to the staff. Absolutely. Sister-in-law is the most beautiful, came an enthusiastic response from one of the employees, causing a wave of embarrassment for Song Jia and Su Yao, with Song Jia's face turning crimson. That's nonsense. She is our brand ambassador. If you shout foolishly again, I'll hand you these documents. Qinyu retorted, thrusting the papers forward. The young man chuckled awkwardly. As a big boss with two beautiful women, who could possibly know your relationship? Qinyu, is that true? We are going to be brand ambassadors? Su Yao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Although she had previously been approached to model, she had always hesitated, fearing ulterior motives. Deep down, she longed for the opportunity to be a model, but the right moment had never presented itself. Just the two of us? Su Yao inquired. Mr. Chun, did you call me for something? Just as Su Yao finished speaking, a gentle voice behind them captured everyone's attention. Another stunning beauty had arrived. Oh my, this is bliss, one employee exclaimed. Manager Zhou, I beg you for a favor. Qinyu greeted Zhou Meng as she approached. Zhou Meng assessed Su Yao and Song Jia with a discerning gaze before naturally extending her hand for a handshake. As Su Yao shook hands with Zhou Meng, a glimmer of hostility flickered in her eyes. Zhou Meng, in both figure and appearance, is in no way inferior to Su Yao. What sets Zhou Meng apart is her mature and intellectual allure, a quality that Su Yao, being a mere girl, cannot possess. Mr. Chun, what prompted you to venture into food delivery? Zhou Meng asked, puzzled. What is wrong with food delivery? It's just as profitable. Su Yao interjected before Qinyu could respond. Zhou Meng glanced at Su Yao and couldn't help but smile, completely dismissing her. To be honest, Su Yao was still too inexperienced to compete with Zhou Meng. However, it was Song Jia who captured Zhou Meng's attention from the moment she entered. As Zhou Meng's gaze continuously scrutinized her, Song Jia emanated a sense of genuine threat. Her flawless beauty could ensnare any man. Enough of the quarrel. I invited you here to be brand ambassadors for my company, not to bicker, Qinyu remarked, shaking his head, finding women to be quite troublesome. The subsequent photo shoot proceeded relatively smoothly. The three women, all naturally beautiful, quickly fell into their roles with minor adjustments. Once the promotional images were revealed, the employees of Meiwei were left astounded by the perfection of their brand ambassadors. Old Yuan, do you think I'll be overwhelmed with work again tomorrow? Hua Bin mused, sensing an ominous foreboding as he gazed at the images. I think I'll need 3 electric bikes. Yu Yong nodded in agreement. This is going to be a sensation. Just looking at the advertisement reveals its potential for explosive success. As anticipated, that evening, When Chun Yu shared the promotional images and short video in the group chat, it sparked a heated discussion. Seizing the momentum, Chun Yu also posted the promotional visuals on the school forum. "Oh my, she is my goddess. Song Jia, I adore you immensely. Perfection personified. This L's sister is incredibly alluring. I might just faint from excitement. How dare you intrude? This is my sister. Su Yao is equally stunning. Just look at her leather jacket, exuding an unparalleled charm." Chun Yu has crafted 3 distinct personas for them. Song Jia's sweet smile brings a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. Zhou Ming's sophisticated and polished attire embodies the allure of a professional woman, captivating to the core. Su Yao, clad in a daringly short leather jacket while riding a Harley, exudes a thrilling blend of athleticism and sensuality that is utterly exhilarating. Chapter 36. Silent Revenge. 3 distinct images epitomize the exquisite offerings of Mei Weida, the warmth of its service, the seasoned professionalism of its delivery, and the remarkable swiftness of its meal dispatch. Perfect. Every young heart has been thoroughly captivated, each one clamoring with fervor. By the following day, shortly after 9 o'clock, the group chat erupted in excitement. This time, it was not only the prestigious schools, but also every institution in the vicinity that had joined the burgeoning food ordering industry. The customer service department's QQ group was inundated with activity, and Huabin had added 5 new members, yet even with 10 people, the overwhelming order volume threatened to bring them to their knees. Yueyong was besieged with deliveries, wishing fervently for more limbs to manage the chaos. Orders poured in like a flurry of snowflakes. Yanwei's market development team no longer needed to engage in business outreach. Their sole task was to handle the incessant calls from various restaurants eager to join, as operating without Mei Weida had become untenable. The establishments that had affiliated with Mei Weida appeared desolate, their dining areas sparsely populated. However, the kitchen staff were tirelessly laboring, overwhelmed by the demand, with families pitching in to keep up with the pace. Some restaurants opted to close their doors to dine-in customers, focusing solely on takeout, which had reached unprecedented sales figures. Conversely, those not associated with Mei Weida faced dire circumstances, with hardly a single takeout order to be found and only a handful of dine-in patrons. As students predominantly turned to delivery services, those who ventured to their establishments did so only because they had missed the opportunity to place an order in time, leaving them with no choice but to eat out. This initiative had undeniably dominated the academic precinct. Deep within the picturesque Shanshui Manor, a table is adorned with this year's Preaching Ming spring tea. The exquisite Mingxian Longjing, brewed with pristine mountain spring water, emanates a fragrant aroma of verdant foliage that intoxicates the senses. The vibrant green tea and the delicate white porcelain tea set complement one another beautifully, as a gentleman savors its sweetness with grace. Third brother. Currently, there seems to be no movement from Chun Yujing, and he rarely visits Hongda real estate. However, he has organized the students of the school to establish a takeaway company called Mei Weida, reported Yuan Lanqi, standing beside him. A takeaway company, how intriguing. With such substantial funds, he has ventured into the food delivery industry, third brother remarked with a smile, gently holding his teacup. Nonetheless, his takeaway company has recently stirred quite a wave within the educational park. Yet, upon observation, it appears to be merely a case of losing money while seeking publicity. The estimated losses should amount to around 5 to 600,000, Yuan Lanqi continued, glancing at the data. 5 to 600,000, just a small skirmish. By the way, how is that individual we discussed over the phone? Third brother suddenly recalled Zheng Jiaowei. Oh, his name is Zheng Jiaowei, the president of the student council at Chen Yu's school. Interestingly, he is the son of Zheng Jingxing, a director in our city government. He has an aunt at the industrial and commercial bank, and it is likely he learned of Chun Yu's financial activities through her, prompting him to consider extortion. However, Chun Yu has already dealt with him, and his aunt was dismissed from the bank due to the incident involving Chun Yu. Yuan Lanqi presented the information to third brother. Indeed, it is astute to approach the matter through financial movements, striking directly at Zhang Yang's Achilles heel. Zhang Yang has truly been cornered this time, he mused. Zheng Jingxing is somewhat familiar to me. I suspect his son will not easily relent. Third brother glanced at the information, revealing a playful smile. Yuan Lanqi fell silent, while third brother's expression remained inscrutable. Typically, at such moments, he would be deep in contemplation, and it is best not to disturb him. You should continue to observe Chun Yu and see how he interacts with Zheng Jingxing. Third brother waved his hand, signaling Yuan Lanqi to leave. Zheng Jiaowei dares to challenge Chun Yu. indicating that Chunyu is indeed facing a tumultuous period. If Chunyu cannot even handle Zheng Jiaowei, then it is evident that he lacks the means to protect his substantial wealth. Third brother is not a naive individual. Should Chunyu fail to rise, he will undoubtedly seize Chunyu's riches for himself. An innocent man caught in the crossfire. Chunyu possesses immense wealth and has already stepped onto the treacherous battlefield of commerce. Without the strength to safeguard it, he is destined to be eliminated. Of course, Chunyu remains oblivious to all of this for the moment. At this juncture, Chunyu is busy reconciling accounts with Song Jia and Su Yao. Today, one account belongs to a long-standing client, but the majority are drawn in by the initial discounts. Thus, although orders have surged today, each delivery actually results in a financial loss for Chunyu. From beginning to end, the deficit leaves Song Jia and Su Yao in a state of distress. Chunyu, we are still at a loss, Song Jia timidly remarked. Chunyu, perhaps we should cease operations, Su Yao added, her fear evident. She, being a country girl, had never witnessed a company suffering such severe financial losses. Bin, however, wore a smug smile, reveling in the figures. Yet, Song Jia murmured, but our accounts continue to reflect a significant deficit. What is there to discuss? Have you not observed the attitude of the newly added merchants? In the past, we had to plead fervently, even providing guarantees before they would consider collaborating with us, along with an array of demands. Yet today, these merchants merely wish to join our platform, without even requiring any advance payment. This is success. Chunyu smiled. Song Jia and Su Yao ceased their conversation, unable to comprehend Chunyu's triumph. However, from the glimmer in Chunyu's eyes, it was evident that he brimmed with confidence, completely unconcerned about this trivial sum of money. Perhaps their perspectives had diverged drastically. Chunyu's foresight was exceptionally potent, rendering him a madman in the eyes of ordinary individuals. While Chunyu's venture, Maiwita, flourished ardently, he remained oblivious to the brewing conspiracy, a venomous serpent lurking behind him, flicking its tongue. Are you sure the plan is foolproof? Rest assured, boss. I have rehearsed with that woman. Tomorrow, we merely need a sufficient crowd to witness. The school authorities have also dispatched individuals to notify the attendees, and the timing has been meticulously calculated. Good. As long as we succeed tomorrow, our vendetta will be avenged, and the reward I promised will be delivered in full. Thank you, boss. In the darkness, the two conspired furtively by the lakeside, plotting their clandestine scheme. The following day, Yuan Wei had just opened the company doors when a woman awaited him at the entrance. Yuan Wei, long time no see. Zhao Sitian, it is indeed you. During Chunyu's romantic involvement with Zhao Sitian, Yuan Wei and his associates had also considered her a friend. Zhao Sitian's sudden appearance startled Yuan Wei, particularly due to her unervingly gentle tone. Ever since her fallout with Chunyu, she had been harshly confrontational with both Yuan Wei and Hua Bin. Today, however, her demeanor was inexplicably disarming. You are here to see Chunyu, aren't you? Yuan Wei probed, unwilling to indulge in any pretense. No, I merely came to see, Zhao Sitian replied, approaching Yuan Wei with an unsettling familiarity. This made Yuan Wei even more apprehensive, prompting him to step back hastily. However, Zhao Sitian followed him directly into the company, where the doors were opened to welcome guests. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Wei could not dismiss her. Unceremoniously, Zhao Sitian seated herself in the general manager's office, leaving Yuan Wei with no choice but to urgently call Chunyu. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Chapter 38. The obsessive woman, get off me, Chunyu commanded, his voice laced with authority. No, I refuse to let go. I am utterly enamored with you. I would endure anything for you, Zhao Sitian purred, attempting to envelop Chunyu with her voluptuous form. Had this been the Chunyu of yesteryear, he might have been swayed, for he shared cherished memories with Zhao Sitian. They once reveled in each other's company in a quaint inn, yet now, as he gazed upon her, his heart was devoid of any sympathy. Only revulsion lingered. Get off me, Chunyu repeated, his anger palpable. Zhao Sitian, lost in her own desires, paid no heed to his fury. In a sudden burst, Chunyu rose, leaving Zhao Sitian to crash heavily to the ground. Chunyu, you truly refuse to forgive me? Zhao Sitian glared at him, her fury igniting. There is no possibility between us. Leave, Chunyu declared with an unprecedented determination. Very well, we shall see. Zhao Sitian retreated from the establishment, her pride thoroughly shattered. As the onlookers erupted in a cacophony of jeers, the spectacle left her utterly humiliated. What they had presumed to be merely a fleeting episode of Zhao Sitin's unreciprocated affections was merely the prelude to a far graver situation. Qinyu, it's urgent. Zhao Sitin is threatening to jump. Huabin rushed in, breathless from his haste. Jump? Zhao Sitin is going to jump? How is that possible? She just left me. Qinyu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. It's true. She is on the rooftop of the entrepreneurship building, not far from here. The campus is swarming with onlookers. And the administration is here. Zheng Zhaohui is leading a search for you. Huabin anxiously grasped Qinyu's arm. Ah, Qinyu, you find yourself in such a predicament here, yet you dare not confront it? Have you lost your courage? With a sweeping gesture, Zheng Zhaohui commanded his subordinates to encircle Qinyu. What is there for me to fear? I will accompany you, Qinyu declared boldly, following Zheng Zhaohui. What on earth is happening? How could Zhao Zitian possibly leap from the building? Surely, her recent rejection could not drive her to such desperation. She values her life more than anyone. Qinyu pondered, sensing the gravity of the situation. Qinyu, we will go with you, Yuan Wei shouted. Yes, we will join as well. The other employees chimed in unison. What are you all making a fuss about? Is this not calamity enough already? Zheng Zhaohui snapped, turning his head in anger. Let us go. Yuan Wei and the others paid no heed to Zheng Zhaohui, swiftly encircling him with their numbers. Zheng Zhaohui's subordinates, confronted by the throng of delivery workers, suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. You all. Zheng Zhaohui huffed in frustration, his nose wrinkling in indignation. Useless fools. Qinyu, you may revel in your bravado for now, but I shall have my revenge. A sinister smile crept across Zheng Zhaohui's face. The area in front of the entrepreneurial building was teeming with onlookers, a sea of spectators, with the school's leaders at the center of attention. Standing atop the building was none other than Zhao Zitian, as she slowly approached the balcony railing. Classmate, let us discuss this. Please do not act rashly. Principal Fan implored, microphone in hand. Indeed, life is precious and should not be squandered. The director, Wang Chong, added, visibly distressed. If Zhao Zitian truly leaps from the building, none of the school leaders can expect to escape unscathed. Disciplinary actions are inevitable, and they might even face expulsion. The school's reputation would be irreparably damaged. How could the administrators not be anxious? I only wish for Qinyu to speak with me. Where is Qinyu? Zhao Zitian shouted downstairs. Qinyu, where are you? Where is he? Principal Fan called out to the crowd. I have already sent Zheng Zhaohui to find him. Wang Chong wiped the sweat from his brow. If not for the benefits they received from Qinyu, would the school leaders be suppressing their anger while waiting for him? I have arrived. You were looking for me. Qinyu said calmly as he descended the stairs, casually addressing Zhao Zitian as if she were standing right before him rather than on the rooftop. Why is he so cold-blooded? Someone is risking their life for him, yet he remains indifferent, an onlooker remarked. Indeed, how can such a despicable boy exist? It's outrageous. Regardless of the circumstances, she is willing to jump for him, which signifies profound affection. Who else would possess such courage? The crowd's discourse overwhelmingly condemned Qinyu, as sympathy for the vulnerable often prevails, especially when the one in peril is a helpless girl, further igniting public compassion. Qinyu was branded a heartless villain, and those present nearly wished to exact vengeance on him for Zhao Zitian's plight. Qinyu, how could you act this way? I'll tell you, if a female classmate jumps for you, you will definitely pay the price. Wang Chong scolded Qinyu with a stern expression. Qinyu, I have been with you for a year, and you can simply change your affections on a whim? When you were impoverished, I remained steadfast by your side. Yet you never bestowed upon me even a modest gift. Nevertheless, I offered you my most treasured possessions. Now that you have acquired wealth, you scorn me. You cast me aside, choosing instead to indulge in the company of that disgraceful woman. Zhao Zitian, with tears streaming down her face, expressed her anguish as though she bore the greatest injustice in the world. How could such a cat exist? Shameless, vile, and despicable. I had once thought he was a person of substance, only to discover his utter filthiness. Wealth does not equate to worthiness. He lacks even the most fundamental decency. A chorus of condemnation ensued, with all the students instinctively distancing themselves from Qinyu, creating a veritable vacuum around him save for his employees. Zhao Zitian, you speak baseless accusations. It was you who turned your back on Qinyu when he was struggling, choosing to betray him with Cui Bin. How dare you speak? Su Yao could no longer contain herself and immediately confronted Zhao Zitian. Su Yao's presence only served to further confirm Qinyu's betrayal, as he abandoned Zhao Zitian to be with Su Yao. How could this be the mistress? Disgraceful woman, how can you show your face when others are in despair? Are your words even human? Indeed, dressed so provocatively, you reek of seduction, lacking any sense of shame. You so easily entice others despite a year's worth of devotion from someone else. You truly are a pair of wretched souls, with preconceived notions. All sympathized with Zhao Zetian's plight, and Su Yao's appearance only solidified the bond between Chun Yu and herself, garnering even more sympathy for Zhao Zetian. Classmate, please be silent. The school's resolution regarding your issue will be forthcoming. Principal Fan has put an end to the incessant tirades, and his demeanor reflects his handling of Su Yao's situation. You. Zhao Zetian, you are quite ruthless. Su Yao trembled with rage. For it was this vile woman who had abandoned Chen Yu, and now she turns the tables, exhibiting such malevolence and unscrupulousness. Enough of the commotion. Zhao Zetian, your theatrics are merely a ploy to elicit my forgiveness. May I speak now? Chen Yu stood with hands on hips, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Very well. You may speak, but only you. I have no desire to see that harlot. Zhao Zetian pointed at Su Yao, and all eyes turned in unison towards her. Chapter 39. Downfall targeted by the scorn of the masses. Su Yao felt as though she was being subjected to a slow and painful demise. The venomous glares directed at her were unbearable for a young girl. Tears streamed down her face as she buried herself deep within her clothing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Deservedly so. She was merely putting on a fade now. Hadn't she boasted about her wealth in the group chat before? Just a worthless being. Silence. All of you. Song Jia, filled with fury, crouched down to shield Su Yao. Song Jia, I leave her in your care, Chen Yu said, his gaze resolute. Understood. Song Jia nodded in agreement. The hysteria of Su Yao and the predicament of Chen Yu rendered them both the targets of collective disdain. Appearing utterly wretched amidst the public outcry, Zhao Zetian and Zheng Jiaowei exchanged barely perceptible smirks, relishing in Chen Yu's downfall. Chen Yu ascended to the balcony, confronting Zhao Zetian, who wore a wicked smile. You've achieved your goal. I have arrived, Chen Yu declared. Chen Yu, all I desire is your forgiveness. I only wish to be with you. Zhao Zetian professed with heartfelt sincerity. Let us decide here, in the presence of our classmates and school authorities, Chen Yu said, hands tucked into his pockets. Decide? What kind of decision? The girl is in this state. What more can be done? The crowd murmured, echoing the sentiment that the man was full of excuses. Speak. Zhao Zetian urged. If it means being with you, I would accept anything, she continued. If I were broke, would you still accept me? I would. What if I owed 400 million in debt? I would. Wait, what? You owe 400 million in foreign debt. Chen Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Zetian feigned anger. Indeed, aren't you curious as to how I amassed such wealth? I am not a second-generation rich kid. I am merely an ordinary student. However, I possess an economic insight that you lack, and I made 200 million from stock trading. Unfortunately, I am now broke. I acquired a real estate company, and not only did I not repay a single penny, but I also owe ICBC 400 million in loans. Chen Yu elegantly strolled to the balcony, confronting Zhao Zetian. What? 200 million from stock trading and acquiring a real estate company? What is going through Chen Yu's mind? Real estate moguls are fleeing, and he dares to purchase a real estate company? He must be out of his mind. It's utterly foolish to act so recklessly with wealth. Chen Yu, are you speaking the truth? Zhao Zetian rushed to Chen Yu's side, her excitement palpable. If what Chen Yu said was indeed true, he was not only penniless, but also a burden laden with debt. Do not believe him. He made 2 billion from Bitcoin. Zheng Jiaowei exclaimed anxiously as he noticed Zhao Zetian wavering. 2 billion? You're joking. How could one possibly have 2 billion? That's the kind of money that could effortlessly purchase an entire school. Chen Yu is such an ostentatious tycoon. It's absurd. Ha ha ha, 2 billion? Yes, I have 2 billion. Do you believe me? Chen Yu chuckled. Indeed, who would believe that? The mere notion that Chen Yu had 200 million had already left everyone breathless. 2 billion seemed like a fantastical tale. Who would take that seriously? Zheng Jiaowei, mind your words. Even when Principal Fan managed to restrain Zheng Jiaowei, the situation had just begun to stabilize, yet Zheng still dared to stir trouble. If you believe I possess 20 billion, we could wed at this very moment. However, you must contemplate this carefully. Should I indeed have 20 billion, you would become an extraordinarily affluent lady. Yachts and villas would be mere toys in comparison. Conversely, if I do not have that fortune, I am burdened with a debt of 400 million to repay. You claim to admire my character, yet you must also be willing to endure hardship alongside me. Chen Yu's tactic was utterly ruthless, striking without leaving a trace. Zhao Zetian had repeatedly declared her desire for him. Very well, if wealth allows us to enjoy life together, what then of the staggering debt of 400 million? Enduring hardship together seemed implausible. Zhao Zetian could barely tolerate Chun Yu's previous impoverished state. So how could she possibly share the burden of such a colossal debt? Chun Yu, do not deceive me. This cannot be true. You haven't lost money, nor do you bear a debt of 400 million, have you? Zhao Zetian was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Once she made her choice, it could lead to a lifetime of unending luxury, lavish cars, yachts, and villas reduced to mere playthings. Diamonds, gold, and jewels would be at her disposal, akin to glass marbles. Yet, if the debt of 400 million were indeed real, it would represent an insurmountable financial burden, one that she could never hope to repay. Forget about jewels. She would be fortunate to afford meat even once a year. Oh, the disparity was staggering. How could she choose? Truly, the stock market was a game of fortunes, one moment wealthy, the next destitute. With wealth, one could purchase a villa. Without it, one might contemplate despair. Indeed, if it were not for stock trading, how could Chun Yu possibly possess such immense wealth? Furthermore, 2 billion is already an extravagant sum, and the notion of 200 billion is utterly preposterous. It is perplexing that this individual, with such financial resources, chooses not to save diligently but instead invests in real estate. One could only label such behavior as foolish. Additionally, the decision to establish a delivery service company seems utterly lacking in prudence. The murmurs from downstairs further unsettled Zhao Zetian. Any rational person could discern that 200 billion is undeniably an exaggeration. Moreover, Zheng Jiaohui's primary intention was to undermine Chun Yu, observing from a distance, relishing the unfolding drama. Chun Yu, please do not frighten me. I genuinely wish to be with you. Zhao Zetian's voice had noticeably dwindled, the previous bravado dissipating entirely. They were correct. My delivery company incurs losses daily, accumulating at least 500,000 in deficits. Feel free to inquire with Song Jia and Su Yao. They are my accountants. This is my last 5 million, she declared, as Chun Yu brandished his bank card before her. 5 million, the final remnant of his fortune. What scheme was he concocting? If you love the person I am, I would willingly relinquish 5 million. Let us marry and face the world together. However, if your affection lies with wealth, take the 5 million and depart immediately. With that, Chun Yu cast the bank card onto the ground. The black card floated through the air, descending leisurely onto the grass. A black card. Remarkably, it was a black card. Had Chun Yu truly lost his senses, discarding such a valuable item? The black card allows one to overdraw millions even when funds are lacking. Yet, Chun Yu unexpectedly discarded it. Has he truly fallen from grace? While many may believe in Chun Yu's misfortune, the 5 million in the card remains unquestioned. After all, 5 million is no trivial sum. The individuals present may never earn that much in their lifetimes. Chun Yu tossed it away without a second thought. Chun Yu, have you lost your mind? That was my money mine. Zhao Zetian exclaimed in a fit of urgency, leaping down from the balcony. You fool, he was testing you. Zheng Jiaohui cried out in desperation. I meant to say, Chun Yu, you should not have discarded our money. Zhao Zetian suddenly realized her misstep and hastily corrected herself. However, it was too late. The moment the card was flung away, her true, unsightly nature was laid bare. Her previously unremarkable face twisted grotesquely in the wind as she rushed down from the balcony. Chapter 40. The powder keg. Well, I have thrown away my bank card. Whoever finds it may keep it. I stand by my word. Currently, I am destitute, yet you shall accompany me to wed and face our debts together. Chun Yu grasped Zhao Zetian's hand, only to be met with a decisive rejection as she forcefully shook it off. Chun Yu, release me. Zhao Zetian's visage contorted in distress. Just moments ago, she had professed unwavering devotion, claiming to love only Chun Yu, choosing love over wealth. Yet now, with the prospect of marriage, her demeanor had shifted drastically. Mr. Chun, we will shoulder the losses from the deliveries alongside you. Indeed, Mr. Chun, we will forego our salaries. We stand with you. We desire nothing. There is no need for such a generous salary, for we are brothers. Yu Yong, Wei Hu, and others echoed fervently from below. Their thunderous voices starkly contrasted with Zhao Zetian's earlier actions. This is outrageous. Chun Yu, do not slander me. Zheng Jiaohui exclaimed, agitated. Zheng Jiaohui, you indeed owe us an explanation. Previously, Chun Yu endeavored to persuade Zhao Zetian to step back. Why did you intervene? Principal Fan's countenance darkened. Initially displeased by Chun Yu's recklessness, he now reflected on the uncanny timing of events. Chun Yu's approach had garnered a modicum of respect from Principal Fan, who recognized his potential. Principal, I did not. I simply could not bear to see Chun Yu deceive an innocent girl. Zheng Jiaowei attempted to justify himself. Oh, spare us. Who would believe such a tale? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, leaving Zheng Jiaowei feeling increasingly humiliated as he bowed his head. Unable to meet the principal's gaze, sweat cascaded down his cheeks, saturating his collar. Yes, Chun Yu, it was all the doing of Zheng Jiaowei. He was the one who instigated me. Chun Yu, please forgive me. I truly erred. You must believe me. At this moment, Zhao Sitian experienced a profound epiphany. Yet it was all too late. Her kneeling pleas only served to evoke disgust among the onlookers. Previously feigning victimhood, she now resorted to theatrics in a bid for sympathy. Enough, gold digger. Spare us your repugnance. Indeed, such a worthless individual is not worth my time, even if I were to remain single. Goodness. This wretch isn't even wearing any undergarments. How brazen. At this revelation, Zhao Sitian wished to vanish into the crevice of the floor. She had ventured to seduce Chun Yu that morning, brazenly appearing without any attire beneath. Now, exposed by her observant classmates, her fade crumbled completely, leaving her a mere ball of despair on the ground. While Zhao Sitian's ordeal was resolved, Zheng Jiaowei's predicament was far from over. President, Zhao Sitian just accused you of threatening her. How do you explain that? Chun Yu's smile was devoid of warmth. Indeed, Zheng Jiaowei had the audacity to threaten a female. What kind of scoundrel is he? Zheng Jiaowei, it appears you are ill-suited for the position of Student Council President. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. The Director of Education declared the verdict with a stern countenance. Furthermore, we will investigate the matter concerning Zheng Jiaowei. He will receive a formal reprimand. As for you, Zhao Sitian, your actions have disrupted the school's order and tarnished its reputation. You will be placed on probation. Should similar incidents occur again, we will contact your parents to assess your mental well-being and consider your expulsion. Principal Fan announced the results without any prior discussion. Originally intended to bring Chun Yu down, he ended up making himself the target of disdain, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Zheng Jiaowei harbored intense resentment towards Chun Yu, gritting his teeth and enduring the scorn of his classmates. President, as a senior, how can you bully a junior so? Shouldn't you offer an apology? Weren't you the one who relished having others kneel to apologize to you? Zheng Jiaowei dared not defy him. He merely wished for the president to bow before all the students. Chun Yu had no intention of letting Zheng Jiaowei off the hook. What? Still wanting an apology? Zheng Jiaowei's teeth clenched so hard that they bled. Chun Yu was truly excessive, leaving no dignity intact. Zheng Jiaowei raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Chun Yu, unfazed, grinned as he approached Zheng Jiaowei, awaiting the apology. Apologize. 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 The crowd echoed in unison, a tremendous chorus that even the principal could not readily quell. Moreover, it was only natural for Zheng Jiaowei to apologize to Chun Yu. Among the onlookers were those who had previously suffered at Zheng Jiaowei's hands. He had been far more ruthless when he had tormented others. Yu Yong, who had just been bullied by Zheng Jiaowei, felt immense satisfaction witnessing this scene. In this world, one must eventually repay their debts. Junior, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zheng Jiaowei clenched his teeth as he uttered these words. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Chun Yu's voice boomed, overpowering Zheng Jiaowei's. Junior, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zheng Jiaowei sighed deeply, tears streaming from his eyes. I still have a fondness for the goddess Zhou Ming, particularly in her alluring office attire, which is simply captivating. It sends a shiver down my spine. Uft. Go away with that. Indeed, Su Yao is also quite remarkable. Just look at her long legs. It must be quite comfortable to carry such beauty. Oh dear. Watch where your saliva lands. Don't let it drip onto my phone. The pure and ethereal Song Jia, the sensual and mature Zhou Ming, and the wild and uninhibited Su Yao have once again ignited the passions of the homebound men, leading to a dramatic surge in takeout orders. In less than a week, Chun Yu had completely recouped the losses he faced earlier, a remarkable achievement that left both Song Jia and Su Yao in speechless awe. It is truly astonishing. Not only have sales skyrocketed, but the market has also doubled in size. Now, customer service is perpetually understaffed, and the delivery team has expanded to 30 members. The market development department no longer needs to seek out merchants. They are now the ones being sought after. Some merchants have even extended invitations for meals. Hoping to join Mayweida currently, every merchant in the educational park has joined Mayweida. Without it, doing business is virtually impossible. As Chinyu stated, they are now exceedingly dominant. Many merchants who previously required financial support are now actively seeking to retract their earlier demands. The immense traffic dictates the market, and everything is at Chunyu's discretion, with the shift in roles occurring at an astonishing pace. Previously, Chinyu advised them not to concern themselves with merchants' demands, assuring them that they would soon be inundated with partnership requests. They were all skeptical, yet here we are, faced with the undeniable reality. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Yuan Wei, have never experienced such dominance. Yuan Wei laughed heartily in the office. Several shopkeepers who had not actively discussed the withdrawal of their funding requests were directly dismissed by Yuan Wei. Within a day, each of them humbled themselves, pleading to be allowed back in. In stark contrast to their previous haughty demeanor towards Yuan Wei, this shift was nothing short of remarkable. While some basked in comfort, others endured the agony of daily interviews. The sheer volume of interviewees was overwhelming. Hua Bin approached, burdened with a stack of materials. The benefits and compensation offered by Mayweida were exceedingly generous, resulting in a constant influx of candidates filling the hall to capacity. Initially troubled by a lack of manpower upon opening, Hua Bin now found himself exhausted from the relentless interviews, wishing he could divide himself in two. Yu Yong was equally fatigued. By the end of the day, he felt utterly drained. Nevertheless, he achieved the highest commission, earning 150 yuan in just one day. Wei Hu closely followed, falling short by a mere 5 yuan. Driven by guilt from past events, they approached their tasks with utmost seriousness. The three of them received multiple commendations from Chinyu for their efforts. Chapter 41. The Hand of Evil in the Beginning. Those who joined Mayweida have now become team leaders, each accompanied by their own subordinates. Every promise made by Chinyu has been fulfilled, which has further solidified their trust in him. Hua Bin, you may directly interview a candidate for human resources management, relieving you of the burdens of customer service and interviews. Chinyu's words illuminated Hua Bin's path. Yuan Wei, we have exhausted our territory in the education park. You should venture into the surrounding neighborhoods for promotion. Our vision extends beyond the school vicinity. Brother Yong, you also need to cultivate suitable team leaders and implement a mentorship system. You cannot always be the one to charge into battle. You are a leader, not a delivery worker. You must promptly take over the personnel management of the entire region from the customer service department. We cannot let customer service dictate the actions of the delivery personnel. Chunyu's 3 statements once again provided them with a direction for development. After a brief moment of contemplation, the trio commenced their new tasks. While they embraced new avenues for growth, Chinyu found himself lost in thought. Without the support of an app, Mayweida remains too fragile. While it may thrive in small-scale operations, it cannot ascend to greater heights. Mate 1 and Me have already embarked on new models, and the only way to surpass them is to seize the advantages of the internet ahead of them. Nevertheless, the experiment within the education park has proven remarkably successful. Their professionalism and dedication have garnered market recognition. At present, Mate 1 and Me do not yet match the expertise of Chunyu's Mayweida. However, they have successively launched their own websites and established their own internet systems. Chinyu remained entrenched in the rudimentary model of ordering food through the original QQ group, which, in essence, bore no distinction from traditional telephone orders. It merely consolidated information. As long as the foot traffic remained high, his ordering system was bound to collapse in mere moments, rendering even the most diligent customer service efforts futile. The customer service staff were already overwhelmed, and Chinyu had increased their number to 20. Chinyu, here is today's report. Song Jia presented the document to him. I truly didn't anticipate that you would recover the losses of Mayweida within just a week. The admiration in Song Jia's expression significantly uplifted Chinyu's spirits. Simply seeing her alleviated all his worries. However, he continued, have you noticed that our ordering process is excessively convoluted? There are too many handoffs between ordering and meal preparation, and the limitations of QQ groups are quite significant. Indeed, I find it rather cumbersome as well. Yet, the customer service team is working diligently. The volume of orders simply overwhelms them, Song Jia replied, shaking her head. This issue transcends mere effort. It lies within our ordering system, Chinyu asserted. I intend to make a trip to the metropolis. What? You plan to go to the metropolis? Song Jia exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I also intend to return there. Your family is from the metropolis? Chinyu's enthusiasm surpassed hers. Yes, didn't he, you know? Song Jia pouted. He knew. How could he not? To this day, he remained unaware of Song Jia's background. However, judging by her usual attire and lifestyle, it was evident that she was not lacking in financial means, suggesting a rather comfortable home environment. Upon learning that Xinyu was a wealthy individual, she was merely slightly taken aback, displaying no further reaction. So, can we go together? Xinyu rose to stand before Song Jia. Well, let me think it over. Song Jia playfully dodged, not falling for the invitation. Unexpectedly, the business trip now included a beautiful companion, which delighted Xinyu. However, the primary objective remained to finalize the app and website. He had already made considerable progress at the software development company in the bustling metropolis, yet as a hands-off manager. He had only contributed financially and remained uninvolved in any operational matters, even oblivious to the address. In the villa district of Zhongshan Road, Jingzhou, an Audi A8 glided smoothly into the driveway, carrying none other than Zheng Jingxing. The master has returned, a maid remarked, taking the coat from Zheng Jingxing. Sir, Miss He-yun is waiting for you in your study, she added. I understand. By the way, when that rascal returns, tell him to come see me, Zheng Jingxing contemplated. The study, located on the second floor adjacent to the staircase, could not merely be described as luxurious. Each arrangement exuded an air of grandeur. It was neither ostentatiously scholarly nor overwhelmingly extravagant. A beautifully crafted redwood desk, steeped in antiquity, was beyond valuation, and the walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, each a masterpiece from renowned artists. Even the most mundane paperweight was expertly carved from a solid piece of Huanglong warm jade. This study transcended the mere notion of opulence. Yin, what brings you here? Zheng Jingxing smiled as he approached the desk. He-yu's demeanor was utterly incongruous with the study. One of her exquisite legs was unabashedly propped upon the desk, and her black bandeau seemed on the verge of revealing more than intended. The ultra-short leather skirt, with the slightest movement, unveiled the lace beneath, exuding an irresistible allure. I have endured such great grievances, yet you do not come to console me, nor seek revenge on my behalf. He-yu pouted, turning her head away in a huff. Oh, please don't be upset. I have been quite busy, Zheng Jingxing remarked, toying with He-yu's lovely leg. You always find excuses, she teased, retracting her leg playfully. Well, your affairs are my affairs, rest assured. It is merely a matter of Zhangyang. I shall surely avenge you. A mischievous smile adorned Zheng Jingxing's face as he extended his hand in a rather mischievous manner. Ah, but this is still the study. Did you not say we should refrain from such antics here? He-yu coyly evaded Zheng Jingxing's grasp. Who told you to dress so enticingly today? I can hardly contain myself, Zheng Jingxing leered at her. No, you shouldn't be looking, He-yu retorted, yet deliberately raised her leg higher, the temptation causing Zheng Jingxing's eyes to glisten with desire. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted their moment. Damn it, how annoying. Zheng Jingxing grumbled, his intentions thwarted. Come in, he barked. Zheng Jiahui, fearless in all matters except when it came to his father, appeared meek as a quail in front of Zheng Jingxing. He lowered his head, lacking the courage to meet Zheng Jingxing's gaze. Your aunt is here. Did you not see her? Why did you not call out? Zheng Jingxing scolded. Auntie, Zheng Jiahui managed to call out, lifting his head just slightly. Enough. Why do you always pick on Jiahui? He-yun feigned anger as she pulled Zheng Jiahui aside, her teasing gaze directed at Zheng Jingxing, seemingly implying that since her plans had not succeeded, she would vent her frustration on the child. Look, this is your disciplinary notice. Principal Fan has sent it to me. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Zheng Jingxing hurled the notice at Zheng Jiahui. Aye. Zheng Jiahui wanted to retort, but the words caught in his throat. Your aunt's job is also at stake because of you, isn't it? Zheng Jingxing confronted Zheng Jiahui, his eyes wide open like saucers. Enough. If you're not going to create trouble for Zhangyang, why take it out on Jiahui? He-yun interposed herself in front of Zheng Jiahui. It's all Chun Yu's fault. If it weren't for him, would things have turned out this badly? And to make him apologize publicly, how could he possibly forget such humiliation? Chapter 42. Influence. It is all about Chun Yu. That scoundrel. Zheng Jiahui clenched his teeth, filled with loathing for those two characters. Chun Yu, the one whom you accused of cheating on an exam. The same one who allegedly caused a girl to leap from a building. Zheng Jingxing pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling that name. Moreover, this rascal even dented my car. I detest him as well. Yet, he is indeed a formidable character. Upon hearing Chun Yu's name, He-yun was instantly reminded of the time her beloved BMW was vandalized at school, She had never experienced such humiliation before. What? A student possesses such capabilities? Indeed. This Qin Yu is extraordinary. He profited a staggering 20 billion from stock trading. When has a student ever made such a fortune? He contemplated aloud. Yes. I have also investigated his background. He comes from a modest family, not particularly wealthy. It appears he recklessly invested all his family's money into Bitcoin. Such a coincidence seems improbable, as if he had foreseen Bitcoin's rise. Zheng Jiaowei found it perplexing. How could such a maneuver even be possible? Zheng Jingxing, stroking his chin, seemed to be calculating something. It is indeed peculiar, and he also invested in Hongda Real Estate, a company that was on the verge of collapse. He invested and even had students doing food deliveries. What a fool. How could such a simpleton possibly excel at stock trading, let alone amass 20 billion? Initially, I thought to threaten him to uncover his secrets, but I found myself outmaneuvered at every turn. The mere mention of this infuriated Zheng Jiaowei. What did you say? He invested in Hongda Real Estate. This brat is, without a doubt, extraordinary. Upon hearing about Hongda Real Estate, Zheng Jingxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while others remained oblivious. He understood full well that the relocation of Handa would serve as a boon for Hongda Real Estate. Previously, he had heard rumors of a swift acquisition of Hongda, initially assuming it was orchestrated by a figure of significant stature, only to discover it was a mere student. Impossible, utterly implausible. Surely, there must be some other powerful force behind him. Are you certain there are no other influences at play? His family is indeed just an ordinary working-class household. Zheng Jingxing inquired once more. Currently, this is all I have uncovered. Zheng Jiaowei, when questioned, could not provide any assurances, trembling in fear. Very well, regarding Qin Yu. Do not concern yourselves any longer. I shall handle it, Zheng Jingxing declared, to which Zheng Jiaowei nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. With Zheng Jingxing's assurance, Zheng Jiaowei's face lit up with excitement, secretly contemplating that this time, Qin Yu would not escape unscathed. After Zheng Jiaowei departed, Zheng Jingxing sank into deep contemplation. He Yunyun, unabashedly, perched herself upon Zheng Jingxing's lap, one delicate arm draped around his neck, her gaze fixated solely upon him, exemplifying the allure of femininity to its fullest. What is it? Has a mere child rendered you so unsettled? He Yunyun gently shifted her position, her alabaster skin dazzlingly bright. Ha ha ha, how could that be? The only thing that could frighten me is your, presence. Zheng Jingxing's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixated on the woman in his embrace, his hands instinctively wandering across her form. Your expression, it is rather peculiar. He Yunyun adjusted her stance, spreading her legs as she sat upon Zheng Jingxing's lap. Curse it. This is truly intense, far more flavorful than your sister's. Zheng Jingxing's hands moved incessantly, the strength in his palms stirring an inner tumult within He Yun. The Han University is set to relocate, and the primary beneficiary will undoubtedly be Hongda Real Estate. This fellow is not as simple as he seems. If my intuition serves me right, he must have significant figures backing him. As Zheng Jingxing spoke, his body was equally engaged. Yet his demeanor suggested that he was hardly concerned with the powerful individuals behind Qin Yu. Perhaps, at this moment, Zheng Jingxing was unable to focus on anything else, as all his attention was captivated by He Yun. Stop it. This is the study. He Yun suddenly slid away from Zheng Jingxing, a cascade of laughter following her. You little rascal, just wait and see how I catch you. As music began to play, the couple commenced their playful dance. It is possible that Zheng Jiaowei did not anticipate that his support would come from such an unreliable character, perhaps from the very beginning. His ally was not as dependable as he had envisioned. In any case, for a fleeting moment, Zheng Jingxing and He Yun were engrossed in each other, as if nothing else existed, and Zheng Jiaowei had never been there. Meanwhile, in another place, aboard a swiftly moving high-speed train, a girl wearily closed her eyes, her head instinctively resting on the boy's shoulder. The boy gently caressed her flowing hair, the unique fragrance of youth enveloping him. He tenderly draped his coat over the girl, his movements delicate as if he were engaged in an exceptionally intricate task. You're awake, Qin Yu softly inquired, glancing at Song Jia beside him. I'm sorry. I'm just so tired, Song Jia replied with a smile. No, it's fine. Qin Yu smiled shyly. Really, it's absolutely fine. He wished for nothing more than for Song Jia to remain nestled against his shoulder. We are almost in the Magic City. Where are you headed? Song Jia inquired. I don't know. I forgot to contact anyone beforehand. I'll ask when I arrive at the station. Qin Yu suddenly realized he had neglected to inquire about the address. Huh, you don't even know where you're going. Song Jia chuckled. I'm at Lujiazui. If you finish up, we can head back together. It seemed she wanted to say something more, but held back, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. Sure, that sounds great. Chinyu replied, elated. He was no fool. It was quite evident she was hinting for him to seek her out. Upon disembarking, Song Jia entered a sleek black Audi that appeared to have been awaiting her arrival at the train station. Such an aura. Song Jia was indeed extraordinary. Chinyu gave the address to the taxi driver and settled into the back seat to catch some sleep. Sir, we've arrived. Chinyu found himself unceremoniously dropped off in front of an office building. Following the building's signs, he made his way to Shuanda Technology Company, Limited. This was his first visit since the acquisition of the company. Good day, sir. Who are you here to see? As Chinyu prepared to enter, the receptionist stopped him. Oh, I'm looking for Lu Tingfei, he replied, stating the name of the person in charge. Hello, do you have an appointment with President Lu? The receptionist flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. What is going on? Do I really need an appointment just to enter my own company? Chinyu thought, incredulous. I am Chinyu. Please convey this to Manager Lu, Chinyu patiently stated. Surely, you cannot be here for an interview. Why would you seek out Manager Lu for that? You should approach Manager Ho instead. The receptionist scrutinized Chinyu closely, dressed in casual attire. She unmistakably resembled a struggling student. The receptionist promptly altered her tone, with a demeanor like Chinyu's. It was no surprise that several candidates came in for interviews each day. However, Chinyu appeared to be the least astute, directly seeking out the person in charge. Such behavior during an interview is simply foolish. The receptionist couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the recklessness of today's university students, who seemed utterly oblivious even to whom they should approach, to boldly name the person in charge upon arrival. It was indeed a miracle if such individuals succeeded in their interviews. Chapter 43. The receptionist. I am not here for an interview. I am the legal representative of this company. My name is Chinyu. Chinyu deliberately emphasized his name. How can you, a mere student, behave in such a way? You are so young, yet you attempt to deceive us. Just because you've heard of Mr. Lu, do not presume to think you are acquainted with our company or its legal representative. What a joke. You look like a recent graduate. I pity you. Leave voluntarily now, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, I will summon security. The receptionist regarded Chinyu with increasing disdain, incredulous that he would try to pull such a stunt. Let me in. I'm the owner here. Call Lu Tingfei out for me. Chinyu was so incensed that he struggled to articulate his words. You pathetic university student, your entire outfit is worth less than 100 yuan. How dare you speak here? Just get lost. I repeat, I am not here for an interview. I am the owner of this establishment. Summon Lu Tingfei at once. Chinyu's face darkened with anger. I will say it again. You are a fraud. Get out of here immediately and do not hinder us, or I will call security. The receptionist stood tall and proud, her demeanor akin to that of an arrogant swan, her neck stretched skyward. Step aside. Chinyu, unwilling to waste more words, pushed past the receptionist. How dare you force your way in? Security. Security. Stop him. The receptionist shouted for security at the entrance. In no time, several security personnel surrounded Chinyu. Stand aside. This is my company. Bring Lu Tingfei to me. Chinyu furiously rebuked the security guard. With someone like you around, I could easily toss out 10 in a single day. Do I really need to trouble Manager Lu for this? The security guard brandished his baton, pointing it at Chinyu. Hey, buddy, he just pushed me. You must help me avenge this. The receptionist feigned a pitiful expression. How dare you bully a girl? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not a man. Upon hearing the receptionist's plea, the security guard was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he not assist a damsel in distress? Get him, the head of security commanded. And a couple of remaining guards armed with electric batons rushed to intercept Chinyu. Very well, if you refuse to learn respect, perhaps you need a lesson. Chinyu shook his head and flexed his wrists. Suddenly, with a swift motion, 2 security guards found themselves in dire straits. One knelt on the ground, while the other was sent flying out the door. What had just transpired? It seemed as though Chinyu had barely moved, yet the 2 guards were dispatched with ease, as if they were mere rag dolls. You dare strike again? You're finished. I'm calling the police. The head guard bolted for the exit. A loud crash was heard, followed by a scream. The leading guard collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee in agonizing pain. They all witnessed it clearly now. Chinyu had hurled his iPhone directly at the guard, striking him squarely on the knee. The impact left the guard feeling as though his knee had shattered, the intense pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Please, don't come any closer. The security guard, observing Chun Yu's steady approach, instinctively retreated in fear. There's no need to be alarmed. I never strike twice. I merely picked up my phone. Chun Yu calmly retrieved his device, relieved to find it unscathed. Now, may I proceed to find Lu Tingfei? He inquired nonchalantly at the front desk. I will go find Mr. Lu right away, the receptionist stammered. Although Chun Yu had never been hostile towards her, the receptionist was utterly petrified, feeling more terrified of him than a ferocious tiger. What? Where are the troublemakers? Lu Tingfei's voice echoed from within moments later. I am Chun Yu. What is the matter? Chun Yu unperturbedly took a seat in the reception area. You are Mr. Chun? Lu Tingfei immediately recognized Chun Yu and trembled with fear. What? He is actually Mr. Chun? Could it be that he is indeed the true owner of Xuanda Technology? The receptionist was flabbergasted, realizing that she had failed to recognize her own boss despite her tenure at the front desk. Moreover, she had just been so confrontational towards Chun Yu. It was over. She felt utterly doomed. Mr. Chun, you should have informed me of your arrival. I would have come to greet you, Lu Tingfei said, his face adorned with a forced smile. Indeed, I should have notified you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been able to enter the company. Chun Yu nodded in agreement. I was wrong, Mr. Chun. Please forgive me. I truly did not know you were Mr. Chun, the receptionist implored, falling to her knees before him, tears streaming down her face, a stark contrast to her earlier haughty demeanor. Unbeknownst to you, I am Mr. Chun. Is it merely because of this that you choose to behave in such a manner? Everyone who enters my company is a guest. Does that grant you the liberty to act recklessly towards others? What purpose does your position at the front desk serve? With a forceful slap upon the table, Chun Yu startled the receptionist, causing tears to well up in her eyes. I truly apologize. Mr. Chun, please forgive me. I shall never again look down upon others. I promise to serve diligently. The receptionist, overwhelmed with remorse, wept profusely, her regret palpable. You may go and collect your wages. Lu Tingfei commanded dismissively, indicating her dismissal. There's no need for that. Everyone has their struggles. This is your final opportunity, Chun Yu interjected, interrupting Lu Tingfei. Thank you, Mr. Chin. The receptionist expressed her gratitude profusely, nearly bowing in reverence to him. Chun Yu followed Lu Tingfei into the office. Since Chun Yu had been absent and the rented office space was quite modest, he did not request a separate office for himself, opting instead to remain in Lu Tingfei's workspace. How is the development of the app one assigned to you progressing? Chun Yu inquired directly, without any preamble. It is still under development, but it has taken a definite shape, Lu Tingfei replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. This was only the second time Lu Tingfei had met Chun Yu. Their first encounter had been during the signing of the acquisition contract. Rapid Technology was initially founded by Lu Tingfei and a few of his companions, with a primary focus on programming and software development. However, being a small company, they struggled to maintain a steady business and ultimately faced bankruptcy. When Chun Yu made the acquisition, he spoke little, merely glancing at their creations before making his decision, without even discussing the price. After the purchase, he assumed the role of a hands-off manager, rarely intervening. Whenever financial matters arose, he would promptly provide the necessary funds without hesitation. Such generosity was a rarity for Lu Tingfei. Although Chun Yu was often absent, Lu Tingfei felt an unwavering sense of diligence. Regarding the app development entrusted to him by Chun Yu, Lu Tingfei experienced an epiphany. He had not anticipated that software could be approached in such a manner. Following Chun Yu's requirements and vision, they explored numerous fields. Lead me to see it. I would like to test it out. By the way, how streamlined is your installation process? Does the content layout meet the standards? Chun Yu inquired. Chapter 44, Product. Rest assured, everything has been executed according to your specifications. The interface is both elegant and minimalist, with the primary focus on convenience. Once you access the main page, you will effortlessly locate the pertinent content, Lu Tingfei assured confidently. Very well, what about secure payment? He inquired. The payment methods must be diverse and accommodate various options. Moreover, we need to establish our own payment system. Payment is the cornerstone of app operation. Without secure transactions, this app would be rendered futile. In 2011, Alipay found itself embroiled in a shareholder dispute, and public confidence in electronic payments was still wavering. Developing our own bundled payment method is highly advantageous for the enhancement and promotion of our payment functionalities. While Chun Yu was diligently crafting the app, he also prioritized the research and development of the payment system. For him, creating a product transcended mere production. he insisted on developing and researching all relevant supporting components, which greatly impressed Lu Tingfei. The sheer innovation involved in the app's development had already left him astounded, and the revolution in payment methods was beyond his wildest imagination. Lu Tingfei escorted Chunyu to the research and development room, where the team was engrossed in their work, so much so that they were oblivious to Lu Tingfei and Chunyu's arrival. Upon noticing Lu Tingfei, they momentarily paused, greeting their boss with respect. Unacquainted with Chunyu's identity, they assumed he was merely a newcomer introduced by Lu Tingfei, given his youthful appearance, akin to that of a recent university graduate. However, when Lu Tingfei revealed Chunyu's true position, astonishment swept over the room. A boss so young was simply incredible. Moreover, Chunyu's youthful visage suggests he has yet to partake in any professional endeavors. It is indeed perplexing that such an individual is their superior. He must possess formidable connections. Perhaps a scion of wealth who has merely thrown some money into entrepreneurial ventures. The members of the research and development team are all exceptionally talented, and their innate arrogance prompts them to regard Chunyu with a sense of disdain. I have reviewed your research outcomes, which are commendable. However, numerous flaws are undeniably critical. As Chunyu approached the projector, a scoff escaped him. Clearly, he is oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. Judging by his appearance, he is likely just a recent university graduate, lacking even a postgraduate degree, yet he dares to speak on our products. Indeed, this application is unparalleled in both design and development, something I have never encountered in my previous employment. It is apparent that he scarcely comprehends software, relying solely on his privileged background to acquire our company. Furthermore, how audacious of him to take the stage, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of embarrassment. It seems he is merely trying to assert his presence as the boss. As soon as Chunyu stepped onto the platform, murmurs began to circulate among the audience. From the moment Lu Tingfei introduced him as the owner, the expressions of the RD team members reflected their contempt. Do you truly believe your work is exemplary? You think it is user-friendly? The complexity of your back-end maintenance is astonishing. Replacing a single piece of information involves a bewildering array of steps. If I were to randomly select someone, how long would you claim it takes to train them for the job? You cannot even update the vendor information within an hour. Do you genuinely consider such an application to be commendable? Chunyu leaned on the table, casting a fierce glare at everyone present. Mr. Chun, your statement is unjust. A researcher retorted, seemingly belittling Chunyu's educational background. An app is inherently a product of high technology. One cannot expect everyone to operate it. Those with lower educational attainment. How could they possibly comprehend it? Your assertion is quite excessive. You possess superior skills. Indeed, you are a developer, but are you the actual end user? Chunyu countered. Why is the AK-47 regarded as the king of firearms? Is it due to its complexity, precision, or high technological content? No, it is celebrated for its practicality, durability, high stability, low production costs, and user-friendliness, allowing it to adapt to anyone in any environment. This is the hallmark of the finest product, which is why it reigns supreme. What use do you find in such a complicated app? Can it penetrate the market and yield profits? You seem to equate complexity with professionalism. Yet simplicity is the true virtue. If you were consumers, would you wish to utilize an app that takes an hour just to update product information? Reflect on this. With that, Chunyu tossed aside the teaching pointer and said no more. After Chunyu departed, Lu Tingfei swiftly followed. The members of the research team fell silent, exchanging glances, each looking at the other. They had presumed Chunyu was an outsider, yet he had incisively exposed their most significant flaw, laying it bare before them. In their haughty self-assurance, they were abruptly confronted with the jarring reality of their own folly. It became evident that the greatest absurdity resided within themselves. Indeed, although the app they had meticulously crafted appeared refined, it was lamentably impractical. It seemed they themselves would hesitate to utilize their creation in daily life, as even the simplest task of updating information demanded an arduous series of steps. Who would possess the inclination to manage such complexity? The reason the AK is revered as the king of firearms lies in its simplicity and durability, rendering it suitable for all terrains, whereas their product could only be deemed refuse. The members of the development team, despite their high intellectual prowess and elevated consciousness, found themselves pierced by Chunyu's words, akin to a knife thrust into their chests. Their epiphany brought forth a profound shame regarding their arrogance, compelling them to reevaluate their work, to the point where they could scarcely muster the courage to lift their heads. Lu Tingfei, This is the outcome you have presented to me. Let me be clear. The operational process must be streamlined to the utmost simplicity. My expectation is that even a primary school student can comprehend it. Furthermore, your project scope is insufficient. You seem to think that merely managing food delivery suffices. I require sections on hotels, gourmet cuisine, and entertainment. Diversification is imperative. Chen Yu seethed with indignation, while Lu Tengfei stood chastened, too intimidated to breathe. As Chen Yu exited Lu Tengfei's office, the members of the development team instinctively lined the corridor, heads bowed in unison, not uttering a word. What has happened? Have you all lost your voices? Speak up. What are you doing? Chen Yu shouted at the development team. Mr. Chen, we apologize for our presumption. We shall make the necessary amendments, and in 3 days. If the results do not meet your satisfaction, we will voluntarily take our leave. The harmonious voices drowned out the blaring horns on the street, and the heartfelt promises brought tears to Chen Yu's eyes. He had never anticipated that this team would awaken to their responsibilities so swiftly. Their sincere confessions and the courage they displayed were truly commendable. This was the kind of team he had longed for. Mistakes were inconsequential as long as they were acknowledged and rectified. There was nothing they could not achieve. Well, they were all men. I appreciate your commitment, and I believe in your words. In truth, you have performed admirably, and I am quite satisfied. Your determination deeply moves me. If you excel, I shall reward you with double your salary, and I stand by my word. Chen Yu stood taller, having completely won over the development team, and from that moment on, no one dared to show him disrespect. Chapter 45. Attending the banquet 3 days later, Chen Yu was confident that the app he envisioned would undoubtedly be successfully developed. The app they were currently working on was already commendable, as developing an app is no small feat. They were indeed navigating through uncharted waters. However, Chen Yu's standards were stringent. He required a standardized product that could be readily disseminated upon launch. The development team acted with decisiveness. Once they identified their shortcomings, they promptly initiated the next phase of their plan. Observing the focused and earnest expressions of the development team, Chen Yu felt an immense sense of reassurance. With the successful launch of this app, he would be emboldened to tackle even more challenging payment projects, as all these apps served as a foundation for the payment initiatives. Following Chen Yu, this development team would also experience their own transformation. Mr. Chen, I have arranged your accommodations and meals now that you are in the bustling metropolis. Lu Tengfei accompanied Chen Yu out of the building. Thank you, but I can manage those arrangements myself. You are busy, you may return now. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chen. Oh, by the way, here is an invitation. It is for a gathering of all young entrepreneurs in the metropolis. This is for you. Lu Tengfei respectfully handed the invitation to Chen Yu. Every year, the metropolis hosts a gathering for young entrepreneurs, serving both as a social event and an opportunity for networking. Attendees often forge connections and discuss potential collaborations during these gatherings. This invitation was specifically for Xuanda Technology, and now that Chen Yu was present, Lu Tengfei naturally delivered the invitation to the true proprietor of Xuanda. Chen Yu glanced at the invitation. It detailed an event scheduled for that evening. He possessed little experience in attending such gatherings. After all, in his previous life, he had never been afforded the opportunity to enter high society. These events had merely been glimpsed through the television screen. Today marked his inaugural participation, and he had heard that esteemed government officials would be in attendance, as such gatherings were a form of support for young entrepreneurs provided by the government. Chen Yu intended to discuss payment projects, which necessitated collaboration with banks. Only with their endorsement could one hope to penetrate the payment industry. His ambition for the app extended beyond merely emulating the Meituan model. He aspired to leverage the traffic from food delivery services to rapidly promote his payment project, aiming to carve a niche in the bustling market. As the evening approached, he casually assembled an outfit at the Hong Kong Plaza in Lujiazui. After all, attending in casual attire would surely attract undue attention. In this era, people were quick to judge based on appearances. He could not afford to continuously present himself in a manner unbecoming of a leader, relying solely on a FAAD to gain entry. Had he donned a more extravagant outfit that morning, perhaps he would not have been hindered by the front desk. Being thwarted at his own company's reception desk was a testament to how little he resembled a boss. Gazing at his youthful visage in the mirror, Chen Yu couldn't help but muse on the advantages of youth, his face brimming with collagen. Yet, this youthful exuberance also felt burdensome. As the saying goes, one without facial hair is unreliable in action. Everyone regarded him as a student. and there was not a soul who trusted or respected him. Never mind. It is time for a transformation towards maturity. Although he is a young entrepreneur, the individuals present are likely around the same age as Lu Tingfei, probably in their early 30s. It is rare to find someone like Chun Yu in their early 20s, and if there are any, they surely have substantial backing. The first step in altering one's image is undoubtedly the hairstyle. Chun Yu specifically visited an image design studio to adopt a hairstyle befitting a mature gentleman. With this new hairstyle, he indeed appeared considerably more composed, yet he also seemed a tad too much like an elder. This won't do. Further adjustments are necessary. As Chun Yu passed by an eyewear store, an idea struck him. Perhaps donning a pair of glasses would enhance his appearance. Good day, sir. Our products are rather precious. Please admire them from a distance, the sales assistant politely requested, asking Chun Yu to maintain a certain distance from their merchandise. Suddenly, a wad of bright red Mao Zedong notes was tossed onto the counter, and the sales assistant instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. What an unusual method of shopping this was. As soon as Chun Yu flung down the Mao notes, the store manager rushed over with alacrity. The sales assistant received a fierce glare, promptly being assigned to watch the entrance. What is happening? This is my sale. But now sighing, she regretted her own loose tongue. The sales assistant lamented her judgment, reflecting on her earlier superficiality. To casually dismiss a sum of over 1,000 yuan was foolish. A customer of such wealth would surely be purchasing eyewear worth more than 10,000 yuan. Had she secured this sale, her performance would have undoubtedly soared to the top. Yet that opportunity had now slipped away, and she might even face penalties. After much deliberation, Chun Yu selected a pair of glasses with a delicate gold rim, which, while not overly mature, conveyed a hint of scholarly charm. Chun Yu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, quite content with what she saw. The store manager, standing beside her, incessantly lavished her with compliments, uttering praises that could easily fill a volume of 3-character classics. It was no wonder the manager was so enthusiastic. The pair of glasses she casually selected cost a staggering 100,000 yuan, undoubtedly securing the top spot in sales. The manager's grin was so wide it seemed he could not close his mouth, and he expressed his gratitude profusely as he bid Chun Yu farewell. However, the sales assistant at the door wore a countenance more dismal than one mourning a great loss. That 100,000 in sales would have secured her a promotion to assistant manager, yet all of it, which should have rightfully belonged to her, was now out of reach. Chun Yu had learned to navigate such situations. She understood that when confronted by such opportunistic individuals, it was best to wield the power of cash. Money was the ultimate truth. Once it was in play, all pretentiousness diminished, and they would practically prostrate themselves at her feet, eager to serve. Passing by the Rolex store, the manager approached with an air of disdain, introducing the products in a condescending tone. Chun Yu casually tossed a stack of cash onto the counter, instantly transforming the manager's demeanor into one of beaming smiles. Yet, Chun Yu remained unimpressed. She ultimately directed her business to the youngest sales assistant. The manager was left pale with anger, yet powerless, as this was their most significant transaction of the day. If envy were to sabotage it, his managerial position would likely be in jeopardy. As Chun Yu departed, he was compelled to maintain a facade of flattering smiles. Upon arriving at the luxury goods store, Chun Yu was treated like a VIP, for word had spread throughout the mall that a wealthy patron clad in casual athletic attire had arrived. Her spending was liberally extravagant, never inquiring about prices. Such a patron, akin to a benevolent deity, was surely not to be neglected. As Chun Yu approached the entrance of the store, several attractive saleswomen eagerly vied for the attention of the affluent patron. This was a stark contrast to their previous indifference. Indeed, wealth holds a remarkable allure. From that moment on, they learned not to underestimate anyone clad in humble attire, for one could never ascertain whether they were concealing their true status as a hidden benefactor. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Chun Yu felt rejuvenated, yet one dilemma remained. He lacked a personal vehicle and had no choice but to hail a taxi. "Where to, sir?" the driver inquired. As soon as Chun Yu entered the cab, the driver greeted him with enthusiasm. The air around such a wealthy individual was suffused with an unmistakable scent of affluence, far more intoxicating than any perfume. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pali Jia Hotel, Chun Yu presented his invitation, and the doorman, displaying no reluctance, warmly attended to his needs. However, as Chun Yu departed, the doorman's gaze briefly flicked towards the still parked taxi. Chapter 46. A person of distinction. Humph. Yet another impoverished owner, the doorman scoffed. Indeed, despite being clad in luxury brands, He cannot even afford a respectable vehicle, another security guard disdainfully remarked. The guards and doormen here are astute observers of human character. They possess an uncanny ability to discern the essence and demeanor of those who pass through. As the saying goes, the third generation of wealth knows how to indulge, while the fifth generation knows how to dress. A person's noble disposition cannot merely be fabricated through an accumulation of opulent attire. Chenyu had just alighted from a taxi, and his lack of pedigree was immediately apparent. The lobby of the Polygala was resplendent beyond description. No amount of superlative adjectives could adequately encapsulate its grandeur. The waitstaff, exuding confidence, moved with an elegance that was nothing short of mesmerizing. Even the cleaning personnel maintained a professional smile, embodying grace in their duties. Any one of the attendants could easily rival the most celebrated beauties of esteemed institutions. Their presence was so striking that one could hardly perceive them as mere servers. Their professional demeanor was a visual delight, exemplifying the essence of luxury. What is opulence? This is opulence. What defines high class? This is the very epitome of refinement. The extraordinary had become commonplace within these hotel walls. Delicacies such as Australian lobster, double-headed abalone, imperial bird's nest, and blood swallow's nest were as mundane as stir-fried greens or stewed radishes at a roadside stall. This was Chun Yu's inaugural visit to such an upscale venue, and he felt somewhat out of place, hesitant to engage in conversation, offering only perfunctory greetings. Most crucially, he recognized that he was entirely unacquainted with anyone present. As he had anticipated, he was among the youngest attendees at the soiree. Most attendees were around 30, and many regarded Chun Yu with a sense of condescension, mistaking his youth for that of a pampered heir from a prominent family. After a leisurely stroll, he began to feel a pang of hunger. Chun Yu selected an array of delicacies and red wine from the buffet, instinctively finding a secluded corner to indulge in the vibrant atmosphere of luxury. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the opulence of the surroundings took him by surprise. The buffet was brimming with exquisite items he had never encountered before, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. Caviar, priced astronomically elsewhere, was here freely available, and black truffles, far from being mere legends, were commonplace. Such extravagance required an audacity that was truly remarkable. Indeed, the City of Magic lived up to its name. This was not a venue for the average affluent individual, and anyone who entered would inevitably feel a sense of intimidation. Even the wealthy from Jingzhou were merely regarded as ordinary businessmen in this realm. However, with a fortune of 10 billion, Chun Yu was a top-tier tycoon, capable of commanding respect even in the capital's elite circles. Wealth had certainly emboldened him. "This is my seat. You should find another place," a young man suddenly declared as he approached Chun Yu, asserting that the spot was reserved for him. Assuming the seat had been booked, Chun Yu politely took his tray and searched for another vacant table. Yang Tian settled into the spot that Chun Yu had relinquished, downing his champagne in one gulp. Indeed, elite gatherings were just that, gatherings of the elite. After wandering through the crowd for an eternity, he had failed to make any noteworthy connections. Yang Tian's mood was utterly dismal. Today had been a disgrace. As the third son of a renowned culinary mogul in the city, he found it humiliating to be treated with such disdain. Although Yang Tian is the third son of the renowned culinary magnate Yang Haonan in the bustling metropolis, he is regarded as a quasi-illegitimate child, which forever relegates his status beneath that of his elder brothers. Despite the superficial respect he receives as young Master Yang, significant business dealings seldom involve him in earnest discussions. It is simply stated, when matters are brought to him, it is evident that he lacks the authority to make decisions, as everything ultimately necessitates consultation with his brothers. Hence, why not approach them directly? "Ah, you there, fetch me some pastries and a glass of Lafite. Ensure the pastries are of French origin," Yang Tian commanded. Chun Yu, having just sipped a bit of Lafite, was summoned by Yang Tian. "Are you disabled? Do you lack hands and feet?" Chun Yu's disdainful glance thoroughly infuriated Yang Tian. "What did you just say? Repeat it," Yang Tian demanded, seizing Chun Yu's tie. "You're deaf as well," Chun Yu replied nonchalantly, calmly nibbling on a lobster. "You're courting death," Yang Tian spat, grabbing the wine glass from the table and hurling its contents at Chun Yu. In a swift motion, Chun Yu dodged and seized Yang Tian's hand that held the glass, sending half a glass of Lafite splattering across Yang Tian's face. "Here is your Lafite. As for the French pastries, you may select them yourself," Chun Yu said leisurely as he rose, leaving Yang Tian drenched in wine. "How dare you splash me? I will make you pay." Yang Tian seethed, incensed by the humiliation he had just endured. With a resounding crash, all eyes turned toward this unassuming corner. Yang Tian lay sprawled on the ground, his body adorned with seafood and red wine, while Chunyu stood with his back to Yang Tian, exuding an air of calm composure. "Young man, you are quite formidable." Yang Tian struggled to rise from the ground. "Security, where are the guards?" he called out. Before long, the entire security team had gathered around him, with their leader busily attempting to wipe the dirt from Yang Tian's clothes. "Get away from me. I don't need your help. Seize that man." Yang Tian pushed the security personnel aside, his finger pointed furiously, his rage disregarding the decorum of the situation. There was no longer any room for pretense. His dignity had been thoroughly shattered. He would not rest until Chunyu was eliminated. The security personnel recognized Yang Tian, but were unfamiliar with Chunyu, leaving them uncertain on how to proceed. After all, those who frequented this venue were all influential figures, and given Chunyu's youth, he might very well be a scion of a prominent family. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. "Sir, this is a public space, and your behavior appears somewhat inappropriate." The team leader politely addressed Chunyu, maintaining a professional smile. "Inappropriate, you say? I find nothing amiss. I am merely indulging in the delicacies offered by your esteemed hotel." Chunyu replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this man was no ordinary individual. Despite the chaos that had unfolded, he remained composed, suggesting that his influence rivaled that of the formidable Yang Tian. The security captain felt a surge of anxiety. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. He found himself caught in the crossfire, unable to offend either party. "However, Mr. Yang is on the ground, and that seems to pertain to you. Might you provide a reasonable explanation?" The security captain inquired, still maintaining a courteous tone. "Blast it. I instructed you all to eject him and compel him to kowtow an apology." "What are you doing, engaging in courtship?" Yang Tian exclaimed, delivering a sharp blow to the back of the security captain's head. "Captain, it seems this fellow lacks genuine influence and is merely feigning affluence. I observed him arriving in a taxi," a security guard whispered to the captain. "So he's just a fraud masquerading as a tiger," the captain muttered, realizing he had nearly been deceived. Moreover, his attire appeared rather incongruous. Who wears a suit to such an event? And the style of his shoes and suit clashed entirely, marking him as a bumpkin attempting to appear as a magnate by flaunting luxury brands. Chapter 47. The atrocity, sir. In light of your recent conduct, we do not welcome individuals of your kind in our establishment. Furthermore, you have sullied the garments of our esteemed guest, and an apology is in order." The captain's expression darkened instantly, while his fellow teammates brandished their nightsticks, having evidently discerned Chunyu's true identity. The security personnel, mere dogs, follow the whims of the powerful. The narrative is dictated by those with clout. The weak are perpetually in the wrong, regardless of the facts. Do you not care to inquire about the sequence of events before hastily casting judgment? Chunyu shook his head. "Do you even know whom you are dealing with? He is young Master Yang. His words are commands." Licking boots, they continued to grovel. With a mere utterance from young Master Yang, all security would bow in submission. Even in such an opulent hotel, they believed that having uncovered Chunyu's identity granted them license to act with impunity. "This lad has certainly stirred up trouble with young Master Yang. He is in for quite the ordeal. Indeed, yet judging by his attire, he does appear to be an interloper. Perhaps he is some local magnate who managed to procure an invitation and decided to don a flamboyant outfit. Goodness, his clothing is identical to mine. How could I possibly share an outfit with such a person?" Onlookers are never in short supply. A crowd quickly gathered to witness the commotion. However, in a venue of such prestige, many influential figures merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest. To them, it was merely a scuffle among a few rabid dogs, and as long as it remained subdued, they paid it no mind. There was no need for clarity. The blame was unequivocally placed. At this very moment, comply with young Master Yang's demands, or do not blame us for our ruthless methods. The captain of the security team wore a grim expression, the flesh on his face quivering. "You think you're so arrogant, huh? How dare you throw that at me? You are courting death." Young Master Yang seized a bottle of liquor and hurled it towards Chunyu. Bang! The bottle shattered midair, dousing Yang with its contents as it exploded above his head. "Damn it, you little brat," he yelled. "Charge at him. Why are you just standing there?" Yang Tian found himself once again the butt of a joke, drenched in alcohol and utterly humiliated. Bang! Clatter! Young Master Yang screamed in a frenzy, and several security personnel, though aware that direct confrontation was prohibited within the hotel, were nonetheless quick to act, their electric batons poised. However, their plans were overly optimistic. As soon as the electric baton grazed Chunyu, he retaliated with a swift slap that sent two security guards crashing into one another, their batons jabbing into each other's midsections, leaving them convulsing on the ground. He seems to know martial arts. Spread out. The captain of the security team ordered urgently, as all the guards retreated in fear. Seizing a baton from one of them, Chunyu lunged towards the captain, thrusting the powerful electric weapon into his abdomen. The sheer force of the baton rendered the man senseless with just a slight touch. Whoever doesn't come forward will be dealt with by me. Yang Tian's vision was clouded with rage. He vowed that today's humiliation would not go unpunished. He would ensure that Chunyu knelt before him, even if it meant turning the entire banquet into chaos. Young Master Yang had lost his mind. This was unprecedented humiliation for him. That kid is as good as dead. Let us keep our distance, the onlookers murmured in trepidation. The appearance of Yang Xiao was likely unrecognizable, and should he mistakenly inflict harm, it would indeed be a great loss. The surrounding individuals instinctively cleared the area, gazing at Chunyu's disheveled state with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, at the center of attention, Chunyu remained unfazed. He calmly procured a chair and sat in the midst of the commotion, observing Yang Tian and his companions as one might regard playful kittens or puppies. Charge! Yang Tian shouted, leading the assault. Secretary Ron, it seems there is a rather intriguing situation unfolding, whispered a man in black at Secretary Ren's ear. Oh, what is it? Secretary Ren inquired. That young man appears to have crossed paths with the third son of the Yang family, and is now under siege, the man in black replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. What is so fascinating about that? Old Yang's son is notoriously inept, though skilled at stirring trouble. Secretary Ren dismissed with a shake of his head. Observe, that young man shows no signs of fear. Yang Tian has suffered several setbacks at his hands already. Furthermore, this individual possesses remarkable agility, demonstrating the speed of a true adept. The man in black scrutinized the scene intently. Oh, for you to deem him an expert. He must be quite formidable. Come, let us take a closer look. Secretary Ren's interest was piqued. As they descended the stairs, Chunyu had already engaged with the security personnel, having dispatched 3 of them in a mere exchange. Despite Yang Tian's fervent urging, no one dared to advance further. Was the man before them even human? 4 or 5 individuals surrounded him, armed with makeshift weapons, yet they appeared utterly oblivious. As they aimed their strikes, Chunyu had already positioned himself before them. Chunyu and the security guard were not even on the same level. In Chunyu's presence, the guard appeared utterly feeble, making the encounter nothing short of a massacre. Goodness, I must be seeing things. 5 against 1, and not a single round could be endured. Is this even human? It's simply extraordinary, akin to a special forces operative. This promises to be quite the spectacle, for I have never witnessed Yang Xiao in such a predicament. At this moment, Yang Tian felt exceedingly embarrassed. He had come in with great bravado, only to be bested by Chunyu time and again. Including the initial humiliation, he had now suffered 3 disgraceful defeats at Chunyu's hands. As the third young master of the Yang family, who would dare to disrespect him? Today, to be so thoroughly embarrassed by a mere ruffian. How could he continue in this circle? He might as well not return. What a bold young man. You have some nerve. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you today. Just wait, and I shall show you the might of the Yang family. Yang Tian, consumed by rage, discarded the electric baton and began calling for assistance. Enough. This ends here. The deep, resonant voice of an elder echoed throughout the hall. Even without an accent, the inherent power of that voice penetrated the soul. The overwhelming aura rendered everything in hand motionless. What an imposing presence. Has a significant figure intervened? Chunyu was inwardly astonished. Even he could not withstand such formidable pressure. What manner of person is this? Secretary Ren. You. What brings you here? Yang Tian's hands trembled, making it difficult for him to grasp his phone. Yang Tian, you certainly possess an air of authority today, Secretary Ren remarked. Stepping closer to Yang Tian. Secretary Ren, you must be jesting. I. Once imperious. Yang Tian now trembled in the presence of Secretary Ren, akin to a deer caught in the gaze of a tiger, his words faltering and incoherent. It was not only Yang Tian who felt this way. The onlookers, too, were rendered mute, their heads bowed in silence. What is the matter with you? Speak up. Secretary Ren directed his gaze towards Chunyu. With an air of calm confidence, Chen Yu approached Secretary Run and elucidated the events that had transpired. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yu exhibited not an ounce of trepidation, his tone unwavering. Secretary Ren listened intently, offering no immediate response, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then turned to scrutinize Yang Tian, pondering deeply. Chapter 48. The most authoritative Secretary Ren. All right, Yang Tian, you may leave. Did I hear that correctly? Secretary Ren actually told Yang Tian to leave? How is that possible? Shouldn't it be this insignificant nobody who should be dismissed? Especially considering he is the third young master of the Yang family? Yet, Secretary Ren's words were indelibly etched in their minds, resonating with a profound intensity. Secretary Ren, it is I who should leave. This audacious fellow should be the one to exit. I suspect he has infiltrated this gathering. Yang Tian's face turned ashen as he feebly defended himself. Today's banquet is organized by me, and you imply that my event is flawed, allowing unrelated individuals to intrude? Secretary Ren's expression hardened, an overwhelming aura of authority bearing down upon Yang Tian. No, I certainly did not mean that. What I meant was that he is spouting nonsense. He was the one who splashed wine on me first. Yang Tian's distorted visage appeared particularly grotesque under the light. Am I deaf or blind? They offered you their seat, yet you demand their service. Here, all are equal. Do not presume that your slight influence grants you impunity. Leave. Once again, Secretary Ren uttered the word leave. The moment the command escaped his lips, Yang Tian dared not utter a sound and fled in disgrace. The once arrogant third young master of the Yang family now resembled a lost dog. Who exactly is Secretary Ren? It hardly matters. The sheer, unyielding presence he exuded was already beyond the reach of others. Yang Tian's disgrace only served to accentuate Chen Yu's extraordinary nature, drawing all gazes toward him. What manner of youth is this, so remarkably young, with a domineering presence that has even brought Yang Tiandu to his knees? It is evident that this individual possesses connections of formidable magnitude. Even Secretary Ren speaks on his behalf. Truly an extraordinary figure. The crowd of onlookers is eager to become acquainted with the newly ascendant elite who has just emerged from the revelry. Thank you, Secretary Ren, for advocating on my behalf. Chen Yu expressed with an unhurried grace. Indeed, quite commendable. Secretary Ren nodded in approval. His demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, remained unperturbed by flattery or disdain. It was clear that he was a person of potential, and Secretary Ren's admiration was palpable. Although Chen Yu was unaware of Secretary Ren's true identity, the imposing figure clad in black beside him left Chen Yu astounded. The muscular contours of this man exuded an undeniable power, and though concealed by clothing, it did nothing to diminish the aura of his explosive strength. His eyes, deep and formidable, bore the intensity characteristic of those who are accustomed to wielding life and death. Greetings, I am Zhao Gang. The man in black introduced himself, extending a hand. Chen Yu, came the response as he reached out. As their hands met, Chen Yu immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if his very bones were on the verge of being crushed. Moreover, Zhao Gang's gaze pierced into Chen Yu's heart like a razor-sharp blade. Instinctively, Chen Yu adjusted his mindset. He maintained a calm facade while subtly channeling his energy into his palm, employing a surge of true qi to gradually counterbalance Zhao Gang's formidable force. Ha! Brother Chen Yu is impressive, Zhao Gang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your restraint, Chen Yu replied, a smile gracing his lips. The clandestine contest between the two concluded in a stalemate. Although Zhao Gang initially held a decisive advantage, Chen Yu, despite being at a disadvantage, gradually turned the tide and ultimately matched him in skill. Zhao Gang harbored a profound admiration for this young opponent, for few had managed to achieve such parity with him. The struggle was known only to them. To others, it merely appeared as a symbolic handshake. Chen Yu, what brings you here? Chen Yu turned abruptly, and indeed, it was her. The sound of Song Jia's voice was indelibly etched in his memory. He gazed at her with excitement. She was adorned in a resplendent purple evening gown, its regal hue accentuating her graceful figure, complemented by her stunning beauty, making her resemble a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. What are you doing here? The astonishment on Chen Yu's face was unmistakable. He noticed that Secretary Run remained composed, yet the sight of Song Jia utterly flustered him. Oh, you two know each other. Secretary Ren remarked with a smile, approaching Song Jia. Uncle Run, this is my classmate, Chen Yu. Song Jia politely introduced him to Secretary Ren. What? Song Jia calls him Uncle Ren. The revelation that such a prominent figure was addressed so casually by her astonished Chunyu. Xiao Jia, you look even more beautiful. How is your grandfather? Zhao Gang's face broke into an unexpected smile, a warmth rarely seen upon him. What could Song Jia's true identity be? That the most influential figure at this elite gathering treated her with such familiarity? Chinyu found himself unable to fathom the depth of her status. Well, since he is your friend, might I join you for a drink at my table? Secretary Ren chuckled. To everyone's astonishment, Secretary Ren extended an invitation to Chinyu, igniting a frenzy of jealousy within the onlookers. A celestial beauty, akin to a fairy, was entwined with his arm, and even the most authoritative Secretary Ren had acknowledged him. Such extraordinary treatment incited envy to the boiling point. Had Yang Tian still been present, he would have undoubtedly been driven to the brink of fury, perhaps even to the verge of collapse. Oh, what a remarkable individual, they mused. Indeed, such a powerful youth, yet I have never heard of him before. He claims his name is Chunyu. How could I have been oblivious to the existence of such a titan in this circle? What a pity. He greeted me moments ago, and I failed to acknowledge him. Had I known, I would have sought his acquaintance. Indeed, he even asked me for my business card. It became evident that one should never judge a book by its cover. The entrepreneurs gazed at Chunyu's retreating figure, filled with regret for the missed opportunity to befriend a formidable figure. They racked their brains in a futile attempt to recall when Chunyu had emerged on the scene, completely forgetting the recent events involving Yang Tian, who had flitted by like a mere jester. Meanwhile, the unfortunate security guards, having just risen from the ground, were summoned to the manager's office. Moments later, they departed the hotel with woeful expressions, the outcome of their predicament all too predictable. Alas, they had chosen the wrong company. Indeed, young brother Chunyu is truly a hero of his generation, possessing exceptional prowess. Secretary Ren lauded him. Oh, I pale in comparison to brother Zhao. Chunyu humbly replied. Chunyu modestly spoke. Oh, that's not the case. You're already of a certain age and still without a girlfriend. Song Jia stuck out her tongue at Zhao Gang. Ha ha ha, do not tease your brother. There are others present. Zhao Gang affectionately ruffled Song Jia's hair. By the way, Chinyu, I noticed on your invitation that you are the chairman of Xuanda Technology Company, Limited. You are involved in the internet sector, Secretary Ren inquired. Chinyu was taken aback. Secretary Ren had swiftly uncovered his background. Truly, a person of such stature is remarkable. However, Chinyu quickly regained his composure. Yes, I am currently engaged in app development, he nodded. What? You even have a software company in the Magic City? Song Jia gazed at Chinyu in astonishment. She had initially thought he was here to discuss collaboration, not realizing that he still had a company in the capital. Could it be that Zheng Jiaowei's claim of having 10 billion was indeed true? Chapter 49. Not easy. What is there to make a fuss about? Brother Chinyu is full of vigor, and having a company is quite normal, Zhao Gang jested, poking fun at Song Jia's exaggerated reactions. What is your perspective on the internet? Currently, the market online is quite challenging, Ren Shuji inquired earnestly. He was testing Chinyu, eager to gauge his insights and the depth of his understanding of this market. Indeed, while the internet in our country has seen widespread adoption, it has yet to meet the demands for efficiency. Most current internet enterprises lack clear positioning. Even Alibaba is navigating the arduous transition from C2C to B2C, a shift that will undoubtedly provoke changes. Chinyu spoke eloquently. Yes, that is indeed the case. Alibaba is arguably the largest e-commerce company in our nation. Yet it cannot be compared to giants like Amazon. The road for e-commerce in our country is still long, and there exists a tension between e-commerce and traditional industries. Ren Shuji pondered thoughtfully. In truth, e-commerce and traditional industries are not at odds. They represent a model of coexistence and mutual development, Chinyu acknowledged. Impressed by Ren Shuji's insight as he astutely pointed out the issues surrounding e-commerce and traditional sectors. However, the current trend in e-commerce seems to aim at eliminating traditional industries. Nevertheless, I find e-commerce to be rather unreliable, Zhao Gang interjected into the conversation. Indeed, the current challenges faced by e-commerce pertain to the security and stability of payment systems. The widespread availability of the internet and its convenience also pose significant obstacles to the development of e-commerce. Nevertheless, these issues are destined to be resolved. And the future of e-commerce remains exceptionally promising, as Chinyu confidently asserted. This is undoubtedly true in just a few years. The proliferation of smartphones will lead to a remarkable surge in e-commerce. Furthermore, With the continuous advancement of software, e-commerce is maturing, rendering these concerns trivial. Following the emergence of Alipay and WeChat Pay, who would still question their security? However, e-commerce is fundamentally virtual. Can people truly embrace it? The absence of tangible monetary transactions means that many in the general market remain skeptical, Song Jia pondered aloud. As a high-achieving student, Song Jia had a keen understanding of the payment issues at hand. Future alterations in payment methods will compel those who distrust virtual transactions to adapt, for without acceptance, there will be no customers. Moreover, the safety and convenience of electronic payments will entice even the elderly to embrace digital transactions, Chinyu remarked with a smile. If one were to suggest that elderly vendors would utilize Alipay for scanning payments, they would undoubtedly deem Chinyu to be delusional. The elderly often lack familiarity with Alipay, and the notion of using a smartphone is still foreign to them. Many struggle even with simpler devices. Chinyu's youthful perspective is indeed refreshing. It is my first encounter with such audacious predictions. Your thought process is at least 5 to 10 years ahead of the norm. Secretary Ren expressed heartfelt sentiments, revealing an increasing fondness for Chinyu. Thank you for the compliment, Secretary Ren, Chinyu politely responded. Haha, Uncle Ren seldom praises anyone. To receive such commendation upon our first meeting, you are indeed the first, Song Jia chimed in. Am I not complimentary towards you? Secretary Ren smiled at the whimsical Song Jia. By the way, Chinyu, is your company still primarily focused on developing apps? Zhao Gang inquired. Currently, yes. But I aspire to venture into the electronic payment sector, as it holds significant market potential in the future. Chinyu finally articulated his ambitions. Electronic payment? Quite audacious. Secretary Ren mused thoughtfully. Do you have any connections in that area? Song Jia asked. Not at the moment, Chinyu replied with a wry smile, lamenting his lack of networking, as he knew no one in the banking sector. Oh, so young Chinyu has yet to partner with any banks. Secretary Ren remarked with some confusion. I must admit, I am also at the nascent stage of my entrepreneurial journey, and many aspects are still in development. Particularly, I lack connections, and for now, I can only collaborate with others, Chinyu said, waving his hand in resignation. Indeed, at your age, achieving this much is commendable. Here's what I propose. As long as your app gains traction and demonstrates promising market prospects, I can facilitate a partnership with the banks. This is my personal number. Reach out to me if needed, Secretary Ren offered, handing Chinyu a business card. Holding the card, Chinyu felt tears welling up. Having this personal contact was far more valuable than earning billions. As long as one possesses connections, there is nothing to fear. Oh, Secretary Ren, you truly are generous. I've been acquainted with you for 6 months, yet you only just provided me with this number. You gave it to Chinyu less than an hour after meeting him. Zhao Gang remarked teasingly. This only underscores the rarity and value of this number, as Chinyu solemnly placed it in his business card holder. Young brother Chinyu, a hero in the making. I quite admire you, Secretary Ren said, giving Chinyu a pat on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, this banquet yielded such significant rewards, even though Chinyu remained unaware of Secretary Ren's precise identity. Nevertheless, Chinyu was confident that with Secretary Ren's support, his dream of implementing electronic payments could indeed come to fruition. Once electronic payments are established, it would rival Alipay, with WeChat Pay trailing behind. However, the crux of capturing the market lies in traffic. Without sufficient flow, any endeavor would be futile. Exiting the banquet, Chinyu was met with envious glances along the way, as several business owners eagerly greeted him. Their enthusiasm left Chinyu somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, when entering the event, they had been indifferent, but now they surrounded him with flattery and attentiveness. The alluring women, too, flaunted their figures before him, yet they paled in comparison to Song Jia. Indeed, power is a remarkable asset. In the past, no matter how reasonable Chinyu was, facing someone like Yang Tian rendered his arguments futile. A crowd merely observed the spectacle, coldly indifferent to his plight. Even as Yang Tian humiliated him, none would extend a hand in his defense. Now, Chinyu has become a new elite, and their sycophantic behavior is quite repugnant. Chinyu, where do you intend to go? Song Jia inquired. I'm not certain. It is my first time in the Magic City. Lu Tingfei is handling the company matters, and I plan to explore a bit. However, at this moment, I am in need of a guide. Chinyu, being astute, clearly understood Song Jia's implication. Very well, I shall accompany you on your stroll. The bund has shed the summer heat, making this day ideal for a leisurely walk. Men and women congregate along the bund, having toiled throughout the day. now relishing this rare moment of tranquility and ease. The Magic City is a beautiful and romantic place, yet establishing oneself in this financial hub is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Chapter 50. Assertiveness. The crowd meandered in scattered clusters, some individuals traversing alone, while the majority consisted of couples relishing the romance that the night bestowed. Song Jia had donned a casual dress, exuding a homely charm reminiscent of the girl next door. Chen Yu, walking alongside her, became the target of countless envious glances. Some seemed almost eager for confrontation, while a number of unruly youths whistled as they passed. Initially, Chen Yu contemplated engaging with them, yet as their numbers swelled, he dismissed the notion, preferring to avoid conflict. Song Jia appeared unfazed by such scrutiny, which was hardly surprising, as she invariably commanded attention wherever she went. When Chen Yu first met her amidst a throng of girls, he immediately recognized her as the most beautiful among them. Moreover, there was an indescribable warmth about her, an innate charm that drew others in effortlessly. Ah, the magic of this metropolis. Chen Yu extended his arms, embracing the nightscape. Is it not splendid? He pondered otherwise. The pace of this city is relentless. One is either consumed by work or aimlessly wandering in despair. The more opulent the city, the more superficial it seems. And this metropolis is no exception. It is not the utopia one perceives. It is a battleground beneath the veneer of prosperity. Song Jia expressed her heartfelt reflections. Indeed, everyone labors for the sake of mere survival, and sometimes the struggle for sustenance drives one to the brink. Yet, such is the essence of life. The world mirrors this reality. Cruelty is the fundamental law of nature and human civilization alike. Why this melancholic lament? Such sentiments often arise from a place of lofty isolation. Chen Yu gazed at Song Jia with earnest eyes. Ha ha ha. Are you curious about my identity? Song Jia playfully remarked. A little, I suppose. I'll see if you wish to share, Chen Yu replied, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. As for my affairs, I prefer not to disclose them. Many aspects are predetermined by birth. While they constitute a part of my existence, they do not define me, nor my identity. I still hope you regard me as the original Song Jia, your classmate, your accountant, your friend. Song Jia did not seek to conceal her identity. Rather, she yearned for relationships unburdened by encumbrances. The more she expressed this, the more Chen Yu became intrigued. Yet, he understood that unless Song Jia chose to reveal her secrets, he had no means to pry. Uncle Ren, you must be curious as well, she continued. He held the esteemed position of the secretary of the municipal committee in the bustling metropolis. Beside him stood Zhao Gang, a neighbor and childhood companion. Having served in the military, he was a veteran of the special forces, though he had retired for reasons unknown to her. Now, he was engaged in his family's extensive business, which spanned finance, real estate, services, catering, and much more. Song Jia recounted her knowledge with a sense of pride, revealing all she knew to Chen Yu. He was taken aback, realizing the prominence of the two individuals before him. Today, he had encountered true magnates. With this realization, his prospects for the project appeared even more promising. Simultaneously, his curiosity grew about the extraordinary nature of Song Jia's identity. Initially, he had perceived her as merely a member of the petite bourgeoisie, but it was now evident that her background was unfathomably profound. At that moment, Chen Yu's confidence dissipated entirely. Throughout this life and the last, he had always felt inadequate. Although fate granted him an opportunity for change, deep down, he had yet to escape the shadow of his own insecurities. He once believed that his efforts had narrowed the gap between himself and Song Jia, perhaps even surpassed her. Yet he now realized that she remained far above him. You, too, seem a bit disingenuous, Song Jia remarked, her large eyes glancing at Chen Yu. I'm just an ordinary student, he replied. I merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck and won a lottery. I had observed others trading in Bitcoin and learned a little. I don't know what happened this time. It felt as if fortune was smiling upon me, and I had a strong sense that Bitcoin would rise. To my astonishment, it truly did, and I earned a staggering 10 billion. Chen Yu divulged everything, save for the matter of his time travel, which he guarded as his utmost secret. Haha, that means you possess a keen market intuition. I never expected you to be a billionaire. Song Jia exclaimed playfully. Boss, I'm clinging to you. Come on, I've got your back. Chen Yu replied with a grand air. Song Jia naturally rested her head on Chen Yu's shoulder, and the two sat on the bench, leaning on one another. This scene resembled that of a couple in love, though their hands remained unlinked. Wow, this feels wonderful. Your shoulder is incredibly comfortable, Song Jia sighed. Her body relaxed against him. Then don't go. Qinyu's heart raced. He felt the urge to express, "Will you be my girlfriend?" But the words suddenly eluded him. He previously believed that the distance between himself and Song Jia was minimal, only to realize now how profoundly enigmatic she truly is. His inner insecurities caused his confidence to dissipate in her presence. He understood that Song Jia desired very little, merely someone she could cherish. Yet, he found himself unable to ascertain whether she harbored feelings for him, and the words he longed to express were swallowed back down. Today's events must remain confidential. Your affairs. My affairs. Song Jia extended her pinky finger, signaling an intent to make a pact. How old are we to still engage in such childish games? Qinyu chuckled softly. No, we must make the promise. Only then it holds true. Song Jia assertively grasped Qinyu's larger hand. Pinky promise, 100 years without change. Let us return. Song Jia joyfully tugged at Qinyu's hand. However, I still wish to linger a while longer. Qinyu remained seated, reluctant to leave, yearning to hold Song Jia a bit longer. We cannot. We must return to school tomorrow for class, Song Jia asserted with the poise of a class monitor. We are merely delayed in our return. What is the urgency? Qinyu pulled her with determination, causing Song Jia to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Their eyes met, and Song Jia gradually closed her eyes. It was him, that little rascal, right there. Just as Qinyu was enveloped in the romantic atmosphere, the sudden appearance of Yang Tian shattered the idyllic moment. Damn it! Qinyu's irritation surged rapidly. Yang Tian, your timing is impeccable. Qinyu, let us leave swiftly. Song Jia, like a startled little rabbit, immediately sprang away from Qinyu's grasp. Excess is intolerable. Nothing is more egregious in life than the atmosphere one cultivates. Suddenly disrupted by a vile insect that intrudes and releases a foul stench, corrupting all that is beautiful. This wretched creature, in its arrogance, boasts shamelessly. Such audacity is unbearable. Young one, your demise is imminent. Dare to provoke me? In this city of magic, you have yet to be born. Do not presume that Secretary Round can shield you. Bang! Qinyu returned. The cloak of night offers a disguise for all wickedness, yet simultaneously provides a stage for heroes to reveal themselves. For reasons unknown, the scoundrel is perpetually blind to his surroundings, yet this particular villain is the most oblivious of all. A figure darts forth, swift as lightning, and dark as ink, seemingly darker than the night itself. His movements are imperceptible. One can only realize, in the instant of their raised hands, that their elbow has already been struck, followed by a sharp pain in the abdomen, propelling the individual into the air. Chapter 51. The Righteous. With a resounding splash, a loud noise erupted, and before the others could react, one of them was struck at the back of the head, followed swiftly by another diving into the water like a frog. Quick! Get to the shore, stay away from the water's edge. Yang Tian shouted in desperation. Is it even worth it? Yang Tian, you have thoroughly enraged me, Qinyu retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. All his pent-up rage was unleashed upon the minions, charging forward like a sword, embodying the essence of a warrior. The lackeys fell like paper dolls, each one succumbing to a single punch from Qinyu. Their weapons rendered mere decorations in the face of his bare fists. Despite their superior weaponry and numbers, they were utterly overwhelmed by Qinyu. Hold your ground. At this moment, Yang Tian's thoughts were no longer about subduing Qinyu. He was solely focused on escaping for his life. Hold the line. The opponent is practically inhuman. Qinyu's combat prowess had surpassed 10,000, while Yang Tian felt like a mere novice, facing an unidirectional massacre. Who among them was not human? The few comrades still splashing in the water had no desire to swim in the sea, especially when they were merely laborers. Why exert themselves so vigorously? It was better to flee. One individual's retreat triggered a chain reaction, and soon a multitude followed suit. As Yang Tian ran, he realized he was now utterly alone. Hey, where do you think you're running? Yang Tian turned to find Qinyu already at his back, and a scream escaped his lips, his spirit fleeing in terror. Damn it. I came with over 10 lackeys to confront a single person, armed with knives and clubs, only to be slain by him instead. A complete rout. An utter debacle. I have become a lone commander. Bang. Do you think you are quite formidable, leading a group to attack others, little tyrant of the magic city? Qinyu showed no mercy, raising his hand to deliver a fierce punch directly to his eye. The excruciating pain rendered Yang Tian unable to open his eyes. This night was not merely shrouded in darkness, but also illuminated by a myriad of golden stars. You dare what? To strike you. and then you'll seek to end my life? Why do you all recite the same lines? Do you think that just because you say it, I would hesitate to retaliate against you? Bang. Another powerful blow struck Yang Tian's other eye. This was utterly absurd. He hadn't even finished speaking before the blows commenced. All right then, who will perish first? You may wield great power, but so what? If you push me to the brink, death is but a trivial matter. Let me assure you, before I meet my end, you shall suffer greatly. What is the matter? Do you still wish to claim I lack courage? Upon finishing his words, Chen Yu delivered another punch to Yang Tian's abdomen. Yang Tian collapsed to the ground, screaming like a slaughtered pig. What is happening? This time, he had said nothing at all. Why was there an encore performance? Wasn't he had said that the villain should be verbose? Why was he not even given a moment to speak, only to be met with slaps to the face? I was wrong. What? I am the son of someone important. If you touch me, my father will annihilate you. What the hell do you know besides being a pathetic son? Chen Yu unleashed yet another punch. Yang Tian's cries were more pitiful than those of a dying pig. This time, he was not only screaming, but his entire body curled up, his eyes fixated on Chen Yu, trembling uncontrollably. He clearly admitted his wrongdoing. Yet he continues to strike. Who, then, is the true antagonist? Are not virtuous characters meant to show mercy? What sort of individual is this, so extraordinarily formidable? Chen Yu, it seems, has acknowledged his fault. Song Jia hurriedly intervened to prevent Chen Yu from unleashing another blow. Is that so? Just now he claimed he was at fault. I did not catch that, she remarked. Chen Yu cast his gaze upon the fallen Yang Tian. Yang Tian quickly nodded, making an effort to bow towards Song Jia, seemingly expressing his gratitude. The force of Chen Yu's fist was such that Yang Tian, in agony, could scarcely utter a word, his body incapable of rising. Have you yielded? Let me inform you. Should you refuse, I am unperturbed by the prospect of treading a criminal path. With that, Chen Yu's fist struck the ground, mere half a millimeter from Yang Tian's temple. In that moment, Yang Tian harbored no doubt that Chen Yu's fist could land squarely on him. The proximity of such a shock, even in the darkness of night, left him utterly terrified. He fervently nodded, affirming his submission. Damn it, the unfortunate child. Instead of learning the right way, he chooses to emulate the little tyrant. Chen Yu rolled up his shirt sleeves. Enough, let him be. I assure you, he will think twice now. Song Jia tugged at Chen Yu, anxious that he might resume his lecturing and deliver several more punches. Once Chen Yu departed, Yang Tian managed to rise from the ground, his gaze drifting toward the distant neon lights, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. What folly had he engaged in? Forsaking a peaceful life for a body marred with wounds. Every joint in his body throbbed with an agony akin to being gnawed by ants. It was unbearable. Truly a testament to inhumanity. Chen Yu, a paragon of virtue, was unexpectedly more ruthless than this villain. In this moment, he dared not seek revenge any longer, for Chen Yu had thoroughly subdued him. He harbored no doubt about Chen Yu's words, should he pursue vengeance. It was entirely possible that Chen Yu would indeed stray onto the path of crime. As the third young master of the Yang family, his life held far greater value than Chen Yu's, and he had no desire to serve as a scapegoat for him. This night marked a pivotal transformation for Yang Tian, who finally relinquished his arrogant demeanor. His father, overjoyed by this change, had spent several sleepless nights in delight, yearning to meet the remarkable individual responsible for his son's metamorphosis. Yet Yang Tian remained tight-lipped. Jia, shall we continue? Chen Yu tenderly embraced Song Jia's slender waist, gazing intently into her face. No, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. I must return home now. Song Jia swiftly extricated herself from Chen Yu's grasp. Wait, it was so wonderful just now. Let's have another go. Chen Yu called out after her. No, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity, and I have lost interest now. Song Jia playfully glanced back before dashing away into the distance. Don't go. We were so affectionate just moments ago. Just once more, a kiss is not necessary. But a close embrace would suffice, Chen Yu pleaded in desperation, having already exhausted his willingness to concede. It's not happening. It's simply not happening. I have school tomorrow. I must return home early to rise early, Song Jia insisted, breaking free from his hold. I won't go to school, just one more time. Just once, Chen Yu urged, hastily positioning himself in front of Song Jia. It's not happening. Damn it, that wretched Yang Tian. I swear I will end you. In the taxi, Yang Tian was a picture of distress, nearly tumbling from the back seat. The following day, Chen Yu, adhering to the time agreed upon with Song Jia, cleverly missed her. Song Jiao, what do you mean? Why did you leave first? Chen Yu seethed with fury. I apologize, but I just remembered I have assignments to complete. So I must take my leave. I didn't want to disturb your rest, allowing you to sleep a bit longer. Instead of gratitude, you blame me? Song Jiao adopted an expression of profound grievance. You just wait. Chen Yu clutched his ticket, fuming with rage. This girl was simply too whimsical. Upon returning to school, Chen Yu's first action was to seek retribution from Song Jia, yet she persistently hid in the girls' dormitory, refusing to emerge. Chapter 52. The power of deduction. Chen Yu found himself in a predicament. Today held a multitude of tasks for him. He needed to relocate to a new dormitory, as he and a few colleagues had rented a modest apartment off campus for improved working conditions. After all, they had all ascended to the status of entrepreneurs, possessing a modest sum of money. It was only fitting that they treat themselves with a touch of indulgence, a notion proposed by Chen Yu himself. He even intended to reimburse their rent, although it was only after Yu Yong and the others insisted vehemently that he acquiesced. Ai Wei and Yu Yong were entirely unconcerned about the rent. Their current salaries hovered above 5,000, nearly reaching 6,000, all post-tax, in the entire Maiwada company. Aside from Song Jia's salary of 2,500, the others earned around 5,000. The employees of Maiwada were in a frenzy. This was their first experience with such generous compensation, and the first moment they truly felt valued. It was evident how crucial it was to align oneself with the right employer. With such bountiful rewards, their work ethic intensified, and many aspired to join Maiwada. Those who had previously looked down upon the delivery profession now found themselves yearning for a position. As Chen Yu was tidying his belongings, a sudden knock echoed from the dormitory door. Hello, are you Chen Yu? Upon opening the door, he found two police officers standing outside. Here are our credentials. We need your cooperation for an investigation. The officers revealed their identities and promptly escorted Chen Yu away. What is happening? What is going on? Yuan Wei inquired from behind. This is merely a routine investigation, the police offered, providing little further explanation. All right, but please wait a moment. I need to discuss some matters with my roommate. Chen Yu remarked to the police. The officers remained present, observing Chen Yu and Yuan Wei as they conversed. Chen Yu indeed took a moment to clarify the situation regarding Mei Weida with Yuan Wei. Once Chen Yu departed, Yuan Wei promptly summoned Yu Yong and a few others to the dormitory. How could Chen Yu be taken away by the police? That's impossible. He hasn't committed any illegal acts, Yu Yong exclaimed, the first to rise in protest. What gives them the right to detain someone? He added, his indignation palpable. Wei Hu also expressed his frustration. Chen Yu had been instrumental in their lives. Without him, Yu Yong would have found himself cornered. Were it not for Chen Yu, Wei Hu would still be struggling to make ends meet, rather than enjoying his current status as a group leader and exceptional employee. Chen Yu had instructed them to maintain composure, clarifying that the police were only conducting a routine inquiry. Regardless of the circumstances, Mei Weida must remain orderly. He entrusted all management authority to the four of them, stating that any further inquiries should be directed to Song Jia. Ultimately, Mei Weida represented their collective effort and Chen Yu's entire dedication. No matter what transpired, it was imperative to ensure the smooth operation of Mei Weida. Yuan Wei conveyed Chen Yu's words to the others. Mei Weida continued its operations as usual. Although every employee harbored doubts, the four of them remained silent, and no one dared to question the rumors surrounding Chen Yu's alleged detainment by the police. Speculations ran rampant, with various tales circulating, primarily insinuating that Chen Yu had engaged in some form of misconduct. Meanwhile, in a particular room within the boys' dormitory, a group was clandestinely plotting. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done. Yin Tianlong slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly. Indeed, the boss is truly formidable. Chen Yu is undoubtedly in a predicament this time. Jiang Dawei echoed the boss's brilliance, asserting that even the principal would be unable to shield him now. Yin Tianlong was overjoyed. It's all his fault that I faced my father's wrath. I almost got expelled. Jiang Dawei felt a surge of anger at the recollection. You're fortunate. My situation is dire. I'm solely responsible for repaying my debts. My father won't spare a single penny for me, not even for my meals. Yin Tianlong wore a mournful expression. Enough of this pettiness. We should rejoice now that we have settled our great grievances. Once this matter is resolved, I promise you'll indulge in lavish feasts. Zheng Jiahui gave each of them a playful smack on the head. Very well, we shall heed the boss's command. Meanwhile, in the police station, Chen Yu remained confined in the interrogation room, with no one arriving to inquire about his situation. It felt as though the room was utterly deserted. And even as the sun set, no one came. Have you all clarified the situation? A middle-aged officer inquired. We've investigated thoroughly. He indeed has no dealings abroad. The young officer replied helplessly. If there's nothing, continue the investigation. No matter what, we must uncover any communication he has with foreign entities. The higher-ups have issued strict orders, the middle-aged officer reprimanded. The young officer dared not question further and quickly departed. At last, you have arrived. Chen Yu stretched his limbs. Quite impressive. You remain remarkably composed. The middle-aged police officer regarded Chen Yu with a nod. Speak up, what is the matter? It must be related to my account, he said. Chen Yu offered a faint smile. Oh, how do you know? The officer's face was etched with skepticism. When you brought me here, I encountered an acquaintance by the flower bed at the school gate. I surmised he was involved in this. Chen Yu replied with a cold laugh. Acquaintance? Who is he? The officer's interest was piqued. He should be your superior, the director of the political and legal committee, Zhang Jingxing's son, Zheng Jiaowei, Chen Yu stated leisurely. The officer was unfamiliar with Zheng Jiaowei, yet he was all too familiar with Zhang Jingxing. It seemed that Chen Yu's assertions were indeed credible. No wonder the chief was so anxious. This lad had evidently provoked someone he ought not to have. You are quite astute, yet your cleverness is misapplied, the officer remarked, now admiring Chen Yu's deductive skills. Are you implying that I have offended someone I shouldn't have? However, if I dared to offend, I have never been afraid. Now, tell me what charges I face. Chen Yu's remarkable calmness unnerved the middle-aged officer instead. Kid, do not presume you know everything. We suspect you colluded with foreign entities for money laundering. You must clarify the origins of your enormous wealth. It is best that you come clean. I need not reiterate our policies. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance invites severity. The officer slammed a stack of documents onto the table. I have already stated. I have committed no crime. My response remains the same. Nonsense. You are merely a student, yet you possess assets amounting to 10 billion. You had better explain yourself. The middle-aged police officer admonished. The profits from cryptocurrency trading are indeed a legitimate source of income. I have also paid my personal income tax. If you doubt this, feel free to verify with the tax authorities. All procedures are compliant and lawful. Chen Yu leaned back against the chair, taking a moment to rest. You are quite obstinate. The officer continued. Let me inform you that it is precisely Bitcoin that raises suspicions. The likelihood of money laundering associated with Bitcoin is significant. Why is it that you had no prior transactions involving Bitcoin? How is it that your first purchase yielded such immense profits, amounting to 10 billion? We possess ample evidence to substantiate your involvement in money laundering, and it would be wise for you to confess. The middle-aged officer stepped closer to Chen Yu, his gaze piercing, seemingly applying psychological pressure with his stare. Chapter 53. Employees of the ruthless merchants, there is no need for such theatrics. I have stated repeatedly that all our procedures are legitimate and compliant with regulations. As for your claims, I can only assert that my intuition led me to believe that Bitcoin would be profitable. I have placed all my bets on it, resolutely wagering that its value will rise. Is this illegal? Isn't stock trading merely a gamble? Should we consider the stock market moguls as criminals? Chen Yu's series of retorts left the middle-aged officer at a loss. Do not assume that your concealment grants you immunity. I must inform you that a special task force has already been established for your case. It would be wise to cooperate. The middle-aged officer persisted in his psychological tactics. There is still an hour remaining. Chen Yu chuckled. An hour? Do you still harbor illusions of rescue? The middle-aged officer sneered. No, there is no need for that. You will release me of your own accord. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Nonsense. Your refusal to cooperate, coupled with your web of lies, will only delay your release. The middle-aged officer slammed his palm onto the table, the resounding impact echoing throughout the office. I have said there is 1 hour left. There are now 30 minutes remaining. Chen Yu remained unfazed by his outburst. You still cling to arrogance. Just wait. The establishment of a special task force means that you will no longer enjoy such privileges. Do you think having a lawyer means you can act with impunity? This time, no one can save you. The middle-aged officer's psychological tactics had utterly failed. It is not yet time to discuss matters with my lawyer. You have yet to earn that privilege. Chen Yu's expression was laced with disdain. Young man, do not think you can avoid the consequences. You are merely inviting punishment. The middle-aged officer seized Chen Yu by the collar. Let me go. This is an interrogation room. I am merely summoned. I am not a criminal. Your manner of questioning could lead to a complaint, Chen Yu asserted as he brushed the officer's hand aside, adjusting his collar with poise. Ah, you are quite audacious. The officer seethed, his teeth gritted in frustration. Unfazed, Chunyu straightened his attire and proceeded towards the exit. Who permitted your departure? Sit down. The officer forcefully grasped Chunyu, pulling him back towards the chair. Have I allowed you to leave? The officer's rage was palpable. Chunyu's arrogance suggested he believed the police station was his personal domain, coming and going at his whim. The summons cannot exceed 12 hours, Chunyu retorted coolly. I was brought in at 8:30 this morning, and it is now 20:30. You have no grounds to detain me. With that, he walked away without a backward glance. The officer stood stunned, taking a moment to regain his composure. This Chunyu was indeed extraordinary. He was not one to be easily interrogated. Upon exiting the police station, Chunyu made his way directly to Lawyer Huang's residence in the city center, having been outmaneuvered by Zhang Jiaowei this time. However, the scale of his Bitcoin trading was rather excessive, a staggering profit of 10 billion in a single transaction, especially considering he had no prior history of such trading. Regardless of the eventual findings, the shadow of money laundering loomed large. Even if it were proven to be legitimate gains through normal procedures, the sheer magnitude of the amount raised inevitable suspicions, complicating the matter further. As soon as Chunyu encountered trouble, Lawyer Huang received the news, leaving him in a difficult position, especially since the investigation was still in its preliminary stages. No one can obstruct the police investigation. Attorney Huang can merely ensure that Chunyu's rights are not infringed upon, yet he holds no authority to interfere with the inquiry. The moment this matter was reported, it swiftly captured the attention of the authorities in Jingzhou City, and with Zhang Zhengxing's instigation, Chunyu's situation has only worsened. The middle-aged police officer was correct. A special task force has already been established to investigate Chunyu's case. Reports suggest that a request for 24-hour surveillance is underway, and with Zhang Zhengxing involved, it is likely only a matter of time before approval is granted. Today, Chunyu can still exploit the loophole of a 12-hour notification. But what difference does a 12-hour guardianship make? Attorney Huang anxiously paced at home, feeling powerless as long as there are no court proceedings. However, everyone knows that the longer such matters are prolonged, the more detrimental it is for Chunyu. Thus, he can only proceed step by step. As soon as Chunyu returned to school, rumors spread that his wealth was acquired through money laundering. He had broken the law, and furthermore, the school administration has begun a thorough examination of Chunyu's records. The once celebrated figure of the Finance Academy has fallen from grace, and an avalanche of various rumors about him has emerged. Online forums are rife with gossip, resurrecting tales of Chunyu's past misfortunes and extravagant lifestyle. Zhao Situan has been particularly active, taking to the forefront to recount how Chunyu had deceived her and how he betrayed her after acquiring wealth. She presents herself as a wronged and naive girl, misled by his charms. Zhao Situan has divulged every scandalous detail regarding Chunyu, leading to the complete collapse of his public persona. The most critical issue arose when Zhang Jiaowei took the lead in inciting a ruckus, urging everyone to boycott Mayweather, while weaving an elaborate narrative about Chunyu's alleged collusion with foreign criminals in money laundering. Heaped upon Chunyu were various accusations, escalating to the point where he was branded a traitor. Consequently, Mayweather faced its most significant crisis to date, as a multitude of users hastily departed from the group, leading to an utter collapse of the customer service department. The departing members were the fortunate ones. The group was inundated with relentless attacks and vitriolic insults directed at Chunyu. There were malicious orders, spiteful comments, and public spats with the vendors. Chaos reigned supreme, and disruption was the order of the day. All departments within Mayweather were on the verge of collapse, and what was once a period of boundless glory now tarnished their reputation, as they were branded as employees of a heartless business. How could this transpire? My customer service department was utterly devastated. Huabin wore a mournful expression. You are fortunate to be at home. We, the delivery personnel, are being berated and blocked. Some individuals have even resorted to physical aggression. Yu Yong sported a large bump on his head. Vendors who had previously joined Mayweather were now withdrawing, with some demanding compensation for reputational damages. The situation was nothing short of chaotic. Yuan Wei was on the verge of tears. What should we do? All employees of Mayweather faced the same dilemma. What are you panicking about? Is the sky about to fall? A sharp voice pierced through the air from behind them, exploding in their minds. It was Song Jia. She approached Yu Yong and the others, her calmness and fury mirroring that of Chunyu. Yu Yong and his companions, upon seeing her, were too embarrassed to utter a word. Such trifles should not incite panic. Are they not men? When Chunyu departed, He repeatedly admonished them to remain composed, yet within a mere day, they had descended into utter chaos. What is there to fear? If an order needs to be cancelled, let it be cancelled. Once a meal is requested, it must be delivered. Their commitment to service ought not to be compromised. It is precisely in critical moments that their professionalism must shine through. If the customer service department falters, then they must take their time to rectify it. As for you in the marketing department, if someone withdraws, allow them to do so. As long as one client remains, the delivery must proceed. The issue that had previously sparked much debate was swiftly resolved by Song Jia with just a few words. It was the first time they witnessed such decisiveness in her. And her tranquility left the four men in awe. Chapter 54. Flattery and fawning. All was well. There were no issues to address. With that, Song Jia stepped into her office. The once bustling finance room was now occupied solely by her. Su Yao had claimed she needed rest due to her menstrual cycle, leaving Song Jia to shoulder the immense and chaotic financial burdens alone. Within her petite frame resided boundless energy. As long as Song Jia was present, Maeda had a steadfast anchor. During this time, every employee at Maeda held Song Jia in high regard. Her influence was no less significant than that of Chunyu. A girl who embodied both beauty and intellect, she was the center of attention wherever she went. Meanwhile, Su Yao's life in the dormitory was equally tumultuous. With Chunyu's fall from grace, she found herself thrust into the spotlight of scrutiny. Once a source of pride, her connection to Chunyu now rendered her a target for relentless attacks. Though not officially his girlfriend, she was indeed associated with him. Especially as a woman without a formal title, she faced even more vitriol from onlookers. Accusations flew that Su Yao was merely a mistress, and prior to Chunyu's downfall, she had wielded his influence to bully others. Now, with his decline, she was labeled as unwanted and worthless. The internet was rife with mockery directed at Su Yao, be it on forums, chat groups, or social media. As a woman herself, she felt the weight of these comments crushing her spirit. The other girls in the dorm treated her with disdain, their glances suggesting she was somehow tainted. Those who had once sought Chunyu's favor now publicly distanced themselves from him, as if only by condemning him and Su Yao could they prove their loyalty. Re-emerging from a prolonged obscurity, Zhao Sitian has once again captured public attention, this time with unreserved audacity. In truth, Chunyu has been exceedingly generous to Zhao Sitian, providing her with both financial support and material possessions. Yet, she remains an insatiable abyss. She perpetually believes herself entitled to all that Chunyu possesses. And should he ever lack funds, she would undoubtedly discard him as if he were mere refuse, as she has done in the past, and would undoubtedly do again. Had Chunyu reconciled with her at the time of her suicide attempt, Zhao Sitian would, without question, be the first to distance herself and denounce him. What man would desire such a woman? Yet, devoid of shame, she would resort to unreasonable entanglement. Su Yao, too, finds herself in a quandary, torn between severing ties with Chunyu and maintaining her allegiance. Should she seek refuge in Zheng Jiaowei's embrace, joining him in his campaign against Chunyu, claiming she was coerced and reporting him to the university president for threatening her and engaging in a relationship with her? Zheng Jiaowei has already extended an invitation, promising to spare no effort in exonerating Su Yao should she willingly surrender. Given Zheng Jiaowei's current influence, he controls the entirety of the narrative and is the primary source of information on Chunyu. However, Zheng Jiaowei has an additional demand. Su Yao must also offer herself to him. Otherwise, he will not assist her and will instead impose even harsher sanctions. Concealed beneath her covers, Su Yao weeps. She is but an ordinary girl who, had she not been enticed by Chunyu's initial offer, would never have been embroiled in this conflict. The oppression of women in this world has become increasingly severe, unless one chooses to be shameless like Zhao Situan. In that case, no one can impose upon her. Consider how Chunyu has shown her considerable kindness. From their very first encounter, he generously adorned her, and he never forced her to comply. That night was entirely her own volition. Ding ding. Su Yao's phone rang once more, this time from Zheng Jiaowei. So, what have you decided? Zheng Jiaowei inquired harshly. I. Su Yao hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Your life must be quite difficult now. The glory you once shared with Chunyu is now a stark contrast to your current plight. I was once tormented by Chunyu as well. I crave revenge, yet, despite your association with him, I acknowledge you are a woman and do not intend to target you. Tell me, has your brother treated you well? When will your gratitude be repaid? Zheng Jiaowei's laughter grew increasingly brazen. I need to think it over. Su Yao replied after a moment of contemplation, realizing she was not mentally prepared. You presumptuous little wretch, I have shown you leniency. Do you truly believe you are beautiful? A woman like you would earn no more than 1,000 for a night on the stage. I could have as many as I desire. I indulge you out of kindness. Zheng Zhaowei spat venomously over the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Su Yao ended the call, her mind swirling with thoughts as she closed her eyes, envisioning a scene of capitulation. Oh, where's the financial manager of Mayweida? Off to work. The girls in the dormitory returned from their classes. Indeed, it appears that she is free from the burdens of employment, being a favored individual of the boss. Yes, her status as a spokesperson is quite significant. Working is hardly a necessity for her, especially with that designer bag she carries. It seems that being associated with a wealthy benefactor has its perks. She possesses everything one could desire. However, I have heard whispers that this affluent individual has recently encountered some difficulties. Why not pay him a visit? Ha ha ha, he is merely a scoundrel engaged in money laundering. I see no reason to seek him out. Perhaps a visit to the police station would be more fitting. You all have gone far enough. Su Yao exclaimed angrily as she rose from the bed. Oh, so you were here all along. Several girls gazed at Su Yao with astonishment, their eyes devoid of sympathy, filled instead with mockery and derision. What is the meaning of your actions? Su Yao pointed at them. You are still so arrogant. While your benefactor has lost the audacity to be so, and yet you persist. Without hesitation, the girls launched themselves at her, leaving a vivid red imprint on Su Yao's fair cheek with a sharp slap. Such is human nature. The ability to kick someone when they are down is a remarkable skill. When the wall crumbles, everyone is eager to push. When the drum breaks, 1,000 hands strike. The flattery and fawning these girls once lavished upon Su Yao have now transformed entirely into anger, unleashed upon her. Stop it at once. Song Jia, like a lioness, sought to overturn the girls encircling Su Yao. Upon noticing Song Jia's arrival, the other girls immediately retreated. Su Yao, are you all right? Song Jia embraced Su Yao, offering her comfort. Why is this happening to me? Su Yao could no longer hold back her tears. She wept incessantly in Song Jia's arms, her entire body shaking with sobs. Song Jia gently caressed her flowing hair, uncertain of how to console Su Yao. Which girl could possibly endure such humiliation? The entire school was fixated on Su Yao, with various girls taking pride in bullying her. Given Su Yao's current state, Song Jia wondered how Chunyu would cope. A wave of anguish surged within her, hoping that Chunyu could navigate through this daunting ordeal. Meanwhile, Sang-gu was closely monitoring the events at the financial university. Though he had not anticipated the rapid unfolding of circumstances that left no room for retaliation. Sang-gu, Chunyu is now besieged on all sides. Although he seems unscathed for the moment, once the surveillance orders are issued, he will find himself utterly powerless, Yuan Lanchi remarked. Chapter 55 Provocation of Yu Yong. What do you believe Chunyu should do in this situation? Sang-gu chuckled softly. I fear that any action he takes would be in vain. The bank has already frozen his assets and is fully cooperating with the investigation. Moreover, this time, it's led by Zhang Jingxing, who clearly has his sights set on Chunyu's substantial fortune. Even if Chunyu is innocent, I am convinced they will find a way to substantiate the charges against him. It is merely a matter of time, Yuan Lanchi lamented. Indeed, you are correct. Zhang Jingxing is a cunning old fox, capable of orchestrating anything. This incident is merely a stepping stone for him as he prepares for a transfer to the provincial office. He would never relinquish such an opportunity, Sang-gu replied with a wry smile. Should we not abandon Chunyu then? Yuan Lanchi inquired. For the time being, let's keep a watchful eye. We shall determine our course of action later. Furthermore, 10 billion is no trifling matter. It is inconceivable to allow Zhang Jingxing to exploit it. Sang-gu concluded before rising to depart. Meanwhile, Chunyu found himself summoned once again to the Public Security Bureau. After repeated inquiries, the outcome remained unchanged. Their thorough investigation failed to uncover any connections between Chunyu and foreign entities. His family background offered no support for the notion of him maintaining contact abroad. Before his foray into cryptocurrency, he had led an unremarkable life, often overlooked by others. Chunyu, this is our 24-hour surveillance order. I regret to inform you that from this day forth, we shall monitor you constantly. For public security officers will be assigned to closely observe your activities while ensuring your safety, they declared. Thus, Chunyu was escorted back to school by 4 officers. After all, he was still a student and needed to attend his classes as usual. The recent return of Chunyu to school has caused an uproar. particularly as he was escorted by the police, leading those around to believe that his downfall was inevitable. In an instant, a torrent of derogatory remarks ensued. Those who once flattered him now looked upon him with disdain. All individuals associated with Chunyu found themselves in dire straits, while Maewei faced the exodus of employees, leaving behind merely a handful of the original 20 or so. They had followed Chunyu with unwavering loyalty, vowing not to leave unless he himself disbanded the group. Song Jia generously presented 1 million to settle the wages of departing staff and to cover some compensation for local businesses. Upon his arrival at the school, all 20 employees of Maewei gathered to escort Chunyu. "President Chun, we believe in you," exclaimed Wei Hu with fervor. "Do not panic. Rest assured. The innocent shall prevail," Chunyu replied, touched by Wei Hu's support. With the loyal employees of Maewei accompanying him, Chunyu's journey was relatively smooth, though the determination etched on the faces of his supporters was palpable. However, they were merely bystanders, who would risk their lives alongside someone so reckless. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, many quickly dispersed. "Ah, isn't this Chunyu?" Zheng Jiaowei made his appearance, unwilling to miss the spectacle. "Your masterpiece," Chunyu remarked with a smile. "Ha ha ha, I wonder if you are satisfied," Zheng Jiaowei replied, brimming with arrogance. "Chunyu, look at you now. Weren't you so formidable before? Where is your lawyer now?" Jiang David and Yin Tianlong's tempers flared as they witnessed Chunyu's current predicament, laughing heartily at his misfortune. Chunyu shook his head. Acknowledging the nature of dogs, a mere bone suffices, and in the end, they may find themselves skinned and consumed, oblivious to their fate. He showed mercy, intending only to teach a lesson, yet they remained utterly unaware. "Mind your words," he cautioned. Yu Yong and Wei Hu stepped forward, challenging, "What do you intend to do?" The two enforcers, unimposing in demeanor, stood their ground. Under different circumstances, they might have retreated, but with the police nearby, no one dared to act. The officers commanded, "You treat us as if we do not exist. Disperse at once." "Comrade Police, I am Zheng Jiaowei, the son of Zheng Jingxing. I wish to see my classmates." "As I am still the president of the student council at this institution," Zheng Jiaowei declared, emphasizing his lineage. "Oh, it is young Master Zheng. Please proceed," the officers responded, recognizing the name with deference. Zheng Jiaowei had no intention of allowing Chunyu to leave unscathed. He had not yet had his fill of humiliation. "Chunyu, you dare to act so arrogantly. Is today a good day for you? Aren't you the one demanding an apology? Do you think you are a deity? I have been with your ex-girlfriend. She is quite brazen. Your little lover is not far behind. Is she not fond of leather attire? I will take my time tormenting her." Zheng Jiaowei's vile expressions were utterly repulsive. "Zheng Jiaowei, if you dare to lay a finger on Su Yao, you will regret it." Chunyu was enraged, his fist raised only to be restrained by the police. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You think I dare not move against her? What do you think you are now? Everyone wishes to distance themselves from you. Who would even care?" The sinister expression of Zheng Jiaowei provoked Chunyu, intent on tormenting him piece by piece, crushing everything Chunyu held dear beneath his feet. "Damn it, you're asking for death," Yu Yong yelled, leaping towards Zheng Jiaowei and seizing his collar. "Yu Yong, stop!" Chunyu shouted loudly. "Ha ha ha, what will you do? Go ahead and hit me." Zheng Jiaowei glared, arrogantly watching as Yu Yong's fist was halted. Bang! Yu Yong's face was suddenly jolted to the side. Before he could react, another punch landed on his face. A searing pain radiated from his cheek. "Damn it!" Yu Yong steadied himself, glaring fiercely, raising his fist once more. "Yu Yong, you cannot hit him. Stop!" Chunyu called out again. "You fool, how arrogant you are." Zheng Jiaowei struck Yu Yong's face once more. "Enough. Stop." The police, unable to bear the scene any longer, intervened, pulling Yu Yong and Zheng Jiaowei apart. Blood trickled from the corner of Yu Yong's mouth, yet the police seemed oblivious, treating the situation as if it were merely a childish quarrel, indifferent to the gravity of the matter. Chunyu looked at Yu Yong with sorrow. There was nothing he could do. If Yu Yong retaliated, the police would certainly not maintain their current demeanor. Zheng Jiaowei sought to provoke Yu Yong, intent on eliminating those in Chunyu's vicinity, especially Yu Yong, who he had previously belittled, but who had now retaliated by smashing his aunt's BMW in a fit of rage. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Allow me to inform you that I possess ample means to deal with you." Zheng Jiaowei arrogantly raised his middle finger at them, and from that moment on, anyone who laid eyes on Zheng Jiaowei and his companions chose to take a detour. Chunyu issued a stern command. "Ha ha ha, take a detour? Do you even have a path to tread?" Jiaowei led the way, accompanied by a fresh wave of derision. Chapter 56. Disguised Zhang's demeanor was excessively apparent, leaving everyone breathless in anticipation. Yet, no one dared to speak out. They were no match for Zhang Jiahui, and deep down, they all recognized this truth. Step aside for this pack of dead dogs, Zhang Jiahui boasted as he led his followers away with pride. Chen Yu was also escorted back to the dormitory, where he found himself in the company of only 4 police officers. Despite the ridicule he faced that day, Chen Yu remained unperturbed, continuing his life with a sense of normalcy. It was as if nothing had changed. Even surrounded by mockery, he remained indifferent. Gradually, the officers grew accustomed to Chen Yu's way of life, their interest in him waning. He was, after all, exceedingly ordinary. The only peculiarity was his utter disregard for everything around him. He didn't even use his phone. His days were strictly regimented, consisting solely of attending classes, eating meals, and jogging on the playground, a routine more disciplined than that of a hermit. Zhao Sitian never missed an opportunity to humiliate him whenever they crossed paths. Once, it was Chen Yu who had embarrassed her in front of the entire school. Now, the tables had turned. Isn't this the disgrace of our esteemed university? Ha ha. I'm fortunate to have seen through your true nature and distanced myself from such scum. What is it to you, just a penniless wretch? Did you think you could amass wealth through illicit means? You're sorely mistaken. It's all in the fate. Some people toil their entire lives, yet remain nothing more than the impoverished souls they are destined to be. You are one of those. And there is nothing in your life that can alter your fate of poverty. Not just you, but your father too, and your ancestors before you. Zhao Sitian unleashed a torrent of venomous insults without reservation. Zhao Sitian, what is your fate? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. Me? You are not worthy of even carrying my shoes. Zhao Sitian fearfully patted her AJ shoes. They are decent, but alas, they are mere rags. You must be destined for such tattered shoes, Chen Yu remarked with a smile as she gazed at Zhao Sitian. What do you mean by that? You are nothing but a scoundrel, a piece of trash. Zhao Sitian, in her fury, charged towards Chen Yu without a hint of restraint. Hey, what are you doing? Stay back. For police officers immediately impeded Zhao Sitian's advance. Let me go. I will bite him to death. I am Zhang Jiahui's girlfriend. You cannot stop me. Zhao Sitian shouted at the officers. We are letting you off easy because you are a girl, but if you continue to act so unreasonable, do not blame us for taking you in for questioning, the officers stated, their tone clearly devoid of jest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sitian instantly deflated, standing quietly to the side, glaring at Chen Yu. Ha ha, Zhang Jiahui's girlfriend? You truly believe that? Do you think he regards you as his girlfriend? Chen Yu laughed as she walked away. You, Chen Yu, you scoundrel. May you meet a wretched end. Zhao Sitian continued to curse from behind, for Chen Yu had struck a nerve, exposing the truth she was most unwilling to confront, that Zhang Jiahui had never regarded her as a girlfriend. He had merely brought her along to mock Chen Yu. Several police officers grew weary of Zhao Sitian's incessant complaints. Whenever Chen Yu appeared, she would come running to hurl insults. Now, seeing Zhao Sitian, the officers offered no friendly countenance, save for when Song Jia visited Chen Yu. As the police were particularly gentle then, not only were they given explicit instructions by their superiors to ensure that no one obstructs Song Jia, but Song Jia herself is also an exquisite beauty, prompting anyone to hesitate before acting harshly towards such a delicate young lady. Moreover, every time she visited Chen Yu, she graciously brought along delicacies she had personally crafted, the flavors lingering delightfully on the palate. With a formidable backing, striking beauty, and a kind heart, coupled with her thoughtful gifts, who would dare to make things difficult for Song Jia? Well then, have you taken care of everything on my behalf? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. Yes, more or less, Song Jia nodded in response. Have you finished organizing the documents and such? Chen Yu pressed for further details. All set. I didn't realize you had such skills, Song Jia teased with a playful smile. Had it not been for Yuan Wei and Hua Bin showing the materials to Song Jia, she might not have recognized Chen Yu's foresight. From the moment Zhang Jiahui first posed a challenge, Chen Yu had already devised a plan. Song Jia was truly in awe of Chen Yu, especially considering his ability to remain patient until now. Each piece of evidence he possessed could have kept Zhang Jiahui occupied, yet Chen Yu refrained from deploying any of it, aiming instead for a decisive strike. Are we ready to release it now? Song Jia asked. Not just yet. If we were to mobilize the online army at this moment, it would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, with Zhang Jingxing wielding significant power, he could easily suppress it. Our efforts would be in vain, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. But when do you plan to act? If this continues, your company will be dragged down, she urged. In the vibrant metropolis, I have already made arrangements. They dare not touch Xuanda, yet the real estate giant Hongda in Jingzhou, along with Mayweather, is on the brink of destruction. Hongda is your primary source of liquidity. What will you do if the 10 billion is lost along with Hongda? Song Jia asked anxiously. Just wait, rest assured. The political realm is far more intricate than ours. The undercurrents within are capable of erasing someone without a trace. Chen Yu replied with a ghostly smile. Suddenly, Song Jia grasped the situation. She smiled and nodded, realizing it was time to swiftly train the water army. Once the favorable wind arises, they will undoubtedly obliterate Zheng Zhengxing and Zheng Jiahui. All the days of restraint were for that very moment, and that moment was fast approaching. Song Jia immediately initiated new actions. Everything was a mere facade, leaving Mayweather and Chen Yu to bear the brunt. At Secretary Dong's residence, a distinguished guest arrived, with Secretary Dong personally welcoming him at the door. A mysterious man entered the house alongside Secretary Dong. They conversed for an extended period before the man departed, and Secretary Dong joyfully bid him farewell. In the distance, an Audi observed everything. Inside were Sangu and Yuan Lanqi. Sangu, that young man seems to be a confidant of Chun Yu, Yuan Lanqi remarked. Indeed, Chun Yu possesses considerable prowess. He must be looking to leverage the favorable wind. But how did he convince Dong Bai to accept this inexperienced lad? Sangu expressed skepticism. Chen Yu is quite cunning. He must have already sent money to Dong Bichang in advance, playing this strategic move. Yuan Lanqi remarked. Indeed a splendid move. However, his strength remains insufficient. Such a vast expanse of the East cannot be secured with mere trifles. Dong Bichang, always prudent and cautious, has been perpetually overshadowed by Zheng Zhengxing. Yet, it is precisely due to his meticulous nature that Zheng Zhengxing has been unable to overcome him. Third brother, how do you perceive the situation? Yuan Lanqi inquired, intrigued by third brother's stance. Regardless of the circumstances, with this strategic move, Chen Yu is momentarily safe. However, prolonged delay may ultimately lead to the downfall of his company, even if he eventually succeeds. Third brother smiled subtly. Chapter 57. Bullying third brother observed keenly that Zheng Zhengxing could not eliminate Chen Yu for the time being. Chen Yu's generous gifts had already begun to bear fruit. The fabricated evidence concocted by Zheng Zhengxing was under scrutiny. Even if Chen Yu were ultimately exonerated, it was likely that Zheng's financial resources were in jeopardy. His company was in a precarious position, and now was the moment for third brother to intervene. He could trade minimal cost for a substantial favor from Chen Yu, akin to a balance on a scale where even the slightest weight, like that of an ant, could tip the equilibrium. How did it go, Yuan Wei? Huabin inquired eagerly. It was a success. I met with Secretary Dong, and I presented everything to him. He was exceedingly pleased and even invited me to dinner. Yuan Wei beamed with joy. Initially, he had been so intimidated that he could scarcely approach Secretary Dong's doorstep, unsure of what to say upon meeting him. Yet, through sheer determination, he managed to navigate the negotiation, and now, reflecting on it fills him with trepidation. Well done, Yuan Wei. Song Jia also praised. Song Jia, you are truly remarkable. I mentioned that you sent me, Yuan Wei continued. Immediately, Dong Bichang treated him with utmost respect, graciously preparing tea for him. Even when Yuan Wei stumbled over his words, Dong did not seem perturbed. He listened attentively to his analyses and was exceptionally courteous. Yuan Wei regarded Song Jia with the admiration one would reserve for an idol. Previously, he had been too afraid to proceed, but it was Song Jia's unwavering support that propelled him forward. Moreover, it was Song Jia who had paved the way for him. Yuan Wei still could not fathom how a few words from Song Jia could persuade Dong Bichang to grant him an audience. Generally, such high-ranking officials are quite averse to direct requests for assistance from others. He anxiously inquired, "What did he say?" He did not elaborate, but he expressed interest after reviewing our materials, particularly after perusing your profile, which delighted him even further. Yuan Wei replied with a smile. They believed they had succeeded and were filled with joy, yet Song Jia found herself in distress. Dong Bichang had always been timid and risk-averse. Having chosen caution, he was unlikely to intervene on behalf of Chen Yu. He would surely bide his time in silence. However, while he could afford to wait, Chen Yu could not. Nonetheless, it was a partial success. With Dong Bichang's constraints, Zheng Zhengxing would also face difficulties. Thus, the threat to Chen Yu diminished. Since Zheng Zhengxing could not be dealt with directly, they would target his son instead. Song Jia quickly organized a counteroffensive. and the naval forces that Chun Yu had meticulously cultivated were about to come into play. Yao Yao, how did you get here? Song Jia asked as Su Yao arrived at their meeting. Ha ha ha, she is not alone. I am here too. Zheng Jiaowei emerged from behind Su Yao. Zheng Jiaowei, you are not welcome here. Wei Hu instantly positioned himself in front of Song Jia. Do you dare to be so audacious? The twin generals, Heng and Ha, stepped forward, adopting a confrontational stance. After the previous incident involving Yu Yang's assault, Heng and Ha had grown bolder. In the past, they would have been intimidated. Song Jia, just look. Su Yao has turned to our side. Why do you still toil for Qin Yu? Zheng Jiaowei casually rested his hand on Su Yao's shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. Zheng Jiaowei, let go, Su Yao urged as Song Jia rushed forward, pushing Zheng Jiaowei aside. Oh, what a bold attitude. Yet, I find myself drawn to you. Who needs Su Yao? Zheng Jiaowei remarked, a lewd smile flickering at the corner of his lips as he gazed at Song Jia. Damn it, you're dreaming, she retorted. While Yu Yong and the others immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Song Jia. Damn it. Ask her if Su Yao approached me willingly. Zheng Jiaowei shouted at Su Yao. Song Jia, I am truly sorry. I apologize to everyone. I can't take it anymore, Su Yao lamented, burying her face in her hair, unable to face anyone. Song Jia embraced Su Yao, her heart aching as she comforted her. Indeed, it was not fair to blame Su Yao, as Song Jia understood the immense difficulties Su Yao had endured. All right, Su Yao, we shall leave now. Come here. Zheng Jiaowei called out to Su Yao, as if commanding a dog. Zheng Jiaowei, you are delusional. Qin Yu will not falter. Ultimately, victory shall be ours. Yuan Wei shouted defiantly at Zheng Jiaowei. Ha ha ha, a fool's dream. We'll see about that. You worthless trash, Zheng Jiaowei spat contemptuously. Come on. He called out to Su Yao once more. Zheng Jiaowei, I have made my decision. I will stand with Qin Yu through thick and thin. I refuse to be your weapon. Even if you kill me, I will not join you in humiliating Qin Yu, Su Yao declared, a resolute light shining in her eyes. She had resolved to fight fiercely alongside Qin Yu. Damn it, you seek death. Zheng Jiaowei, consumed by indignation, found himself outwitted by a woman, a mere harlot at that. Leave me be. Song Jia, for the first time, unleashed a torrent of profanity. A sharp slap echoed through the air, silencing the commotion as all eyes turned towards Song Jia and Zheng Jiaowei. What was this? Song Jia had dared to strike Zheng Jiaowei, and the sound was resounding and crisp. Damn it, Song Jia. Don't think I want to retaliate. Zheng Jiaowei swung back at Song Jia. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Yu Yong sent Zheng Jiaowei flying, igniting a full-blown brawl. You scoundrel. Die. Crawl before me. If I don't put you down, then I am no better than a dog. Yu Yong led the charge, and soon his companions joined the fray. Fueled by a week of pent-up frustration from being bullied at Maiwada, the atmosphere was explosive as one individual lit the fuse. The once intimidating duo, the two generals, found themselves reduced to mere cowards in the face of the enraged berserker, while the rest, mere onlookers, scattered in panic at the unfolding chaos. Zheng Jiaowei had mistakenly believed that Yu Yong would restrain himself, but without Qin Yu's calming presence, restraint was a foreign concept at Maiwada. In an instant, everyone, regardless of their previous intentions, was caught in the fray, cries of despair echoing throughout. You audacious fools! How dare you strike me? Zheng Jiaowei found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a thorough beating. Damn it, I'm coming for you. If I can't handle this, I'll take my chances with the authorities. Yu Yong delivered yet another punch, landing squarely on Zheng Jiaowei's face, determined to vent his frustration. Regardless of the consequences, this was a matter of honor. They dared to lay a hand on Song Jia. They would have to kill him first. It was utterly unacceptable. How could they touch her? Song Jia was not merely Qin Yu's beloved. She was the goddess cherished by all. To harm her would ignite a fierce battle. They would fight with every ounce of strength they possessed. Brother, I was wrong. I was merely an onlooker. Please, don't hit me anymore. This is my face. The thrill of the moment was intoxicating. He had long suffered at the hands of these brats, forced to endure their taunts while remaining passive. Today's altercation was worth every bit of it. What did it matter if he ended up in the police station? Qin Yu was still enduring torment. The brawl persisted until Qin Yu arrived, accompanied by 4 police officers. The moment Zheng Jiaowei and his cohorts spotted the police, they rushed towards them as if they had found salvation. What on earth were you thinking? Why did you resort to violence? Qin Yu furrowed his brow in disapproval. You should have shown restraint. It was I who struck, declared Yu Yong, stepping forward. Chapter 58. Surveillance. It is not his fault, I brought Zheng Jiaowei here. Su Yao also stepped forward to express her stance. No, it is entirely my responsibility. I shall resolve this. Song Jia stood before them like a formidable leader, declaring, "None of you shall escape." Zheng Jiaowei shouted at them, his already swollen face contorted in a more grotesque manner. "Officer, arrest them all." Zheng Jiaowei implored the police. "Come on, do you think I fear you?" Wei Hu retorted defiantly. The officers naturally approached Mai Wita, while all the individuals remained motionless, awaiting their apprehension. This display of righteous indignation earned the admiration of the onlookers around them. When they turned to observe Zheng Jiaowei and his companions, the expressions on their faces were fierce, exuding an arrogance as if everything in the world were mere playthings in their grasp. "Who is the captain?" Song Jia inquired of the police, holding her phone. The officers had a favorable impression of Song Jia, and they were quite accommodating in response to her question. A police officer stationed near Chinyu approached and took Song Jia's phone. Upon receiving it, his expression grew solemn, and he nodded repeatedly, eventually returning the phone to her with great courtesy. "All right, everyone leave. This matter is outside our operational scope." With the captain's command, the other officers naturally departed. What is happening? Just a moment ago, they were poised for detention, yet now a single phone call from Song Jia resolves everything. Is this not a matter of public disturbance? Hey, officer, they are congregating to fight. Why are you not taking action? Zheng Jiaowei confronted the captain. Must you involve the police in every little squabble among students? They were the ones who assaulted me. The captain, visibly irritated, replied, "I am far too busy for this." He interrupted Zheng Jiaowei, stating, "You are the son of the political and legal director, Zheng Jingxing. We are all aware of that." This sentiment had been conveyed to them countless times. What of it? Does the son of a government official hold such significance? Having previously afforded him some level of respect, he seemed to mistakenly believe himself to be above others, even issuing commands as if he were a leader. "You lot are something else," Zheng Jiaowei retorted. "You associate with this criminal. Very well, do not regret your choices." With that, he departed, leaving behind a sense of triumph. Long live Song Jia. Mai Wita has achieved a resounding victory. Song Jia is simply remarkable. Song Jia cast a discreet glance at Chinyu, who smiled back at her. "Chinyu, I was wrong. I will undoubtedly stand by your side." Su Yao approached Chinyu, gazing at her with determination. "It's all right. I appreciate your support." Chinyu nodded in acknowledgement. Mai Wita also forgave Su Yao, recognizing her dire circumstances. Ultimately, Su Yao resolutely chose to stand with them. Once Chinyu had left, Song Jia swiftly organized a counterattack, and in no time, all forums were abuzz with discussions regarding Zheng Jiaowei. He was thrown into a state of utter panic. Have you seen this? A wealthy heir struck an elderly woman with his car. Not only did he refuse to admit fault, but he also took her to the hospital and demanded that she clean his vehicle. Indeed, how could such a person exist? It is utterly outrageous, akin to a beast. Yes, it appears he is the president of the student council at a prestigious university. To my astonishment, his father seems to hold a high-ranking official position. Alas, the sons of high officials are indeed formidable. While high-ranking officials may be esteemed, they too are merely human, and their offspring are citizens as well. In the span of a single night, various forums erupted with discussions surrounding Zheng Jiaowei's reckless driving incident involving an elderly woman, alongside the humiliating video that accompanied it. An avalanche of scorn has swiftly permeated the school forums, and within moments, every scandal associated with Zheng Jiaowei was unearthed, creating an overwhelming influx of information that was impossible to erase. The relentless flow of real-time updates and discussions far surpassed the vitriol directed at Zheng Jiaowei's previous attempts to suppress Chinyu. In just a single morning, the views and click rates soared past 1 million, with any news related to Zheng Jiaowei immediately garnering tens of thousands of clicks. This is truly ruthless. Chinyu, upon glancing at the information on his phone, couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was the first time he had looked at his phone since being monitored, and it was also the first occasion he smiled with such joy. He found happiness, while others were far from pleased. In the grand hall of a villa, a man knelt on the floor, his back marked with bruises, while a woman knelt before him, shielding him with her body. "Step aside," she urged. "It is your indulgence that has led to this. A doting mother often breeds a wayward son. Look at him. Is there any redeeming quality left? Are you trying to ruin your father?" Zheng Jingxing, infuriated, pushed his wife aside and kicked Zheng Jiaowei once more. "What are you doing? Go ahead and strike me. Strike him down. He is your son." He Xia shouted. "I have no such son. Look at what he has done." There are matters not even he is responsible for, Zhang Zhengxing retorted angrily. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Zhang Jiawei pleaded. His tears dried up as he clung to Zhang Zhengxing's leg. You are remarkable. You are young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang, please spare me, he continued. Zhang Zhengxing collapsed onto the sofa. Public opinion spread like wildfire, directly disseminated on government forums. Although Zhang Zhengxing attempted to suppress it immediately, this narrative proved to be remarkably cunning, proliferating across multiple platforms with impeccable content and titles. Upon its release, it swiftly captivated a large audience, and the fervor of discussion, coupled with an unrelenting stream of posts, left Zhang Zhengxing helpless to halt its momentum. The information rapidly fermented, and the pressure of public opinion even prompted the Discipline Inspection Commission to intervene. Zhang Zhengxing was completely flustered. The Traffic Police Department had already come under scrutiny regarding Zhang Jiawei's driving incident, which could no longer be concealed. Zhang Jiawei's escapades on campus were also unearthed, and various scandals ignited the public discourse. Despite the school's hesitance to impose immediate sanctions under pressure, Zhang Jiawei's reputation was irreparably tarnished. His position as student council president was swiftly revoked, and the Zhang family was thrown into turmoil. Fortunately, there were no current negative reports about Zhang Zhengxing. Should any unfavorable news surface, it would spell disaster for him. Of course, he would spare no effort to suppress any hint of negative information regarding himself at the earliest opportunity. Come, follow me to apologize and face the consequences, he commanded. Zhang Zhengxing forcefully pulled Zhang Jiawei aside. What are you taking him for? He is still injured, He Yuxiao cried, blocking Zhang Zhengxing's path. What are you doing? You've stirred up such a huge mess. Do you not realize the wrath of the public? Zhang Zhengxing scolded. Being a cunning old fox, Zhang Zhengxing quickly emerged to apologize, simultaneously educating his son and expressing his complete support for the legal repercussions his son would face. Chapter 59. Injustice. This move on the chessboard is executed with remarkable finesse, sacrificing a rook to protect the king, an astute decision indeed. As long as Zhang Zhengxing remains unscathed, the matters concerning his son are mere trifles. He would not be foolish enough to expend all his resources to conceal his son's affairs. Zhang Zhengxing has adeptly managed the predicament involving his son, akin to a textbook example. Chenyu, on the other hand, has stirred quite a tempest. Sange gazes at the news in admiration. Yet, his adversary is the cunning Zhang Jiawei, who has brilliantly navigated his own challenges. Nevertheless, his son's reputation has suffered a severe blow. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Jiawei has put on a heartfelt performance in public, garnering sympathy from others, as analyzed by Yuan Lanqi. Well articulated, yet your analysis is only partial. You fail to see the other side. The Zhang Jiawei incident is merely a signal from Chenyu to Dong Bichang. Moreover, Chenyu's maneuvering has proven exceedingly successful. I have never witnessed such an adept orchestration of public opinion. He is truly a genius in generating discourse. Observe his written statements. Each one masterfully stirs the topic, crafted to align with the audience's psychology. The engagement levels are astonishingly high, eliciting admiration even from Sange. Indeed, his actions are meticulously planned, proceeding in a well-ordered manner. Yuan Lanqi reflects. So, do you believe this momentum has reached a point of equilibrium? Sange inquires, setting down his pen. I believe we are nearing that threshold. Now that Chenyu has made his signal, Dong Bichang is likely in a state of indecision. From my observations, Dong Bichang has been secretly undermining Zhang Zhengxing. Yuan Lanqi, with arms crossed, pondered for a moment. This fellow is rather timid. He won't act until he sees the hare. Let us give him the courage to take flight. Third brother has come down to make a decision, and Yuan Lanqi stepped out to begin arranging transportation. In the dormitory, Chenyu was relishing the delicious meal prepared by Song Jia, playfully bantering with her, thoroughly enjoying himself. So, has Dong Bichang taken action? Chenyu inquired. As of now, it's still uncertain. I've leveraged my connections, and Dong Bichang is currently puncturing Zhang Zhengxing's tires. Many of his fabricated pieces of evidence have been dismissed by Dong Bichang. Song Jia cheerfully responded. Alas, Dong Bichang is far too timid. I've gone this far. And he is still hesitating. Chenyu lamented, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At this rate, if Dong Bichang retaliates, his company will face dire straits. We cannot indefinitely rely on Song Jia for support. Perhaps I should appeal to Uncle Ren once more, he suggested. Song Jia thought for a moment. Let us not. I suspect Secretary Ren wants to see how I handle this on my own. Chenyu sighed. All the powerful figures were observing his capabilities. Your thoughts mirror those of Uncle Ren. He feels the same way. Alas, such expectations are exceedingly burdensome. You are merely a student, yet they expect you to contend with high-ranking officials. It is profoundly unjust, Song Jiao pouted. However, having chosen to enter this game, I must possess the necessary abilities, otherwise, I shall inevitably be eliminated. Moreover, the wealth of 10 billion will not bring me what I desire. Instead, it may lead to my demise. Chinyu, feeling helpless, realized that since embarking on the path of investment, he was already in the fray. Don't worry, Chinyu, I have faith in you. You can do it. If all else fails, I will ensure your safety, Song Jiao assured him, patting her chest. At that moment, Chinyu found himself at a loss for words. Looking at Song Jiao, warmth surged within him, and tears threatened to spill over. Miss Song, we must take Chinyu with us. We hope for your understanding. A police officer at the door gently knocked. Since Song Jia had utilized her connections to locate Chinyu, the officers at the entrance had been particularly accommodating, always allowing her and Chinyu moments of solitude. Very well, you may proceed, Song Jia nodded in acquiescence. As Chinyu stepped out of the dormitory, he could no longer hold back his tears. This was the first time since his rebirth, including in his previous life, that someone had spoken such words to him. In the past, he had been a mere nobody, overlooked by all. How could he, in this life, be worthy of Song Jia's unwavering support? Was it truly because he now possessed an iPhone, a mere device that had utterly transformed his existence? Fate is indeed wondrous. Since his rebirth was destined to bring change, and he had come to cherish certain things, he resolved to exert every effort to win Song Jia's heart and to protect her. Certainly, he remains remarkably feeble at present, easily susceptible to the whims of even a police officer. Had it not been for Song Jia's assistance during his encounter with Zhang Jingxing, his situation would likely be dire. Song Jia, in this lifetime, I, Chinyu, vow to shield you from any grievance. Regardless of our future paths, this sentiment is a debt I owe you eternally. You are Chinyu. I presume this marks our inaugural meeting, Zhang Jingxing observed, gazing at the youth before him, who was a year younger than his own son. Yet, the young man's demeanor, eloquence, and aura far surpassed those of his offspring. Zhang Jingxing felt a tumultuous blend of admiration and resentment towards Chinyu. Had his son possessed even half of Chinyu's capabilities, he would not have encountered such dire predicaments. Nevertheless, it was this very youth who had orchestrated the circumstances, fueling his animosity. You are the father of Zheng Jiaowei, Director Zheng, Chinyu remarked with a subtle smile, unflinching in the face of adversity. Unwavering. Even when faced with the gravest of challenges, truly heroic, Zhang Jingxing couldn't help but commend. Thank you, Director Zheng. Surely, your summons was not merely to exchange pleasantries. Chinyu retorted, steering the conversation towards the heart of the matter. If only my son possessed half your prowess, he wouldn't be confined within these walls, Zhang Jingxing lamented. You harbor animosity towards me, wishing for my demise. However, the time is not yet ripe. Chinyu responded with unshakable composure. You speak wisely. Let us negotiate a transaction. If you relinquish the items you have gathered, I shall grant you your freedom, Zhang Jingxing proposed. Chinyu had already discerned Zhang Jingxing's intentions. Zheng Jiaowei was merely a signal flare, and in truth, Chinyu's real target was Zhang Jingxing himself. I have observed your ingenious methods of orchestrating public opinion. They are nothing short of brilliant. However, I have no desire to be your adversary. Thus, the most prudent course of action is either my elimination of you, or your submission to me. Zhang Jingxing's gaze bore down on Chinyu, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Indeed, if I were to acquiesce to you, could you genuinely ensure my survival? Would you forsake this remarkable opportunity? Chinyu matched his stare, inching closer to Zhang Jingxing. You are exceedingly astute. Zhang Jingxing retreated to his seat. Indeed, he was confronted with the greatest opportunity of his life, perhaps his sole chance for advancement. Should this case succeed, propelled by its significant ramifications, his ascendance to the provincial level would be effortless. Yet, to execute this astonishing money laundering scheme, Chinyu must perish, for he is the central figure in this affair. The notion of releasing Chinyu was utterly preposterous. Should he do so, it would imply a colossal blunder, extinguishing not only his prospects for promotion, but also relegating him from the provincial spotlight. His political career would be irrevocably concluded. He could even cast aside his own son. But how could he possibly sacrifice his political future for Chinyu? Chapter 60, No Grudges Speak. What are your conditions? Chinyu smiled lightly. Your life? Zhang Zhengxing replied matter-of-factly. Your case has already been substantiated. Now, only I can save you. I can assert that you were unaware of the circumstances. Given your clean history and the absence of close contact with foreign individuals, I possess the means to exonerate you, ensuring your survival. All you need to do is surrender what you have in your possession and acknowledge everything I propose. Haha, what you speak of is precisely my original innocence. I am to barter my inherent purity to safeguard a life that should not be forfeited? Your offer is indeed peculiar. Chinyu could not help but laugh. In this world, who trades what rightfully belongs to another? Such actions are the hallmark of a tyrant. Those indeed belong to you, but they are no longer yours. If you wish to reclaim them, you must adhere to my instructions. Zhang Zhengxing's brow furrowed, his tone laced with menace. Refusal, Chinyu stated firmly. Thank you, but only a fool would cooperate with you. Very well, I admire your courage. Just wait, Zhang Zhengxing retorted, storming off in anger. Chinyu's defiance left Zhang Zhengxing at a loss. In truth, he found himself at a dead end. All the evidence he had appealed with had been dismissed by Dong Bichang, who had also exploited Xing Jiaowei's situation for his own gain. Zhang Zhengxing was left entirely at a disadvantage. Should Chinyu's case be overturned, he would be irrevocably eliminated. Chinyu's calmness only intensified his fear. He seemed to sense that Chinyu and Dong Bichang had united against him. If that were the case, he would be truly finished. Chinyu's audacity surely stemmed from Dong Bichang acting as his formidable support. Zhang Zhengxing promptly called Hiyuxia, urging her to swiftly find a place for her and her sister to hide, while the hidden accounts at home were activated to transfer all funds. He had reached the most perilous juncture of his life. Director Zhang, greetings. We are from the Discipline Inspection Commission and need to inquire about certain matters. A few public officials approached Zhang Zhengxing. Haha, what is it? I know your leader. Zhang Zhengxing forced a smile. That's wonderful. Our director Ho is eager to speak with you. The commission officials promptly ushered Zhang Zhengxing into their vehicle. It was over, truly over. He had not anticipated Dong Bichang's swiftness. Zhang Zhengxing closed his eyes, a solitary tear escaping from the corner of his eye. The following day, a deluge of news flooded the headlines, with various reports concerning Zhang Zhengxing dominating the media. Given that the fervor surrounding Xing Jiaowei had yet to dissipate, the moment news of Zhang Zhengxing broke, it sparked intense discussions among the public. I told you this kid's background must be complicated. Look, his father is merely putting on a show. Indeed, how disgusting. And he wronged a student, believing there was some personal vendetta. Yes, I heard it was his son who bullied the student. This student merely endured his son's behavior. Yet Zhang Zhengxing sought to ruin him. A disgrace, a beast in human guise. How can such individuals exist? Severe punishment is imperative. Such formidable figures must be dealt with decisively, and the investigation must delve deeply. It is rumored that he once abused his authority to facilitate the employment of his sister-in-law at the bank, where she allegedly displayed an air of arrogance. A relative of mine from the bank mentioned that he and his sister-in-law were involved in an affair. Is that true? Such happenings are indeed astonishing. Just look at his sister-in-law. She exudes an alluring charm that is hard to resist. Before long, the 24-hour surveillance on Chinyu was lifted, granting him complete freedom. This indicates that Chinyu was entirely wronged, and public opinion has overwhelmingly rallied in his favor, with widespread sympathy directed towards him. Chinyu leveraged the situation to promote his culinary venture, which experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity, prompting numerous businesses to eagerly join in. Classmates also began placing orders, seeking to make amends for the harm caused to Chinyu, with the chat group filled with messages of apology directed at his culinary brand. Seizing this opportunity, Chinyu generously distributed red envelopes in the group, completely winning over his customers with his character. Former employees of his culinary venture, whom he had previously parted ways with, were welcomed back without resentment. He patiently awaited their return, understanding that they too needed to work and sustain their lives. To label them as disloyal under these circumstances would be manifestly unjust. When the news of Zhang Zhengxing's arrest broke, the entire financial community erupted in disbelief, as no one had anticipated that the most formidable figure was Zhang Zhengxing, rendering the announcements made by Xing Jiaowei inherently false. The 24-hour surveillance of Chinyu further substantiates this point. Not only is he unharmed, but his immense wealth has also been confirmed. He is undoubtedly a magnate. Yet merely a week prior, he was collectively regarded as a mere wealthy individual. Chinyu had even orchestrated the downfall of Zheng Jiaowei, and those who once vehemently criticized him now live in a state of perpetual anxiety. Among them, the most astonished was Zhao Sitian. The following morning, When they presented this news to her, she screamed and collapsed, losing consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she erupted into inconsolable tears, lamenting yet another missed opportunity to transform into a phoenix. She had sacrificed everything, unconditionally offering her body to Zheng Jiahui, fully aware that Zheng's intentions were solely to humiliate Chenyu. Nevertheless, she pursued this path without hesitation, yearning to be Zheng Jiahui's woman and possess a powerful ally. However, the nefarious Zheng Jiahui's downfall occurred with alarming swiftness, leaving her to confront the harsh reality of her situation, her body deceived, her emotions betrayed. Like a dog, she had followed Zheng Jiahui to belittle Chenyu, yet now Chenyu had ascended to a position of power. What was she to do? If Chenyu sought vengeance against her, how would she respond? As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Her anguished cries evoked no sympathy from others. Her plight was entirely of her own making, and who would feel compassion for her? However, witnessing Zhao Xitian's despair, others reflected upon their own actions. Their own humiliations towards Chenyu were not insignificant either. If Chenyu were to retaliate against them, they feared their fates would be even worse than Zhao Xitian's. Thus, they bowed their heads and walked away in silence. Indeed, where there are tears, there are also smiles. Su Yao reflects on her past with a sense of dread. Fortunately, she resolutely chose to follow Chenyu. Had she faltered, her fate would have mirrored that of Zhao Xitian. Not only would she have been mercilessly humiliated by Zheng Jiahui, but she would have also been led around like a dog to further disgrace Chenyu. This time, she emerged victorious. Chenyu's deepest aversion is betrayal. Had Su Yao aligned herself with Zheng Jiahui, she would have lost any opportunity to draw near to Chenyu forever. Elated, Su Yao diligently prepared soup for Chenyu daily and generously treated all the staff at Maiwada to a meal, earning her the affectionate title of sister-in-law. Su Yao was overjoyed. Yet, Chenyu remained unresponsive, continuing her classes and work, tirelessly exploring the market as if none of this had transpired. When encountering those who had once humiliated him, he offered them not even a glance, as though he did not recognize them. Regardless of how others recoiled in fear to make way for him, he never once halted his stride. Chapter 61. The journey of retribution. When these individuals witnessed the return of those employees who had once departed during the challenging times of Maiwada, now back at work with their conditions unchanged, it seemed utterly surreal. Moreover, Chenyu had even retroactively compensated their previous wages. Such a benevolent employer was indeed a rarity. Chenyu's magnanimity was beyond reproach. He would never stoop to quibble over trivial matters. In comparison to Chenyu, Zheng Jiahui appeared as the epitome of moral depravity. While Zheng Jiahui, upon gaining power, resorted to bullying others, Chenyu championed righteousness and even extended assistance to struggling classmates. In that moment, all the students at the financial university felt a deep sense of shame, spontaneously confessing their wrongdoings to Chenyu on the school forum. This collective act of contrition profoundly moved Chenyu. His efforts were validated, and it marked the moment when everyone began to genuinely accept Chenyu as a figure of authority. At this juncture, Principal Fan stepped forward to address the situation, taking the initiative to apologize on behalf of the school administration. After all, individuals like Chenyu, a benefactor and a rising star, were highly sought after. The benevolence of Chenyu, the righteousness of Maiwada, became their hallmark. The popularity of Maiwada surged exponentially, with record-breaking orders almost daily, leading to overwhelmed customer service. Yet, the patrons had little to complain about. The delivery personnel from Maiwada were met with utmost courtesy, and the previous disdain for delivery workers vanished. The employees of Maiwada resolved to follow Chenyu, recognizing that such an employer was a rare gem. They took pride in their association with Maiwada and the respect they rightfully deserved. However, it is crucial to note that Chenyu's attitude did not necessarily reflect the sentiments of all. Is that not Jiang Tingting? Where are you headed? Su Yao intercepted a girl, who happened to be Jiang Tingting from her dormitory. In the past, when Su Yao was down on her luck, Jiang Tingting was one of the fiercest bullies. Now, with Chun Yushui's support elevating her status, Su Yao found herself surrounded by a throng of sycophants. It's Sister Yao. Jiang Tingting recoiled slightly, forcing a semblance of a smile. Sister Yao, I wouldn't dare. You are my superior. I ought to fetch water for you to wash your feet. If I do it poorly, I could be reprimanded. Su Yao feigned humility, proclaiming, I was wrong, Sister Yao. Please forgive me. I truly repent. In sheer panic, Jiang Tingting knelt before Su Yao, regretting her previous mistreatment of her. She had once been so boastful, with the entire dormitory regarding Su Yao as a target for their mockery. On one occasion, she had even made Su Yao wash her feet and deliberately splashed water in her face while doing so. Now, reflecting on those moments filled her with remorse. Her former arrogance had been replaced with utter humility. Kneeling on the ground, she repeatedly bowed her head to Su Yao, pleading for mercy. "Oh dear, my shoes are so filthy." Su Yao intentionally stepped into a muddy puddle. "I'll clean them for you." Jiang Tingting immediately produced a tissue to wipe Su Yao's shoes. "Are you blind? Sister Yao's shoes are worth thousands. A tissue 1 T suffice. You must use your tongue." The girls surrounding Su Yao, eager to curry favor, promptly scolded her. "What? Use my tongue? That's too much." She had merely splashed her with foot-washing water, yet now Su Yao demanded that she lick her shoes, which had already been trampled in a muddy pit. Jiang Tingting raised her gaze to Su Yao, seemingly pleading for forgiveness, for Su Yao had yet to utter a word. "Can't you hear?" The surrounding girls urged once more, even pressing her head against Su Yao's shoe. "I was truly wrong. Spare me, please." Jiang Tingting clung to Su Yao's thigh, continuously imploring. Yet, when Su Yao had once begged, what had it garnered her? Not sympathy, but merciless insults and blows. "Damn it! Are you deaf? Can't you hear?" A resounding slap struck Jiang Tingting's cheek, and she bowed her head in agony, no longer daring to meet Su Yao's gaze. Throughout it all, Su Yao had remained silent, her face turned skyward as if oblivious to everything around her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling at her neck. As the crowd dispersed, only Jiang Tingting remained, staring vacantly at the sky, tears cascading down her face, gathering at the corners of her mouth. The dark, muddy stains were softened by her tears, the bitterness spreading throughout her being. The perpetrator, forever marked by their actions. Every decision made must consider its consequences. And this bitter fruit could only be swallowed by oneself. Those who bully, witnessing the plight of their victims, feel not a shred of compassion. Rather, they revel in the satisfaction derived from their cruelty. The more the victim cries out in despair, the more exhilarating the experience becomes for them. As if they were indulging in a narcotic, lost in the illusion of their dominion over others, unable to escape. Under the support of her faction, Su Yao embarked on a journey of vengeance. The girls, eager to curry favor, devised countless humiliating schemes. After executing their plans of retribution, the swelling pride within Su Yao obscured her inherent kindness. "Wang Pei, greetings," Su Yao declared, as she and her companions obstructed Wang Pei's path. Su Yao you." Wang Pei stammered, having just emerged from her shower. She now avoided Su Yao in all her endeavors, even retreating to the farthest corner by the door during class. Wang Pei, tall and imposing, had always held the title of queen among the girls in her class, and as a member of the student council, she was easily swayed by Zheng Jiaohui's instigation to orchestrate a campaign of humiliation against Su Yao, spreading rumors that she was promiscuous. They even circulated scandalous photographs of Su Yao, peddling them far and wide. Sister Su, I was wrong. Please spare me," Wang Pei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "I dare not defy you. You are the boss," Su Yao retorted coldly. "Sister Su, from this moment on, I am at your service. I will do whatever you ask without hesitation," Wang Pei promised. "Very well, I could indeed use your assistance." "Rise," Su Yao replied with a smile. Wang Pei, believing she had been truly forgiven, joyfully stood up. However, her optimism was misplaced. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. As Su Yao led Wang Pei onward, they arrived at Su Yao's dormitory, where an ominous feeling began to settle over Wang Pei. "Sister Wang, I've heard you are quite skilled in combat. I wonder how you would fare against the 4 of us in the dormitory," Su Yao inquired with a smile that concealed her true intentions, dripping with malice. Su Yao incited Wang Pei and the girls in her dormitory to turn against each other, seeking retribution against those who had wronged her. Had it not been for Song Jia's intervention, Su Yao would have long been battered and bruised by them. Now, she chose to observe the ensuing turmoil from a distance. "Sister Yao, we were wrong. We deserve this," Jiang Tingting declared, leading the charge to slap her own face in an act of contrition for Su Yao. The others quickly followed suit, each delivering relentless blows to themselves. "Your self-inflicted punishment is of no concern to me. Your conflict with Wang Yong is equally irrelevant. Wang Pei, do you not wish to join us? I am uncertain how you intend to prove your worth. Should you fail to do so, I cannot fathom why I would consider you. You must understand, you once trampled my dignity into the ground." A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Su Yao's mouth. Wang Pei realized that this time, she could not deceive Su Yao. Chapter 62. The once dominant figure is finally released. The other girls ceased their actions, fully aware that Wang Pei would not let go of this opportunity to show favor to Su Yao. While they merely resorted to scolding and physical reprimands towards Su Yao, Wang Pei's intentions towards Su Yao were intolerable for any true woman. Having already suffered greatly, what could Wang Pei do but offer her unconditional submission to Su Yao? I'm sorry, Wang Pei sighed deeply. Thus commenced a chaotic brawl, with 4 girls lunging at Wang Pei like wolves. Tall and robust, Wang Pei withstood the onslaught of the other 3, fiercely retaliating against one of them. The piercing shrieks of the girls reverberated throughout the dormitory, their high-pitched cries cutting through the air like a knife. What is happening? Song Jia rushed over in alarm. Jia, you're here. Su Yao greeted her with a sweet smile, embracing her. What is going on in our dorm? Song Jia pushed past Su Yao. Nothing much. Just a little scuffle among the girls. Su Yao replied nonchalantly. A scuffle? You must stop this at once. Song Jia urged, her anxiety mounting as she attempted to open the door. What are you doing? Stay back. 2 girls stood guard at the entrance like sentinels, forcefully pushing Song Jia aside. You've crossed the line. Song Jia is my dearest friend, and you dare to lay a hand on her. Su Yao scolded fiercely. Everyone, step aside. Song Jia's fury ignited. She forcefully pushed the dormitory door open. Inside, the scene was beyond grim. The floor was littered with shattered glass from countless broken bottles, and there was not a single surface from the bed to the table that remained untouched. The group of girls could hardly be described as such. Their garments had been reduced to mere rags, and tufts of hair lay scattered upon the ground. 5 women were entangled on the floor, utterly oblivious to the shards of glass and muck beneath them, each grasping and throttling one another, resembling 5 gasping masses of flesh melded together. Enough, Song Jia shouted, desperately intervening to separate the fray. Her petite form maneuvered among the 5, who were consumed by a crimson haze of fury, having long forgotten the reasons for their conflict. Their singular thought was to annihilate one another. Song Jia, come back. Su Yao cried out, but the situation had spiraled beyond control. One girl seized a water bottle and hurled it at another, just as Song Jia turned around. The bottle hurtled directly toward her face, causing Su Yao to panic as she shielded her face and crouched on the ground. Song Jia gazed in horror as the water bottle approached, too close for comfort, with a wall behind her leaving no avenue for retreat. Her eyes widened, fixated on the impending impact. Bang! A deafening explosion ensued as the bottle shattered, scalding water splattering across the ground. The resounding blast silenced all, those who instigated the conflict, those engaged in the brawl, and even Su Yao and Qin Yu, who wept on the floor. Song Jia whispered, Qin Yu, it truly is you. At the moment the bottle struck Song Jia, Qin Yu appeared, decisively landing a punch on the projectile. The bottle exploded in midair, fortunately sparing others from harm. Qin Yu, me. Su Yao sprang to her feet, tears streaming down her face. All right, it is over now. It ends here. Su Yao, I am aware of the immense sacrifices you have made for me, and I express my heartfelt gratitude, fully cognizant of the injustices you have endured. Now that you have avenged yourself, are you content? Qin Yu inquired. Content, truly content? Su Yao gazed upon the chaos surrounding her, the 5 individuals who had wronged her now lying defeated. Was this truly satisfying? I was wrong. Su Yao's tears cascaded like a torrential flood, all her remorse and grievances erupting forth. You all, just leave. Qin Yu vehemently scolded the girls around Su Yao, who fled in haste. Qin Yu, your hand on the playground. Qin Yu held a bottle of beer in his left hand, while his right hand was submerged in an ice bucket, blood saturating the ice. Song Jia sat beside him, silent, as she gently withdrew his right hand, meticulously cleaning the blood and water from his skin. She carefully disinfected the wounds with hydrogen peroxide, her touch tender, fearful of causing him pain. Applying burn ointment, she wrapped his hand in gauze with deliberate precision, her movements soft and practiced. Neither of them exchanged a glance or uttered a word. Thank you, Song Jia murmured, her gaze lowered. No, I am the one who should thank you. Qin Yu looked at Song Jia, as if contemplating saying something further. Song Jia wordlessly gathered her supplies, departing as quietly and unobtrusively as she had arrived. That night, no one spoke of the events that transpired, as if they had all collectively forgotten. Su Yao ceased her quest for vengeance, escorting the 5 girls to the hospital and vigilantly watching over them throughout the night. Su Yao finally comprehended all that Qin Yu had done. At times, Vengeance does not unfold entirely according to one's own inclinations. It manifests as it pleases. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days, and who can predict when one may fall into despair? Treat others in such a manner, and they shall return the favor tenfold. The following dawn, everyone awoke particularly early. The 6 of them exchanged glances, and tears flowed freely. Without uttering a word, they embraced each other and wept for a considerable time, their grievances dissipating amidst the cascade of tears. Chunyu's delectable offerings sparked a new wave of enthusiasm. Her deeds had utterly captivated the entire school, earning the admiration of both foes and friends alike. Whenever Chunyu was mentioned, the students of the Finance University could not help but recount endless tales of her legend. Just then, the once mighty figure finally emerged. Oh, isn't that Chunyu? Still delivering food on a bicycle? Upon lifting her gaze, Chunyu recognized a familiar face, Zheng Jiaowei. It was quite understandable, as Zheng Jiaowei's detention had served to protect him. He had merely struck someone with his vehicle, and fortunately, the elderly woman had suffered no serious harm. Zheng Jingxing had adeptly managed the situation, and the elderly woman bore no ill will. Thus, Zheng Jiaowei faced only administrative detention. Now that the day of his release had arrived, he was free once more. Zheng Jiaowei planted his foot on Chunyu's electric bicycle, carelessly tossing aside the food she had delivered and arrogantly resting his foot on the seat. "Pick up my things and remove your filthy foot," Chunyu exclaimed as she halted her bicycle. "Who do you think you are? Trash." "I am here today because of you," he retorted disdainfully. The young man declared, "I have emerged, and your demise is inevitable." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Zheng Jiaowei's mouth as he playfully slapped Chunyu's face. "Old Yuan, as the captain of security, will you intervene?" Chunyu sighed, addressing the head of security. Upon hearing his name, Old Yuan hurried over, eager to respond. "What the hell do you mean? Remove your filthy foot." Old AI noticed Zheng Jiaowei's foot resting on Chunyu's vehicle, prompting Old Yuan to swiftly knock it off and personally clean the car for Chunyu. "Damn it! Are you seeking death? How dare you strike me?" Zheng Jiaowei's eyes bulged with fury, as if he could hardly contain his rage. What sort of scoundrel would dare to lay a hand on him? "You are disrupting the school's regulations. Do you dare to act so brazenly?" Captain Yuan, unfazed by Zheng Jiaowei's expression, brandished his baton, jabbing at Zheng with a look of disdain. Chapter 63. The resolution of the dining dilemma. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You wait. Zheng Jiaowei, infuriated, spat on the ground. He was just about to call the school authorities when he caught sight of Wang Chong not far off, which instantly bolstered his confidence. With an air of arrogance, he pointed at Captain Yuan. "Director Wang, come here for a moment." Zheng Jiaowei observed Chunyu and Captain Yuan, their laughter more brazen than ever, as if to declare that their good days were over. "Chunyu, you are here too." Wang Chong approached, completely disregarding Zheng Jiaowei, and greeted Chunyu with politeness. "What the hell do you mean, Wang Chong?" Unable to contain himself, Zheng Jiaowei lashed out at Wang Chong. "Watch your mouth. If you utter another word, I will have you disciplined immediately." Wang Chong, taken aback by Zheng Jiaowei's outburst, glared at him, contemplating the possibility of reprimanding Zheng Jiaowei instead. "Damn it, Wang Chong. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? I could call my father right now, and your good days would be over. Let me tell you, even the principal has to give me some respect. What gives you the audacity as a mere director? I am the son of Zheng Jingxing, and you all are doomed." Zheng Jiaowei pointed at everyone, determined to bring them down one by one, leaving no one unscathed. "The son of Zheng Jingxing, how impressive." Captain Yuan scoffed, dismissing Zheng Jiaowei's claims. Zheng Jiaowei, ready to make the call, opened his phone only to be stunned by the news. "What? The notorious Zheng Jingxing has been apprehended. Impossible. How could this be?" In that moment, Zheng Jiaowei felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon awakening, he found himself in the infirmary, his mind still replaying the recent events, convinced this could not be reality. This time, he could only blame Zheng Jiaowei, whose vengeful disposition was excessively pronounced. With Zhang Zhengxing's downfall, Zhang Jiaowei was conveniently in detention, oblivious to the turmoil around him. As soon as his detention ended, he hurried to the school, intent on avenging himself against Chunyu, neglecting even to check his phone. It was over, utterly finished. His father had fallen from grace, rendering his own existence insignificant. He could not compete with Chunyu. He was no match for him. "Doctor, someone," he cried, as he fainted again. A group of boys assisted a girl into the infirmary. The doctor promptly instructed them to place her on the bed. The girl was none other than Zhao Sitian. She had fainted several times already, and her current condition was far from ideal. The mere thought of being at Zheng Jiaohui's mercy sent her blood boiling. Ah, truly, this girl was pitiable. What a tragic state of mind she possessed. The doctor skillfully attached and to Zhao Sitian. Zheng Jiaohui paid no heed to her arrival. His mind was consumed with disbelief. He rejected everything around him. Ah, Dr. Zhang. It seems these two are quite the pair, both unconscious. As if suffering from the same ailment, a nurse jested while handling a syringe. Indeed, it does appear so, Dr. Zhang chuckled in response. Little did they realize. They truly were a pair of adversaries. As Zhao Sitian gradually regained consciousness, she turned her gaze to the adjacent bed where Zheng Jiaohui lay. Zheng Jiaohui, I will kill you. Return my body. What? Zhao Sitian. The explosive power unleashed when one descends into madness is immeasurable in such moments. Foes encounter each other with heightened animosity. Zheng Jiaohui's terrified gaze was completely engulfed by Zhao Sitian. The skirmish within the infirmary merely served as a source of amusement. It can be said that wicked individuals are destined to clash, since Zheng Jiaohui and Zhao Sitian have intertwined their fates. Let them embark on a journey of love and conflict together. With Zheng Jiaohui's companionship, it is likely that Zhao Sitian will not suffer from loneliness. Qinyu, demonstrating considerable foresight, refrained from causing any further troubles for Zhao Sitian and Zheng Jiaohui. In truth, they were no longer worthy of Qinyu's intervention, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. The school unanimously endorsed Qinyu for the position of student council president, acknowledging his unparalleled influence and character. Upon assuming this role, Qinyu acted as a hands-off leader, promptly promoting new officers while dismissing all those who had previously served under him. The former student council, having been rendered chaotic by Zheng Jiaohui, had transformed into his personal fiefdom, with all members acting as his private enforcers. Naturally, when Qinyu proposed their replacement, they dared not utter a word, fully aware of their own inadequacies. The mere fact that Qinyu did not seek retribution was a blessing, and they no longer harbored aspirations for positions within the council. With the replacement of these ineffectual seniors, the student council underwent a remarkable transformation, radiating vitality and promise. Qinyu's app was finally launched, and he adeptly instructed the members on its usage, swiftly promoting it throughout the school. The user-friendly and efficient application has garnered widespread acclaim from the moment of its inception. The seamless integration of Meiwaida with the app has elegantly resolved the challenges of food ordering, alleviating the previous strain on their customer service. Given that Qinyu had previously designed a QQ group that closely resembled the app, the transition was remarkably smooth, with no resistance. Empowered by the app, Meiwaida has flourished, attracting numerous local eateries eager to join their platform. This Meiwaida app is nothing short of miraculous. Its back-end operations are predominantly one-click, a testament to its brilliance. Previously, I found the idea of managing a QQ group's photo album burdensome. I had long wished to abandon it. Despite voicing my concerns multiple times, Qinyu insisted on the necessity of images over text, revealing that he had already envisioned the app as a replacement for the QQ group. Huabin is elated. With the app, he feels liberated, no longer burdened by exhaustive work. Qinyu's foresight is astonishing. He seems to have meticulously planned every step. Our task is simply to adhere to his directives without causing disruption. Yu Yong holds Qinyu in even higher esteem. Their professionalism has become the most direct distinction from inferior delivery services, and clients exhibit unwavering trust in Meiwaida, seemingly reassured by their uniform. Many customers, during the ordering process, express a preference for not utilizing the restaurant's own delivery personnel. As soon as they notice a delivery agent outside of Meiwaida, they promptly cancel their orders. Consequently, many establishments find themselves compelled to forward orders to Meiwaida, as the subpar delivery personnel stand no chance of capturing clients from their reputable service. Brand loyalty and brand image are gradually and imperceptibly taking shape, and their exquisite flavors have now fully matured. Qinyu is contemplating his next steps when a sleek black Audi arrives to seek him out. He is acutely aware that nothing escapes his perceptive gaze. Whatever he does, he cannot hide from his own watchful eyes. Nevertheless, he feels compelled to find out what Mr. Qin has been preoccupied with lately. At the Shanshui Manor, Yuan Lanqi has already arranged tea and refreshments to welcome Qinyu. It's nothing, just a few minor nuisances. He replies politely as he picks up the teacup. From the moment Qinyu was released from 24-hour surveillance, AI Lanqi called to inquire about his well-being, leading Qinyu to suspect that his elder brother was orchestrating these developments. Yet, he does not feel particularly jubilant about his triumph. He knows that when his brother lends assistance, there are always conditions attached. After all, who would rise early without the promise of profit? Chapter 64. The best app boss Chun is indeed a master strategist. These few pests are unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Yuan Lanchi smiled gracefully. Naturally, I am also here to express my gratitude to my benefactor. I wonder if third brother might grant me this honor. Chun Yu raised his teacup in a toast to the winds behind Yuan Lanchi. Ha ha ha. Brother Chun, you truly have discerning eyes. It didn't take long for you to find me while playing this little game. Third brother jovially emerged from behind the screen. This time, Chun Yu's capabilities were acknowledged by third brother, who began to regard him with earnestness. Although Chun Yu appeared to be passive in this struggle, seemingly overwhelmed by Zheng Jingxing, he meticulously orchestrated his every move with an exterior of softness, concealing an inner strength. This confrontation ultimately opened the doors to the political realm for him. Seizing this opportunity, Chun Yu cultivated connections with political figures through Dong Bichang. After all, conducting business necessitates a solid backing. 1,000 taels of gold cannot compare to the might of a single weapon. The essence of a businessman lies in being a lubricant, skillfully navigating various domains, identifying needs, and providing services. The grand theories of marketing have thoroughly elucidated the relationship between political power, a concept Chun Yu is intimately familiar with. This is a token of appreciation from your younger brother. I hope third brother might indulge me this favor. Chun Yu presented a document. Third brother, with a look of skepticism, picked up the document, and a smile gradually spread across his face. Chun Yu truly knows how to make things work. He has done his homework exceptionally well. This document pertains to the new profit-sharing agreement of Hongdao Real Estate. Chun Yu has voluntarily relinquished 5 percentage points, a figure that is by no means insignificant. Given the future development of Hongdao Real Estate, this could translate into profits in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Brother Sin chuckled, acknowledging Chun Yu's generosity, although he had not anticipated such magnanimity, nor the manner in which it was executed. Although Chun Yu has conceded 5 percentage points in profit sharing, he remains unyielding regarding his equity stake. This gesture not only fulfills a social obligation, but also demonstrates his principles and resoluteness. Neither servile nor arrogant, he embodies the notion of reciprocity. Such individuals are destined for greatness. This 5 percentage point concession is rightfully due to Brother San, whose efforts on my behalf have far exceeded that amount. The success of my Maiwita is predominantly attributed to Brother San's intervention during the critical juncture of the lawsuit. Otherwise, my enterprise would have faced ruin. Chun Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Brother Chun, I have always been curious about what inspired you to venture into the delivery business. Your company appears quite promising for the average entrepreneur, but is it truly suitable for you? Brother Sin hesitated, finding it difficult to continue. The delivery industry indeed represents an untapped market, yet its profit margins are relatively low. Furthermore, the market conditions may not be particularly favorable. While it may be a commendable pursuit for typical university students, Chun Yu possesses substantial financial backing and should be exploring larger arenas. Instead, he seems to be naively clinging to this delivery market, akin to the saying of picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Chun Yu did not deny it. Indeed, merely engaging in food delivery was insufficient for him. However, he was developing an app, and evidently, few comprehended the intricacies of app platform operations. To outsiders, Chun Yu appeared merely as a food delivery person, with little regard for the platform facilitating the service. Yet, Chun Yu envisioned a scenario where the food delivery was in service to the platform. Third brother, take a look at this, Chun Yu chuckled, presenting the app he had just developed. What is this software? Did you create it yourself? Third brother inquired, examining the app that appeared quite polished. Under Chun Yu's guidance, he quickly learned to navigate it, finding that placing orders was remarkably straightforward and real-time tracking added a layer of convenience. The app's design truly captivated third brother. He was so impressed that he contemplated making an order himself. The one-click, user-friendly operation was indeed highly convenient, and each segmented section was crafted with care, perfectly embodying the essence of efficiency and reliability. The synergy between Chun Yu's food delivery service and this app was innovative. With this app, his delivery operations could undoubtedly reach a broader audience. In terms of both operation and usability, it was the best app one had ever encountered, truly remarkable. Third brother generously bestowed high praise upon it. Demonstrating his acumen, third brother quickly considered back-end maintenance and software promotion. Such astute individuals possess a profound understanding of new developments. which is precisely why they consistently remain ahead of the curve. However, this application primarily focuses on food delivery. Once the delivery market reaches saturation, I believe profitability may diminish. Although your delivery fees are relatively low, they may still be unacceptable for some individuals from ordinary backgrounds. After some contemplation, Sang-gu realized that during the initial promotional phase, his target audience consisted mainly of students and white-collar workers. The general populace might not be as receptive. Many local restaurants offer free deliveries, whereas Chinyu charges a delivery fee of 3 yuan. It is likely that the average consumer would prefer to pick up their meals rather than opt for delivery. Moreover, the app relies on smart devices, which are predominantly utilized by the younger generation. Overall, the market demand appears limited. From the perspective of the rapid advancement of mobile technology and network upgrades, the proliferation of smartphones has indeed been swift. Furthermore, my true objective extends beyond mere food delivery. The Maiwada platform is currently leveraging food delivery as a means of outreach. Once it gains widespread adoption, I will have access to a substantial user base, leading to immense profitability. My intention is not to collect fees from customers, but rather to generate revenue from the merchants. Chinyu's gaze fixed intently on Sang-gu, collecting fees from merchants and cultivating a user base to enhance the platform. Food delivery is merely a promotional strategy. Good heavens, what an extraordinary vision and operation. Initially perceived as the primary market, food delivery now appears merely as a promotional and service tool, while the true product is the application platform itself. Sang-gu was taken aback. He had never encountered such an ingenious business model. So clever and grand in scope, it was nothing short of brilliance. As Chinyu articulated, once success is attained, it transcends the mere act of food delivery. The potential of this market is simply immeasurable, with limitless opportunities for expansion. Such an operational model is undeniably unprecedented. Chinyu, your ideas are remarkably audacious. The astonishment of the third brother has only just begun. Merely the concept of a platform has left him in a state of excitement that lingers. My aspirations extend far beyond this. I intend to transform the app into a comprehensive one-stop solution. Once logged in, users will have access to an array of experiences, dining, entertainment, and leisure. From hotel accommodations and travel guides to culinary reviews and local errands, everything will be integrated into a cohesive operational model. Essentially, by logging into Maiwada, all daily needs will be met, with food delivery being merely one facet of the service. Chinyu spoke with pride about his vision, determined to establish a fully developed Maiwada before the emergence of Meitu. Chapter 65. Work Achievements. Third brother's excitement was palpable as he nearly spilled his cup of tea. The audacity of the venture left him in a state of astonished disbelief. One could only envision how immensely popular Maiwada would become. It would no longer be a mere toy in the hands of the youth, but rather an indispensable element of daily life, seamlessly integrating into the routines of all individuals. The benefits would solely accrue to the users, with the merchants bearing the costs. The formidable capabilities of Maiwada compelled them to participate. For to forego, it would mean relinquishing access to a vast and mature market. Merchants, too, were eager to join Maiwada, as it promised substantial returns. Naturally, customers would flock to it, for convenience and speed are precisely what modern society demands. This scenario presented a trifecta of advantages, with Maiwada emerging as the foremost beneficiary. Chinyu, I, and our Shanshui Manor wholeheartedly support this initiative, third brother declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, I will send the contract to your email tomorrow for your review, he added. Yuan Lanqi, too, recognized the formidable market potential of Maiwada. After bidding farewell to Chinyu, third brother found himself utterly convinced by Chinyu's vision and the operational model of the app. Chinyu's insights and capabilities far exceeded their expectations. Although third brother was a formidable figure in the business realm, possessing keen market sensitivity and foresight, he felt as though he and Chinyu belonged to entirely different worlds. Chinyu's observational prowess was extraordinary. He discerned future trends from the minutiae, and his strategic responses were nothing short of exemplary. The proposals he crafted bypassed even the experimental phase, aiming directly for maturity. Yuan Lanqi, dismiss all those tracking Chinyu. Sang-gu gazed after Chinyu's departing figure, filled with profound reflections. Sang-gu, in doing so, we will lose our grasp on Chinyu's movements. This seems rather undesirable. Yuan Lanqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Given Chinyu's formidable prowess, why not bolster our numbers instead of relinquishing our pursuit? Let them go. Continuing to follow serves no purpose. Yu has likely been aware for quite some time. Upon our first encounter, he anticipated everything I wished to convey. He has seen through me, while I remain unable to decipher him. Despite our prolonged surveillance during his deliveries, who among us has discerned his true intentions? Even if we could, can you assure me that you would execute it better than Yu? Sang-gu turned to Yuan Lanqi. Yuan Lanqi shook her head, acknowledging that Yu is indeed unparalleled. No one can replicate the exquisite flavors he crafts. Only he possesses that unique capability. Even if his plans were laid bare before Yuan Lanqi, she would be unable to imitate them. They utterly fail to comprehend Yu. Attempting to shadow him yields nothing of substance. Since he is a hero, there is no need to treat him with the cunning of a villain. Honesty should be our stance. Let us withdraw. With a grand gesture, Sang-gu strode gracefully into the depths of Shanshui Manor. Yuan Lanqi regarded the tea set on the table, seemingly enlightened by some realization. Upon exiting Shanshui Manor, Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. The oppressive weight that the manor had once imposed upon him had now dissipated entirely. He glanced back at the ancient gates, which no longer felt formidable. He could enter or leave at will, standing for the first time on equal footing with Shanshui Manor. Yu's capabilities have been validated, and Sang-gu has completely placed his trust in him. As Yu stepped out of the villa, he found the outside world desolate, devoid of the awaited Audi. He walked along the side of the road, relishing the fragrant aroma of the trees. This was the essence of freedom. The following day, the Shanshui Manor delivered the contract. Its terms decidedly conventional. Lawyer Huang meticulously reviewed it 3 times, finding no issues whatsoever. He was astonished, for it was the first time he had witnessed Shanshui Manor adopting such a humble stance in contractual dealings. This prompted him to cast a furtive glance at Yu. With the lawyer's approval, Yu confidently affixed his signature to the document. The affiliation with Shanshui Manor undoubtedly served as a mark of recognition and prestige. The most opulent private estate in Jingzhou had acknowledged Meiwaida, facilitating smoother negotiations with other establishments. Furthermore, the association with Shanshui Manor provided an implicit assurance and a bandwagon effect in the eyes of potential partners. Today, Yu summoned everyone for an important announcement. He arrived at the Meiwaida store early and gathered all the staff. "What is it, President Chen?" they inquired, bewildered. The recent launch of the Meiwaida app, while alleviating their operational burdens, has concurrently made things exceedingly convenient for clients, resulting in a steadily increasing volume of orders. I am aware of your recent successes, and thus, I am preparing for expansion, Yu declared. Haha, Mr. Chen, you must praise me this time. I have successfully negotiated with all the residential communities and businesses on Ping'an Street. Once we go online, I assure you it will be a splendid expansion. Yuan Wei was exceedingly proud. Ever since Mr. Chen's words had inspired him, he immediately began to take action. His vision had transcended the educational park. Mr. Chen, my customer service team has expanded more than double. Although I did not seek your approval, I believe that once Meiwaida expands, customer service will be the most essential aspect. I am no longer apprehensive. Even if your expansion is rapid, my team will keep pace. Huabin was equally resolute. Haha, you have all taken credit for your achievements. We are not to be underestimated. Yu Yong laughed heartily. We have become thoroughly acquainted with all the routes in the surrounding business districts, and every delivery person must familiarize themselves with the area after their shifts. We are now intimately familiar with Ping'an Street. Wei Hu promptly reported their work results. It seemed everyone was convinced that Mr. Chen's expansion into Ping'an Street was foolproof. As soon as the stores opened, they would enter the market at lightning speed. You have all done wonderfully. However, what I referred to does not involve expanding into Ping'an Street. Mr. Chen smiled with a hint of mischief. What? Not expanding into Ping'an Street? That is inconceivable. Why not expand into Ping'an Street? It is the most stable option. The educational park nearby has attracted numerous businesses. Once they expand their point of sale, entering the market will be effortless. Moreover, they have all prepared for this expansion, and yet at this moment, Mr. Chen declared not to expand into Ping'an Street. Initially filled with enthusiasm, everyone exchanged puzzled glances at a loss for words. I have already established strongholds throughout the city, directly seizing control of Jingzhou City. Yu, without hesitation, boldly proclaimed this. What? An expansion to encompass the entirety of Jingzhou City? Surely, this must be a jest. They had only just managed to gain a foothold in the education park, and the expansion into Ping'an Street was already a remarkable feat yet. Yu audaciously proposed to extend the entire urban area. This revelation detonated like thunder among the crowd, leaving everyone speechless. Their minds were blank. What? How could this be possible? What was Chunyu even suggesting? Chapter 66. Market expansion. Mr. Chun, are you suggesting an expansion throughout the entire city? An employee inquired, his voice trembling with trepidation. Indeed. The entire city, Chunyu affirmed, proceeding to organize personnel without further ado. As he orchestrated this endeavor, those designated as regional managers remained oblivious to their newfound authority, standing in a daze, devoid of excitement. It appeared as though Chunyu was merely entertaining himself while they were preoccupied with their immediate tasks. Do you believe I am merely dreaming? Chunyu observed their reactions, bewildered himself. Each individual had been promoted, their salaries doubled, yet they all seemed entranced, as if caught in a fantastical reverie. No, not at all, they replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in their voices. Yu Yong, Yuan Wei, Hua Bin, and Wei Hu. You are appointed as my designated regional managers. I urge you to visit your respective regional headquarters immediately. The addresses have been provided to you. Chunyu commanded, summoning the four from the crowd with an authoritative tone. Without hesitation, they set off, unwilling to delay, opting for taxis to reach their destinations. All other store managers, proceed to your respective managed stores at once. Chunyu bellowed, instigating a mass exodus, leaving only the designated regional managers behind. Upon arriving at the addresses Chunyu had given, they were utterly astonished. The stores had seemingly sprung up overnight. The familiar signage of Mayweather, its emblem, and the identical decor left them in a state of disbelief as they constantly examined the street signs. Could it be that Chunyu has relocated the headquarters of Mayweather to the educational park? My goodness, this building truly serves as the regional headquarters, with an entire floor dedicated to Mayweather. The interior decor is identical, and each department is represented, with their organizational layout remaining unchanged. They have genuinely become the regional executives. It seems implausible. Yet, how does one explain this office, this logo, this entire setting? Greetings, General Manager Yu. Greetings, General Manager Yuan. Greetings, General Manager Hua. Greetings, General Manager Wei. What? Is it truly their own? Is this genuinely the regional headquarters of Mayweather? They have indeed ascended to the position of executives. Inside the office building, all the employees stand in the corridors, awaiting the arrival of their leaders for an inspection. Their executives, however, appear as bewildered as Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, startled by the organized greetings and retreating to the entrance to repeatedly verify the address and sign. It is indeed real. My goodness, how could this be? Almost overnight, Mayweather has expanded throughout Jingzhou, with all the necessary facilities in place. It feels as if it were an illusion. Not only has Mayweather transformed, but they themselves have also undergone a metamorphosis. They are now truly executives. On this day, all employees are filled with fervor, presenting their most spirited selves as they embrace their first day of work and the arrival of their leaders. Yet, on this day, all the executives appear dazed, forgetting even how to walk or drink water. This day marks not only a significant moment for the employees of Mayweather, but resonates throughout the entire city of Jingzhou. Mayweather, once a relatively obscure enterprise, has suddenly become a household name throughout the city, with nearly every report highlighting its significance. Whether through radio advertisements, train car promotions, or illuminated billboards, the public discourse is dominated by Mayweather. Even public media outlets, such as newspapers, are fervently analyzing its impact, creating an atmosphere where one feels as though they are not a resident of Jingzhou if they do not engage in discussions about Mayweather. With astonishing speed, Mayweather has responded to the surge of attention, resulting in an overwhelming influx of registrations. This phenomenon is partly due to Chunyu's promise that all users who registered before the launch of Mayweather would be entitled to a complimentary meal valued at 100 yuan. With the official launch slated for 1 month hence, the allure of a 100 yuan feast is irresistible, requiring merely a simple registration on a mobile application. The temptation is immense. As the customer service department opened its doors, the servers were quickly overwhelmed. Not only the service department, but all branches of the company were bustling with activity. The marketing team tirelessly scoured the streets and buildings, while an uncountable number of merchants eagerly joined the initiative. Given the successful case studies from the education park, there was no doubt about Mayweather's potential. Moreover, joining posed no risk to them. The operation was straightforward. Once Mayweather commenced its operations, their delivery orders would multiply exponentially. Who would be foolish enough to turn away from financial gain? Consequently, the workdays at Mayweather became extraordinarily hectic. The Human Resources Department conducted interviews daily, the delivery team engaged in constant training, and the customer service group managed to handle user inquiries while also preparing menus. Under the guidance of Chun-Yu, the Market Development Department, while diligently collecting information on snacks, has not neglected the vast realms of restaurants, hotels, and inns. This extensive market expansion has left the entire department in a frenzy. Everyone is overwhelmed with work, while Chun-Yu remains indifferent, continuing his studies at the university. During class intervals, instructors greet him with respect, and in the business administration department, even the marketing professors bow to him. Occasionally, they invite him to the podium to share his insights, while he listens attentively like any other student. After class, they eagerly bombard him with inquiries regarding stocks, futures, investments, and entrepreneurship, treating him as if he were a distinguished professor and themselves the most diligent of students. "You still attend classes, President Chin?" Songjia teases him. Before the faculty and student body, Chun-Yu has become an almost untouchable figure, and those who encounter him do so with utmost politeness. Only Songjia treats him as she always has. Only in her presence does Chun-Yu display an endearing innocence akin to that of a child. Nevertheless, he acknowledges the necessity of attending classes, admitting, "After all, my knowledge in this area is rather limited." There is not a hint of disdain in his words. Instead, he humbly absorbs every lesson in finance and accounting. The professors are profoundly moved, realizing that such a prominent individual still chooses to attend their lectures, displaying a level of seriousness surpassing that of any student in the room. The entire class feels a wave of shame, recognizing that while they are merely aspiring students who occasionally skip classes, Chun-Yu, a successful executive, is present and wholly engaged. More handsome than you, wealthier than you, more impressive than you, and even more diligent in class, such a presence is utterly suffocating. "I never expected your actions to be so swift." Songjia cast a glance at Chun-Yu. Swift actions are imperative. Without them, once the others awaken, he would lose his dominance. Naturally, this model has yet to be fully comprehended by anyone. Since the last incident, Su Yao has deliberately kept her distance from you. Yet it is evident that she is deeply saddened. After some contemplation, Songjia decided to speak up. "I understand. She simply couldn't grasp it at the moment, and I have forgiven her." Chun-Yu replied indifferently, as if all of this had no bearing on him. A pang of pain pierced Songjia's heart. Chun-Yu's indifference was the greatest wound to Su Yao. Yet, if Chun-Yu were genuinely warm towards Su Yao, it would bring her true joy. It remains uncertain, but the chaos is undeniable. Songjia fell silent, unable to find a resolution amidst these conflicting emotions. Chapter 67. Professional charm. Recently, Chun-Yu had not contemplated such matters, for he was engulfed in a multitude of responsibilities. The situation with Su Yao was the least of his concerns, almost negligible in comparison. In the afternoon, he was to attend a meeting at the invitation of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and although he considered bringing Su Yao along, he ultimately decided against it. After class, he and Songjia had a brief meal at the cafeteria. Zhou Ming had already arrived in a company vehicle to escort Chun-Yu. He was now the bank's most significant patron, having secured another 10 billion in loans for the expansion of Maiwada. The bank treated Chun-Yu with the utmost reverence. "Mr. Chun, please," Zhou Ming said as she opened the car door for him, her hand resting delicately on the frame to prevent him from bumping his head. Her elegant and professional demeanor showcased her professional allure impeccably. Today, Zhou Ming wore a specially tailored business attire, exuding an air of nobility and professionalism. She embodied the essence of a workplace queen, her figure accentuated in a way that was both beautiful and modest, creating an aura that invited admiration yet maintained a respectful distance. "Brother Chun, we are ready to depart," Zhou Ming said, flashing him a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of playfulness. This urban beauty, despite her poised demeanor, revealed a charmingly feminine side as she playfully engaged with Chun-Yu. Chun-Yu found himself almost entranced by her smile, captivated by her beauty and allure. With just that one smile, his heart felt as though it had been enchanted. "Brother Chun, do I look beautiful today?" Zhou Ming inquired, tossing her hair with a graceful flourish. Her raven locks cascaded like dark satin, brushing softly against Chun-Yu's cheek, leaving a lingering fragrance that danced tantalizingly at his nose. "Beautiful," he replied. Chun-Yu nodded earnestly. No, she was not merely beautiful, she was breathtakingly exquisite. Her delicate, pale arms, elongated legs, and slender waist, when seated beside Zhou Ming, created an internal struggle akin to battling one's own sinful desires. Was she not compelling one towards transgression? Then you should compliment her, Zhou Ming teased with a playful smile. Goodness, you're even acting cute. That's against the rules, Chen Yu retorted, feigning annoyance. Your tongue is too sharp, he added, affectionately pinching her cheek. Her face was wonderfully elastic, a delight to touch. Zhou Ming's skin, exceptionally well-maintained, resembled that of an infant. Drive carefully. Otherwise, I'll be upset, Chen Yu admonished with a tone of mock seriousness. You're so fierce, brother. I'm getting angry, Zhou Ming pouted, her lips a vivid, sensual cherry red, tempting enough to provoke a longing kiss. Enough. Focus on driving. I didn't tell you to chatter, Chen Yu playfully asserted, his large hand playfully targeting her waist. The waist, being one of the most sensitive areas of the body, made Zhou Ming squirm under his touch, erupting in a cascade of melodious laughter. Brother, I won't do it again. You're too naughty. She cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, yet she settled down, concentrating on the road. Upon exiting the car, Chen Yu felt a wave of resignation as he realized they had arrived at the Shanshui Manor. The choice of venue was somewhat expected. After all, Shanshui Manor stood as the grandest luxury estate in Jingzhou. The Industrial and Commercial Bank had evidently spared no expense in hosting an event here, as the costs involved were substantial. Due to the influence of third brother, Chen Yu, who is also a concealed shareholder, finds that his consumption here is almost at no cost. With a sigh, Chen Yu follows Zhou Ming into the venue. Zhou Ming walks ahead of him, responding to everyone with the most enchanting professional smile. The poised Zhou Ming is a stark contrast to the coquettish woman from earlier in the car, causing Chen Yu to break into a sweat. This woman's acting skills are undeniably exceptional. Should she venture into the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable urban star. Ah, Mr. Chun, your presence here truly elevates our gathering, and with you in attendance, this event is bound to be the most prestigious soiree. Zhang Yang flatters Chen Yu upon their meeting. Chen Yu's loan for the culinary venture has certainly benefited Zhang Yang, and the transfer to headquarters is now a confirmed matter. Just yesterday, President Zhang from headquarters lavished praise upon him. I merely came for a meal, Chen Yu quips, shaking Zhang Yang's hand playfully. Chen Yu himself is not particularly inclined to attend such gatherings. However, one cannot choose their circumstances in this world. Such events are indeed the direct channels for networking and cultivating relationships. Moreover, Zhang Yang mentioned that the regional manager of the city's largest dining establishment has also arrived. With Chen Yu's culinary venture just beginning, a collaboration with this establishment could significantly enhance their delivery services, which is also part of his reason for attending. Mr. Chun, please come inside. Zhou Ming, today, if Mr. Chun is not well taken care of, I will hold you accountable. Zhang Yang feigned a glare at Zhou Ming. Rest assured. President, Zhou Ming replied, linking her arm with Chen Yu and leaning against him. Zhang Yang observed the scene before him and departed with a smile, confident that with Zhou Ming present, Chen Yu was inescapably ensnared. Zhou Ming, the enchanting flower of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, was a formidable ally. With her involvement, there was little doubt Chen Yu would be intrigued. As Chen Yu regarded Zhou Ming's demeanor, a sense of bemusement washed over him. Although he felt somewhat reluctant to diminish her pride, he acquiesced, recalling the times when he had appointed Zhou Ming as the representative for Mayweather. Although the representation had been put on hold after the brand expanded citywide, she remained the undisputed choice. Moreover, being embraced by a beautiful woman was a temptation no man could easily resist. The softness of her form pressed against his arm evoked an intoxicating sensation. Brother, today I am yours, Zhou Ming playfully cooed, her charm evident. Chen Yu chuckled softly, surveying the banquet hall. The attendees were prominent figures, and while this venue might not rival the opulence of the magical metropolis, its grandeur was nonetheless impressive. Virtually every beauty from the upper echelons of Jingzhou society was gathered here, exuding an allure that seemed to repel the unworthy. Yet, when approached by the elite, these women would unveil a gentleness akin to the nurturing spring rain, their exquisite faces, voluptuous figures, and voices sweet enough to ignite a hormonal frenzy captivated all. Chen Yu found himself lost in reflection, reminiscing about his past life when he would dare not gaze upon beautiful women for fear of being perceived as a lecherous rogue. Even a mere glimpse of a well-endowed figure or long, graceful legs would compel him to feign casualness, all to steal an additional few seconds of admiration. If ever caught by a woman's discerning eye, he would be met with disdainful glares, as if he were the most despicable of wolves. Now, as far as the eye can see, There are enchanting beauties, adorned in attire that reveals their legs, exposes their backs, and plunges into daring, deep V necklines, some nearly reaching their abdomens. A uniform display of captivating women, distinct from the typical internet celebrity visage. These are socialites who ardently avoid any semblance to one another. Each possesses a unique charm and allure. In times past, Chinyu would not have dared to adopt a posture of dominance. Even the act of gazing up with a hint of admiration would not have been met with disdain. He remained still, quietly seated, as numerous distinguished ladies approached him, engaging in amiable conversation. Chapter 68. A textbook acquisition. If the former Chinyu were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Those girls, sneaking glances, were all reaping their rewards, hoping for a chance to engage in conversation. Yet their eyes confirmed what they already knew. They were all beyond his means. Sir, why do you not mingle? A woman clad in a flowing black backless gown glided gracefully to Chinyu's side. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Her alabaster skin was captivating, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it with but a single glance. If she were to stroll down the street, countless admirers would surely be driven mad, dreaming of her as the enchanting heroine in their nightly fantasies. I prefer tranquility. Chinyu elegantly raised his champagne glass, offering a subtle gesture. You are so very young, the woman remarked, unable to suppress her admiration as she had observed Chinyu from afar. It was astonishing that such a youthful man was received with such grandeur upon entering, and his understated demeanor upon arriving at the event made one wonder if he had indeed entered the correct hall. Throughout the evening, he engaged in only brief exchanges with a select few familiar faces, later retreating to the second floor to observe the ballroom dance below. As if utterly detached from it all, this air of aloofness not only astounded the woman, but also intrigued those he briefly conversed with, each of whom was a prominent figure at the banquet. The youth's identity only fueled her fascination. She believed her nearly flawless physique would surely earn his admiration. Yet he merely offered succinct responses. May I accompany you for a while? The woman politely inquired, seeking Chinyu's consent. There's plenty of space. Feel free to sit. Throughout the entire process, Chinyu neither displayed overwhelming joy nor exhibited disdain. His demeanor was as tranquil and unassuming as water. Thank you. May I inquire your esteemed name for the sake of address? The woman offered a slight smile, extending her delicate hand in a gesture of goodwill. Unlike his past life, where a renowned socialite's overture would have sent him into a frenzy of excitement, the poise he exuded in this rebirth resembled that of a sovereign, graciously conveying his amicability. Chinyu, Suzume. Could it be that Mr. Chun is the illustrious director of the delectable venture renowned in Jingzhou? A sudden realization struck Suzume. It's merely a small business, nothing of consequence, Chinyu replied courteously, clinking glasses with her. A small business, you say? It has managed to saturate the market overnight. What enterprise possesses such audacity? She pondered, recalling her own participation in the promotional activities during a recent surge in food delivery services, and could not help but admire Chinyu's boldness. The application's functionality and user experience were nothing short of impeccable. Here sat the founder of a formidable enterprise in Jingzhou. Mr. Chun, you truly embody the heroism of youth. Such an expansive commercial strategy appears to you as merely trivial. Suzume raised her glass once more in respect to Chinyu. Miss Su possesses extraordinary grace. May I inquire about your profession? Chinyu took a sip of his drink. I am responsible for the operational planning of rolling symbols, currently overseeing the news project for Tushio. Suzume replied with a calm demeanor. What? Tushio? Could it be? She is responsible for today's headlines. Isn't it that news app that has become wildly popular this year? Oh, Miss Su is involved in the media. I wonder what her plans entail. Chinyu expressed curiosity. If he were to invest in the project of today's headlines at this moment, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Considering future trends, the market value of today's headlines could soar into the hundreds of billions of US dollars. At present, there are no concrete plans, yet Mr. Chun has inspired us. And we also intend to venture into the internet, utilizing it as a vehicle for promotion. Suzume candidly expressed her admiration for Chinyu's Maiwada model. Indeed, Suzume and her team possess an astute sense of opportunity, proving themselves to be future magnates. Their Maiwada has just begun operating under the app model, and they immediately envisioned that their today's headlines could adopt a similar approach. The future iteration of today's headlines will undoubtedly emerge as a flawless app, excelling in news delivery and developing various other projects, effectively encompassing entertainment initiatives. Since you were so intrigued by my app, I wonder if there might be an opportunity for collaboration. By the way, the development of the MyWida app was entirely our own endeavor, and Modu Shuanda Technology Company Limited is also under my ownership. Chinyu mentioned Shuanda Technology as casually as one might refer to a car. Shuanda Technology may have previously gone unnoticed, but with the launch of the MyWida app, that is bound to change. Lu Tingfei, the general manager of Shuanda Technology, swiftly seized the opportunities within the app market. Under the guidance of Chinyu, he nearly monopolized the majority of app development projects in the bustling metropolis. Shuanda Technology has evolved beyond a mere startup. It is soaring at an extraordinary pace, having directly acquired a formidable software development company, Phonlay Technology. The acquisition process itself was nothing short of exemplary. Remarkably, the mastermind behind this operation stands before her, Chinyu. It is truly astounding. Despite their numerous attempts to collaborate with Shuanda Technology, they had always struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Yet, unexpectedly, the chance lay right before her. Su Zimei's cultivated demeanor could scarcely contain her excitement. Indeed, Shuanda Technology is also yours. Are you truly considering a partnership with us? Su Zimei grasped Chinyu's hand, so exhilarated that she failed to notice how tightly her nails had dug into his arm. Oh, I apologize. I truly did not mean to, Chinyu remarked, prompting Su Zimei to recognize her discourtesy. She immediately released his hand, her cheeks flushing a vibrant red, akin to ripe apples. How could she have been so impolite? How would she face Chinyu now? Indeed, I believe we should discuss the specifics at a more opportune moment. What do you think? Chinyu inquired, handing Su Zimei a business card, which, notably, belonged to the chairman of MyWida. Su Zimei accepted the card with a sense of reverence, as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, cradling it delicately in her hands. She bestowed upon Chinyu the sweetest, most enchanting smile, sincerely bowing in his direction. Yet, this bow nearly caused Chinyu to sputter in shock. The sight was truly overwhelming. It was rather pronounced, perhaps even bordering on a size E. He chuckled nervously, attempting to dismiss the situation. No worries, it's all quite polite, he stammered, feeling quite awkward. Su Zimei, realizing only after her bow that she was adorned in an evening gown, had chosen not to wear a bra for aesthetic reasons, opting instead for adhesive patches. Mortified, she felt her face ignite with embarrassment. The audacity to bow was now a source of humiliation, as she feared everything had been revealed. Her cheeks burned as if ablaze, and she could scarcely meet Chinyu's gaze, stealing only furtive glances. Noticing his discomfort, she understood he had seen everything, and the shame within her made her wish to vanish into the ground, lamenting how she had found herself in such a predicament. Chapter 69. Display of authority. I have matters to attend to. I wish to take my leave. Chinyu swiftly concocted an excuse to depart. The recent indulgences were undeniably overwhelming. Such a devilishly captivating figure could indeed lead one to an untimely demise. Were it not for my self-restraint, I shudder to think of the resources I might squander. It is prudent to conserve for the greater good. Chinyu navigated towards the stage, intentionally weaving through the crowd, seemingly crafting a moment of respite for Su Zimei. Ah, what brings you down here, President Chen? Zhou Meng inquired, wrapping her arm around Chinyu with a flirtatious demeanor. As a bank employee, Zhou Meng seized the opportunity granted by Chinyu's tacit approval to attend the ball, recognizing that networking was the cornerstone of her profession and essential for her career. Chinyu was well aware of this, and he refrained from being overly domineering. After all, Zhou Meng was a celebrated socialite of Jingzhou. Are you planning to engage with her? Zhou Meng teased, playfully caressing Chinyu's cheek. We are merely conducting a business exchange. Chinyu detected a hint of jealousy in Zhou Meng's tone, surprised that this girl could be envious. During what was ostensibly a routine business interaction, Zhou Meng found herself seething as she observed the closeness between Chinyu and Su Zimei. If this was merely a standard exchange, what might an extraordinary interaction entail? Though Zhou Meng possessed a figure that could rival Su Zimei's, the latter's long-standing dedication to dance had endowed her with an elegance that Zhou Meng could not match. Furthermore, Su Zimei's physique was meticulously maintained, her curves alluring and her slender form enchanting. Her pair of large, expressive eyes were positively mesmerizing. Ah, President Chen, there you are. I have been searching for you. Zhang Yang observed Chinyu's delight and guided him towards the buffet station in the Grand Hall. Mr. Wang. This is the director of Hongda Real Estate and MyWida, our youngest CEO, Mr. Chen, Zhang Yang announced with great formality, presenting Chinyu to a middle-aged gentleman. Oh, quite impressive, young and accomplished, The man nodded, offering a perfunctory compliment. Mr. Chun, this gentleman is the leading figure in our Jingzhou catering industry. The regional director of Yang's Foods, renowned for its chain of canteens and other establishments that dominate the local food sector. Zhang Yang introduced Mr. Wang with utmost politeness, his tone laden with flattery and respect. Good day, Mr. Wang, Chen Yu greeted courteously, extending his hand for a handshake. You're too kind. I am merely a worker and do not deserve such praise, Mr. Wang replied, though he refrained from shaking Chen Yu's hand. Ha ha ha, the banquet is about to commence. Let us take our seats, Zhang Yang remarked, sensing the awkwardness in the air due to Mr. Wang's refusal to engage. Chen Yu, undeterred, merely offered an awkward smile. After all, he recognized his current standing was rather modest, and his youth inevitably drew condescension. He deemed it unnecessary to harbor resentment towards such short-sighted individuals. As they took their seats, Chen Yu naturally found himself at the head of the table, opting for a secluded position. Given the stature of these seasoned entrepreneurs, he felt his qualifications were too immature to assert any prominence. He humbly placed himself at the lowest rank, aware that disputes over seating hierarchy were futile and ultimately inconsequential. The height of a seat corresponds to the height of one's status, and this status is predicated upon one's capabilities. As long as one possesses strength, regardless of the passage of years, one is naturally elevated. Conversely, without such strength, no matter how esteemed one's lineage, one remains relegated to the lower echelons. Society is indeed ruthless. The demonstration of ability is paramount. When one possesses the requisite skills, recognition will come effortlessly, without the need for contention. This gathering is hosted by our esteemed industrial and commercial bank, and I extend my gratitude for your unwavering support. All present are distinguished elites and leaders from the realms of finance and business. At this moment, let us invite Mr. Wang, a prominent figure in the Jingzhou catering industry, to deliver a few words. Zhang Yang steps onto the stage to open the proceedings. Following Mr. Wang's brief address, the feast commences. Throughout the event, Chen Yu diligently serves his seniors, assuming the role of a junior, consuming very little himself. Moreover, he refrains from indulging in alcohol, politely sidestepping several offers of toasts. Chen, my friend, abstaining from alcohol is not acceptable. Another guest approaches him with a drink. Chen Yu harbors a strong aversion to drinking. With an abundance of fine dishes at hand, why must one resort to drinking to the point of nausea? Such actions are not only unnecessary but also detrimental to one's health, ultimately leading to a plethora of ailments. Inebriation often results in embarrassing antics, clouding one's judgment. In such gatherings, a clear mind is of the utmost importance. I apologize, but I truly cannot drink, Chen Yu courteously responds, holding a beverage with his glass lower than that of the man before him. Huh, you think that can fill a wine glass? Pour it all in. Fill it to the brim. Let us have a toast. The man seized the wine glass from Chen Yu's hand, emptied its contents, and filled it with white liquor instead. Come on, let us toast, he said, a smug look in his eyes, filled with disdain, as he awaited the spectacle of Chen Yu drinking. Hey, why aren't you drinking? The man had already downed his drink, yet Chen Yu remained unmoved. You spilled my drink, so I've technically finished it. This glass is yours. You drink it, Chen Yu insisted, handing the glass back to the man. What? Is this how it works? The man, feeling disrespected, thought it a privilege to pour the drink for someone like Chen Yu, yet he was met with insolence. You, Chen Yu, don't you understand? I poured this for you out of respect. How dare you refuse to drink? The man's displeasure grew. I've already told you, I don't drink. And I never asked you to pour it for me. Thank you, Chen Yu replied, showing no regard for the man's feelings as he calmly sat down and resumed eating, leaving him ignored. How dare you? I, the CEO of Tianning Group, pour you a drink, and you respond with such insolence? Who do you think you are? The man slapped Chen Yu's chopsticks from his hands and pulled them up forcefully. Yes, how can this brat be so ungrateful? When President Liu pours him a drink, he doesn't even acknowledge it. He thinks he has something special just because he runs a real estate company. Tianyu Group is the largest real estate development company in Jingzhou, and Hongda pales in comparison. The man in question is Liu Zhongnan, the largest real estate mogul in Jingzhou. Currently, due to the sluggish state of the real estate market, his situation is not particularly prosperous. However, despite his modest standing, being the foremost real estate magnate in Jingzhou still commands respect. In a few years, as the real estate sector rebounds, anyone involved in property dealings will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Chen Yu's current achievements in Jingzhou are nothing short of miraculous, yet they merely signify that he is a hidden talent rather than a soaring dragon. Among this group, his status remains insufficient. Moreover, others perceive Chen Yu's actions as inappropriate. When a distinguished figure pours you a drink, failing to express gratitude and refusing to partake in the offered beverage is a blatant disregard for social etiquette, leaving others feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 70. A display of embarrassment. However, what Chen Yu perceived was not a gesture of goodwill, but rather a mocking provocation. Lu Zhongnan, noticing Chen Yu's refusal to drink, believed he possessed the right to force liquor upon him, eager to witness Chen Yu's humiliation. Chen Yu's disregard for his pretensions only fueled Lu's irritation, as he remained fixated on his meager pride and trivial vanity. The wine is for you to pour. I make no request for you to serve me. Furthermore, I am unable to consume alcohol. Chen Yu dismissed Lu Zongnan's hand, indifferent to the gazes of those surrounding them. Well, it seems that Chairman Chen cannot hold his liquor. Allow me to drink on his behalf, Zhang Yang interjected hastily, seizing the glass and downing its contents in one gulp. I must say, Zhang, not everything can be substituted, remarked Wang, seated at the head of the table, his words devoid of any real substance. Zhang Yang, awkwardly clutching the glass, glanced at Lu Zhongnan and then back at Wang. As the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Zhang's standing was, in truth, insufficient. Should these magnates conspire to deplete their resources within the bank, Zhang's fortunes would swiftly come to an end. Let us all be civil. It is a rare occasion to gather. There is no need for such hostility. How about we settle for half a glass? Chairman Chen struggles with alcohol, so let us have him drink just half. Zhang Yang attempted to mediate. Zhang, who do you think you are? You drink the wine I pour. Can you really take my place? Half a glass is unacceptable. Damn it. A whole bottle it is. You will drink an entire bottle today, or I shall not relent, Lu Zhongnan declared, slamming a bottle of wine down before Chen Yu. Now, Chen Yu had thoroughly incited Lu Zhongnan's wrath. A bottle of wine, even in jest, would be quite overwhelming to consume entirely. Who knows if there would be another bottle after this one? Lu Zhongnan's intention is to bring ruin to Chen Yu. The crowd begins to stir, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Chen Yu's humiliation. Forgive me, let me reiterate. I shall not partake in any alcohol, not even a single drop. Chen Yu remains utterly indifferent to the bottle before him, as if the wine bears no significance to his existence. He continues to savor his meal, even taking a bowl of sea cucumber soup to enjoy. By heavens, I will compel you to drink. Should you refuse this bottle today, you shall see the consequences, Lu Zhongnan exclaims, forcefully knocking Chen Yu's sea cucumber soup aside, shattering his bowl and chopsticks in a fit of rage. The sole bottle of wine thuds heavily in front of Chen Yu, an unmistakable affront to his dignity. To self-impose a drink is to acknowledge one's error, Wang, the esteemed figure, remarks calmly. Very well, Wang has spoken, let the spectacle commence. Must Chen Yu disregard even Wang's face? Now that Wang has made his decree, does he dare to abstain? However, the predicament is such that by drinking this bottle, he grants Wang his due respect. Yet what of Lu Zhongnan's honor? Is Lu Zhongnan to be rendered faceless, as if his words are of no consequence? To outsiders, it appears that Chen Yu's fate is sealed. Consuming this bottle undoubtedly leads to further consumption. To abstain today would render him incapable of leaving the hospital, and even so, the rift may never be mended. Wang, should you offer me a drink, I shall courteously respond with a beverage of my own. To all present, I will reciprocate any offered drink with a soft drink in kind. However, if you insist on compelling me to consume alcohol, I regret to inform you of the ensuing consequences. Chen Yu, after delivering a sharp slap to the wine bottle, caused it to shatter instantaneously, with wine and shards of glass splattering in all directions. Both Lu Zhongnan and the onlookers, as well as those dining at the table, recoiled in fear. Chen Yu, do not be so audacious, Mr. Wang, startled by Chen Yu's actions, abandoned his seat, his authority diminished in such a moment, igniting his indignation. Chen Yu, being the youth, had never displayed such arrogance. He had consistently served you all at the table. He had fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a younger person and anticipated that you, as elders, would likewise uphold your duties. Chen Yu, addressing the glass fragments on the table, picked up a clean pair of chopsticks and resumed his meal. Chen Yu, is this your demeanor towards your seniors, your elders? Such insolence, Mr. Wang exclaimed, furious. Then, have you fulfilled your responsibilities as elders? What you desire to witness is merely my embarrassment. You believe that as a junior, my existence is to entertain you at the cost of my dignity. I am sorry. But Chen Yu shall not comply. Unfazed by Mr. Wang's fury, Chen Yu boldly retorted, You, Mr. Wang was taken aback by Chun Yu's blatant disregard for decorum. You have the audacity of a bear and a leopard. Lu Zongnan seethed, recognizing that Chun Yu's words were directed at him. What is the matter? Are you angered by shame? Chun Yu continued defiantly. With such elders as you, I hold no reverence. Come at me. He sat firmly in his place, casting a commanding gaze around the room. How can there be such a person, utterly lacking in manners? Voices murmured in disapproval. Indeed, he should be expelled. Who does he think he is? So self-important. A wave of criticism surged as everyone condemned Chun Yu. Moreover, the previously aggressive demeanor of Lu Zongnan and General Wang, coupled with their blatant disregard for the lives of others, went unchallenged. For those unaccustomed to alcohol, a single bottle could certainly be a matter of life and death. Despite such circumstances, they endured and bore witness. You wish to act with impunity? Very well, I shall allow your arrogance to unfold. Lu Zongnan took direct action. Since dignity could not be restored with grace, he resorted to brute force. Chun Yu shook his head, questioning the necessity of such measures. With a sudden motion, a swift kick was delivered, sending Lu Zongnan hurtling over 2 tables and crashing against the wall. He fell, gasping for breath, his body succumbing to the impact. Alarm spread through the crowd as someone shouted, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, chaos erupted. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Zongnan laboriously rose from the ground, coughing repeatedly. So, how does it feel? Was it worth it for a mere shred of pride? Forcing others to drink brings you satisfaction, does it not? Watching others embarrass themselves fuels your joy. Now, it is you who is the object of ridicule, and others revel in your disgrace. Do you find pleasure in this spectacle? Chun Yu, embodying a sovereign ruler, thundered at everyone present. Silence enveloped the room. Not a soul dared to utter a word, including General Wang, who hung his head in shame. Chun Yu's words pierced their hearts like swords. Indeed, none among them who poured or toasted did so with benevolence. Their intent was to stir trouble, relishing the misfortune of others. If one finds oneself lacking compared to others, one may resort to various means to avoid humiliation. Conversely, if one perceives oneself as superior, one might seek to torment others. This sentiment resonates with all present. However, Chun Yu, the unconventional individual, has become the target of their conquest, and at this moment, the conqueror finds himself in a state of utter disarray, akin to a stray dog. Chun Yu, I shall not back down. Lu Zongnan could not tolerate such disgrace. He charged at Chun Yu with a chair in hand. Bang! With a mere kick, the chair Lu Zongnan wielded was reduced to splinters, while a shard of glass in Chun Yu's grasp was pressed against his neck. Don't do anything reckless. Lu Zongnan stammered, panic-stricken. Facing the threat of death was far from pleasant. In the grand scheme of things, life holds greater significance than pride. Without life, what value does pride possess? Chapter 71. Procrastination, what are you waiting for? Leave. Chun Yu's furious shout sent Lu Zongnan scurrying away in disgrace. Such commanding presence, such audacity. No one anticipated that a youth so young could wield such formidable authority. These self-proclaimed elders felt utterly ashamed, lacking even a fraction of this young man's courage. Yet, this audacity could prove perilous. Displaying such boldness without substantial backing or connections would inevitably render him a target. For now, however, they had no choice but to submit to Chun Yu's overwhelming dominance. Please, take your seats. Mr. Wang, allow me to toast you with this beverage. You wouldn't deny me this courtesy, would you? Chun Yu respectfully raised a glass of what resembled plain water towards Mr. Wang. I will drink, Mr. Wang stammered, lifting his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. This act was, in essence, an acknowledgement of Chun Yu, a moment that stripped Mr. Wang of his dignity. Anyone opposing Chun Yu found themselves in a similarly humiliating position. The atmosphere turned somber. Patrons quietly consumed their meals, with many reluctant to partake in any further drinking, as if Chun Yu's earlier dismissal had imposed an unspoken prohibition against alcohol. Creaking open, the main door swung wide, and a dozen security personnel swiftly encircled Chun Yu. It's him who is causing trouble. Take him away. Lu Zongnan, lurking behind the head of security, wore a sly grin. Kid, you're still too naive. Do you even realize where you are? The owner of this territory won't tolerate your unruliness, he sneered, reveling in the misfortune of others. Having just stepped out, he had promptly sought the assistance of security, leveraging his acquaintance with Yuan Lanqi, the general manager of the Shanshui Manor, ensuring his words carried weight. Where? Chun Yu inquired, his countenance unwavering. A place to dine. Good heavens, Lu Zongnan exclaimed. Giving Xinyu a thumbs up, "You're the first person I've seen dare to cause a scene at the Shanshui Manor." Indeed, as Xinyu engaged in the altercation, it was anticipated by all present. Shanshui Manor was not a place where just anyone could run amok. Merely gaining entry required a reservation, let alone causing a disturbance. The undercurrents behind Shanshui Manor ran deep. Even dragons had to coil themselves. Evidently, Xinyu, in his impetuousness, was oblivious, presuming his meager abilities rendered him above the law. Zhang Yang, observing the scene, couldn't help but shake his head, realizing Xinyu was truly in trouble this time. "Go," Xinyu instructed the security guard. "Summon your general manager. She should be present." "I apologize, sir," the security captain replied. "Our general manager is occupied and unavailable to meet with you." The security captain thought. As if the general manager is at everyone's beck and call. There was no way he would summon the general manager on account of Xinyu. He was not foolish. "You actually aspire to meet the general manager of Shanshui Manor?" Lu Zhongnan scoffed. "Huh? Do you even know her? She wouldn't deign to meet with trash like you." Everyone joined in mocking Xinyu, a mere deliver man aspiring to meet the general manager of Shanshui Manor. He was simply not qualified. "Very well. If you refuse to summon her," Xinyu declared, "then don't blame me. I'll summon her myself." Disregarding their gazes, he retrieved his phone and began dialing. "This is laughable." Someone remarked, "He actually believes he's someone important, making a call." "Xinyu, do you even possess the general manager of Shanshui Manor's number?" Lu Zhongnan sneered mercilessly. "Shall I provide it for you?" He's probably dialing the service number. He presumed that the Mountain Water Manor was merely an ordinary hotel, where one could escalate matters and seek out the manager for resolution, which was utterly ludicrous. Indeed, he believed that the Mountain Water Manor was a place where he could behave recklessly. Everyone was skeptical of Xinyu, eagerly anticipating his public embarrassment. "Mr. Lu, perhaps we should let this go," Zhang Yang suggested, attempting to reason with Lu Zhongnan, as it was his arrangement and the outcome would reflect poorly on him. "Zhang, do you truly believe I can simply let this slide? Am I not a man?" Lu Zhongnan glared at Zhang Yang. Indeed, Lu Zhongnan's pride had been utterly shattered. The thought of allowing Xinyu to escape unscathed was inconceivable. He would only relent if Xinyu were to perish before him. In front of so many witnesses, Xinyu had audaciously kicked him aside and compelled him to concede, demanding his departure. There was no way Lu Zhongnan could overlook Qinyu's affront. "Mr. Qin, perhaps you should reconsider." "Enough with the confrontation," Zhang Yang interjected, caught in the middle of the escalating tensions. "Mr. Zhang, some matters are best resolved by those involved. Although this situation was orchestrated by you, certain individuals must bear the consequences of their actions," Mr. Wang remarked bluntly. After all, Xinyu had disrespected everyone, including Mr. Wang himself, who had also been humiliated. He was keen to witness Qinyu's misfortune, and with Lu Zhongnan as the enforcer, he could comfortably observe the unfolding drama. "General Manager Yuan, could you please come to the presidential suite? There are matters to discuss." Amidst the clamor, Xinyu had already made a phone call, concluding it swiftly with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Xinyu is indeed putting on a show with his phone call. Who is he attempting to intimidate?" Everyone present erupted in laughter. Finding Qinyu's acting utterly contrived, he mistakenly believed that a mere pretense of making a phone call could intimidate them. Such performance was pathetically poor. Speaking to the general manager of the Shanshui Manor in such a tone, he seemed to think he was issuing orders to a subordinate. How audacious it was for him to address Lu Zhongnan and Yuan Lanqi with such arrogance. Even Mr. Wang would not hastily terminate a call. Xinyu conversed with Yuan Lanqi, as if reprimanding an underling. The notion that the general manager of Shanshui Manor was his subordinate was the height of absurdity. "Sir, I advise you to come along with us sincerely and refrain from wasting time," urged the security captain. Clearly, no one believed that Xinyu could indeed reach Yuan Lanqi. Laughter echoed, as even the security personnel discerned his farce. What more pretense could he maintain? Lu Zhongnan, with a dismissive gesture, remarked, "Xinyu, you are still young. There is no need for such tactics." The attendees, seasoned by life's tempests, had witnessed far more daunting situations. "This petty trick of yours only serves to humiliate yourself further," drawing nothing but disdain. Mr. Wang adopted the posture of an elder admonishing a junior. "Qin, it's time to acknowledge your mistake." Zhang Yang expressed a newfound contempt for Xinyu, surprised by his childishness. "I'm sorry, but you lot do not possess the merit to demand an apology from me," Xinyu retorted, taking a seat, indifferent to the gazes and remarks surrounding him. In the face of absolute power, all harsh words would be abruptly silenced. Now, it was merely a cacophony of self-important swine squealing. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a pristine white professional attire. As she stepped inside, an immediate hush fell over the room. It was not merely her breathtaking beauty or her regal demeanor that left everyone spellbound, but rather the unexpectedness of her presence in this particular setting that rendered them speechless. Yuan, General Manager Yuan, Lu Zongnan stammered, as though he had seen a ghost. Is there something amiss on my face? Yuan Lanqi retorted, taken aback by Lu Zongnan's apparent lack of decorum. No, it is I who have been impolite. Greetings. General Manager Yuan. Lu Zongnan quickly corrected himself, extending his hand to shake hers. Chapter 72. No one dares to provocate Chen Yu. Mr. Wang, you are here as well. Yuan Lanqi approached Mr. Wang directly. It became evident that Yuan Lanqi's presence had no connection to Chen Yu. It was merely a coincidence. However, with Yuan Lanqi's arrival, Chen Yu's fabrications appeared even more feeble and insipid. Mr. Yuan, there is a troublemaker here. He claims to know you. I wonder how you intend to handle this. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yuan Lanqi, Mr. Wang pointed at Chen Yu, seemingly indicating to Yuan Lanqi that this young man was courting disaster. Upon seeing Yuan Lanqi, Chen Yu deliberately turned his back to her, intending to let the onlookers revel for a moment longer. Mr. Chen, you are here, Yuan Lanqi exclaimed, immediately approaching Chen Yu to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I did not expect to see you again so soon after our meeting yesterday. However, I usually enter through the backyard, so the security in the front yard may not recognize me. Chen Yu smiled as he spoke to Yuan Lanqi. The security guards, who had previously surrounded Chen Yu, suddenly found themselves in a state of panic. What was happening? This man was indeed a significant figure. His words were truthful. He truly knew the general manager. It was over for them, completely over. Why are you still standing there? Step back. Yuan Lanqi reprimanded the guards. Instantly, they scattered, realizing that if the general manager had spoken, disobedience would be tantamount to courting death. Mr. Yuan, Lu Zongnan pondered, finally comprehending Chen Yu's true status and why Yuan Lanqi treated him with such deference. I have stated before that you are not worthy to demand my apology in this place, Chen Yu replied, disregarding Lu Zongnan entirely. He has already looked down upon Lu Zongnan. Although Lu Zongnan is currently the largest real estate magnate in Jingzhou, he is insignificant in the presence of Chen Yu. According to memories from a past life, Lu Zongnan was on the brink of bankruptcy after 2019. Having soared to great heights only to be brought low by the subsequent real estate regulations. He was the first to panic, desperately shifting his industrial chain. But every venture ended in loss. Ultimately, even the Tianyu Group fell under the control of others. He was merely a fortunate bumpkin. Now, with Chen Yu around, his demise will be hastened. What on earth is happening? Yuan Lanqi glared at Lu Zongnan. It's a misunderstanding, nothing more than a misunderstanding. Lu Zongnan is not afraid of Chen Yu, but he harbors fear for Yuan Lanqi, and even more so for Brother San. By the way, Chen Yu, Mr. Chen, is also one of the shareholders of our Shanshui Manor. He holds a 10% stake in Shanshui Manor. Yuan Lanqi immediately perceived the underlying tensions between Chen Yu and them. Her announcement was undoubtedly a slap in the face for everyone. This news could not possibly be true. No one could dare to imagine that Chen Yu could possess a stake in Shanshui Manor, let alone 10%. Heavens, who exactly is he? What kind of place is Shanshui Manor that Chen Yu could hold shares? He is a shareholder of Shanshui Manor? No, that is absolutely impossible. Although Shanshui Manor appears to be a luxurious estate on the surface, its significance goes far beyond that. The mere presence of Brother San, the enigmatic figure behind it, makes him someone whom no one dares to provoke. In Jingzhou, whether in business, politics, or the underworld, no one would dare to disrespect Brother San. The mountain and water manor serves as his facade, signifying its immense importance. Chen Yu's stake indicates that he is already a confidant of the third brother, standing on equal ground with him. This is inconceivable. Lu Zongnan stammered, astonished that the junior he once looked down upon had such a formidable background. Zhang Yang was equally astonished, realizing the magnitude of Chen Yu's influence. He felt fortunate to have consistently supported Chen Yu. Had he offended this benefactor, Chen Yu could easily have ruined him. Zhang Yang had contemplated sacrificing Chen Yu for the benefit of those present, yet his conscience held him back. Without Chen Yu's investment of 10 billion and the loan from Mayweather, Zhang Yang would not have the opportunities he currently enjoys. This small bond of gratitude and reluctance rendered him the only person among them who remained unperturbed. Mr. Lu, although conducting business entails welcoming guests, I also possess the right to select my clientele. At present, I am not particularly inclined to welcome you. I wonder what your intentions are, Chun Yu addressed Lu Zhongnan. Upon hearing this, several security guards immediately surrounded Lu Zhongnan, their animosity towards him palpable. Lu Zhongnan had deceived them into believing there was a disturbance, pointing at Chun Yu and branding him a mere troublemaker. How could they have known that he was their own superior? Now, having offended their boss, they feared for their own futures. With orders from their superior to apprehend Lu Zhongnan, every grudge and resentment would be avenged. Moreover, this presented an excellent opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty, and they were determined to take Lu Zhongnan down. Very well, Chun Yu, you are ruthless. We shall meet again. Lu Zhongnan spat venomously before making his exit from the venue. President Zhang, I must take my leave due to pressing matters. You may continue. After Chun Yu spoke to Zhang Yang, he departed. Such dominance, truly overwhelming. Once Chun Yu left, the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Continue? How could they? They could only disperse. Initially, they believed Chun Yu to be naive, but now no one dared to claim he was ignorant of the etiquette of the dining table. It was, in fact, Lu Zhongnan who lacked decorum. Chun Yu's actions were merely to uphold his own rights, with Lu Zhongnan having provoked him first. From that moment forward, no one dared to challenge Chun Yu to drink. By abstaining from alcohol at the table, Chun Yu established his own rules through sheer strength. For strength is the ultimate truth. Now, the fade had crumbled. Moreover, an individual like Mr. Wang likely had little of merit to discuss. Regardless, he would not relinquish the cafeteria and Yang's food company. Personal grievances are one thing. The advancement of enterprises is another. Collaboration is possible, and it presents a mutually beneficial opportunity. If both parties engage, not only will Delicious Reach flourish, but Yang's group will also reap significant benefits. In this scenario, Chun Yu believed that Mr. Wang, as a seasoned executive, would possess the requisite awareness. Chun Yu approached Yuan Wei, entrusting him with this matter, though he did not disclose his past conflicts with Mr. Wang. Following negotiations with Dong Bichang, Yuan Wei's confidence surged, and his professional capabilities soared, bolstered by Chun Yu's influence. His endeavors progressed with remarkable momentum, and he felt assured about the cafeteria project. The next day, Yuan Wei prepared ample materials to meet with Manager Qiao, the head of the cafeteria, to discuss potential collaboration. Influenced by Chun Yu, Yuan Wei has come to understand the necessity of preparing ample data for any undertaking. We inhabit an era dominated by data. Eloquent words pale in comparison to the tangible evidence provided by statistics. In negotiations, there are no fixed phrases. Rather, it is a contest of courage and strength. The manifestation of that strength lies in the company's data, and with Song Jia's assistance. Maiwada's statistics have already been meticulously organized. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Yuan Wei presented his credentials, and the reception staff courteously escorted him to the meeting room. At this moment, Yuan Wei experienced the sensation of leadership. This feeling was truly exhilarating, as he observed the surrounding employees respectfully addressing him as General Manager Yuan. It was an utterly delightful experience. Chapter 73. The confidence of authority. Meiwei is no longer a fledgling enterprise. Yuan Wei holds the esteemed titles of Regional General Manager and Marketing Director. Such a significant position commands respect from all. Every man possesses his own sense of pride, and ascending to the role of a CEO provides immense satisfaction. Yuan Wei has come to understand this deeply. He often reflects on how, had he not crossed paths with Chun Yu, he might have missed out on such invaluable experiences and fulfillment. Observing the bustling junior employees, he frequently ponders whether, had he chosen not to join Meiwei, he would have found himself in a similar position after graduation, exerting every effort for others, remaining in the shadows of anonymity. All of his subordinates are his seniors in terms of experience, and had fate not led him to Chun Yu, these seniors would have mirrored his future. Chun Yu's demeanor towards him, akin to her previous attitude towards all employees at Meiwei, has also shaped the approach of leaders towards their staff. In this realm, Meiwei is regarded as the employer of choice, known for its generous treatment and approachable leadership, attracting countless individuals eager to join its ranks. Good day, General Manager Yuan. I apologize for the wait, Manager Qiao said, arriving promptly and extending a warm handshake. Despite his youth, Yuan Wei is met with utmost courtesy. For Manager Qiao knows that as long as Meiwei thrives, he must treat Yuan Wei with the utmost respect. Xiao Wang, what is the matter? General Manager Yuan has arrived, and yet you have not poured any tea. Manager Qiao reprimanded his subordinate. Manager Qiao, this is not his fault. I instructed him not to serve, Yuan Wei interjected. I am not parched, nor do I require any refreshments. Yuan Wei promptly came to Xiao Wang's aid, providing an explanation that alleviated the pressure from Manager Qiao. Grateful, Xiao Wang looked at Yuan Wei with appreciation. With the data presented, the negotiation unfolded smoothly. And thanks to Yuan Wei's seasoned approach, Meiwaida encountered minimal setbacks. Following this negotiation, Manager Qiao held Yuan Wei in newfound esteem. Initially, he had presumed that Yuan Wei's youth made him susceptible to manipulation, believing he could easily gain advantages. However, Yuan Wei remained unfazed, his resolute demeanor rendering Manager Qiao powerless and compelling him to adopt a more respectful stance. Ultimately, this was inherently a win-win endeavor, though there were some disputes regarding profits. Chen Yu's terms were exceedingly generous, leaving them with no reasonable grounds for refusal. Yuan Wei subtly hinted at Shanshui Manor's inclusion with Meiwaida, which further unsettled Manager Qiao, who dared not haggle. After the negotiations concluded, Yuan Wei exited the cafeteria, while Manager Qiao organized the documentation to send to headquarters. Thank you, Yuan Zong. Xiao Wang called out, having rushed to express his gratitude for Yuan Wei's assistance. Yuan Wei, unsure of how to respond, felt that he had merely offered a casual hand. For Xiao Wang, that was already a significant gesture. Such is life at the bottom, Yuan Wei reflected, gazing at the pitiable Xiao Wang, shaking his head in resignation. Upon sending the materials to the cafeteria's headquarters, Manager Qiao received an immediate rejection, leaving him perplexed. Why is this happening? How could such a promising collaboration be disallowed? He pondered, envisioning the recognition he would receive for successfully executing this partnership, which he believed would illuminate his future prospects. Regarding this project, his commission was undoubtedly expected to exceed 6 figures. However, it currently stands at a mere 2. What precisely has gone awry? Manager Qiao has revised his report repeatedly, yet it remains unapproved. To exacerbate matters, individuals from headquarters have expressed their ire directly at him, threatening dismissal should he continue to pursue this project. He is utterly bewildered and disheartened, as it appears that headquarters is poised to abandon any collaboration with Meiwaida entirely. Mr. Chen, the canteen has not entered into a partnership with us, he reports to Chun Yu, having overheard internal discussions indicating that Yang's food headquarters has negated our collaboration. Yuan Wei feels despondent. A seemingly promising plan has ultimately unraveled. Had Meiwaida allied with the canteen, their takeout business would undoubtedly have flourished. With just a week until the opening, the refusal from Yang's group headquarters has truly scuttled the partnership. Never mind, this was anticipated. It appears their regional manager is rather incompetent, Chen Yu remarks, shaking his head in disbelief at Mr. Wang's pettiness. Willing to forego collaboration for the sake of a trivial ego. Let us announce the partnership with Shanshui Manor tomorrow, Chen Yu instructs Yuan Wei. Isn't it premature to announce this news? Wasn't it supposed to coincide with Meiwaida's inauguration to create a significant media buzz? Yuan Wei ponders. Though he refrains from voicing his concerns, ultimately acquiescing to Chun Yu's directive. Once the news of Meiwaida's collaboration with Shanshui Manor is unveiled, it is set to create another uproar in Jingzhou. The entire dining industry in Jingzhou is abuzz with speculation regarding the remarkable strategies behind Meiwaida, which has managed to forge a partnership with the prestigious Shanshui Manor. Notably, the founder of Shanshui Manor has also invested in Meiwaida. It is astonishing that a modest delivery company has garnered such attention from industry leaders. This company is indeed extraordinary. In the cooperative contract with Sangu, a new clause has been introduced. Sangu trades 10% of Shanshui Manor's shares for 10% of Meiwaida's shares. While it may appear that Sangu is at a disadvantage in the short term, the long-term prospects suggest that Meiwaida's shares will far surpass those of Shanshui Manor in value. However, for the time being, possessing shares in Shanshui Manor is more practical, which explains Chen Yu's agreeable demeanor. This also elucidates the audacious confidence Chen Yu exhibited previously at Shanshui Manor. Humph, this rascal is undermining my authority, Mr. Wang bellowed in his office. Chen Yu's announcement of the collaboration with Shanshui Manor undoubtedly thrust Yang's Foods into the spotlight. With the most upscale estate in Jingzhou now affiliated with Meiwaida, the largest dining enterprise in Jingzhou is left to ponder its next move, igniting further discussions among the public. After all, Mr. Wang is not the owner of Yang's Group, and such rampant rumors have already reached the headquarters. With the headquarters dispatching personnel, Mr. Wang can no longer avoid negotiations with Meiwaida. He had previously hoped to operate under the radar, but Chen Yu has shattered that illusion. Chen Yu, You truly are formidable. Since you have chosen to play this game, do not be surprised if I retaliate, Mr. Wang smirked, devising a plan. Ever since he felt undermined by Chun Yu at Shanshui Manor, he has been meticulously plotting his revenge. The previous collaboration with the cafeteria was abruptly terminated by him, showing no regard for others, without even convening a high-level meeting, effectively vetoing it. Following his investigation, he discovered Chun Yu's Achilles heel, and now a splendid opportunity presented itself. Since Chun Yu had already broken the sky, he would play along and invite a celestial being to deal with Chun Yu. His task was merely to orchestrate the scheme, which had already been meticulously arranged. The headquarters of the Yang Group in Jingzhou was adorned with exceptional elegance. A long red carpet stretched towards the roadside, where General Manager Wang, the highest executive in the Jingzhou region, had long awaited on either side of the path. His respectful demeanor rendered all employees exceedingly tense. If even General Manager Wang displayed such reverence, one could only wonder what kind of person was arriving, prompting them to be cautious of their words and actions, lest they provoke unnecessary trouble. Chapter 74. Open Defiance. At noon, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the headquarters. Mr. Yang stepped out of the vehicle. Just as he exited the car, Mr. Wang promptly approached him, eager to greet their esteemed guest, Mr. Yang. Mr. Wang, your welcome ceremony is rather extravagant, Mr. Yang jested. Mr. Yang, your arrival warrants our utmost enthusiasm, Mr. Wang replied, surprisingly flattering the young man who appeared to be no older than 30, despite his own advanced age. Enough with the pleasantries. You summoned me in haste to ensure this collaboration isn't snatched away by others, Mr. Yang remarked, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Mr. Yang, this project is far from ideal. However, all the senior executives are clamoring to join the collaboration. I'm at my wit's end. Which is why I sought your decisive intervention, Mr. Wang expressed, sounding particularly aggrieved, as if he had been wronged. What a mess. Don't bother me with such trivialities in the future, Mr. Yang retorted, dismissing him with a curt remark before departing. Mr. Wang, chastised by Mr. Yang, found himself devoid of the courage to defend himself. Even as Mr. Yang left, he maintained a facade of cordiality. Typically preoccupied with appearances, Mr. Wang felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Mr. Yang. Who exactly is Mr. Yang? The employees were in a state of panic. And even the highest executive director was reduced to a subordinate, akin to a dog. What did that make them? Yet, while Mr. Wang was berated by Mr. Yang, a subtle, malicious smile crept across his lips, a smile brimming with venom. The scheme had commenced, and his opportunity for revenge had arrived. In that moment, he dialed a number. Hello, Zhang Yang. Please have her come to the Jilly Hotel. Yes, this was specifically requested by our esteemed CEO, Mr. Yang. The president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank wishes to discuss a collaborative opportunity with you. Wang Kuan hurriedly made his way to Mr. Yang's office, which, although technically his own, he now had to yield to Mr. Yang. Wang Kuan, what on earth are you doing? The older you get, the more muddled you seem. You've been following me for about 4 or 5 years, and yet you still come to me with such trivial matters? Mr. Yang admonished without reservation. Mr. Su, I believe the project manager who has come this time will pique your interest, hence my presence here, Wang Kuan began, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence. What? Project manager? It was evident that this old man had ulterior motives. Mr. Yang discerned his hidden agenda. He intended to use the prospect of collaboration as a means to bribe him into facilitating the termination of the partnership with Mayweida. Mr. Yang had just convened a meeting regarding the Mayweida project, and the upper management was overwhelmingly in favor of the collaboration, given the project's promising outlook. Furthermore, Mayweida and Dashatang were perfectly suited for one another. They seemed tailor-made for each other, and with the addition of Shanshui Manor, their confidence in Mayweida only grew stronger. Wang Kuan appeared unable to contain himself, which is why he sought out Mr. Yang for assistance. Upon Mr. Yang's arrival, he swiftly commanded the attention of the entire upper management, rendering them momentarily speechless, although they still advocated for collaboration. Due to Mr. Yang's unique position, many discussions were delicate and could not be openly addressed. It was imperative to afford him respect. At that moment, Wang Kuan was conversing with Mr. Yang about a partnership of minuscule significance, clearly with ulterior motives. Young men, brimming with vigor, would hardly complain about an abundance of women. In the grand lobby of the Glamour Hotel, Zhang Yang had been awaiting for quite some time, accompanied by Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng greeted Wang Kuan and General Manager Yang with the most professional smile, recognizing that attending to such esteemed clients was indeed a monumental opportunity for her. In her mind, she was calculating that if this collaboration came to fruition, her standing at the industrial and commercial bank would be second only to Zhang Yang's, potentially even surpassing that of the vice president. Zhou Ming beamed at General Manager Yang, captivating him with her utmost professionalism. She had deliberately adorned herself for the occasion, and in her tailored attire, she appeared sophisticated and alluring. She epitomized the essence of an urban beauty, with every gesture and smile radiating elegance. For men, this innate office lady charm held an irresistible allure. After all, every employee yearns for an office romance, and every boss desires a professional yet enchanting mistress. Naturally, the general manager aspired to conquer his beautiful business counterpart. General Manager Yang, your name is renowned, and meeting you today is truly a stroke of fortune. Zhang Yang effusively praised, his flattery echoing. However, Yang was indifferent to such superficial accolades, having grown weary of such praise. It was Zhou Ming's charm that piqued his interest. Yang was not lacking in female company. Yet women of Zhou Ming's mature, yet innocent office lady style were a rarity in the bustling metropolis. His innate curiosity and possessiveness compelled him to engage with her further. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ming, this was a carefully orchestrated scheme. She believed this was her opportunity to showcase her allure as a professional woman, a requisite pursuit in her career. She cast a flirtatious glance at Mr. Yang, who returned her smile, seemingly pleased with his own charm. As they entered the elevator, Zhou Ming felt an external pressure on her dairy and turned around warily. However, she found only Mr. Yang and Wang Kuan behind her, so she could only respond with a sweet smile, as it would be inappropriate to inquire which of them had touched her. If there was one feature that stood out on Zhou Ming, it was undoubtedly her posterior, a source of immense pride for her. Mr. Yang swallowed hard, taken aback. It was rare to encounter such a feminine presence in the workplace. Yet she was still a novice. He glanced at Wang Kuan with satisfaction, knowing that with Mr. Yang's support, Wang Kuan would feel more assured. It seemed his arrangements were not in vain. As the banquet commenced, Wang Kuan relentlessly poured drinks for Zhou Ming. Being the lowest-ranking attendee, she had no choice but to drink every toast offered by Wang Kuan, adhering to the unwritten rules of the dining table. Despite her efforts to navigate the workplace, she was still a woman and found it challenging to withstand Wang Kuan's advances. Come, Miss Zhou, let us toast to your professionalism. Collaborating with a beauty like you is truly delightful, Wang Kuan declared, raising his glass and giving her no respite. Zhang Yang sensed Wang Kuan's intentions, but realized it was too late to intervene. He had long suspected that Wang Kuan's insistence on Zhou Ming was driven by ulterior motives. Yet he had not anticipated such brazen behavior. Zhang Yang felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, watching Zhou Ming down one drink after another, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Perhaps I should take this cup for little Zhou, as she seems to have a low tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Yang intervened to stop Wang Kuan from toasting. This is absurd. Allow me to take your place. The concept of substitution exists even at the banquet table. Wang Kuan instantly lost his temper, his eyes widening dramatically. Director Zhang, if you wish to drink, I would be more than willing to join you. What do you think? President Yang also lifted his glass, leaving Zhang Yang in a quandary. It's all right. I shall drink. Zhou Ming raised her glass and downed its contents in one gulp. As the liquor coursed through her, it ignited a fiery sensation in her stomach, causing turmoil in her abdomen while her consciousness began to fade. Zhou Ming had reached her limit. As a woman subjected to relentless drinking, even a man would struggle to endure such treatment. Each sip felt like her throat was being seared by flames, prompting incessant coughs. Yet, the assembly showed no mercy towards her plight. Rather, her distress seemed to intensify their desires. With her face flushed, Zhou Ming displayed an exquisite allure. Her lips slightly parted as her doe-like eyes glistened with a foggy sheen. This only ensnared the men further, and President Yang's gaze towards Zhou Ming had transformed entirely. Chapter 75. No way out. Although Zhou Ming is a professional woman, she is acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the workplace. She knows how to wield her beauty to ensnare her adversaries, yet she steadfastly retains the most exquisite qualities of femininity. To the outside world, Zhou Ming appears licentious, willing to sacrifice herself for her ambitions, and her reputation has suffered as a result. However, her chastity remains indisputable. It is indeed a formidable challenge to navigate the professional realm while preserving one's virtue, and her heart is more conservative than anyone else's. This time, she truly feels like a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to the predatory intentions of others. Her mind is spiraling out of control as she helplessly witnesses two wolves conspiring against her, leaving her powerless. Tears well up in her eyes, and a wave of intense humiliation envelopes her entire being. Is this how it ends? Will she succumb entirely, becoming a mere plaything, subjected to various humiliations beneath their dominance? No, she clings to one last flicker of hope. The drinks have been consumed, the meal devoured, yet the nature of the impending activities remains shrouded in uncertainty. Wang Kuan has made his move, seemingly pushing them to relocate. What plans might Mr. Wang have in store? Zhang Yang is inebriated, still clinging to the slim hope that the banquet might soon conclude. Since our general manager Yang has made the effort to attend, why not indulge in a bit of merriment today? How about we head to Pandora Bar? Both General Manager Yang and Manager Zhou are young. Surely, they would appreciate such a venue. A lewd expression crosses Wang Kuan's face as his gaze darts toward Zhou Meng, sending a shiver down her spine. That is not a bad idea. Even amidst work, a touch of relaxation is essential. Manager Zhou, what are your thoughts? Yang approached Zhou Meng from behind, his hand resting on her shoulder. The bar, with its overt intent, signified that he had set his sights firmly on her for the evening. Xiao Zhou, you cannot hold your liquor well. You have business to attend to tomorrow. Perhaps we should. Zhang Yang attempted to defend Zhou Meng. Yet such matters were far beyond his control. I am inquiring about Miss Zhou's opinion. Yang rebuked Zhang Yang, his grip tightening on Zhou Meng's shoulder. She felt as though her shoulder blade might shatter, yet she was numb to the pain. Was this truly how it would end? The car awaited downstairs. The journey from the hotel to the bar was merely a street away, and once at the bar, a new round would commence. In the cacophony of the environment and the dim lighting, their audacity grew. Yang sat beside Zhou Meng, while Wang Kuan remained like a loyal hound, fixated on Zhang Yang. Yang's hand began to wander along Zhou Meng's lovely leg, leaving her no opportunity to resist. As she shifted away, Yang followed suit, as if engaging in a game of cat and mouse, gradually cornering her against the sofa, rendering escape impossible. Indeed, your posterior is quite alluring, Yang whispered in Zhou Meng's ear. Though his words were soft, her face flushed a deep crimson. Yang, you have truly crossed the line, Zhou Meng protested, attempting to evade his grasp. Do you think yourself a paragon of virtue? I have encountered countless women, yet I have never met one who embodies such purity. Yang no longer masked his intentions, pulling Zhou Meng closer with a decisive motion. Under the numbing influence of alcohol, Zhou Meng had succumbed to a state of helplessness, her body yielding as she collapsed into the embrace of Mr. Yang. Zhou Meng, Zhang Yang called out immediately. What do you think? Shall we intervene in the affairs of the younger generation? Wang Kuan brandished a glass in front of Zhang Yang. Ha, Miss Zhou, how about you drink this cup? Mister. Yang held a glass to Zhou Meng's lips, encircling her with his arm. Let go of me. Zhou Meng's scant remnants of rationality urged her to break free from Mr. Yang's grasp, yet that sliver of reason could only muster a cry, her body long since dulled to sensation. Scream, I relish the sound of it. What if I refuse to let go? Isn't your provocative attirement for this very purpose? Mr. Yang discarded his pretense, with a beauty in his arms. It would be folly not to indulge. His hand ventured boldly, shamelessly savoring the moment. Please, let me go, I beg you. Zhou Meng's tears could no longer be contained, her wails echoing as a final plea. Alas, her cries served only to amuse Mr. Yang, holding no sway over him, no matter how loud her pleas. No one would come to intervene in this affair. In this realm, a woman's cries merely serve to amplify a man's desires, rendering everything else irrelevant. Mr. Yang, I implore you, spare her. Zhang Yang wept as he grasped Mr. Yang's hand. Wang Kuan, do you think it is still necessary to pursue collaboration with the industrial and commercial bank? Mr. Yang brusquely shoved Zhang Yang aside, his tone devoid of compassion. This was a trap. From the moment Zhang Yang and Zhou Meng arrived, their fate was sealed, and in the face of such a powerful figure, Zhang Yang could only watch helplessly. Mr. Yang, I implore you, please spare me. Zhou Meng knelt on the ground, attempting to exchange her humility and pitiful state for a semblance of sympathy from others. Ha ha ha, even before this action, you are already so eager. Mr. Yang chuckled as he caressed Zhou Meng's face, finding her degradation to be a further provocation of his desires. Zhou Meng's face was heavily buried, her head pressed down by a pair of large hands. In the darkness, it felt as though she were suffocating, although the fibers of the fabric obstructed her. The humiliation of her spirit left her with no avenue for retreat. Am I truly destined to be ruined? Let go. A resounding voice broke through the noise, and all four turned their gazes toward the table. Though the bar's music was raucous, this declaration rang out with remarkable clarity. "Chinyu, save me." Zhou Ming looked at Chinyu, gritting her teeth and summoning her last ounce of strength to lunge towards him. "Finally, the moment has arrived. My plan is about to succeed." Wang Kuan grinned maliciously at Chinyu. He had finally come, and all his schemes were aimed at this very instant. Indeed, Chinyu is formidable, truly formidable. Yet, can he surpass the Yang group? Now, Mr. Yang has successfully diverted the disaster. He has manipulated Zhou Ming to incite a conflict between Chinyu and Mr. Yang. Unable to handle Chinyu himself, does he believe that Mr. Yang cannot deal with Wang Kuan? Since returning from Shanshui Manor, he has begun to gather information about Chinyu. And upon discovering the unusual relationship between Zhou Ming and Chinyu, he devised this tactic. Once Mr. Yang intervenes, Chinyu's demise is inevitable. The strength of the Yang group is undeniably formidable. As one of the leading food enterprises in the nation, its influence is indeed profound. "Chinyu, I did not invite you. Who do you think you are? You ought to stay in your place," Wang Kuan reprimanded sharply. "I must apologize. But today I shall not be leaving," Chinyu declared, concealing Zhou Ming behind him, and cursed under his breath. No wonder Wang Kuan chose Pandora. It turns out he had long since devised this plan. This place is under General Yang's domain, and this room is governed by their authority. Which scoundrel dares to covet my woman? General Yang rose from the sofa, a glass of wine thrust directly towards Chinyu. Chapter 76. Investigating my background with a decisive crack, Chinyu caught it. In this dimly lit place, it would be unfortunate to harm anyone. He forcefully slammed the wine glass down. Wang Kuan let out a pitiful scream as the glass shattered against his head, blood instantly staining his hair. "Damn it! How dare you act out here?" Yang, the manager, fumed. He kicked a table aside. "Surround him." At his command, the surrounding security swiftly encircled Chinyu. All music and entertainment ceased abruptly, and everyone hastily gathered towards Chinyu. Zhou Ming shrieked, burying her face into Chinyu's back. The scene that had just unfolded was beyond her capacity to bear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Chinyu embraced Zhou Ming, gently soothing her back, as if the chaos surrounding him paled in comparison to her emotional turmoil. "Damn it, how dare you strike me?" "My head." Wang Kuan, infuriated and humiliated, stood amidst the blood, his visage grotesque under the lights. Several security guards brandished electric batons, their muscular arms adorned with colorful tattoos, warning those who stirred trouble that they had crossed a line. "How dare you create havoc on Yang's turf? All security, attack him mercilessly." Wang Kuan commanded from atop the sofa, summoning all the guards. "I'm so sorry, Chinyu," Zhou Ming sobbed. "Do not worry. I do not regard this multitude as a threat." Chinyu's words were not merely a consolation. A call for assembly rang out, and the young men, previously scattered, swiftly gathered together. They tore open their outer garments, revealing a uniform of delectable delivery service. The security personnel numbered only a handful, while the employees of the delivery service boasted a robust count of over 30, each one exuding an aura of strength that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Prepared for confrontation, did they not fear the consequences? General Manager Yang approached from the side of the sofa, shrouded in the dim light of their booth. To this moment, he had yet to discern whom he had provoked. "What? How could it be you?" he exclaimed, recognizing Chinyu. Both men stood momentarily stunned, their familiarity unexpected. However, Chinyu immediately heightened his vigilance. After all, the previous encounter where Yang Tian had assaulted him had gone unavenged, and it did not guarantee that past grievances would remain unaddressed. This is all a misunderstanding," Yang Tian surprisingly conceded. Chinyu felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet Yang Tian had chosen to back down voluntarily. In the presence of so many witnesses, Yang Tian's capitulation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Yang Tian himself was reluctant. Since the last encounter with Chinyu, he had genuinely come to fear him. He also envisioned Chinyu as someone beyond his reach, not only in terms of physical prowess, but also in his connections, particularly with Secretary Ren, who would not allow their family to lose face due to his own transgressions. Naturally, they had not anticipated that Chinyu would have ties to the influential Secretary Ren of the metropolis. Had they known, even the third brother would have regarded him as a formidable figure. "No, General Manager Yang," Wang Kuan stammered, panic evident in his voice. How could this happen? As the third young master of the Yang family, Yang Tian had always been the paramount figure. while his second brother had been relegated to a subordinate role. However, witnessing Chen Yu voluntarily concede to that woman, with whom I share a modicum of camaraderie, has left me somewhat bewildered. Look here, Chen Yu remarked to Yang Tian. I truly feel embarrassed. My mind is rather muddled after indulging in too much drink. My sincerest apologies, Brother Chen. Yang Tian, with a courteous gesture, patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Is this still necessary? Look how it's going. The big shots have already acknowledged one another as brothers, and their underlings are behaving foolishly. All right, let us disperse, Chen Yu commanded his employees. With the threat having abated, he too decided to withdraw his forces. As his men scattered, the security personnel felt it inappropriate to linger around Chen Yu. Today, Brother Chen, the treat is on me. Let us all enjoy ourselves, Yang Tian proclaimed, his demeanor exceedingly amicable. Immediately, the dance floor erupted with a cacophony of thunderous music and jubilant shouts. Thus, the evening concluded, returning to a semblance of normalcy. How could it be? Why wasn't it Chen Yu who was being overpowered? Unthinkable. Mr. Wang, I presume? A pleasure to meet you. Chen Yu extended his hand to Mr. Wang, who recoiled in fright. It's all a misunderstanding indeed. It appears the flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. Wang Kuan chuckled awkwardly, having just moments ago sought to eliminate others, now appearing more timid than a chihuahua. A misunderstanding? How could such a notion even arise in your mind? Clearly, you have yet to grasp the situation, Chen Yu inquired with a smile, pinching Wang Kuan's chin. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a glass on the table shattered. Wang Kuan clutched his head and rolled beneath the table, curling up on the ground in distress. Dear Chen, Wang Kuan is indeed my ally. Your actions are rather inappropriate. Though Yang Tian may appear timid, it does not grant anyone the right to bully him. Chen Yu's treatment of Wang Kuan is, without a doubt, a slap in the face. Yang, observe his demeanor. I have been by your side for 4 to 5 years, diligently supporting you. Yet Chen Yu is fully aware of our relationship and still behaves in such a manner, showing utter disregard for your authority. Your generosity and kindness are commendable, but it seems the other party takes advantage of them. Yang, I implore you to stand up for me. Wang Kuan, bloodied and battered, clutched at Yang Tian's trousers. Looking utterly pitiful, Chen Yu, my concession does not indicate my fear of you, Yang Tian declared as he stood up abruptly. Yang, please, take a seat first. I, Chen Yu, am not a rabid dog. My actions against him are justified. Allow me to explain the reasoning behind my actions before you make a decision. Chen Yu urged Yang Tian to sit down. This old man is playing a double game. He has a vendetta against me and, unable to confront me directly, seeks to embroil you in this conflict. His intention is to instigate discord between us, compelling you to deal with me, all in an effort to salvage his pitiful pride. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Wang Kuan slumped in despair. You speak nonsense, hurling baseless accusations, Wang Kuan retorted, enduring intense pain as he struggled to rise. I am not speaking without evidence. This is Wang Kuan's investigation into me. Particularly after discovering my connection with Zhou Meng, he took special care to investigate her. These documents are proof of his inquiry into my affairs, a written outline of his scheme. I must commend you. You are indeed a cultured rogue, meticulously drafting plans to scheme against others. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Kuan's foolishness. All the evidence lay before Yang Tian, who was no fool. He had harbored suspicions during Chen Yu's conflict with them. Initially, there was no cause for concern. What could possibly provoke such turmoil over a woman? Moreover, this woman had not been his choice. She had been thrust upon him by Wang Kuan, who seemed overly eager in the process. Yang, you must not believe him. This is false. He is slandering me, Wang Kuan pleaded, clinging desperately to Yang Tian's leg, aware that if Yang abandoned him now, his fate would be sealed. Slander? You accuse me of slander, Wang Kuan yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yu. Chapter 77. Infinite possibilities. I accused you, a beast. I believed you could set aside your personal grudges for the sake of the company, yet you entangled your superior in your vendetta. How venomous is your heart? Are you even human? For the sake of your meager pride, you are willing to sacrifice a woman. Chen Yu delivered a stinging slap across Wang Kuan's face. Mr. Yang, you must intervene. This is not merely an affront to me, it is an affront to you as well. Wang Kuan, with a mournful expression, incessantly sought Yang Tian's support. Anticipating retribution. Do I still need to frame you? Go inquire among your superiors, they are well aware. Yang Tian, if you deem my actions unjust, I leave my fate in your hands. However, if my words bear truth, I implore you to consider them objectively. After speaking, Chen Yu assisted Zhou Ming in departing. Upon witnessing their exit, Wang Kun frantically attempted to react, yet Yang Tian remained unmoved. Mr. Yang, they have truly left. You must pursue them. Though Chen Yu and Zhou Ming had vanished, Wang Kun, in a frenzy, still sought to chase after them. Chen Yu is a man. What are you? Your troubles are far from over. Yang Tian kicked Wang Kun aside, having grown suspicious of him. Indeed, Yang Tian was a reckless youth, untamed and audacious from a young age. His arrogance did not imply foolishness. On the contrary, he possessed remarkable intellect. Chen Yu's recent actions had unveiled Wang Kun's questionable character, and he could easily be swayed into opposing Chen Yu. Moreover, Chen Yu's integrity had truly impressed him. He dared to take risks to save others and showed no mercy towards his foes. Yang Tian should carefully consider the consequences of opposing Chen Yu, and at that moment, Wang Kun's frantic demeanor only underscored the gravity of the situation. Mr. Yang, you cannot place your trust in that young man, Chen Yu. Despite his youth, his schemes are cunning and treacherous. Wang Kun once again attempted to regain his footing. Is my Weida associated with Chen Yu? You have instructed me to suppress the upper management from collaborating with my Weida. What is the underlying reason? Yang Tian's sudden inquiry caught Wang Kun off guard. This is due to inherent issues with my Weida, that small enterprise is not to be trusted. Wang Kun hastily fabricated. Oh, you claim it is untrustworthy. What about the data you provided? Aren't you adept at conducting investigative research? Yang Tian tossed a stack of documents into Wang Kun's face. This is absolute nonsense. Wang Kun undoubtedly has ulterior motives. Mr. Yang, I am fiercely loyal to you. You cannot treat me this way. Wang Kun, resembling a stray dog, knelt on the ground, his face smeared with blood, howling in despair. While his master had long since ceased to acknowledge him, it was over, utterly finished. As the night deepened, Chen Yu cradled his beloved in his arms as he entered the car. Where to, Mr. Chen? The driver inquired. Where to? Chen Yu pondered deeply. Going to Zhou Ming's home was clearly out of the question. She had succumbed to slumber in his embrace, intoxicated to the point of forgetting her own identity. How could she possibly recognize her own home? The dilemma was that Chen Yu himself was unaware of her residence. Going to a hotel was equally unfeasible, as they had no identification on hand. Perhaps I shall take her to my apartment. It is modest, yet suitable for the time being. To my home. Chen Yu finally declared after a lengthy contemplation. Very well, the driver replied with a hint of amusement, promptly setting the vehicle in motion. I must say, I had no such intention. Chen Yu felt a pang of embarrassment. Did he truly appear so much like a lecher? No. It must be Zhou Ming's allure. What man could possibly resist? Zhou Ming's gentle sighs were barely audible, her delicate arm draped over his neck, drawing uncomfortably close. Chen Yu seemed to perceive the very rhythm of her breath. After all, he was a vigorous young man, and such a tantalizing temptation lay before him. Was this not an invitation to transgress? He was, indeed, a man, possessing all the attributes that came with it. Fate, fortune, and opportunity had conspired in his favor. And now, with a beauty in his embrace, his senses were utterly enthralled. Mr. Chen, we've arrived, the driver announced, speeding along the road, eager not to let his employer miss an opportunity. Upon reaching Chen Yu's residence, the driver discreetly departed. Goodness, one might think he was in a rush to meet his fate. Chen Yu held Zhou Ming, watching the Audi swiftly vanish from view, uncertain of what to say. Such a devoted driver, and he had encountered him by chance. Chen Yu, hold me. I'm frightened, Zhou Ming murmured in a dreamy voice. It's all right, I'm here. There's nothing to fear, Chen Yu reassured her, gently patting her smooth back. In the dimly lit corridor, Chen Yu cradled such a beauty, the darkness once again cloaking her in an air of mystery. Every man who passed cast envious glances, openly displaying their desires. She was undeniably exquisite. To have a woman of such beauty by his side made life worth living, and this night promised them limitless possibilities. I can't believe this young man has found himself in such a romantic entanglement. Indeed, that woman is stunning. Her figure is simply perfect. Moreover, the allure was so overwhelming that it nearly made me gasp. TCH, such a lack of ambition. Have you seen her bosom? Undoubtedly a D cup. Goodness, how depraved you are. I find her legs quite appealing, their pallor striking. They are indeed enticing. If I had the chance, I would willingly succumb. TCH, just look at her backside. It's irresistibly tempting. The sensation is simply exquisite. A handful of lecherous men scrutinized Zhou Ming from head to toe, their every word unashamedly revealing their desires and repulsiveness. Bang! Chen Yu forcefully slammed the door shut, as if the mere sight of his belongings being exposed was intolerable. The question remains, why was he feeling jealous? Where's this place? Zhou Ming opened her bleary eyes. My home. Just look at the state you're in. Chen Yu assisted Zhou Ming onto the sofa. It was Chen Yu's rented studio apartment, a one-bedroom, one-living-room space, already saturated with the fragrance of Zhou Ming and the scent of alcohol. I'm at your home. You brought a girl back. What are your intentions? Zhou Ming suddenly clutched her clothing, yet there was no fear in her eyes, only a hint of provocation. What's the matter? What do you want? Quickly, go take a shower. Chen Yu urged Zhou Ming. You're being harsh with me. I feel Zhou Ming suddenly appeared profoundly saddened. You aren't about to be sick, are you? Please, no. I'll get you a basin. Chen Yu, startled, hurriedly fetched the basin. It's over. Everything is too late. The object descending has already sullied Chen Yu's sofa, his sanctuary for the night. It's all ruined. Don't take your time. Don't rush to be sick. Chen Yu disregarded everything else, gently patting Zhou Ming's back in an attempt to alleviate her suffering. You are so comforting, Chen Yu. How many intoxicated women have you cared for? Zhou Ming playfully nestled into Chen Yu's embrace. In this lifetime, she should be the first. If one were to include the previous life, it would be a memory best left untouched. You are indeed the first, Chen Yu replied. How blissful it is. Since I have become your first, I wish to share my first with you as well. Zhou Ming pouted, eagerly awaiting Chen Yu's response. No, don't be silly. Go take a shower. This thing is kissable, but it just experienced a bout of nausea. I'm just joking. Chapter 78. Nosebleed. Chen Yu's mind was clouded with confusion. It was imperative to seize the moment while she was still somewhat lucid and urge her to take a shower. Shall we bathe together? Zhou Ming playfully suggested. Her cherubic form pressed closely against Chen Yu's chest, her pouting lips exuding an irresistible charm. Go ahead. I shall fetch you some clothes, Chen Yu replied, exasperated. On second thought, I might as well go buy them myself. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that with two females present, there was no clothing available. In that case, I desire a silk nightgown, something delicate and sheer, Zhou Ming declared, swaying towards the bathroom, her demands echoing even as she clutched the door. What? Am I to be deprived of sleep tonight, Zhou Ming? You are truly merciless. Once Zhou Ming had shut the bathroom door, Chen Yu ventured out to procure the nightgown. Of course, he had no intention of actually purchasing a silk nightgown. That would be tantamount to jeopardizing his own reputation. Yet, Zhou Ming's enchanting silhouette lingered in his mind, making it increasingly difficult for him to endure. Sir, are you purchasing lingerie for your girlfriend? A saleswoman inquired warmly. The situation felt rather humiliating, finding himself in a women's lingerie store. Yes, Chen Yu stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, there was nothing shameful about it. Choosing to buy lingerie for his girlfriend at night could be considered a sign of affection. The saleswoman, noticing his discomfort, attempted to reassure him, assuming his late-night visit stemmed from shyness. Actually, I merely seek a nightgown, Chen Yu meekly clarified. Nightgowns, right this way. The saleswoman guided him to the sleepwear section. This is quite perilous, he mused. Oh my goodness, why are women's pajamas increasingly alluring? What might they look like adorning Zhou Ming? Alas, blood from my nose, indeed. It is blood. The salesgirl, who had been so courteous just moments ago, now regards me with blatant disdain. Her contemptuous gaze amplifies my embarrassment. I truly have a nosebleed, merely from envisioning my overwhelmed senses. To experience such an incident in a women's lingerie store is utterly incomprehensible. I have been unjustly labeled a lecher. Sir, how long do you intend to linger? The salesgirl's voice pierces my ears like a sharpened blade. It is genuinely unintentional. Just that piece. I lowered my gaze and pointed absent-mindedly at an item. Humph. As expected, the salesgirl scoffed coldly. With my head bowed, I pointed based on memory. Yet it was unfortunate that her preconceived notions led her to neglect the white nightgown I indicated, instead presuming I desired the adjacent black chiffon ensemble. This particular nightgown stands as the most audacious in the store. It is not only the most exquisite but also the most provocative. Having completed my purchase, I did not dare glance back, hastily departing with the garment in hand. I wish to remain here no longer than necessary. You've arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Zhou Ming called from the room. I noticed the steamy atmosphere enveloping the space, confirming that she had indeed taken a bath. Please put it on. Where are your clothes? I exclaimed in a fit of panic. I can't find them. Besides, I'm feeling quite warm. Zhou Ming floated gracefully to my side. Hey, I'm feeling quite overwhelmed. Please hurry and help me get dressed. Chen Yu pushed Zhou Ming aside and swiftly tossed the clothes to her, darting away like a startled rabbit. Goodness, how can I not be flustered? I am a man too, subjected to such teasing. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed. A gentleman does not exploit another's vulnerability. Turning on the shower, icy droplets cascaded over him, soothing the heat that had engulfed him. I'm dressed now. You may come out. Zhou Ming knocked on the bathroom door, her voice filled with enthusiasm. This outfit is stunning. Chen Yu glanced at Zhou Ming, who had her arms spread wide, revealing an astonishing sight that left little to the imagination. Have you truly made up your mind? He inquired again, his voice low in the darkness. Yes, but please be gentle, Zhou Ming whispered softly, nodding in affirmation. As the night settled into a tranquil silence, darkness enveloped everything. The room was so still it felt as though no life existed within. When the first rays of sunlight crept into the small room the next day, the cold space was infused with warmth. On the expansive double bed, two figures lay entwined beneath a white comforter, peacefully sleeping in each other's embrace, each letting out soft snores, creating an atmosphere as sweet as fine wine. Chen Yu, open the door. The sound of knocking echoed from outside. Yet the pair inside merely shifted slightly in their slumber. Chen Yu, are you dead asleep? What time is it? Get up already. Shall we just go in? One voice suggested. It's not like it matters. He is alone anyway. Click. The door lock turned open. Well, the door swung open to reveal Su Yao and Song Jia. The trio had grown quite close, and today they planned to visit the enchanting city of Shanghai. Though at this hour, Chen Yu was still unprepared. The moment they stepped inside, they were utterly taken aback. The sight on the sofa was beyond comprehension. The remnants of vomit nearly caused the two young women to regurgitate their breakfast. Chen Yu, have you lost your mind? Song Jia stormed into the room in a fit of rage. Song Jia, look at this. She pointed at the black bra lying on the coffee table. No, absolutely not. Why? Why is there such an item in Chen Yu's room? Both Song Jia and Su Yao exchanged incredulous glances, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks as they stared at the closed door of the inner room. This was impossible. There had to be another explanation. They could not fathom the presence of any other beings behind that door. You, Chen Yu, how could you be so shameless? As soon as the door swung open, the two women were left speechless. Their worst fears had indeed manifested. Beneath the pristine white sheets, two bodies were entwined. Long, dark hair obscured the woman's face. Her fair arm draped languidly around Chen Yu's neck, as if that delicate limb were proclaiming the allure and grace of its owner. As Song Jia and Su Yao stood frozen in disbelief, Chen Yu stirred from his slumber. The moment he sat up, the two women came into view. I apologize for the intrusion, he mumbled. Gritting her teeth, Song Jia spat out those words with venomous intensity. No, Song Jia, please let me explain. Chen Yu immediately pursued her. The situation was absurd. How had Song Jia ended up here? This was indeed a case of being caught in the act. Chen Yu, your clothes. Zhou Ming emerged from her cocoon of blankets, clutching Chen Yu's attire as she exclaimed, Goodness, you're not even dressed. It was only upon hearing Zhou Ming's call that Chen Yu realized he was clad solely in his undergarments, prompting him to dash out in haste. What is the matter? I'm feeling quite warm, Zhou Ming cooed playfully, her charm on full display. You need to stay calm, she instructed. Chen Yu hastily donned his clothes, then sprinted downstairs with great urgency. Why aren't you running? Zhou Ming inquired of Song Jia. Is it necessary? Song Jia had already taken off. Chen Yu has already conveyed his decision to me, Su Yao remarked, her arms crossed, calmly observing Zhou Ming. From the very first encounter, she sensed that this woman was extraordinary. Indeed, she had successfully captured Chen Yu's attention. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why she found herself in this situation, presented so openly. Zhou Ming, unfazed, took her time with her attire, tousling her hair as if she had something to express. Not curious about your tactics, I see. Humph, a seasoned professional. Yesterday must have been quite enchanting. Su Yao regarded Zhou Ming with a look of disdain. Chapter 79. The exploding balloon. The pristine white sheets reminded her of herself. Once, she too had experienced such beauty on a splendid night. Yet, that night would never return. As she beheld the current scene, her heart brimmed not with anger, but with envy. Su Yao understood clearly that Chen Yu was no ordinary man, and it was improbable that he would have only her as a companion. She was merely the most mundane among his many women. Thus she felt indifferent to whom else Chen Yu might extend his kindness. Her sole concern was whether he continued to treat her well. Chen Yu had always been impeccable in his treatment of her, and Su Yao was already content. In truth, you have misunderstood him. He was aiding me. I was on the verge of losing my virtue, and it was Chen Yu who saved me. Zhou Ming's eyes reflected a newfound respect. Well, you have preserved it now? Xiao scoffed, for it was clearly her own doing, yet she sought to cloak it in grandiloquent justifications. Suddenly, the blanket was flung aside, prompting a startled scream from Su Yao as she instinctively shielded her eyes. How brazen could this woman be? After all, they were both women. What was there to fear? Zhou Ming chuckled mischievously, surprised by the innocence of the little girl before her. Indeed, upon the immaculate sheets lay a pair of exquisite legs. The black chiffon nightgown elegantly splayed open, though the delicate ties at her waist remained knotted in a bow. The enchanting woman resembled a helpless butterfly lying in the snow, awaiting the intrusion of others. Not only men, but even Su Yao herself struggled to resist the allure, for it was breathtaking, a veritable weapon of seduction. You have witnessed it all. This is irrefutable proof. Tears glimmered in Zhou Ming's eyes as she proved her own dignity. The sheets remained as pristine white as snow, devoid of any crimson stains. She was still herself, and Chen Yu remained unchanged. Songjia, please don't leave. Listen to me, Chen Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Songjia's arm. I am the excess, the intruder in your life. Why are you holding on to me? Songjia had already dissolved into tears. With a firm pull, Chen Yu drew her into his embrace, refusing to relent despite her struggles. Her fingers left marks upon his neck as desperation led Songjia to bite down on his shoulder. Ah! Chen Yu gritted his teeth, stifling a cry of pain. He bore the agony, allowing Songjia to bite down with all her might. You scoundrel! She exclaimed as she finally released her grip, tears once again cascading from her eyes. Yes, I am a scoundrel who loves you, Chen Yu replied, his complexion ashen, finally voicing his feelings. You've slept with someone else, yet you profess to love me, Songjia retorted, pushing him away and glaring furiously. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Yet it is not as you perceive, Chen Yu countered, at a loss for words. Perhaps he had indeed been on the verge of making a grave mistake the previous night, but ultimately, he had not succumbed. In the face of such temptation, restraint was undeniably arduous. Nevertheless, he had managed to endure. That night, he had truly only held Zhou Ming as he drifted into slumber. Zhou Ming, in her inebriated state, had easily succumbed to sleep in the safety of his embrace. With Zhou Ming peacefully resting in his arms, what right did he have to revel in any triumph? Indeed, the situation is a consequence of my own actions. Chen Yu sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, the events have unfolded as they have, and I bear considerable responsibility. You truly did nothing at all. Songjia hesitated. But wait, what does this have to do with her? It's none of my business. Your troubles are unrelated to me. I have long suspected that you are not virtuous people. Songjia pouted, still quite indignant. You must believe me. I genuinely did not do anything wrong. It was Zhou Ming who was in danger, and I went to save her. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu pulled Songjia closer. No, I refuse to listen. It is not my concern. You have your reasons, but what does it matter to me? Resolve your own issues. Although Songjia's words were harsh, she ceased her struggles. The lack of resistance indicated that there was hope. It was a perfect opportunity to advance his intentions. Chen Yu felt fortunate, as it had been a while since he had embraced this young lady. The last time in the metropolis, he had missed the chance to kiss her. And now he intended to seize the moment. Let go, you shameless one. You made a mistake, and yet you wished to take advantage. Songjia feigned anger, playfully striking Chen Yu's chest. Strike all you wish. As long as it brings you solace, I am content. Chen Yu grasped Songjia's small hand, observing her playful resistance. The park was bustling with morning joggers. However, they merely watched Chen Yu and Songjia playfully quarrel. When they saw the couple reconcile, they cast glances of blessing upon them. Under the scrutiny of those gazes, Songjia shyly hid behind Chen Yu, resembling a bashful bride. Mr. Chen, I never expected to see you here, she exclaimed as a sensual woman clad in a tracksuit called out to her from a short distance. After a morning run, her hair glistened with moisture, radiating warmth, while her flushed face appeared even more enchanting. Chen Yu, how many women do you have, exactly? Alas, mischief seemed to follow him. Just when he had managed to placate one, another emerged. No, I don't know her, Chen Yu asserted, gazing at the captivating beauty before him. She was indeed striking, yet he found himself entangled with a volatile situation. Humph, you don't know her? Are you trying to deceive us? Songjia retorted angrily, shaking off Chen Yu's hand. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly erupted into tension. Mr. Chun, you truly do not recognize me? We met just a few days ago. The beauty, realizing Chun Yu's denial, quickly insisted they had crossed paths before. This enchanting woman was none other than Su Zimei, who had met Chun Yu at the Shanshui Manor while discussing a collaboration concerning Tushio. How could he forget her after such a short interval? Surely, the project could not have fallen through. Su Zimei was determined not to let the project falter, and she eagerly moved closer to Chun Yu. Her approach left him momentarily speechless. Although he found her familiar, it was an inopportune moment to admit any recognition. Su Zimei was indeed a stunning beauty. Dressed in a sporty tank top and shorts, her splendid physique exuding vitality and exuberance. The young men trailing behind her could easily form a sizable entourage. It is truly astonishing that, in the presence of such a captivating beauty, there remain those oblivious to her allure. Indeed, it is a case of the satiated being unaware of the famished. What more is there to say? Let go. Song Jia was genuinely infuriated. She forcefully shook off Chun Yu and ran away without looking back. This time, she was truly angry. Yet, the dilemma remained, to pursue or not to pursue. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, about your girlfriend, Su Zimei inquired, her tone tinged with awkwardness. I suppose so, but she hasn't agreed yet, Chun Yu replied, scratching his head. What is the point of pursuing if it's futile? Just moments ago, we had reconciled, and now, yet again, she has been hurt. Her anger is not to be trifled with. It is explosive. Perhaps it would be best to allow her some time to cool down. Chapter 80. Trust, am I interrupting you? Su Zimei blushed, realizing her mistake only after seeing Song Jia. Yet, it was too late. Song Jia was visibly jealous. Every beautiful woman possesses her own pride, and Su Zimei felt a rush of excitement at the sight of Song Jia's envy. She hadn't anticipated that such a stunning girl would feel jealousy over her. It seemed her allure was truly boundless. Lost in thought, she straightened herself, the enticing curves of her figure becoming more pronounced. Perhaps it would be best to let her cool down. Chun Yu sighed, waving his hand dismissively. May I accompany you for a while? Su Zimei sweetly inquired. Well, all right, he replied, as the mere sight of such beauty was a delight in itself. However, the man behind Su Zimei seethed with rage, wishing nothing more than to incinerate Chun Yu on the spot. Not only had he stolen their goddess, but he was also treating her in such a manner. By the way, I seem to have forgotten your name, Chun Yu admitted, feeling increasingly awkward for not even knowing the name of the person he was attempting to engage with. At that moment, a man approached. It's all your fault. You fool. You can't even remember her name, yet you dare to flirt with her. In Xiangjia, what brings you here? Su Zimei's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him. In Xiangjia, unfazed, moved to Su Zimei's side, grasping her arm firmly and pulling her away. Let go of me, In Xiangjia. Su Zimei struggled, but his grip was too strong, rendering her unable to break free. What are you doing? Chun Yu held a deep disdain for men who bullied women. What is the matter? Found a new lover? Just you scoundrel. In Xiangjia released Su Zimei and regarded Chun Yu with contempt. What do you want? That is our affair. Do not involve others. Su Zimei positioned herself protectively between Chun Yu and In Xiangjia. I must ask, why do you behave like a dog? Biting indiscriminately? This is a park, and there is a sign on the grass prohibiting pets from relieving themselves. Do not display such a lack of decorum. Chun Yu pointed to the sign, growing increasingly audacious. You're asking for death. In Xiangjia could not endure such humiliation. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Engaging Chun Yu was nothing short of courting disaster, yet Chun Yu effortlessly caught his fist, applying slight pressure to his wrist. In Xiangjia was immediately brought to his knees in pain. Let go. Let go. In Xiangjia cursed vehemently. Do you even know how to use the word, please? Chun Yu, already displeased, found himself further provoked by the pretentiousness. You will not get away with this. In Xiangjia gritted his teeth, the agony causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Chun, just let it go. Please, do not harm him any further. Su Zimei intervened, pleading for In Xiangjia. Get lost, and do it immediately. Chun Yu released his grip, casually tossing her aside. Su Zimei, you are ruthless, conspiring with others to torment your man. I assure you, I will not part with a single cent of your investment. Enraged, In Xiangjia fled, but having experienced Chun Yu's prowess, he cursed while retreating. What a chaotic mess. What kind of people are these? Yet, it seemed he mentioned something about investments. Could it be? Miss Su, what is your relationship with him? Chun Yu inquired. Well, he could be considered my ex-boyfriend. We once shared a common vision and embarked on a venture together. but it has only recently dawned on me that he is nothing but a scoundrel. Suzume covered her face, seemingly reluctant to revisit those memories. By the way, what was it he mentioned about investment? Chinyu promptly diverted the conversation. The situation is such that Tushio requires funding. Our boss, Zhang Yisan, has recently encountered a financial crisis. The Tushio project is freshly initiated, and funds are scarce, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In Xiangjie has wealth at his disposal, and I find myself with no choice but to seek his assistance. However, he stipulates that I must reconcile with him before he agrees to invest. Suzume's voice grew increasingly faint. In Xiangjie is essentially extorting her. He exploits Suzume's need for investment as leverage to possess her. There isn't much on this card, just 5 million. Consider it the initial investment from me, and we can discuss the subsequent 100 million once your contract is finalized. Chinyu handed over a card without hesitation. What? You intend to invest in us just like that? Suzume was at a loss for words, holding the card in disbelief. After nearly a decade in the industry, she had never encountered such a hasty investment. Although 5 million is not an exorbitant sum, the fact that he offered it immediately, without even a proper introduction, was a testament to his audacity. There is no need for doubt. I can see the potential for success in your company through you. Simultaneously, I hope your contract can be expedited. Chinyu assessed Suzume, finding her figure undeniably alluring. All right then. Suzume, clad only in a sports tank top, felt her cheeks flush under Chunyu's gaze. Perhaps Suzume was unaware that Chunyu's willingness to invest so readily in today's headlines was largely influenced by memories from his past life. Given the trajectory of today's headlines, it would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable user base in a few years, establishing itself as a leader in the realm of new media. The investment made today would yield returns 100-fold in the future. Of course, part of this decision was also due to Suzume, since it was a guaranteed profit. Why not assertively grant her a significant favor? By the way, your girlfriend, would you like me to explain? Chinyu, in his generosity, felt a pang of guilt for allowing misunderstandings to arise regarding his girlfriend. It's all right, she'll calm down soon, he reassured her calmly. Thank you for your trust. Suzume exclaimed, her joy almost propelling her into the air, revealing the alluring contours of her figure. Well, I must be going now. I have matters to attend to. Suddenly, Chinyu felt a warmth in his nose, sensing something amiss, and he decided to make a hasty exit. It was undeniable that Suzume's athletic appearance was irresistibly captivating. And given his current state of restraint, likely a consequence of yesterday's provocations, he found it nearly impossible to maintain composure in the presence of such alluring beauty. He swiftly hailed a cab to Meiwada, expecting Yang Tian to seek him out today, and he was confident that Wang Kuan had also been dealt with. Mr. Chun, you finally made it. We were all worried sick waiting for you, Yuan Wei remarked, having been stationed downstairs. Chinyu had rushed out too quickly and left his phone at home. Meanwhile, Su Yao answered the call and, upon speaking to Song Jia, was met with the shocking declaration that Chinyu had died. However, she was unaware of Chunyu's whereabouts. The prominent figures of the Yang group had gathered, yet Chinyu remained elusive, driving the headquarters of Meiwada to the brink of madness. None could suffice. Yang Tian only recognized Chinyu, and it would be a grave loss for such a collaboration to slip away so easily. Fortunately, Chinyu finally arrived. Mr. Yang, you were looking for me. Chinyu entered the reception room. You have finally come. I thought you might refrain from appearing due to yesterday's events, Yang Tian remarked with a smile. We are all merchants. In business, we engage in business. Profit is forever our primary interest, Chinyu responded. Today, Yang Tian had come alone, as Wang Kuan had already been dealt with.